They howled before charging at Fan Yuan, coming at him one after another. Moonglow goo! Fan Yuan willed. A moonblade flew out from his hand. The eerie blue moonblade slashed through the wind and snow, going through the sickly wolves. It instantly beheaded 3 wolves, but when it reached the 4th wolf, the wolf suddenly rolled and cleverly dodged the moonblade. Although most of these crippled wolves were handicapped, blind or missing their tails, they had plenty of battle experience, and were very cunning. A normal rank 2 middle stage goo master would be in intense danger if they ran into such a group of crippled wolves, and especially if they were surrounded by these wolves. But Fan Yuan was calm. His plentiful battle experience, and the refined upper stage dark red primeval essence were the source of his confidence. Kill, kill, kill! He nimbly moved under the joint attacks from the crippled wolves, calmly dodging and decisively attacking. The wolves continued to die by his hands. After a short while, the number of the lightning wolves in the pack had sharply decreased by half. Huh! A wolf gave a mournful howl. The wolf pack immediately stopped their offensive attacks and began retreating. This was the cunningness of these wolves. When they discovered that Fan Yuan was a tough bone, they decisively retreated, giving up their plan to hunt Fan Yuan. These old, sickly and injured wolves weren't in a perfect state, but being able to live till now showed their survival wisdom. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, calmly looking at these crippled wolves disappearing into the wind and snow. If he could hide his strength, then he didn't feel it necessary to reveal it. After confirming that the wolf pack had completely escaped, he promptly collected the items on the wolf corpses. Wolf skin, teeth and so on were all valuable. Although their market price was on the low end, it could be made up by the quantity. In these 2 months, Fan Yuan had made some earnings from the spoils of war from eradicating these crippled wolves. The blood flowing from the wolf corpses were still warm. There were some crippled wolves who still had some breath left, their eyes showing a trace of vigor. In this world, not only humans but all living things are struggling to survive. This world is using life and death to unfold a brilliant stage. Fan Yuan sighed before ruthlessly killing off these dying wolves. A crippled wolf's fighting strength was higher than 2 jade eye stone monkeys. Under the coordination with the pack, their fighting strength would double. I can still deal with these small-scale crippled wolf packs. But it would be troublesome to handle large-scale crippled wolf packs or a small-scale healthy wolf pack. Fan Yuan could feel a faint pressure. The wolf tide will break out soon and the whole clan will be mobilized. I won't be able to act aloof. If I want to hunt the lightning wolves by myself, I must have a scouting or movement-type goo. Otherwise, I will fall to the wolf tide. Fan Yuan clearly recognized his shortcomings due to his ample experience. His fighting strength had increased sharply after getting the 4 flavors liquor worm. With the Moonglow goo and Jade Skin goo, he had both offense and defense. With his previous life's deep accumulation, he could totally be ranked along with Qing Shu, Qi Shan and Mo Yin. One could say he was barely, but already able to stand in the top ranks among the rank 2 goo masters of the clan. Why it was barely, was because he was not truly at the upper stage, and at the same time his aptitude was also only C grade and was thus very limited. Being able to accomplish this much with his fighting strength was already the best result, but fighting strength was only one aspect in surviving the wolf tide. I must have a scouting method. If I have a scouting goo worm, I will be able to sense the movements of the wolf pack and quickly retreat or move through another route. Or use movement-type goo worms to quickly run and escape from the wolf pack's besiegement. Fan Yuan pondered. His survival rate would greatly increase if he had just one of these 2 goo worms. If he had both, then he would be able to move about easily. I hope Flower Wine Monk's legacy contains such goo worms. It's not a problem even if it doesn't. From my memories, the 3 clans would jointly establish contributions list during the wolf tides and put their stored goo worms out for exchange. There were many precious goo in the list. At that time, I can use my contributions and exchange them for Bai or Xiong village's goo worms. Fan Yuan planned in his mind and stood up. He had swiftly arranged the spoils of war in a short period and packed them in a bag which he then carried on his back. The snow continued to fall and soon froze the wolf blood, covering their corpses. Look, Fan Yuan is back. He is carrying a bag. Did he go out to hunt the crippled wolves again? It was him that saved our village? Hey, it was only by a stroke of luck. We both know how it went. If I had such great strength, I could also do that. It's no big deal. As Fan Yuan walked through the village, the people made way for him. There were praises, curiosity, and also envy. Fan Yuan! Qi Shan suddenly appeared from a corner and shouted. Note the blizzards in the chapter title. There are many blizzards in life. Is a metaphor for obstacles. Chapter 123. I travel alone through heaven and earth. What's the matter? Fan Yuan looked at Qishan. Even if it was winter, he continued to be topless, his red skin emitting a warmth that made people feel like they were near a heater. The white snow that landed on his body instantly melted. This is because his aperture had a double orifice stove goo. The stove goo was a rank 2 goo worm. It could store internal heat that could be used for attacking. Subduing the cold was just a side effect. Qishan's expression was complicated. He stared at Fan Yuan and said gravely, "Do you know that these days Xiongli from the Xiong clan has been fighting you for a contest of strength?" "I know." Fan Yuan nodded. Qishan sighed. "Xiongli finding you for a contest of strength is not a mere competition, but it involves the interest allocation of the 3 clans' alliance. Under the Wolf Tide, non-alliance means destruction. But after forming an alliance, the biggest problem is how to distribute the interests and profits. These days, the 3 clans have been at a stalemate due to that." Fan Yuan looked at Qishan, instantly understanding why he had looked for himself. Negotiation was the hardest thing to do. For their own interests, the 3 clans would not give way automatically, and they would have to fight for their best interests. The negotiation table was long filled with gunpowder and smoke, battling wits. In this world's system of values, first was strength, second was kinship. Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans were individual clans, having great conflict towards each other since a long time ago, each bearing old and deep grudges. Of course, kinship cannot be used to alleviate their tensions. So to break the tension, they had to rely on strength. On Earth, there are military exercises to display one's strength. In this world, it works similarly in that there are goo contests to display the strength of one faction and achieve greater benefits for themselves. Xiongli finding Fan Yuan for a contest to compete strength was due to this. As expected, Qishan said next, "I have competed with Xiongli. He has the brown bear innate strength goo and already possesses the strength of 1 bear. He also has the grand bear goo, and can increase his strength by another bear. Together he has 2 bears' strength. I am far beyond his match, as much as I want to deny it. But as Qing Mao Mountain's #1 strongest person, the title belongs to him no doubt." He paused for a while, then continued, "Let's talk business. Your strength is around mine, so you are not his match either. But you cannot lose, as you were the one who woke up the river-swallowing toad, the hero that saved Qing Mao Mountain. Once you lose, our Guyu clan's interests will be compromised. So for the clan's interests, discard your personal honor and avoid battle." Fan Yuan stared silently at Qishan. Qishan looked down. "I know that this matter towards you is very difficult. After all, avoiding the competition has a disastrous damage towards one's own reputation. But it is for the interests of the clan. If you lose, the clan would have to give up much more. The clan has nurtured us, we naturally have to contribute to the clan, right? The clan needs you. Sacrificing your own reputation for the clan is only natural. But this matter started due to me, so in my personal name, I will compensate you for it, as part of my goodwill." Saying so, Qishan handed Fan Yuan a large money bag. Fan Yuan weighed it, and chuckled. "So my reputation is only worth 200 primeval stones?" Qishan could hear the sarcasm in his words, his gaze sharpened as he said solemnly, "Fan Yuan, please do not have any indignant feelings. Earlier, I tried to console you with kind words, but the truth is I'm here with a mission. Avoiding the competition is the clan higher-ups' orders. Regardless of what you think, this is an order. I hope you understand your position." Saying so, he turned around and left, leaving deep footprints in the snow. Fan Yuan looked at Qishan's back as his eyes revealed a sign of understanding. "In order to get the greatest benefits, the clan has already used the event of me chasing away the river-swallowing toad as a chip in the negotiation. After all, the river-swallowing toad was a danger to the entire Qing Mao Mountain. In order to get rid of this chip, the Xiong clan sent Xiongli to challenge me. To the clan, I am but a chess piece. Xiongli is the same, and Qishan is also a chess piece. What is sad is that these people are willingly being pawn pieces, even basking in its glory and finding it natural. This is truly a successful brainwash by the clan. But I originally did not want to compete with Xiongli anyway. The so-called reputation is merely praises from others. This chain that binds people has captured many heroes and geniuses in the past. But to me, what loss is there? I have to thank Qishan for sending me 200 primeval stones. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan smirked. Why did he attract Xiong Li's challenge? Merely because he had the glory of saving the village. Why did Qishan challenge Xiong Li? It was merely for the reputation of Qingmao Mountain's #1 strongman. The so-called reputation is merely a superficial carrot. It has tempted many people and trampled many others, manipulating countless people. Sad, how sad! Snow continued to descend slowly. The entire Guyu village was silently erected in the snow. The people beside him rushed through the streets. What's laughable is that these people have had their bodies trapped by this fictitious glory. Fan Yuan's eyes drooped down as his eerie dark iris was half covered by hair. The light reflecting from the snow shone on his face. The young man's face was pale and had a sort of coldness. Suddenly laughing, Fan Yuan recited a poem. White snow blankets the land as I travel alone through heaven and earth. Alone without any attachments, my solitary shadow travels freely. He took a large step and continued traveling. While others rushed, Fan Yuan walked alone. Whether it was clansmen, snow or the village, they were merely a blurry background. A moment later, he reached his rental apartment. The bamboo buildings and the wine tavern, he had already sold them all away. He continued to stay in the rented flat, and although it was very simple, Fan Yuan did not ask for more, he just needed a shelter over his head. Sitting on the bed, Fan Yuan began to cultivate. Gu masters in cultivating to break through a large realm needed ability and talent. But to break through a small realm, it was merely the accumulation of time. With enough time, the aperture would be continuously nurtured, and it can continue to elevate. According to agreement, when it reached evening, Jiangye came to Fan Yuan's residence. Lord Fan Yuan, these are the primeval stones this time, please inspect it. He walked into the room, handing over 5 money bags respectfully, filled with primeval stones. There was more than 400 primeval stones inside, and as the wolf tide approached, Gu masters had an increased reliance on the vitality leaves. This caused Fan Yuan's sale price to continuously go up. Fan Yuan handed Jiangye 9 vitality leaves, asking, The thing I asked you to purchase, have you done it? Jiangye showed a look of disappointment, shaking his head. Lord Fan Yuan, this is bad timing. The wolf tide is coming, and the clan has increased its control on resources. Other things aside, that fish scale goo is only slightly less valuable than the jade skin goo. I have already tried my best, but it is difficult to have results immediately. Fan Yuan frowned. Fish scale goo was used with stealth rock goo to create the stealth scale goo. Without the fish scale goo, he couldn't refine the stealth scale goo. Even with resource control, it does not mean we cannot find a fish scale goo. The root of the problem is Jiangye's ability being too small. It seems that fusing the stealth scale goo would have to drag on. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. But he was not discouraged. 9 out of 10 things in this world will not go according to plan. This is life, and the phrase smooth sailing is only a beautiful greeting. My clan produces the fish scale goo, and our clan also has them, although less in number. It seems this matter has to wait after the formal alliance. Fan Yuan was not in a rush. He knew that once the 3 clans form an alliance, they would create the battle merit board. This would encourage Gu masters to proactively hunt wolves. By then, he would be able to use his merit points to exchange for the 3 clans' resources. Of course, Guyu clan's Moonlight Gu, Xiong clan's Bear Strength Gu and Bai clan's Stream Gu were the clan's signature, and would not be exchangeable. But the fish scale Gu was definitely inside. Danger is accompanied by opportunity. To Gu masters, the wolf tide was a strict examination, but also an opportunity to rise up. Under the attack of the wolf tide, numerous famous Gu masters died while many Gu masters gained fame due to it. The older factions in the clan would weaken due to this, but new factions would rise up into the political stage. At night, unexpected guests arrived. Guyu Qin Shu and Guyu Fangying. Qin Shu got to the main point, mentioning his previous objective, wanting to buy the liquor worm from Fan Yuan. At the same time, he also wanted to buy the black boar gu, and even the 9-leaf vitality grass. 9-leaf vitality grass was a no-brainer. Liquor worm had long become the 4-flavor liquor worm. Even if Fan Yuan wanted to, he couldn't even produce it now, thus he rejected them. But the black boar gu. I have already gained the strength of a boar, so the black boar gu has little value to me anymore. Black boar gu's best advancement path is the steel mane gu. Although it is a gu with both offense and defense, to me who already has the white jade gu, it has little use. I might as well exchange it into a fish scale gu. Fan Yuan thought of this, and mentioned it. Fish scale goo? Qin Shu frowned, then nodded. I know, you lack a defensive goo worm. The fish scale goo can be fused into the rank 2 scale armor goo. It can provide good defense. Using the fish scale goo and stealth rock goo to create the stealth scale goo, the recipe would only be discovered 200 years later, so it was natural that Qin Shu had no clue. Fan Yuan did not expose himself. The black boar goo is more valuable than the fish scale goo, so if we exchange it, you have to compensate me the difference in price. Naturally. Qin Shu nodded, then asked, Never mind about the 9-leaf vitality grass, are you really not selling the liquor worm? It is useless to you already. Raising it for nothing is just a waste of your primeval stones. Fan Yuan shook his head. Don't mention the liquor worm, it is not for sale. Qin Shu rubbed his nose, laughing bitterly. Fan Yuan, this matter is more complicated than you think. Do you know Guyu Yaolo? She is the granddaughter of Medicine Hall Elder Guyu Yaoji, a new student this year, and has great aptitude. Guyu Yaoji loves her granddaughter and once tried to buy a liquor worm in the treehouse, but did not succeed. You've used the liquor worm before, I'm sure you know the benefits it has. I won't say any more, but Lord Yaoji really wants this goo worm for her granddaughter. An elderly's affection for her grandchildren is completely understandable. Thus, she has come to you, she is serious about buying it, and has offered a high price. She even promises that if you got injured in the wolf tide, you'd get special attention from the medicine hall. I hope you consider it thoroughly. Chapter 124. I don't need your understanding. So that's it. Fan Yuan rubbed his chin, then shook his head. This liquor worm is not for sale. Since Yaoji is insistent, why isn't she finding that goo master who bought the liquor worm? Hearing this, Qin Shu looked like a dark cloud was looming over him as he sighed deeply. Sigh, we do not know which clansman has it. After buying this liquor worm, there has been absolutely no news. We cannot find anything, and we cannot simply inspect apertures, right? That is a taboo, the biggest taboo among goo masters. For a small matter like the liquor worm, causing public rage is not good. But it is understandable that this clansman is keeping a low profile on his treasure, this is also human nature. Qin Shu did not know that the real person who bought the liquor worm was sitting in front of him. But Qin Shu never suspected Fan Yuan, since in his perspective, Fan Yuan had the liquor worm already, he wouldn't need to buy a second one. What's the use of it? If he knew about the 4-flavor liquor worm's recipe, he would definitely suspect Fan Yuan. But now, this recipe was solely Fan Yuan's secret to keep. The only one who knew that Fan Yuan was the buyer is Jia Fu. But to Jia Fu, Fan Yuan could be helping another person to buy it. Whether it be a relative or a lover, something like this is natural. Yaoji is the same right, buying the liquor worm for her granddaughter. No matter what, I am not giving way for this liquor worm matter. Fan Yuan's attitude was firm without any loosening, as he smirked in his heart. This was the system. The system made one strong, but it was also a restraint. Guyu Yaoji was a rank 3 goo master. She was much stronger than Fan Yuan, but due to the system she could not snatch it from him. Due to the rules of the system and minding her own reputation, she cannot forcefully purchase it either. Fan Jing, who was at one side, suddenly urged, Brother, the liquor worm is useless to you. Why cling on to it? Granny Yaoji is very kind. I've met Sister Yaola many times too, she is a good person, I am sure she will take good care of the liquor worm. And the liquor worm is very helpful to her. Kindness begets kindness, brother, you saved the village and I am happy for you. This brings honor to our family as well. But why are you being so stubborn now, isn't this too petty? Fan Yuan's expression stiffened as he said coldly, My good little brother, are you lecturing me? The liquor worm is my business. Even if it rots in my hands, you have no rights to dictate what I do. He was not really angry, but attitude is the mask of the heart, and by expressing his attitude, it would allow Qin Shu to see his determination to reject. It seems Fan Yuan is bent on rejecting. Bringing Fan Jing here on purpose was a bad move. These brothers have a poor relationship and are always at odds. I've shot myself in the foot. Guyu Qin Shu's gaze shone. Fan Jing, go out and shop around. Fan Jing wanted to say more, but he was stopped by Qin Shu. Fan Jing gritted his teeth, but still obeyed Qin Shu's command. Either way, I cannot understand you in this matter, big brother. He opened the door, leaving his last sentence. What I do does not require your understanding, Fan Jing. Fan Yuan was expressionless. Fan Zheng's movement of opening the door stopped for a moment, but he quickly walked out of the room without turning around, closing the room door with a bam. This movement caused the room's atmosphere to become even more awkward. If there is nothing else, Brother Qin Shu can take your leave. Fan Yuan instantly evicted his guest. Hee. Qin Shu laughed dryly, trying to alleviate the tension, but Fan Yuan's face was cold as ice, showing no signs of change. But his temper was mild, and he did not get frustrated. Touching his nose, Qin Shu laughed awkwardly. There is another matter, regarding the 9-leaf vitality grass. The 9-leaf vitality grass is not for sale. Fan Yuan rolled his eyes. I know. Qin Shu nodded. It is regarding the vitality leaf. This is the personal business of my group. I hope you can supply the produced vitality grass to us. Of course, we will pay you an appropriate compensation. Seeing business approaching, Fan Yuan naturally did not reject. Then, 65 primeval stones per leaf. Qin Shu, on hearing the price, was tongue-tied. According to market rates, the clan's original sale price is 55 primeval stones. Although the vitality leaf is an expenditure-type rank 1 goo, gone after one use, this was something to save lives, and nobody would mind more of it. Especially with the wolf tide nearing, the clan is also raising prices, and each leaf is sold at 60 primeval stones. Actually, not just the vitality leaf, but also resources are also getting pricier. This is the volatility of the situation, and goo masters have to live with it. But what Qin Shu did not expect was, Fan Yuan's price was even higher than the clan's. Finding it expensive? You don't have to buy it. But as far as I know, after the wolf tide, the clan will tightly control resources, and the vitality leaf would have excess demand. By then, the prices will soar again. There might not even be stock. What do you think? Fan Yuan's tone was calm as he safely evaluated his pricing. Qin Shu was stumped, his tone turning helpless. You sure are clear of it. But your price raising is slightly overbearing. Aren't you afraid of offending people? If you reduce the prices, you can use the opportunity to build relationships. But if you raise prices like this, the clansmen will keep a grudge on you for earning profits this way. Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed. The wolf tide is nearing. I am but a small fry. I can die any day. How can I bother with these trivialities? You have long gone past the stage of a small fry, and human relationships are not trivial either. Qin Shu stared at Fan Yuan deeply, then lightly shook his head. But everyone has their own thoughts and choices. I will not force you. However, do be more careful. Lord Yaoji will not let go so easily. Goodbye. Qin Shu no longer mentioned the matter of purchasing vitality leaves. Fan Yuan's prices had scared him. He was a smart person, and when a smart person buys things, they do not act on impulse, but only after intelligent consideration. A smart person would have an evaluation in their heart, and once the prices exceed their worth, they would calmly pull out. Fan Yuan seemed to have only increased the price by 5 primeval stones, but Qin Shu was not just buying one vitality leaf, and the wolf tide would be going on for at least a year. He would be expending a lot of vitality leaves. If this accumulated, it would be a heavy cost. Thanks for your advice, take care, I shall not send you off, Fan Yuan said, watching Qin Shu leave. His heart was clear as he knew that Qin Shu would definitely be back. That is because he had underestimated the wolf tide's severity too much. Under such a wolf tide, death might instantly befall anyone, and the vitality leaf had no lack of customers. In his memory, the price rocketed to over 100 primeval stones. Of course, this price was also during the period when the wolf tide was at its strongest. Right now, what Fan Yuan wanted to do was to accommodate to the time period, gradually raising prices. As time flowed, the winter wind grew more cold and harsh. This year's winter winds were evidently colder than previous years for Qingmao Mountain's 3 villages. Taking the Guyu village for example. More and more crippled wolves appeared near the village surroundings. The clan sent out large amounts of missions, and almost all of them were about exterminating the crippled wolves. During December, when the crippled wolves amount reached its peak, this caused the situation to worsen quickly, reaching an atrocious level. In fact, there was even a situation where a hamlet at the mountain foot was slaughtered by a large group of wolves. Good thing was, the dozen Gu masters in the village retreated in time. The clan higher-ups breathed a sigh of relief secretly, as the death of a Gu master would cause them to feel pity for over half a day, but for mortals, they were all slaves anyway, so be it if they die. In this world, there are no human rights. A Gu master's life is more valuable than 100 mortals. This is the viewpoint of everybody. However, death and injury would definitely not be little, thus, the village had sounds of crying and sniffing from morning to night. The village emanated a sense of grief and suppression throughout. The crippled wolves were only the prelude. The true wolf tide was even more horrifying. More and more people started to realize that the wolf tide this year is exceptional. Under such pressure, the negotiation that had been under a stalemate obtained quick progress, and the three-clan alliance was formed. A month later, at the end of winter. Alliance Slope, three-clan alliance meeting. Little snowflakes that were like soft white fur slowly drifted down. Hundreds and thousands of Gu masters gathered here, forming a grand scale. The Alliance Slope was originally an ordinary mountain slope, but throughout history, the Gu clan's second-generation clan had managed to create the first three clan alliances at the slope. Thus forth, all future alliances were held there. After many years of refinement, the current Alliance Slope had already expanded tens of times, becoming a giant town square. The town square was along the mountain wall, and there was a huge rock erected there. On the huge rock, there were rock carvings of buildings, and in the buildings there was rock furniture properly assembled. The three clan higher-ups were sitting inside, closely discussing. Below the giant rock building, the three clans' Gu masters had their respective standings, forming three large groups. Gu masters wore similar battle clothing, and along with the belt, their respective cultivation levels were apparent. Fan Yuan was within them. He secretly observed the situation. The Gu masters below the stage were all rank 2 Gu masters. Most rank 1 Gu masters were allocated to support, and only rank 2 Gu masters were the true mobile troops. As for rank 3 Gu masters, they were clan elders, and for a mid-sized clan like the Gu clan, even after each generation's effort they only had a little more than 20 clan elders. Fan Yuan was observing, and the other Gu masters were also watching. Countless gazes intersected with hatred, curiosity, and alertness. Gu clan's Gu masters were on the skinny side. Xiong clan's Gu masters were strong and robust, and from appearance their strength could be shown. Bai clan's Gu masters, maybe due to living by the waterfall behind the mountain, had whitish skin and had a yin aura around them. That long-haired guy is Gu Qin Shu, rank 2 peak stage, and is the Gu clan's number 1 rank 2 Gu master, some pointed out. Mo Yen. Humph, this wrench caused me to lose an arm. After the wolf tide, I must get revenge. Someone snorted in their heart. Whoa, that girl riding on the giant bear, she should be the Xiong clan's Xiong Jiao man. Don't be deceived by her appearance, she goes battle crazy when fighting. Do you see that white fat girl? She's Bai clan's Bai Zhong Shui, a rank 2 upper stage fighter, who has the water boar Gu. She is very promiscuous and very lustful towards men. You newbies be careful, don't get fucked by her. The three clans' animosity and grudges had long been deep-seated. Alliance Slope's discussion noises became louder as it turned into an uproar. Many Gu Master seniors were pointing around, introducing the strong people from the other two clans to their juniors, reminding them to be careful of them. Note, Yin aura, this is a bit hard to explain. Yin is associated with females, dark energy, water energy. Reminder, Xiong clan Bear clan. Bai clan White clan. Chapter 125. Oh, then I admit defeat. The traditional overlord Gu clan, the newly rising Bai clan, and the never underestimated Xiong clan. Fan Yuan's gaze flew across the people as he stood in the crowd, observing the entire situation. Gu clan has Qing Shu, Qi Shan, and Mo Yen. Xiong and Bai clan also had their outstanding rank 2 elite Gu masters. Together with the different clans' heads and elders in the rock building, the Alliance Slope can be said to be filled with elites. I wonder which one is Bai Ningbing? The man who symbolizes the Bai clan's rise. Bai Ningbing is already rank 3, he is definitely not among the rank 2 Gu masters. It seems he isn't in the rock building either. Gradually, the discussions gathered on Bai Ningbing. Although Bai Ningbing did not appear, his brilliance had already suppressed all the Gu masters below the rock building. I remember that 3 years ago on the Alliance Slope, it was Bai Ningbing who was the first to step out and start the Gu battle. In just 3 years, he became a rank 3 clan elder. Thinking about it makes me shudder. He rose to heaven in one step. When he was rank 2, he could defeat a clan elder in the Xiong clan. This guy has a bright future ahead. The point is that right now he has already grown up, and at this rate, he can become a rank 4 expert, and even rank 5. As for rank 6, rank 5 is mortal, while rank 6 is immortal. Rank 5 is already amazing. Rank 6? Humph, you are all overestimating him. That might not be. Who can predict the future? Under such discussions, the 3 clan heads in the rock building stood up, staring down at the thousands of Gu masters. Gu Yu clan head was in the center, Bai clan head and Xiong clan head at his left and right respectively. The alliance slope gradually quietened down. Gu Yu Bo held the railings, sweeping a glance at the crowd, before saying, "The 3 clan alliance will pull together in times of trouble. For the Gu battle tournament, in the spirit of competition, competitors shall stop before fatality occurs. Start." The alliance slope was dead silent. The crowd looked at each other. The 3 clan alliance would always hold a Gu battle tournament. Not only was it to show off the clan's individual strength, it was also to promote conversation and temporarily alleviate their grudges, to achieve the aims of working together. But who will stand out first? If the first Gu master to stand up failed in public, it would be shameful on their own reputation, and it even shames the clan elders up in the rock building. Last time, Bai Ningbing stood up. But this time, the crowd continued to hesitate. Suddenly at the Xiong clan's side, a group of Gu masters stood first. It was Xiong Li's group. Immediately, the group of 5 invited numerous people's attention and gaze. The Xiong Li group walked past the Gu Yu clan's area, and under everyone's watchful eye, he stood at the Bai clan's territory. It's Xiong Li. Qing Mao Mountain's strongest man? That's right. It seems that not too long ago, the Gu Yu clan's Jishan lost to him in public. His title is unmovable, not even Bai Ningbing can take it away. Damn it, the Gu Yu clan isn't going over. Are they trying to bully our Bai clan? At the Bai clan territory, there was a mild disturbance. Many people knew Xiong Li's strength, and felt a sense of pressure. But Xiong Li looked around, and did not move from his spot. Instead, Xiong Jiang, who was beside him, stood out. Xiong Jiang had a thin body, and at the Xiong clan's area with lots of burly men, he was very striking. He took a few steps forward, facing the Bai clan's Gu masters, cupping his fist. Xiong clan Xiong Jiang challenges brother Bai Bingyi. Once he spoke, astonished noises could be heard below the rock building. Bai Bingyi's status was around the same as Jishan and Xiong Li, etc. Among the Bai clan's young Gu masters, he is only inferior to Bai Ningbing. For Xiong Jiang to challenge him, he was evidently trying to overcome the stronger foe. But could he? Bai Bingyi stood up with a grim face. His body was small and his face was pale. He was like a patient who had just recovered from a serious illness, giving off a feeling of being weak and sickly. But no one dared to underestimate him. You, Xiong Jiang, dare to challenge me. You have some courage. How do you want to compete? Say it, I'll accept it, he said to Xiong Jiang. Xiong Jiang laughed darkly. I specialize in defense, and you specialize in attack. How about this? I defend and you attack. I'll give you 3 attacking opportunities, and we'll compare the results. This was not a life and death match, it was only sparring. But Xiong Jiang had such confidence, he was obviously prepared, and this caused many people to mutter among themselves. Bai Bingyi raised his brows. Xiong Jiang, no matter what Gu worm, you are still a rank 2 Gu master, your cultivation is like that. Do you really think you can block my water drill, Gu? If I injure you, don't complain. Xiong Jiang snickered. We wouldn't know unless we try, right? Come. Saying so, he activated the Gu in his body and his body changed color, becoming dry and green like a dead block of wood. At the same time his teeth turned sharp and long, and 4 fangs were exposed out of his lips. His iris also turned green. This was the rank 2 Gu, roaming zombie Gu. Once activated, it could turn one into a zombie. Compared to living people, zombies are better at resisting punches and kicks and have greater regeneration, but is afraid of fire, lightning and light, although it has greater resistance towards water, wind and poison. At the same time, zombies when fighting under the sunlight are not as strong as in the night, and thus are weakened by the time of the day. Even so, I am not afraid. Bai Bingyi laughed coldly, raising his right arm. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he gathered his 5 fingers at one point and contracted his fist. First, a droplet of water formed on his 5 fingers, then in the blink of an eye, the droplet expanded, turning into a fast-flowing current, and from his fingertips, the water coiled around his palm in a spiral manner. In 2 breaths' time, Bai Bingyi's fist was already covered by a light blue-colored spiral drill that rotated non-stop. Rank 2 Water Drill Gu. Able to drill through rocks and steel with very strong attack power. Barely any Gu worm could defend against it. Receive my blow. Bai Bingyi coughed, throwing out his fist. Xiong Jiang raised both arms, forming an arm shield. The water drill hit his arm, and a large amount of water splattered. The two were at a deadlock for a few breaths when suddenly the water drill's rotation intensified, and Xiongjiang flew 5 to 6 steps back. Xiongjiang laid on the ground, but quickly did a belly flip, standing again. One could see that the muscles on both his arms were torn by the water drill, showing his pale white bones. Bai Clan's Gu masters upon seeing this scene uncontrollably cheered, but a small number frowned. He! Xiongjiang laughed slyly, not minding his injury as a zombie. His pain sensors had been reduced to 0. Bai Bingyi stood on the spot, but suddenly his pale face changed, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Bai Clan Gu master's cheers ended. What happened? Someone exclaimed. It's the Shadow Bond Gu! Bai Bingyi stared deeply at the ground, where Xiongjiang's shadow was distorted at a creepy angle, pasted on top of the snow. It connected both Xiongjiang and Bai Bingyi together. It seems I win, brother Bai. With this Shadow Bond Gu, no matter how much injury I suffer, you will take 10% of it. I specialize in defense, but you are a pure attacker, and you have poor health, so even 10% of the damage is deadly to you, Xiongjiang said plainly. Bai Bingyi wiped the blood traces off his lips, staring deeply at Xiongjiang for a while before saying, Good. Very good. You planned well with such great tactics. I lost. He admitted defeat on the spot. Too unscrupulous. Absolutely cunning and shameless. To think he had a Shadow Bond Gu, senior Bai Bingyi was completely outplayed. Bai Clan's Gu masters exploded into a series of discussions. Xiongjiang cupped his fist. I'm flattered. If we really fought, the final winner would still be Brother Bai. The Shadow Bond Gu's range is limited, it can only bully close-ranged Gu masters. I hope Brother Bai can take good care of me in this upcoming wolf tide. Of course. Bai Bingyi's expression softened a little, and nodded. Bai Clan's Gu masters also started to quieten down. Standing on the rock building, the 3 clans higher-ups who had been observing, nodded discreetly at this scene. The Gu fighting competition was only for sparring and not ruthless assault. Xiongjiang exposing a trump card also increased each other's trust and understanding. Whether it was Xiongjiang or Bai Bingyi's attitude, they were good. Resolving it like this, the Bai Clan's Gu masters, even if they did not admit it, felt admiration towards Xiongjiang. After all, the strong were respected. Xiongli's group had a good start. Gu Yubo lightly praised. He. Xiong clan head beside him laughed lightly. Xiongjiang had given him face. Bai Clan head at the other end had a tough expression. But Xiongli's group did not quit while they were ahead. The 5 left the Bai Clan's area, and came to the Guyu clan. After challenging the Bai Clan, they are challenging the Guyu clan now? Oh no, Xiongli himself is stepping up now! Guyu clansmen were slightly nervous. Many of their gazes were gathered on Qishan, Mo Yen and Qing Shu. But who knew? Xiongli shouted loudly. Who is Fan Yuan? Please stand up. I heard you could chase away the river-swallowing toad alone. Why don't we have a contest of strength? Instantly, the crowd exploded. Xiongli stood up, yet he did not challenge Qing Shu, Qishan or Mo Yen, but instead pointed out a newbie junior. Fan Yuan, who is Fan Yuan? Some of the other villages' Gu masters had never heard this name before. Chasing away the river-swallowing toad alone, oh my god, that's a rank 5 Gu, is he so absurd? Some shot glances of shock and curiosity. Guyu clan's Gu masters took the initiative and opened up a path, and Fan Yuan, who was among them, was exposed. Without anything hindering their vision, Xiongli and Fan Yuan stared at each other. Xiongli's lips curled to an angle, saying with a very manly elegance, I hope Fan Yuan would generously teach me. This Fan Yuan, who in the world is he? He doesn't have 3 heads or 6 limbs anyway. Chasing away the river-swallowing toad is also by coincidence and luck, it is nothing hard. Being targeted by this muscled man Xiongli, he is in big trouble now. Fan Yuan, you can't avoid it anymore. Sigh, in that case, just hope for the best and go ahead and battle. Qishan sighed in his heart. Oh, is that so? Fan Yuan shrugged with a plain expression. Then I admit defeat. The moment he said so, the crowd all went dumbfounded. Chapter 126. Demise of the Wood Charm. Admit defeat. Fan Yuan's words were still lingering in the crowd's ears. Instantly, almost all the rank 2 Gu masters below the rock building looked at Fan Yuan with surprise. Fan Yuan ignored them. He held his arms and stood on the spot with an indifferent expression. Admit defeat? He directly admitted defeat. Did I hear that wrongly? He is Fan Yuan. He doesn't even have the guts to come out, haha. We recognize Xiongli's power, he is indeed strong. But even if you want to admit defeat, at least do that after the formalities. By directly admitting defeat, he is not only showing that he is a coward, he is even tarnishing the clan. The whispers were like ripples in a calm lake. The Gu Master's gazes turned from surprise to despise, scorn and gloating. Many Guyu clan Gu Masters felt unease. The gazes from the Xiong and Bai clans Gu Masters were like invisible needles, piercing their self-esteem. Fan Yuan was a member of the Guyu clan. With him directly admitting defeat, this made them feel absolutely humiliated. How could you admit defeat? Fan Yuan, you are a man of Guyu village, stand up and fight bravely with Xiongli. Even if you lost, it wouldn't be anything serious. If you don't even have the guts to go out, then that would really be throwing away our dignity. Some Guyu clan Gu Masters shouted and urged Fan Yuan to take the challenge. Fan Yuan was indifferent. To him, these words were like dogs barking. The so-called name, face and honor was only a pie painted on a paper, shackles used by the higher-ups to bind the organization members. These Gu Masters were also dogs on a leash. Xiongli gazed at Fan Yuan and suddenly laughed. I am truly disappointed. Is this how a Guyu village's bravery looks like? Guyu clan Gu Masters looked unsightly when they heard this. Hoots of laughter came from Xiong village's side, and even Bai village's Gu Masters looked at Guyu clan with mockery. The people around Fan Yuan started moving away. Everyone made some distance from him. Their faces were filled with embarrassment. Soon, there was no one within 5 steps from Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan stood alone. My way or the highway, his expression was calm as opposed to the surroundings. Others fancied a courageous reputation, but Fan Yuan scoffed at it. This made others loathe him. Because Fan Yuan loathed fame, he was rejecting the society's values. Denying this system of values was rejecting the people who lived their lives following these values. Others naturally wouldn't deny their own values, otherwise they would feel that they were living in a wrong way. Thus, they had subconsciously started to reject and boycott Fan Yuan. A weak-hearted person would be defeated by such rejection, and they would change themselves to suit the public. However, Fan Yuan needed such rejection. He had too many secrets on him, and so he needed to be solitary. At the same time, these people weren't worth being friends with. In his memories, Qingmao Mountain's 3 villages barely survived the wolf tide, but the accident 2 years later would totally destroy them and turn the entire Qingmao Mountain into a desolate area. What Fan Yuan needed was to use this time to improve himself as much as possible, then leave the clan and avoid the fatal disaster. Guyu Qinshu, the number 1 ranked 2 Gu master in the Guyu clan, couldn't help but stand up seeing this situation. Xiongli, how about sparring with me? Hee, what will we compete on? Xiongli was smiling, but his expression was serious. Guyu Qinshu didn't look at Xiongli. He slightly raised his palm and silently moved his primeval essence. His eye watchfully looked at the green vine that was slowly growing out from his palm. He calmly said, Let's compete on your strength. If you can break away from my green vine's binding, I will admit defeat. Is that okay? Hee, good suggestion, let's do it that way. Xiongli grinned, his eyes revealing a bright light. He inwardly thought, I already have the strength of a bear, and combining it with the strength increase from Grand Bear Gu, I possess the strength of 2 bears. Although green vine is tough, I have absolute guarantee of breaking it away with the strength of 2 bears. Xiongjiang won against Bai Bingyi, and if I defeat Qingshu, it would give us great reputation. Qingshu gently smiled. Without speaking, he extended his 2 hands. 2 green vines grew out from his palms. Like 2 nimble green pythons, the 2 vines climbed up Xiongli and twisted around his body. Xiongli's hands were at his waist. The green vines coiled around both his arms and instantly made a dozen circles around them, tightly binding his hands with his back. The Gu masters on the scene couldn't take their eyes off this contest. Please! Qingshu said to Xiongli. Xiongli opened his eyes. He tightly clenched his fists and started putting strength. Every muscle on his body seemed to stand out like lumps on a huge rock. Strength of a bear. Boom! The green vines started to snap under his enormous strength. Ha ha ha, brother Qingshu, it seems the winner of this contest belongs to me. Xiongli was using his strength to break free, but he still had enough energy to make a conversation. Senior Qingshu. Fan Jing was nervous and his hands were sweating. The other Guyu clan's Gu masters were also the same. Guyu Qinshu was the number 1 among them, and if he lost the contest, the Guyu clan would have thoroughly lost their face this time. Not necessarily. Guyu Qinshu smiled, his eyes showing confidence. When he finished speaking, the green vines on his hands started changing. The originally green-like jade color suddenly changed to a dark green color. At the same time, the vines also became thicker and green wide leaves started growing on it. Xionglei's face changed. He sensed the green vine's coiling strength had increased by more than 10 times. What made him more apprehensive was that those green vines which he had broken away from started growing and reconnected with the broken areas. Grand Bear Goo. He sensed the situation going bad and immediately used the Grand Bear Goo in his aperture. Immediately, his hair started stiffening up like steel needles. The muscles on his whole body enlarged, and he seemed to have become much taller and bulkier. Strength of 2 bears. The green vines gave creaking noises, but it was still able to resist this terrifying strength, firmly confining Xiongli. Xionglei's face became very red, and he brought out all his strength to break the green vines. But finally, he was only able to snap one green vine and couldn't continue anymore. I lost. He released the supporting strength of Grand Bear Goo and said while gasping, "You let me win." Qing Shu cupped his hands and retrieved the green vines. "Senior Qing Shu, you are the best." Gu Yu Clan's Gu Masters were jubilant. "Senior Qing Shu really deserves his name. Big brother can't compare to him at all." Fan Jing stood beside Qing Shu and looked at the latter with reverence. Xionglei's gaze was complicated as he looked at Gu Yu Qing Shu. He had progressed and obtained Brown Bear innate strength Gu, but Qing Shu had also progressed. Although he didn't know what the latter used, but this was his true rival. As for that Fan Yuan, he was only a newbie and was nothing to worry about. "It really is the wood charm Gu," Fan Yuan thought as he observed Qing Shu from afar. Xiongli hadn't discovered anything when facing Gu Yu Qing Shu. 2 emerald green leaves had grown on Gu Yu Qing Shu's hair. This was the sign of using the wood charm Gu. The so-called wood charm was a tree spirit. Using the wood charm Gu could let one battle as a tree spirit. The tree spirit was an unusual creature. It could directly absorb the natural essence in the air and use it. Gu masters couldn't do this, they could only use the primeval essence in their aperture. When one used the wood charm Gu, they could become an embodiment of a wood charm tree spirit, and would be able to directly absorb the natural essence in the air and replenish their primeval essence. It was the same as absorbing the primeval essence from primeval stones. When normal Gu masters battle, they are unable to divide their mind and absorb primeval essence from primeval stones while fighting. But as an embodiment of the tree spirit, the absorption of natural essence is an instinct, and does not need one to divide their minds. This meant that the Gu masters who used wood charm Gu were experts in war of attrition. Although one couldn't say that they could use the natural essence endlessly, they could fight for as much as 3 times longer because of the continuous replenishment. And once one became an embodiment of the tree spirit, Gu worms like green vine Gu and pine needle Gu would also have their strength amplified. Fan Yuan instantly connected the dots. Wood charm Gu's fusion advancement can be said to be one of the most extravagant advancement routes. It is a rank 3 Gu and needs to fuse with a 100 years lifespan Gu to advance to a rank 400 years wood charm Gu. The 100 years wood charm Gu needs to fuse with a 1,000 years lifespan Gu to advance into a rank 5,000 years wood charm Gu. Everyone knows this fusion route, but Gu masters rarely use this recipe. The reason is due to the preciousness of the lifespan Gu. When the Gu masters finds lifespan Gu, they will usually use it directly to increase their own lifespan. In this world, a human could live for at most 100 years if they didn't encounter any accidents or illnesses. 100 years was the lifespan limit of the humans. But a lifespan Gu can increase lifespan. 100 years lifespan Gu can increase the lifespan of a person by 100 years, and 1,000 years lifespan Gu could increase it by 1,000. Lifespan Gu were extremely rare and everyone sought after them. Fan Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life because he used 500-year lifespan Gu in his previous life, thus adding 500 years to his lifespan. His 100 years lifespan had turned to 600 years. But in the end, halfway through, he was attacked by the righteous factions and had no choice but to self-detonate and die. Lifespan Gu represented long life and could let people live for long, but it didn't mean undying. The wood charm Gu is powerful but has its weakness. Gu masters can't use it for a long period. If they use it for too long, the wood charm Gu's strength will affect their body and will transform their body to that of wood, finally changing the body into a wooden corpse. In my previous life, Gu Yu Qing Shu had died in this way. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. Ordinarily, Powerful goo worms had huge side effects and needed to be used with other goo worms. Otherwise, there would be harmful influences on the goo master's body. Xiongjiang's roaming zombie goo was best used with the bloodline goo. If not, the blood in his body would decrease when used for too long, and he would change into a true zombie. The Xiongli group returned to their camp. They first went against Bai Bingyi, then met defeat against Qing Shu. Even so, the group still received a lot of applause and praises. Mo Yen, I challenge you. Come, Xiongjiao man, I will fight you. After the Xiongli group, the whole scene suddenly became noisy. Many goo masters continuously came out and challenged the powerful opponents in their minds, demonstrating their bravery. The alliance slope turned chaotic, and all kinds of brilliant and varied goo battles were occurring. The true goo battle had started. Chapter 127. So-called morals and relationships. Only until evening did the goo tournament come to an end. On the alliance slope, the goo masters from all three clans were no longer as divided as earlier. Goo masters plastered the slope and only 3 densely packed groups could be vaguely seen remaining. Goo battle sparring was both a form of venting and also compromise. In this world where the greatest value is strength, only with strength comes respect, and that forms the basis for cooperation. After Xiongli challenged Fan Yuan, no one else came to look for him. Fan Yuan was only a newbie and did not have much interactions with the other 2 clans' goo masters, not to mention any animosity. As for his own clansmen, they would not challenge someone from their own clan in this situation. Especially after Fan Yuan admitting defeat, it caused other goo masters to lose interest in him. Towards this lazy, cowardly opponent, what value is there in winning? Not wanting to be trampled on, there are 2 ways. One is to become strong until no one dares to step on you. Another is to turn into dog shit, something no one would want to step on. Fan Yuan did not care about dog shit, or the reputation of the strong. He always acted unscrupulous, and only cared about the results. Without anyone challenging him, it made his life easier. The surrounding people's contempt and disdain, he treated it like air. If he could not endure even these gazes, what right did he have to pursue the demonic way? The alliance gathering ended successfully, and Guyu clan, Bai clan, and Xiong clan all reached an agreement. First, declaring the rules. The 3 clans will temporarily put aside their grudges and resist the wolf tide together. In times of danger, they will assist each other. At the same time, internal killing is prohibited, and an investigating battle group will be set up. Once they find any murders, the murderer will first be chased out of the clan, then the 3 clans will bring judgment together, making them pay with their lives. If the murderer escapes outside, their families' lives will be forfeited. Even if the goo master dies, goo worms retrieved from their corpses have to be given to the clan, and if it is used secretly, they will be charged with murder. After the goo worm is submitted, they can exchange it for merit points. Secondly, setting up the battle merit board. With a small group as a unit, every moment will be showing the battle achievements of the groups from all 3 clans and their rankings. A lightning wolf's eyeball is exchanged for 10 merit points. Merit points can be used to exchange for goo worms, primeval stones, and other resources. The appearance of the battle merit board naturally inspired the hot-bloodedness of the goo masters. The result of the goo battle sparring could not explain the true strength of both parties in actual combat. For example, in the case of Xiongjiang and Bai Bingyi, other than the water drill goo, Bai Bingyi naturally had other attacking methods, but Xiongjiang's shadow bond goo only had an effective range of 10 meters. Furthermore, the results of any battle are swayed by many external factors. Goo battle sparring lacked a convincing element, which the battle merit board can provide as a fairer method of competition. The goo masters from the 3 clans wasted no time in hunting lightning wolves, fighting for a better ranking on the battle merit board. This was not just for one's own glory, but also for the reputation of the clan. Especially the top 3 positions in the merit board, it showed intense competition. Almost every day, the top 3 would have some sort of change. Very quickly, a month passed. Winter left and spring came, causing all living beings to grow once more. After a battle, Fan Yuan stepped on the remaining snow, regulating his breathing as well as observing the battlefield around him. On the battlefield, there were over 10 lightning wolves, all dead. Wolf blood and minced corpse could be seen everywhere, and the air emanated a smell of thick blood. Howl! At this point, wolf cries could be heard from a distance not too far away. Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. With his experience, he knew that a pack of wolves were heading this way rapidly. If it was any other goo master, after an intense battle, Without enough primeval essence in their aperture, they might have thoughts of retreating. But Fan Yuan did not care about this. He squatted down and began to gather the eyeballs from the wolf corpses. His movements were fluid and highly efficient, but even so, after he was done extracting, he was already half surrounded by the wolf pack. This was a mid-sized wolf pack with around 100 crippled wolves, their greenish wolf eyes showing a ruthless expression as they stared at Fan Yuan firmly. Fan Yuan kept the wolf eyes well before standing up with a smile. Next, his body flickered like water ripples, and he vanished on the spot. The wolf pack that had come to assault him were instantly riled up, and some of the crippled wolves stood in their tracks, showing a hesitant feeling. After all, they were wild beasts. Seeing such a magical scene, it was hard to comprehend. But this is also because the Lightning Wolf King uses its wolf eyes to observe, and not its nose. Lightning wolves are fantastical creatures of this world. Their vision is sharp like an eagle, but their sense of smell is no better from humans. My stealth scales goo counters these lightning wolves perfectly, but it cannot hide from a dog's nose. Fan Yuan was clear in his heart. Stealth scales goo was successfully refined by him before the goo battle tournament. It was like a fossilized carp, gray throughout, lying in Fan Yuan's primeval sea, letting the liquid essence flow around its very realistic fish scales. The fish scale goo that Fan Yuan lacked was naturally obtained by trading the black boar goo with Qing Shu. With this stealth scales goo, Fan Yuan could retreat from under the lightning wolf's nose. In these few days, this situation had already occurred many times. Normally, wolves or hounds had very sensitive noses. But lightning wolves were different. They were very fast, but without clear vision, they would knock into a tree or the mountain rocks. But nature is fair, as when it bestowed the lightning wolves with its sharp vision, it also took away their sense of smell. However, the lightning crown wolf was different. Even with the stealth scales goo, Fan Yuan could travel freely among the normal wolf tide, but in front of a myriad beast king like the lightning crown wolf, he had nowhere to hide. That is because the lightning crown wolf's eyes had the lightning eye goo residing in it. This goo allowed the ability to see through all sorts of cloaking. Other than the lightning eye goo, there are actually also many other goo worms that can detect the stealth Fan Yuan. For example, the snake communication goo, it can detect heat. The beast language goo can allow a goo master and wild beasts to converse and obtain information. The clairaudience goo can allow a goo master's hearing to be extremely sensitive. Thus, even with the stealth scales goo, it did not mean Fan Yuan was completely safe, but it was at most a good life-saving trump card. When he returned to the village, it was still afternoon. The day in spring was bright and beautiful, and there were many people passing in and out of the village door. What was different from previous years was that people on the road were mostly goo masters, while there were very little mortals. Under the influence of the wolf tide, the wilderness was not safe. Hunters did not dare to hunt in the mountains, and farms were almost abandoned. On the streets, goo masters were high in morale, each returning with blood traces all over, or enthusiastically leaving. They were either talking about the battle merit board's ranking, or discussing their experiences in killing the lightning wolves. Some were talking about the well-performing goo masters from the other villages. Fan Yuan was among the crowd that walked into the village, and he went to the village square in front of the family head pavilion. The square already had a stage. The merit points were exchanged here. A large amount of goo masters gathered here, and rank 1 goo masters were doing administrative work. Some rank 2 goo masters squeezed around, using the blood-stained wolf eyes to exchange for merit points. There was also a portion of them that were using their merit points to exchange for primeval stones, goo worms or food ingredients, etc. In the middle of the village square, a large banner was erected, and on it there was the written language of this world. It was constantly changing. This is the battle merit board, and on it there are over a dozen swim-word goo. Rank 1 swim-word goo, after being manipulated by rank 1 support goo masters, can freely convert the contents of the writings on the banner. Why is the number 1 still the by clans by Bing Yi's group? Some stared at the battle merit board, frowning. Let me see, Bai Bingyi is number 1, our clan's Qingshu group is number 2, and Xiongli group is number 3, my group is the 137th. A goo master counted. This time, someone suddenly said, It changed. Qingshu group is now number 1. They pushed by clans by Bingyi to number 2. On the battle merit board, the symbol showing the second-ranking Qingshu group suddenly moved, crawling its way upwards and pulling the Bai Bingyi group down with its hands, ascending the position of number 1 itself, even using its leg to trample around. Such a human reaction, it was naturally due to the Gu Master manipulating the swim word Gu. Seeing this interesting change, the Gu Masters in the village square laughed heartily, pointing a thumbs up towards Qingshu's group, praising non-stop. The rank 1 Gu Master controlling the swim word Gu had a red face as he showed an expression of excitement. Lord Qingshu, you are indeed our number 1 rank 2 Gu Master. Good job, Lord Qingshu. Guyu Qingshu walked among the crowd, smiling faintly. Guyu Fangjing, who was behind him, clenched both fists, following closely with an excited expression on his face. The praises from all over the square filled the young man's strong materialistic desire. This made Fangjing feel like he was walking on a bright path, unknowingly increasing his recognition towards the clan. Big brother. He saw Fang Yuan standing among the crowd, observing with his arms folded. Big brother, you are still alone, all by yourself. No wonder you have been at the bottom of the ranking ever since the start. Only by removing your prejudice and fusing into the masses can you feel the warmth and happiness of the clan. Fang Jing sighed, feeling that Fang Yuan was somewhat pitiful and pathetic. People who were like Fang Yuan, always fighting alone without any companions, could not feel any kinship from the clan or friendship forged from fighting together with your teammates. Facing everything alone is not only dangerous, but mundane. A person living without friendship, love or kinship, what is the meaning of being alive? Fang Yuan stood among the crowd, staring at the tall merit board. Without doubt, the last position on the ranking was written in large letters. Fang Yuan Group. Other Gu Masters, upon seeing this, felt extremely shameful, but Fang Yuan's gaze was calm, not minding it one bit. After being promoted to group leader, he had never recruited any members. He was a loner group leader, the most special group in the entire Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans. With only him alone, of course his daily hunting results could not compare to other groups. Of course, with Fang Yuan's current abilities, if he tried hard he would definitely not be last place. But this was pointless to Fang Yuan. He did not need much merit points, living resources or Gu worms food, he had stock for everything. He had planned to exchange for a fish scales Gu earlier, but now he no longer needed to. Right now he was hunting lightning wolves daily just to put on a show to fulfill the quota, and secondly accumulate some merit points to exchange for moon orchid petals. After all, his Moonglow Gu needed this food. Half a month soon passed, and the spring atmosphere intensified. Trees started to grow leaves, and wildflowers on the roadside bloomed. Under the warm spring winds, Gu Masters sang in battle, and the battle situation was getting better and better. Fang Yuan walked on the pavement, seeing everyone's happy faces, their exchanges of praise like courageous acts, and the likes. Of course, there were also some Gu Masters who were in deep worry, showing an unhappy expression. These Gu Masters were mostly the elderly, as with their rich life experiences, they knew that the real wolf tide was coming in summer and autumn. Fang Yuan realized in his heart. What caused this current situation is due to the 3-clan alliance, thus people have reduced their caution of each other, and this enabled Gu Masters to be more invested in resisting the wolf tide. Secondly, the lightning wolves exterminated were only the crippled wolves. Thirdly, with the coming of spring, many wolves are busy mating. When summer comes, the truly energetic and healthy wolves would attack from all directions, causing great damage and deaths to the 3 clans. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. In this year's wolf tide, the intensity was like never before, it reached a danger level that was unforeseen. Even the clan higher-ups greatly underestimated the severity of this wolf tide. In his memory, most of the Gu Masters died, and the trump cards of the 3 clans were nearly fully expended. Fang Yuan had never thought of warning the higher-ups. One is that even if he did, they might not listen to his suggestion, and even emphasize on where he got the information, which he is unable to explain. Secondly, there was no point in telling them, it is a fundamental difference in strength. Thirdly, and the most crucial reason, warning the clan did not fit his biggest interest. I would rather let the world down, than be let down by the world. What kinship, friendship, love, these are but an ornament in life, how can they compare to a man's great ambition? On Earth, Xiangyu wanted to cook Liu Bang's father, and the Han Dynasty ancestor Liu Bang even laughed, and said, "Go ahead, don't forget to give me a piece of meat." Tang Dynasty Li Shiming killing his brothers, Cao Cao's army having no rations and cooking people to turn them into dried meat as food. Liu Bei borrowing Jingzhou but never returning. The higher-ups praised the values and morals, but those are just tools to maintain their rule. If one is restrained by these, how can they achieve anything? Those who step into upper society, Who does not have blood-stained hands, stepping on corpses along the way? A capitalist's initial startup fund, the process is always bloody. Any politician's hands are dirty, and a so-called philanthropists are merely using money to gain recognition in society. It is just that the successful are apt in hiding their past acts, and those who believe the stories of the successors are truly fools. These fools are everywhere, restrained by emotions and morals. They deserve to be stupidly manipulated by rules. What's sadder is that when they see others not being restrained, they would jump out and criticize, trying to impart these morals to the people, not allowing others to have more freedom than them. In this process, they would even enjoy this ridiculous moral superiority and bliss. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan looked at the Gu masters walking past him. These people, they had a body full of abilities, and some even had higher cultivation than him, but for what? They are just pawns, merely restrained dogs. What truly stalls a person's success is not talent, but mindset. Any organization, once a person is born, would impart their morals and rules, constantly brainwashing. Those that want to surpass humanity's achievements have to break this restraint on their mindset. Sadly, most people are trapped by this their entire lives, using this to move forward with motivation and even use their chain collar as a symbol of pride. Thinking so, Fan Yuan laughed coldly. Walking out of the village door, he retracted his thoughts. There was something important today. He was preparing to enter the rock-cracked secret cave again. Chapter 128. If not for the harshness of the winter, how could we look forward to spring? A faint red glow pervaded the stone forest, the petrified growths sprouting out from the ceiling towards the ground like upside-down trees. It was a sight to see. It has been over a month since I last came here. Fan Yuan thought helplessly. After the three clans united, they had commenced a crusade to continuously eliminate the surrounding wolf packs. Because of the constant traffic for the war effort, Gu masters made up an almost ever-present flow moving nearby the stone crack cave. In such a situation, even if Fan Yuan possessed stealth scales Gu, there was a danger of exposing himself. Despite the risk, Fan Yuan was very careful in the way he did things. 500 years' worth of life experience had nurtured enough patience in him. He kept rein over his desires and made sure not to make movements around the stone cave during this period. When spring came, the crippled wolves had been successfully rooted out, and there were few Gu masters left roaming around. Only then was he willing, and Fan Yuan circled around the village before using the stealth scales Gu to come back. A month had passed by, allowing some stone monkey groups to repopulate, and they had moved to the stone pillars he had cleared before. Fortunately, the number were quite few. Fan Yuan spent some time killing the monkey groups and advancing towards the central area of the stone forest. Under the shadow of the huge stone pillar, an obvious artificial cave entrance appeared before his eyes. Some crude rock stairs extended downwards from the cave mouth into the darkness. Fan Yuan used the white jade Gu to cover his whole body with a layer of faint jade light, and carefully descended down the stairs. His left hand held a fire torch, whereas bright moonlight shone on his right palm. The Moonglow Gu was already activated. It was completely dark underground, and even the fire torch could only illuminate 5 steps ahead. An illumination-type Gu would be a lot helpful in such situations. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan was not so affluent. Step by step, he walked on for a long while before reaching the end of the stairs. A crude artificial stone door was in front of him. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Fan Yuan lifted his fire torch, which illuminated some characters carved on the stone door. Earth communication. Golden Centipede. Fan Yuan's eyes gleamed, comprehending the meaning. If this is what I think it is. He crouched down and touched the ground. The soil was wet. There's something. He was happy. He began to dig the soil, and indeed, he found an earth treasury flower. He carefully uncovered the petals and took out a Gu worm from the heart of the flower. This was a special Gu. It resembled a human ear, but much smaller. It was yellowish-brown, and looked shriveled and dull. He felt it in his palm. It was shriveled like marinated radish and carried some warmth. Dozens of roots like the ginseng roots grew out from its sides. This was a rank 2 grass Gu, Earth Communication Ear Grass. Looking at the Earth Communication Ear Grass, Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. This Earth Communication Ear Grass's usage was to scout. It had appeared in a great time and was perfect for Fan Yuan. Earth Communication Ear Grass had a great advantage. It could scout up to 300 paces. This range was among the best of rank 2 investigative Gu worms. It was easy to feed too. Its food was the ginseng roots. There were many forested mountains in the southern border. There were far more ginsengs here than in Earth. Hunter families would occasionally pick some when they went to hunt in the mountains. Especially when ginseng is easy to store. As long as it is completely dried and sealed up properly, it could be kept for a long time under room temperature. Moon orchid petals wilted in a few days, but ginseng could be stored for a long time. Goo worms need to be nurtured, used and refined. These three aspects are broad and has many mysteries within them. Earth communication eargrass is easy to nurture, but using it is rather troublesome. Fan Yuan pondered. He held the earth communication eargrass and poured primeval essence, instantly refining it. Earth communication eargrass was very outstanding and could compare with many rank 3 investigative goo worms. However, heaven was fair, and using the earth communication eargrass didn't end with just refining, it still needed a certain price. Just like the zombie goo and wood charm goo which needed to be used with other goo worms, there was a consequence. If used for a long time, the goo master's body would slowly corrode and turn into a true zombie or tree man. Many goo worms can't be used by merely refining them, they still need some special prerequisites. This earth communication flesh ear goo is also the same. By using it to ascertain this situation, I can truly move about freely in the wolf tide and even achieve some of my goals during this wolf tide. Fan Yuan pondered for a while and decided to use this earth communication flesh ear goo. As the gains would be greater than losses, even if he had to pay the price, it was nothing for the sake of his future. No matter which world, how could one gain anything without paying a price? Fan Yuan coldly smiled and put the earth communication eargrass in his aperture. He gazed at the stone door deeply, then turned around and left. If he didn't guess wrong, there would be a great danger in the other side of the stone door. Only by using the earth communication eargrass could he be able to avoid it. Fan Yuan exited the secret cave and leisurely circled the village. After making several rounds, hunting several lone wolves and taking their eyeballs, he returned. He was still the last in the battle merit board. As he walked through the street, the goo masters who recognized him laughed at him or threw a contemptuous look. Fan Yuan didn't care and still went his own way. After several days, he used small battle merits to exchange for ginseng roots, properly feeding the earth communication eargrass and recovering its vitality. Most of the clan's attention was on the wolf tide. No one paid attention to Fan Yuan. If it was before, uncle and aunt might have brought him some troubles, but they had made no more movements ever since Fan Yuan sold the family assets to them. Difficult to do openly, easy to do secretly. Soon, Fan Yuan smoothly completed some preparations in the dark. Tonight, the moon was bright and stars were few. The moon hung high above like a jade plate, and the gentle darkness of the night was like a yarn, covering Qing Mao Mountain. From time to time, wolf howls could be faintly heard from afar. Fan Yuan securely closed the door and windows. He stood inside his rented room, his whole body naked. There was a table in front of him and a basin filled with warm water was laid on it. Beside the wash basin was a white towel and a sharp dagger on top. Even the floor he was standing on was covered with a layer of thick cloth. Strands of moonlight passed through the cracks in the windows and shone upon the table. Fan Yuan's expression was indifferent as he grabbed the dagger. The dagger was sharp and had a cold shine to it. It could even be used as a mirror. Under the faint light, the young man's indifferent face was reflected on the dagger. Right now, Fan Yuan couldn't help but think of a martial arts skill book from Earth called The first sentence in the first page of was castrate yourself to train this skill. One needed to give up or pay something if they wanted to receive quick strength. So what if you needed to castrate yourself? If you don't have such ruthless decisiveness and aren't willing to let go, how could you accomplish your ambitions and become a lord ruling over everything? Wanting to receive without paying anything was only fairy tales to deceive children. Back to Fan Yuan's current state, to use this earth communication eargrass, the price he needed to pay couldn't amount to anything. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan coldly smiled. He used his fingers to lightly caress the cold blade and softly hummed, "Moon like the frost-filled night, the dagger shines with a cold light." If not for the harshness of the winter, how could we look forward to spring? He quickly moved his hand. The hand rose and the dagger fell. Blood burst out. A piece of flesh fell on the table. Fan Yuan had cut apart his whole right ear and blood was spurting out of it. He first felt a little cool before an intense burst of pain suddenly attacked him. He gritted his teeth and sucked in breath through his teeth. He resisted the pain and called out earth communication eargrass from his aperture. He had nurtured this earth communication eargrass back to its full vitality. It was now completely different from how it looked back when he just got it. Back when he had taken it out of the earth treasury flower, it was shriveled and dull. Now it was plump and warm, fat and big, and had grown up to an adult palm size. It was highly elastic and resembled the Buddha's drooping ear of earth. Fan Yuan pressed the earth communication flesh ear goo on his wound at the right side of his head, and immediately poured red steel primeval essence towards it. The earth communication flesh ear goo's roots immediately came to life and rapidly began to grow, taking root in Fan Yuan's wound. Another burst of pain came. Fan Yuan felt like dozens of earthworms were drilling towards his brain from his wound. This feeling was painful and also nauseating. Generally speaking, goo masters would use some goo worms to numb their nerves in this stage. But Fan Yuan wasn't in that situation and could only rely on his iron willpower to forcefully endure it. In the end, his body was that of a youth's, and Fan Yuan, who endured this pain, couldn't help but feel his body starting to sway. More and more roots extended, entered his wound. Slowly, the earth communication ear grass glued together with the bloody wound, becoming Fan Yuan's new right ear. Finally, there was no more blood flowing out of the wound, there wasn't even a scar. However, Fan Yuan's face was pale, the pain had only slightly decreased, it was still tormenting him. Veins bulged out from his head, and his heart thumped rapidly. At this stage, Fan Yuan was already finished for the most part, but some time was still necessary for his body to adapt to the earth communication ear grass. He picked up a mirror and looked at it under the faint moonlight. He saw his pale face and frowning brows in the mirror. His right ear was bigger than his left by over 2 times and looked like a deformity. Fan Yuan didn't mind it. After looking at the mirror for a moment, and seeing no problems, he felt satisfied. He put the mirror down and picked up the towel. He dipped the towel in the warm water in the basin and wiped the bloodstains on his body. He had no clothes on, so it was very easy to clean the bloodstains. Some blood had flowed down his foot but were absorbed by the cotton cloth spread on the floor. Fan Yuan cleaned the bloodstains, then picked up his right ear from the table. He coldly snorted, then used the moonglow goo, slicing his own right ear into meat paste and completely destroying it. Fan Yuan held the basin filled with the watery blood and put it under the bed before throwing a piece of coal in it. Only after doing all this did Fan Yuan lay down on the bed. The pain had weakened for the most part, but was still tormenting him. Fan Yuan felt the pain in his head along with his heartbeat. He did not know how much time had passed, but he finally fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 129. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. When Fan Yuan woke up, it was already noon of the second day. His headache was gone, and the intense pain had vanished completely. He touched his ears subconsciously, the sense of touch no different from before. It was as if the cutting of his ear never happened last night. He climbed down from his bed, finding a mirror to look at himself. In the mirror, a young man's face was shown. He was not handsome, but his dark abyss-like iris made him stand out from mortals, showing a special unique coolness and charisma. The young man's ears were the same as any others. Last night, when he planted the earth communication ear grass, Fan Yuan's right ear was plump and big, his ear drooping till it nearly reached his chin. But now it was completely normal from appearance, there was nothing different. This is because his body and the earth communication ear grass had gotten used to each other. Fan Yuan's thought moved, and from his aperture a little red steel primeval essence flowed along his body, moving up towards his right ear. At once, his hearing improved multiple times, and numerous footsteps could be heard. Although he was on the second floor, he had a feeling of stepping on earth. Fan Yuan paid attention and listened as his primeval essence continued to be used, and his hearing improved as well. In the mirror, roots started to grow out of his ear. These roots were like the roots of 1,000-year ginseng, extending from his ear towards the outside, constantly growing longer and moving towards the ground. At the same time, his right ear had the notion of becoming fatter. Fan Yuan stopped using the earth communication ear grass, and a second later, the roots growing out of his ears retracted, and his right ear became normal again. Of course, his hearing also went back to its initial state. This way, I have a recon type goo. Fan Yuan wore his upper shirt, taking out a water basin from under his bed. Last night, the bloody water had turned into blackish dirty water due to the charcoal tossed in. The bloody towel submerged within was the same as well. There was still some white in the red color initially, but now it was all covered by the black soot. It was easy to make people assume that it was a cloth for wiping grease in the kitchen. This basin, when brought out, even if it was poured in front of someone, nobody would notice. Summer was coming, and many clansmen were trying to clean the stove that they used in winter. Often they would end up with a basin of dirty water just like this. While the iron was still hot, Fan Yuan entered the rock-cracked secret cave again. This time, he did not enter empty-handed, but caught a deerling outside and tied its forelimbs together. He used a steel contraption to bind its mouth, and then used the stealth scales goo to hide his presence, and brought it to the rock door. He did not open the door in a hurry, but activated the earth communication ear grass. The roots extended from his ear, and his hearing ability amplified. Dong dong dong. Firstly, he heard a light sound, the sound of slow heartbeat. As the roots grew longer, the heartbeat became louder, and the sources of sound also increased. Fan Yuan did not need to think to realize that these heartbeats were coming from the jade-eye stone monkeys in the rock forest. He shut his eye and he could imagine in his head the owners of these sounds hiding in their caves, curling into a ball and sleeping. But this was not what he wanted to find out. He continued listening, his right ear already becoming slightly fat, the ginseng limbs growing out of his ear almost half a meter long, the roots having sentience. They extended to the rock door, and stabbed in rather shallowly. At this moment, Fan Yuan felt that his hearing had a gigantic boost. With him as center, he could hear the numerous noises of a 300-step radius. This was the earth communication ear grass true usage. What he did in the village was merely a test. If the earth communication ear grass roots did not touch the ground, for a rank 2 recon goo, it was at a very average level. But once the roots are in the ground, its range would drastically improve. This was understandable. On Earth, the theory was that sound travels at a speed related to its intermediary. Sound in the earth or in water, the speed of transmission was far greater than through air. In ancient China, some soldiers in war, when sleeping, would use a wooden quiver as their pillow. Once any cavalry attacks, the soldiers would hear the noise from the earth and be awakened in time. If they waited for sound to travel by air, they would not have time to react. The roots grew into the rock door, and Fan Yuan could instantly hear the commotion behind it. It was a very scrambled and confusing noise, but very frequent. Compared to this noise, the stone monkey's heartbeat was like the sound of drums. If a newbie was using this earth communication ear grass for the first time, upon hearing this they would be thinking of all the possible guesses. But to Fan Yuan, this noise was expected, and he only listened for a while before frowning. He pushed open the rock door. The rock door was heavy, but with his strength of 2 boars now, it was easy. The rock door opened, and a dark long tunnel appeared in front of him, stretching on at a straight line, towards the unknown. Fan Yuan untied the deer he had caught, and tossed it into the tunnel. The deerling was very smart. Sensing the dangers of the dark path ahead, it did not dare to move forward. Its huge eyes stared at Fan Yuan, showing fear and a begging intention. Fan Yuan snorted and threw a moon blade. This moon blade was controlled to be small, slicing vertically and inflicting a light wound on the deerling's body. The blood gushed out from its wound, and under the pain, the deerling's fear towards Fan Yuan won, and it rushed into the dark tunnel. Darkness soon engulfed it. Fan Yuan activated the earth communication ear grass again. This time the roots grew into the walls. His hearing amplified, and first he heard the deerling's footsteps, its heartbeat, and some other noise. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Fan Yuan knew in his heart that these noises were the movement sound of a centipede. In his ear, he could hear the deerling's cries. Evidently it had gone into the cave and met the centipede. Fan Yuan could see the image in his mind, the flustered deerling attacked by a centipede swarm, completely engulfing it. The deerling turns around in fright, and as it kicks its young hooves it felt the sense of death approaching and gave cries for help. Uncountable number of centipedes climbed onto its body, and the deer laid on the ground, rolling and struggling. Only after a while later, its heartbeat stopped. The centipede army started to consume the deerling meat on its body. Fan Yuan's gaze shone as he heard a special sound. This sound was like a buzzing, like the turning on of a chainsaw. It was full of arrogance, dominance, and wildness. If a newbie heard this, they would be confused. But with Fan Yuan's experience, he could guess the identity of this sound at once. Rank 3 Wild Goo Worm, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. This was the Worm King in the centipedes, the true killer in the centipede cave. Fan Yuan could completely imagine, a meter over in length, the breadth of 2 fists, coiling and slithering around the cave. On the 2 sides of its body, there is a row of sharp saw-like teeth. As it moved, the chainsaws also moved around rapidly, just like an electric chainsaw. The chainsaw golden centipede's arrival caused the centipede army to quieten. It came ferociously, and wherever it went, the centipedes gave way, showing the half-body remains of the deerling. It climbed to the deerling's body, opening its mouth and consuming the deer blood and deer meat, and when it got to the bones, it coiled its body up and used the chainsaws to lightly grind against the bones, turning it into powder easily. Even the white jade goo's defense cannot endure this chainsaw golden centipede's attack. It seems that the flower wine monk's intention is to make me use this earth communication ear grass and avoid the centipede. But I have the spring autumn cicada, so to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede, it is not impossible. Fan Yuan had a thought in his head. He was overjoyed at this prey. The chainsaw golden centipede was an outstanding goo worm. If it was his to use, it would be another strong method of attack. Only that, in order to subdue this chainsaw golden centipede, even a rank 4 goo master would have to expend a lot of effort. Catching and killing are two things, the former is way harder than the latter. Wild goo worms were all crafty, and if the chainsaw golden centipede saw something amiss, it would burrow into the ground and escape. If a goo master did not have a burrowing method, how can he give chase? But Fan Yuan had the spring autumn cicada, thus as long as he caught this chainsaw golden centipede and released a hint of the spring autumn cicada's aura, he would make the goo worm cower and not dare to move. Spring autumn cicada was a rank 6, its aura was extremely powerful against rank 1 to rank 4 goo worms. But against rank 5, it had less effect, and towards other rank 6, there was no deterrence force in it. This phenomenon is very interesting, but actually human society is just the same. Towards someone outstanding, people would envy, worship and admire. But to someone who is only slightly better performing, they would dare to offend, and was mostly competition and jealousy. I am only at rank 2 middle stage now, hence to subdue this rank 3 chainsaw golden centipede, it is possible but still too early. Fan Yuan assessed. Rank 2 goo masters should use rank 2 goo worms, which is the most appropriate and most useful. Of course, rank 2 goo masters can also own rank 3 or even rank 4 goo worms. But this was not common. Firstly, the higher rank the goo worm, the more expensive it is to feed it. Secondly, they become harder to use and require more cost when activating. Like a baby trying to wield a large hammer, if it forcefully tried to, it might pull a muscle due to the hammer's weight and smash its own leg. The deerling has already alerted the entire colony. It would take 10 days to half a month for these centipedes to calm down. After my testing, the thought in my heart has been affirmed, but I have no chance to strike yet. Why don't I slow down and give it some time? This matter cannot be rushed. Fan Yuan left his thoughts here and closed the rock door again. He then left using the stealth scales goo. Chapter 130. Clansmen are still more reliable. Dark clouds covered the sky, casting shadows over the entire Qingmao mountain, seemingly signifying the coming of a storm. On a remote mountain side, a dozen robust lightning wolves drew back the corners of their mouth and made low roars. They had surrounded Fan Yuan. These wolves had a healthy body and were not like the crippled wolves. Any other rank 2 goo master would be desperate if they were caught in such besiegement, alone. However, the situation was quite opposite right now. Fan Yuan was standing on the spot, his expression calm. Instead, these lightning wolves that were surrounding him were slightly nervous and afraid. The battle had already continued for a while and the ground was soaked with blood. Several lightning wolves had collapsed on the ground, and the silence showed Fan Yuan's battle accomplishments. Kill! Fan Yuan shouted inwardly. He took the initiative to attack even though he was the one surrounded. His foot pushed the ground as he pounced towards a lightning wolf on his left side. This lightning wolf immediately shrunk back a small step in fear, but then its vicious personality was stimulated. It made a powerful jump and attacked Fan Yuan. It opened its mouth in the air, revealing the many sharp wolf teeth that filled its mouth. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. He didn't evade but just swung his right arm. Whoosh! An eerie blue moon blade flew horizontally through the air and struck the lightning wolf's open mouth. There was only a ripping noise. This unfortunate lightning wolf was instantly cut apart into two from its mouth to tail by this moon blade. Boiling blood spurted out and poured like a rain of blood. Fan Yuan's whole body flashed with white jade light as he charged through the blood rain and rampaged within the wolf pack. The lightning wolves reacted. They attacked him from all sides. They opened their mouths and tore at him but were blocked by the white jade goo's defense, causing their own teeth to be broken. Their claws were also of no use. Fan Yuan punched and kicked, and the lightning wolves were sent flying under his enormous strength of 2 boars. Some lightning wolves had their skulls directly smashed and died on the spot. Fan Yuan grasped the upper hand in this battle. But good things don't last forever, for his primeval essence was being used quickly. Fan Yuan's aptitude was only C grade and his cultivation was at rank 2 middle stage currently. The primeval essence in his aperture was not even 50%. He looked at his declining primeval essence, but there were still several lightning wolves remaining. He had no choice but to use Stealth Scales Goo. His body gradually disappeared like the ripples in the water. In a blink of an eye, there was no more trace of him. The lightning wolves were at their wits' end, and they gave off furious howls and started searing the area but didn't find anything. Fan Yuan had not gone far. He gazed at the lightning wolves' movements while absorbing primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, and also maintaining the concealment of the Stealth Scales Goo at the same time. Lightning wolves had extraordinary eyesight, but their sense of smell were not sharp. The Stealth Scales Goo just so happened to be their bane. When Fan Yuan's primeval essence recovered to 30%, the lightning wolf pack finally retreated unwillingly. Fan Yuan didn't have a movement goo worm, so if the lightning wolves really retreated, he would definitely not be able to catch up to them with his speed. Thus, he removed the concealment of the Stealth Scales Goo and became visible. Huh! The lightning wolves saw Fan Yuan, and as if he had killed their fathers, they rushed at him. Fan Yuan sneered. He waited till the lightning wolves were in front of him, then he suddenly struck with his right hand. His right fist was covered with a layer of faint white jade light which was extremely hard. The punch ferociously struck a lightning wolf's lower back. Crack! A crisp sound was heard immediately, and this unlucky lightning wolf was sent flying by Fan Yuan, its lower back fractured. It fell on the ground and crazily struggled while letting out miserable howls, but it could no longer get up. Fan Yuan had recovered sufficient primeval essence, and with his formidable fighting strength, he killed 4 more lightning wolves in a few moments. The remaining several lightning wolves lost their fighting spirit and looked at Fan Yuan with fear. They whimpered and then tucked their tails and escaped. Fan Yuan didn't chase after them. He couldn't compare to these lightning wolves in speed. Chasing was pointless. The ground was filled with wolf corpses and they were all Fan Yuan's spoils of war. But Fan Yuan was cautious. He didn't hurry to take out the lightning wolves' eyeballs. Earth communication ear grass. He got down on his hands, his right ear close to the earth. Roots grew out from the ear and pierced the soil. His hearing strength amplified instantly. He could scout anything within a 300-step radius. Many sounds entered his ear, but there were no sounds of wolf packs or the sounds of other Goo masters moving about. It is safe for the moment. Fan Yuan let out a breath of relief. He took out a dagger and began to dig out the eyeballs of the lightning wolves. He only handed over a small part of these eyeballs and hid the rest. If he handed all of them, it would no doubt attract suspicions and even result to secret investigations. Fan Yuan wanted to prevent such inconveniences as much as possible. Fan Yuan immediately left after digging out all the eyeballs of these lightning wolves. When he had killed 2 more wolf packs like this, the sky was already covered with thick dark clouds. Strong wind blew, blowing through the pine forests, creating a green wave in the mountain along with the rustling of the leaves. Hello! Faint howls of large numbers of lightning wolves echoed within the wind. Fan Yuan's expression slightly paled. According to his previous life's memories, today was the day the wolf tide truly broke out. He used the earth communication ear grass again but didn't hear the rapid advancement of the lightning wolves. He wasn't surprised, but instead became calm. This meant that there was at least over a 300-step gap away between him and the lightning wolves. This distance, along with his own speed and the knowledge of the topography, sufficed to let him reach the village safely. These lightning wolves are cunning, choosing to attack in such weather. The noise from the strong wind and the sounds from the pine forest will mask their movements to a great degree. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly, then ran towards the village with his greatest speed. After running for hundreds of meters, he bumped into a 5-person Goo master group. Hey, you are Goo Yu Fan Yuan. A young Goo master in the group raised his eyebrows when he saw Fan Yuan and greeted him in an odd way. This Goo master was Goo Yuping, Fan Yuan's classmate. During the academy period, he had suffered from Fan Yuan's bullying and extortion. Fan Yuan indifferently glanced at him before brushing past him without pausing, not giving him a chance to speak again. Bastard. Goo Yuping was stunned, then a stifled feeling rose up in his heart, and his speed slowed down. He didn't get the chance to ridicule Fan Yuan. Little Ping. Don't slow down. We need to hunt at least 50 lightning wolves today to preserve our rank in the battle merit board. The group leader spoke. Gu Yuping immediately restrained his furious expression and quickly followed the group members. My group is ranked 75 in the Battle Merit Board. That Fan Yuan is ranked at beyond 200. This difference is like that of heaven and earth. I am also quite fortunate to have such a caring senior as the group leader. From the start of the Wolf Tide till now, I have exchanged part of the battle merits to get a Gu worm. My future is bright. How could Fan Yuan compare to me? Gu Yuping calmed down a lot when he thought of this, even feeling blessed at that. In this world, what can one accomplish by fighting alone? Many hands make light work, unity is the greater power. It is still the clansmen that are reliable. Borrowing the clan's strength, we newbies can safely grow up. That Fan Yuan is an idiot, he really thinks he is a hero. He resolved the problem of the rank 5 river swallowing toad only by luck, and he is putting on airs. Although he has become a group leader, he hasn't recruited any group members, serves him right to be ranked last. Haha. Anyway, with his eccentric personality, how will he recruit any group members? Gu Yuping's movement became more relaxed. Strangely, all along the way, they hadn't run into any wolf packs. Gu Yuping raised his head to look at the sky. It was afternoon, but the sky was already dusky as if it was evening. The wind blew, and the dark clouds densely covered the sky and moved rapidly, brewing thunder and rainstorm. However, Gu Yuping was not afraid, a mocking smile appearing on his mouth as he thought. Ha ha, so Fan Yuan was hurriedly rushing back because he was worried of this rainstorm? What a coward! What is there to be afraid of a rainstorm? Right at this time, the group leader's face suddenly paled. He opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. Sir Group Leader, what happened? Other 4 members naturally noticed this. In this Gu Master group, the group leader was in charge of scouting. Although he was also a rank 2 Gu Master, his scouting Gu worm didn't have as great a radius as Fan Yuan's Earth Communication Ear Grass. His face was deathly white right now, and he had no wish to give detailed explanation. Run, quick! He shouted with terror, and amidst other group members' astonished gazes, he turned around and ran. Follow the group leader! Other group members were not foolish, they quickly reacted and broke into a run. Hullo! Wolf howls came from behind them continuously. From these noises, they knew there was more than 1,000 lightning wolves. Everyone in the group was pale, they breathed heavily, and used all their strength to run. Wait for me! Gu Yuping sprinted with all he had but was still the last. He lost his composure and started screaming for help. He felt the breathing sounds of the lightning wolves behind his back. But what made him despair was the group leader, who normally showed great consideration to him, didn't even turn his head back. The teammates who used to pat their chests and speak of brotherhood and sentiments ignored his shouts. Huh! Gu Yuping suddenly heard a wolf howl right next to him. In the next moment, he felt an enormous force pressed on his back and knocking him down. He tumbled on the ground. The fall had made him dizzy. He subconsciously turned around to try to resist. Boom! A lightning snake flashed through the air. In the darkness, a bold lightning wolf's figure immediately became visible. Its body was twice the size of a normal lightning wolf, the hair in its body erect. It opened its mouth and revealed its silver-white sharp fangs. Gu Yuping's pupils shrank to a needle size, a thought echoing within his mind. 100 Beast King! The wolf pack scale in the wolf nest was enormous. Not only were there 3 myriad Beast King level Thunder Crown wolves, there were also 100 Beast King level Bold Lightning wolves and 1,000 Beast King level Frenzy Lightning wolves. In the very next second, the Bold Lightning wolf opened its mouth, and with a crack sound, Gu Yuping's whole head was gnawed off. Fresh blood and brain matter splashed. The Bold Lightning wolf lowered its head and began to swallow the blood from Gu Yuping's neck and gnawed at his fatty meat. Countless lightning wolves came from behind it and rushed ahead. Rumbling sounds continued incessantly. Pitter-patter, heavy rain also started pouring. The true wolf tide had begun. Chapter 131. Loneliness is the deepest darkness. The rain poured heavily from above, and snake-like lightning danced in the sky randomly. This sustained for the entire night. Fan Yuan lay on his bed, hearing the shouting of Gu masters outside his house and the sound of their footsteps in the rain. He squinted his eyes, visions of his past life flashing in his head again. In his previous life, when the wolf tide attacked, he was still a rank 1 Gu master, and being part of the support group, he hid within the village and managed to escape the disastrous fate. But this time, he was already a rank 2 middle stage, and he had the 4 flavor liquor worm, currently moving towards upper stage. Thus, he had to be like other Gu masters, resisting the wolf tide in such a dark night. The rain is pouring outside, and they still have to fight the large amount of lightning wolves in this provision. This is truly torture. Fan Yuan snorted in his heart. He did not sleep in the rented apartment, but instead he was at the inn. If Fan Yuan was at the rented house, he would definitely be forced to participate. The clan higher-ups have definitely underestimated this wolf tide's severity. The correct method would be to hide in the village and defend to the end. Unfortunately, they are blinded by past experiences. Fan Yuan flipped around in his bed while thinking about this. Outside the window, the rain splattered all over the place. It was definitely a storm. Sounds of thunder constantly entered his ears. On the streets, Gu masters hurriedly moved about, the sounds of their footsteps and furious bellows never having a pause. At once, the cries of the wolves reached the village. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it was the Gu masters who were risking their lives fighting, or the mortals hiding in the village shivering, or even Fan Yuan. After sleeping until the midnight hour, they naturally awoke. He did not get up, but opened his eyes in the darkness while lying on his bed. The sounds outside the window entered his ears. People's life and death battles, he could imagine, along with the thunderstorm outside the village. Gu masters and wolf packs formed an extraordinarily lively stage. No matter which character, they were displaying the essence of life. Life was like a show, this was a good show. But Fan Yuan had no intentions of joining the act. On the contrary, he felt a sense of unexplainable loneliness. A loneliness with boundary. This was not because he was a transmigrator, reincarnator, or the fact that he carried an unspeakable secret. But because everyone was born lonely. Humans are like isolated islands, floating in the sea of fate. Human encounters are like the collision of these loneliness islands, and once they touch, there would be an effect. Sometimes the islands would stick together, in the name of interest, kinship, friendship, love and hate. But eventually, they would separate, walking towards the path of destruction. This is the truth behind life. Unfortunately, people are always afraid of being alone. They crave the liveliness of human crowd, and they refuse to do nothing with their time. Because once they face loneliness, it meant facing pain and hardship. But once they can face this pain, people would obtain talent and courage. Thus, there is a saying, high achievers are definitely lonely. This is the feeling of being lonely. Every time I savor this, it strengthens my resolve to pursue the demonic way. Fan Yuan's gaze shone, thinking of the story of Renzu. Legend says Renzu had obtained the Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu was like a mask, and without a heart Renzu couldn't wear it. Because before this, Renzu had given his heart to the Hope Gu, and from then on he never feared difficulty. But if Renzu wanted to use the Attitude Gu, he needed to have a heart. Renzu was troubled, thus he asked Attitude Gu. He said, "Oh Gu, sometimes Attitude says it's all. Now that I have encountered a problem, you know it, thus I'm here to seek advice." Attitude Gu said, "This is not hard. Renzu, you lack a heart, thus you just have to find a new one." Renzu was confused, asking again, "Then how can I find a new heart?" Attitude Gu sighed. "Heart is nowhere and everywhere. Finding a heart, it is both easy and difficult. With your situation, you can obtain a heart now." Renzu was overjoyed. "Quick, tell me how?" Attitude Gu warned him. "This heart is called loneliness. Human, are you sure you want it? Once you obtain it, you will face endless pain, loneliness, and even fear." Renzu did not listen to his warning, he continued asking. Attitude Gu could not defy Renzu's orders, thus he said, "You only have to stare at the sky on a starry night, and say nothing. Once you reach daylight, you will obtain the heart of loneliness." That night, it was a star-filled sky. According to Attitude Gu's instructions, Renzu sat alone at the mountain peak, staring at the night sky. Before this, his life was very difficult, constantly struggling for survival. He had no time to admire this beautiful yet mysterious sky. But now, as he stared at the starry sky, his thoughts began floating. Constantly thinking about himself, such a meager and weak being like himself, living a life of constant fear and insecurity. Sigh, although I have Hope Gu, Strength Gu, Rules and Regulation Gu, and Attitude Gu, to survive in this land, it is still difficult as ever. Even if I die tomorrow, it is not shocking. If I die, will the world remember me? Will anyone rejoice over my existence, and grieve over my death? Thinking of this, Renzu shook his head. In this world, he was the only human, how can there be others? Even with Gu accompanying him, he still felt a strong sense of loneliness. Heart of loneliness! At this moment, when Renzu felt lonely, his body suddenly had a brand new heart. The sun rose from the horizon and shone on his face. But Renzu felt no happiness, and instead felt an endless pain, despair, confusion, and even fear. He could not endure this loneliness and fear, for all he felt was the advent of darkness and apocalypse. Thus he painfully cried, stretching out his fingers and digging out his eyes. His left eye fell onto the ground and transformed into a young man. He had golden hair and a strong body. Once he appeared, he kneeled at Renzu's feet, saying, "O Renzu, my father, I am your eldest son, verdant great son." At the same time, his right eye turned into a young girl, and she held Renzu's hand, saying, "O Renzu, my father, I am your second daughter, desolate ancient moon." Renzu laughed loudly, tears flowing out of his empty sockets. He said good 3 times and continued, "I have children now, I can finally endure the pain of the heart of loneliness. From now on, there will be people celebrating my existence, and grieving for my death. Even if I die now, you will remember me. Only that." Finally he sighed, "I lost both my eyes, and can no longer see the light. From now on, you too shall observe this world for me." It rained the entire night, only at dawn did the rain stop. Fan Yuan left the inn. Along the streets the passers-by carried heavy and sad expressions. This night, the clans suffered great losses. The truth was, for the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain, none of them escaped this fate, all had suffered heavy losses. Fan Yuan could tell from seeing the merit board. After a night, the battle merit board lost 25 small groups, all sacrificed in the wolf tide. Even if there was 1 or 2 survivors, they were either injured or crippled. The group Guyupeng was in, was among this. The dozen over days after this, the situation worsened by the day. First, the 100-beast king Bold Lightning Wolf had appeared, and then soon after, reports came in that there was the 1,000-beast king Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Information like this caused the rank 2 Gu masters battling to be frightened. If they met the Frenzy Lightning Wolf, they would need at least 3 groups to cooperate to deal with it. This is not including the normal wolf groups together with the Frenzy Lightning Wolf. The 3 clans had to send out their rank 3 elders to deal with the situation. In this situation, the Gu masters' daily lives became very dangerous and long. Even with the stealth scales Gu, Fan Yuan had to be careful and meticulous. After all, he might encounter a Beast King class Lightning Wolf with a Lightning Eye Gu. The good news was that he had previously paid a price to be able to use the Earth Communication Ear Grass. This investigative Gu's range was very large, allowing him to avoid the large-sized wolf packs. Eventually, the weather got warmer as July was at its end. Even though the situation was not optimistic, under the cooperation of the 3 clans, the situation was under control. Somewhere near the mountainside, 3 Gu masters who had already experienced an intense battle were facing against a bold lightning wolf that had just arrived. The aura of death was impending. "Damn it, insufficient primeval essence, if I had 60%, no just 30%, we would not have to be chased like this." Group leader Xiongzhan stared at the slowly approaching bold lightning wolf. Like a cat chasing a mouse, he vomited a mouthful of bloody water. "The mountain cliff is ahead, there is no path left, what do we do?" A group member asked with a pale expression. "What can we do? We can only put our hopes on the reinforcements. I heard Lord Bai Ningbing from my clan has come out of his closed-door cultivation and is rushing into battle." The 2 original groups, from both the Xiong clan and Bai clan, faced the wolf tide together and cooperated, but now only 3 people were left. "Rather than relying on the Bai Ningbing who is nowhere to be found, I'd rather fight for a chance to survive." Xiongzhan gritted his teeth. "The reason why a beast king is so dangerous is because of the Gu on its body. I have a plunder Gu, it can forcefully steal a Gu worm from my enemy. But it needs to be sustained when activated, and I cannot move. During this period, you have to protect me." "Okay." The other 2 looked at each other and stood in front of Xiongzhan, helping him block the bold lightning wolf. Even though they knew that there was little hope, no one was willing to resign themselves to death. "If the plunder is successful, we have a chance to live. Heaven bless us." Xiongzhan's face was determined as he raised his right arm. "Life and death depends on this." The 3 humans and 1 wolf did not know that, high up on the cliff, a white-haired young man wearing a white shirt was staring at this scene. "Life is so boring." He sat on the ground, one hand propping himself up, while the other was pouring liquid from his wine bottle. What he poured out was not wine, but sweet mountain spring water. He did not drink wine, but only liked water. As this young man drank, he stared at the show before him. Fight and die. Such a mundane life is too boring. Only with an intense battle like this can your lives have a hint of excitement and color. This way, your lives has some meaning. He laughed lightly in his heart, not showing any inclination to help. Even if he had the ability, even if his clan member was there. So what? To him, loneliness is the deepest darkness, and the light of kinship is just a facade. He by Ning Bing would not do something as boring as saving someone. Verdant Great Sun Desolate Ancient Moon. Important note, these names are really hard to translate, actually because they are names they should be in pinyin, Tai Ri Yang Mang and Gu Yu Yin Huang. However, the names are relevant to another plot-wise matter. So they had to be translated to English, which was really difficult. For Gu Yu Yin Huang, the Gu Yu here is exactly the same as the Gu Yu clan. Chapter 132. Three-Step Fragrant Grass. On the cliff, Bai Ningbing watched with interest. As he sat at the cliff, a life and death battle was on full display. The bold lightning wolf took its move, slowly approaching. Two Gu masters blocked its path with a grim expression. Behind them, Xiongzhan was half kneeling on the ground, his left hand grabbing his right wrist, his right hand in the shape of a claw, aiming at the bold lightning wolf. Plunder Gu! Suddenly, he shouted loudly, all the primeval essence in his body gushing towards the Plunder Gu. An invisible grabbing force exploded from within. Xiongzhan's right hand grabbed the air, and a sense of illusion made him feel that he had grabbed onto a Gu worm. But this Gu worm continued to struggle, contesting with him. This force was very large. His center of gravity had already been very low, but he still felt a very strong force dragging him forward. Plunder Gu's success rate is very low, but I have to succeed this time, otherwise we're doomed. He gritted his teeth, veins popping up on his forehead as his expression turned ferocious, contesting with all his ability. Xiongzhan had no other way. Failure means death. Under the pressure of death, he infused the Plunder Gu with all the primeval essence he could muster. With the infusion of the primeval essence, the Plunder Gu residing in his right palm also increased its sucking force. The bold lightning wolf felt something amiss, and started howling, attacking in a frenzy. The two Gu masters could hardly block it. Just when Xiongzhan felt that his plunder was going to succeed, his expression changed. Damn it, not enough primeval essence! He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his state of health being at the worst. Once a plunder fails, he would face some backlash. This was a flaw of the Plunder Gu. Howl! Without the Plunder Gu's restriction, the bold lightning wolf opened its mouth, and started to howl. The Gu worm that lived within it used its ability, and made its teeth shine with lightning. Eerie blue lightning discharged and finally shot out from its mouth. The lightning shot through the middle of both Gu masters, aiming for the half-kneeling Xiongzhan. Xiongzhan did not even have time to cry before he got hit by the lightning, turning into a piece of charred black cooked meat, instantly dead. Run! The remaining two Gu masters no longer had any fighting spirit as they ran in two directions. The bold lightning wolf chased up to one of them, pouncing on him and biting the throat. The final clan Gu master was blocked by the bold lightning wolf, and could only retreat towards the cliff. Ah! I'm going to die! With his back against the cliff, he roared in despair, venting out the fear in his heart. But suddenly his voice came to a stop. He saw Bai Ningbing on top of the cliff. Lord Bai Ningbing! Lord Bai Ningbing, is that really you? He was stunned but then started shouting, overjoyed. Oops, you found me! Bai Ningbing laughed, and raised his right hand. His right index finger pointed downwards and an icicle instantly formed, shooting downwards. The icicle hit the Gu master crying for help, penetrating his skull, all the way to his chin. Ah! His face was still fixed with intense joy after finding hope, but then fell to the ground with a plop. The bold lightning wolf was shocked by the event. It stared at Bai Ningbing, its mouth opening. Within, lightning coiled around its teeth. Ignorant beast! Bai Ningbing stared plainly, jumping down lightly from the 5-meter cliff. In the air, he clapped his palms together, an icy mist instantly formed. Next his palms split, and an ice blade appeared. This ice blade was around 1.7 m, like the katana on Earth, with a transparent icy body. The handle was grabbed by Bai Ningbing. Bold lightning wolf shot out electric light from bottom to up, and Bai Ningbing laughed, while 2 lines of white water vapor poured out of his nose. The water vapor swirled around, wrapping around his body into a layer of water barrier. The water ball continued to rotate on its own, and the bold lightning wolf's lightning dissipated upon hitting this barrier. The water ball burst open, and the white-clothed young man appeared from within. Die! The young man's iris turned from black to pure blue, like two pieces of blue crystal, devoid of feelings and emotion. The light of the blade shone. Bai Ningbing landed lightly, and from his half-transparent white ice blade, a drop of blood fell. Meanwhile, the bold lightning wolf stayed still like a statue. A breath later, fresh blood poured from its neck as the large wolf head fell on the ground, rolling several times. As for the body, it collapsed on the ground. The lightning current goo that resided in its body shot out like lightning towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing flicked his wrist, and a light shot out from his blade. The lightning current goo, under his sword, exploded into a ball of eerie blue lightning current with a bang, perishing instantly. Bai Ningbing slowly walked towards Xiongzhan's corpse. The other goo worms, they are all ordinary. But this plunder goo is slightly interesting. From Xiongzhan's corpse, he extracted the plunder goo and held it near his chest. Even though the three clans have an agreement, after a goo master dies, if anyone after that obtains a goo worm that has lost its goo master, they need to hand it over. But Bai Ningbing did not care about this rule. Even if they found out, so what? He was the symbol of the Bai clan's rise, and the clan would definitely protect him. This, he was very sure of. Only, this wolf tide is really boring. He used his hand to caress his ice blade, feeling the intense freezing sensation. Come to think about it, it is more fun competing with someone. He yawned, suddenly smiling. I wonder how Qin Shu, Xiongli and the others are doing. How much have they grown? After cultivating behind closed doors for so long, maybe they can give me a surprise, maybe. Days later. At the square where it was overflowing with people, Fan Yuan stared at a giant flag. On the flag, words were formed by the swimword Gu. The content was about the resources co-supplied by the three clans. These resources were very broadly categorized, from food used to feed Gu worms, rice and condiments for humans, oil and other living necessities, to Gu worms themselves and primeval stones. But behind these resources, there was a number attached to them, corresponding to the amount of merit points needed to exchange for them. A wolf's eye was 10 merit points, and 5 merit points was for a bag of 500 g of rice. Using 25 merit points could let a Gu master exchange for 1 primeval stone. Undoubtedly, the arrival of the wolf tide brought about an opportunity never seen before during peaceful times. The Battle Merit Board and this Resource Board urged on many Gu masters, making them willingly bath in warm blood, hunting lightning wolves day and night. Especially recently, as the wolf tide intensified, the three clans brought out the savings they had and spurred on the Gu masters' battle spirit, also raising their battle capability to help the village survive this ordeal. Thus, the Resource Board had many things that were not commonly seen. Like now, Fan Yuan's attention was on this Gu. 3-step fragrant grass Gu, he muttered, staring at the description on the large flag. 3-step fragrant grass Gu was a Gu worm Fan Yuan needed, as it could assist with movement, raising Fan Yuan's running speed. Honestly speaking, these days the Resource Board had many new Gu worms. But only this 3-step fragrant grass Gu was what Fan Yuan wanted. Except that this grass Gu was not easy to get. It was not only the only one of its kind on the Resource Board, but the merit points required to exchange for it is also very high. If I use my true ability, I can definitely gather enough merit points to exchange for this 3-step fragrant grass Gu. But if I do that, it would invite the suspicion of the clan, and that is not desirable. Fan Yuan thought silently. There is another way, and that is to produce a large amount of vitality leaves and sell these rank 1 Gu to the clan, exchanging it for merit points. But this method is slow. By the time I get enough points, someone might have exchanged it already. Fan Yuan shook his head internally. This method had a flaw that would lead to failure. Then what should he do? He stared at the Resource Board and the Merit Board, falling into deep thought. Towards the merit points, he had a clearer and deeper understanding of it compared to all the surrounding people. Merit points are basically a kind of emergency currency. During peacetime, primeval stones are the common medium of exchange. They were hard currency and had high commercial value in themselves, thus would never devalue. But with the wolf tide, the need for primeval stones surged, and it could no longer be used as a currency. Thus, an emergency currency was needed to take over. Thus, merit points were born. With an alternate currency like the merit point, it can prevent the economy from collapsing temporarily. Like on Earth, When there's a war, the government would print large amounts of paper money. Of course, that causes inflation and rising price levels. The merit points are the same. The more it drags on, the more it devalues. But during the time of the village's life and death situation, without merit points and using only primeval stones is not sustainable. Thus, they can only pick the lesser poison. Hence, after the wolf tide, the economy always has signs of depression. Sigh, this rough form of an economy is nothing worth mentioning. If I am a rank 3, I can easily play around. But unfortunately, I do not have enough strength, so I'm unable to handle the risks. If I push on, it is equivalent to playing with fire. Fan Yuan sighed internally. The point was that his cultivation was not high, and his strength was not sufficient. Without strength, only having wisdom, it is useless. Thus, in Renzu's story, Renzu chose to deal with the strength gu, obtaining strength and giving up on wisdom. That is because strength is the foundation. Fan Yuan was still thinking deeply when he heard the discussions of the people around him. Do you guys know? Bai Ningbing struck again. What, which unlucky gu master is it this time? It's Xiong Clan Xiongli, that dejected-looking one. Sigh, what is this Bai Ningbing doing? Last time, injuring Qishan, and now attacking Xiongli. With the wolf tide coming, he is still fooling around. He's always does what he wants. He is already a rank 3 gu master, and is still finding problem with rank 2 gu masters. For fairness, he even used a gu worm to suppress his own cultivation to rank 2. He is really bored and hard to understand. Bai Ningbing huh? Humph, a person halfway into the coffin. But that reminded me of something. Fan Yuan upon hearing this felt something in his heart stir. He knew how to get a large amount of merit points quickly. Chapter 133. Thanks for letting me kill you. Sprinting rapidly. The trees before Fan Yuan looked like they were crashing into him, and he quickly avoided them nimbly, pushing off with his legs. His right ear had roots swaying around, and behind him was a bold lightning wolf angered by him on purpose and several hundred healthy ordinary lightning wolves. The lightning wolf's speed was faster than him. Especially the bold lightning wolf, its streamlined body jolted around in the complicated terrain, having an extremely fast speed. Seeing Fan Yuan, who was about to be caught up, suddenly, his body had ripples of light around him, and he vanished. The bold lightning wolf had to halt its steps and observe the surroundings with bewilderment. Fan Yuan sprinted to a faraway place, before reappearing again. Bold lightning wolf's eyesight was sharp, immediately finding him. It growled angrily and chased after Fan Yuan again. As for those ordinary lightning wolves, they followed closely behind. Fan Yuan laughed internally and continued sprinting. Rinse and repeat, he had finally reached his destination. This time, he activated his stealth completely. The wolf pack who came chasing sniffed around the area where Fan Yuan disappeared, and soon after, the bold lightning wolf found its new target. Not far away, on the mountain valley, there were 5 gu masters fighting with a pack of wolves. Howl! The bold lightning wolf had limited IQ, immediately forgetting Fan Yuan. It turned its head and growled, and the lightning wolves behind it entered the valley's battlefield like tidal waves. How can this be? The gu master in battle saw this scene and despaired. Didn't they say that each pack of wolves have their own mobility range? We took so much effort to kill a bold lightning wolf, and here comes a second one. We're screwed. Quickly send the distress signal to the clan. This new pack of wolves joined in and the gu master's pressure intensified, their tones showing a panicky and flustered emotion. The investigative gu master shot out a gu worm from his hand. This gu worm was like a golden round ball, but had a pair of colorful feathered wings. It flew into midair and exploded, turning into a rainbow flame, observable from a 50 kilometers range. This was the signal gu, a rank 1 expendable gu worm, often used to send signals. The signal has been sent. Everyone hang in there, wait for reinforcements. The group leader shouted at an appropriate timing, slightly raising the morale and stabilizing their fighting spirits. It's useless. Fan Yuan appeared at a high point on the cliff, staring downwards, his heart smirking. This gu master group's situation was already well investigated by him. The nearest group in the vicinity was also deep in the wolf pack's encirclement. That pack of wolves was also lured over by Fan Yuan, to restrict them. Killing lightning wolves, each eyeball is 10 merit points. But on the battlefield, reclaiming gu worms and bringing them to the clan higher-ups is worth at least 1,000 points. This kind of thing, after doing it 2 or 3 times, I will be able to exchange the 3-step fragrant grass gu. Fan Yuan thought in his heart. Under his scheme, The Goo Master group's fate was sealed. Next, I will wait for them to be exterminated. Then I shall lure the lightning wolf pack away and come back here to collect the goo worms. Fan Yuan walked to a nearby tree and sat down leisurely. No one was willing to die, so these Goo Masters put up a strong resistance. Fan Yuan did not risk it to lure a 1,000-beast king frenzy lightning wolf, but instead chose the bold lightning wolf, so this gave them the opportunity to struggle for a longer time. Especially when among them, there was a defeated opponent of Fan Yuan's. Goo Manshur. He had the monolith Goo and had strong defense, thus he alone could block many lightning wolves' attack. But this was also why Fan Yuan chose their group. The more precious the Goo worm, after returning them, the more merit points are awarded. After bringing back the monolith Goo, Fan Yuan can get around 3,900 merit points, and that can let his position on the battle merit board rise by at least 20 positions. Of course, Qishan, Mo Yen and Qing Shu's Goo worms were more precious than the monolith Goo. But Qishan's group had Gu Yu Qi Shi, who possessed the snake communication Goo, able to rely on heat to detect living beings. Fan Yuan's stealth had no use against him. As for Mo Yen, she had an even stronger investigative Goo master than Qi Shi, with even more methods. She had single-handedly completed wolf den investigation missions given by the clan many times. Qing Shu group does not have a strong investigative Goo master, but because of Gu Yu Fang Jing's existence, the clan has definitely sent a clan elder to follow and protect him, thus if Fan Yuan lures them, it is courting death. For the Goo masters in the other two clans, Fan Yuan was not familiar with them. Setting up others was not easy to do. After choosing left and right, he finally decided on a few groups, and after following them for a long while, he managed to find an appropriate chance. Bai Ningbing was sleeping when sounds of battles entered his ear. He opened his eyes slightly, the slit of his eyes shining with cold light. Another boring scene. He was sleeping on the edge of the cliff, and just turning around allowed him to have a clear view of the valley. He was about to go back to sleep, but suddenly saw a figure. Oh! His eyes shone with shock as he saw Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was leaning against the tree, eating a wild fruit he picked, staring coldly at the battlefield with no intention to help. Bai Ningbing instantly grew interested. He had never met someone like this. From young, the people around him were all loyal to the clan, and indulged in kinship. But from Fan Yuan, he felt a sense of familiarity, loneliness and aloofness. Who is he? Bai Ningbing's heart developed confusion and interest. The wild fruit was picked on the spot, but with his experience, Fan Yuan could tell it was harmless. The fruit was juicy, sour and sweet. As he ate, his right ear twitched, he heard something, and it was nearby. Bai Ningbing was sleeping on a higher terrain of the cliff earlier, but without making any movements, the earth communication ear grass could not sense him. However, now that he moved, he was instantly discovered. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with lightning as he turned his body to see a white-haired and white-clothed young man, stabbing his ice blade into the cliff and sliding down along it, landing not too far away. Bai Ningbing! Fan Yuan's eyes squinted, recognizing him instantly. Qing Mao Mountain's #1 genius, the symbol of Bai clan's rise. Killing a rank 3 clan elder at rank 2, and at this young age he already reached rank 3, a crucial person capable of changing the entire power distribution of Qing Mao Mountain. If it was other Goo masters facing Bai Ningbing alone, their expression would be rapidly changing, either nervous or wary. But Fan Yuan's gaze only stayed on him for a second before looking back at the valley. His expression was calm, almost uncaring. This is because Fan Yuan knew all about Bai Ningbing's trump cards and secrets. Very clearly. Oh! Bai Ningbing walked over, staring at Fan Yuan blankly. His mouth open, dragging his word. He curiously stared at Fan Yuan like he was looking at an object he had never seen before. He got closer and closer. The more he looked at Fan Yuan, the more his eyes shone, and the greater interest he had in his heart. On this person, why do I sense a familiar smell? It feels like I've seen him before. Like long ago, we are already friends, this feeling. Bai Ningbing's heart was turbulent. Friend, this word, he was always skeptical, despising, and even felt disdain towards it. He never thought he would have a friend. Those commoners around him, they only had the right to admire him, they had no right to become his friend. Bai Ningbing always thought he would never have a friend in his life. But now, he suddenly had this feeling. This was a mystical feeling, but he was very sure of it. When he looked at Fan Yuan, it felt like he was looking at himself. Bai Ningbing got slightly too close, and Fan Yuan turned around, staring at him plainly with his deep dark iris. Without a reason, Bai Ningbing understood the meaning of his gaze. It was a warning. He halted his steps, slightly stunned, very impolitely staring at Fan Yuan while saying, You really are interesting. If the Bai Clan Gu masters who were familiar with him heard this, they would go crazy. That is because, since his birth, Bai Ningbing had never praised someone like this. Fan Yuan ignored him, biting his wild fruit and staring at the valley's intense fight. Bai Ningbing circled around Fan Yuan, observing him closely. As if he was looking at the strangest food on earth. He looked from every angle, even squatting down on the ground and looking up at him from the floor. His silky white hair, which was impeccably clean like a crystal, instantly laid on the muddy ground, but he did not care. His white robe dragged across the ground, and he paid no heed either. This moment, he was like a pure child, seeing his playmate, curiously staring at Fan Yuan with a longing expression, many times wanting to speak but couldn't. Bai Ningbing felt that he had many things to say to Fan Yuan, but when he was about to speak, he felt no need anymore, because he felt that Fan Yuan understood. After being silent for a while, he asked, "The valley's battle is not interesting at all. What's there to look at?" Halfway through, his eyebrows raised, showing an expression of realization. "I see. You lured this wolf pack, you want to kill these Gu masters, but why did you not do it yourself? Oh, afraid of leaving evidence. You are too vigilant, from your aura, you already have rank 2 cultivation. If I were you, I'll just go ahead and do it myself." Suddenly, he chuckled like he had seen the most fun toy in this world as a kid. His eyebrows darted around. "You are really interesting, even the things you do are interesting. I am starting to like you." Fan Yuan retracted his gaze, turning around and looking at Bai Ningbing. He knew this person. That is because this person is also a natural demon. What is a demon? Abandoning the worldly customs, treating the people of this world with indifference. Engulfed by loneliness, and despising relationships. This person was like Fan Yuan's shadow, except that Fan Yuan was deeper down the path, and Bai Ningbing was more pure. In simple words, they were kindred spirits. In his previous life's memory, after the 3 clans barely survived the wolf tide, this man murdered the 3 clans and caused the lustrous green Qing Mao Mountain to turn into a hellish ice mountain. Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart, saying slowly, "You're very lonely, huh?" Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, squatting on the floor, nodding continuously, empathizing and sighing. "Yes, these days life has been super boring. Some time ago, I killed a Xiong clan Gu master and that was somewhat fun. Getting this Gu look." Fan Yuan looked at the plunder Gu in his hand, starting to laugh. "So, you want to kill me?" Bai Ningbing's eyes turned from black to blue crystal color, as he jumped up and straightened his body. "Ha!" He raised his head and laughed thrice, staring at Fan Yuan with an excited expression. "You do know! That's right, I want to kill you, come kill me too. Life and death battles are the most fun, meeting someone as interesting as you, I swear I've never done anything so interesting." He got more and more excited as he suddenly opened both arms, arching his head and sighing. "Oh! I can feel that my life had never been so colorful. Thank you, although I don't know your name, thank you for letting me kill you." Chapter 134. Hunting Down. "Do not worry, you are only a rank 2, I will not lower myself and take advantage of you. I shall restrict my cultivation to the same rank for your sake, so come, let's have a fair fight." Bai Ningbing roared with savage laughter. Facing the crazy Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan easily maintained a languid expression. He met the heated glare in an equal manner, responding coolly. "Wanna kill me, then come." Nothing left to say, Fan Yuan took the first step, his body drifting away like a falling petal. Bai Ningbing's laugh came to an abrupt stop at this, his voice easily tainted with anguish. "Don't you run from me." He instantly ran after, engaging Fan Yuan in a relentless chase. Fan Yuan ridiculed the disheveled master soundlessly, sprinting towards the mountain valley. Disturbed by the 2 barging into the valley's inner battlefield, the wolf pack reacted with fury, wasting no time in attacking Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. The Gu masters who had already been forced into the valley and lost 1 man noticed the spectacle, the remaining 4 revealing a relieved expression when they saw the wolves become distracted. "Hang in there, guys, reinforcements are here!" One even shouted loudly, blatantly trying to encourage the wolves against the newcomers. "Why is there only 2? Another asked, clueless, while they saw the muffled figures of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. But as they got closer, Gu Yumanshi's face turned weird with realization. It's him! It was impossible for him to not remember Fang Yuan, along with a sharp feeling of fear mixed with shame. It was this man that had defeated and publicly humiliated him. Those cold, merciless eyes dug out the deepest nightmare in his heart. He would never forget that terrifying event and the fiendish man who accompanied the memory. He had once sworn to himself that he would buck up and reclaim his pride. But now, faced with Fang Yuan who was here to save him, Gu Yumanshi felt very complicated internally. Wait, the second person is... They all were able to recognize Bai Ningbing, and showed collective signs of shock at his appearance. Bai Ningbing! Bai Ningbing! Gu Yumanshi's eyes widened. He did not expect in the least to suddenly see Bai Ningbing appear under such a situation. Scumbag, stop right there! Behind him, Bai Ningbing was continuing to shout vehemently. Fang Yuan paid no attention, however, and transversed among the wolf pack. His body was glowing with a white jade light, protecting him from the rabid lightning wolves' bites and scratches. But because each assault made contact, his aperture's primeval essence dropped quickly in turn. Not far away, Bai Ningbing's nose had flared and was blowing out water vapor, forming into a round shield of condensed moisture, enveloping his body. As each of the numerous lightning wolves hit this seemingly water shield, though, all of their kinetic force built up by their charge was simply dispersed by the water flow, and they were quickly sent flying away after with the resounding ripples of water. Logically speaking, Bai Ningbing's performance now wasn't that impressive though. He was already a rank 3, even though according to him, he had already seemed to have suppressed his cultivation personally, using only rank 2 strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Even with rank 2 strength, Bai Ningbing's speed was slightly faster than Fang Yuan's, and he had more primeval essence, but with the interference of the wolf pack, his distance with Fang Yuan started to increase. The crucial deciding factor was the difference in physical strength between the two. Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, while Bai Ningbing's strength was of a slightly lower quality. Fang Yuan could also endure the wolf pack's attacks and continue moving forward. Bai Ningbing's water shield, although it is able to mitigate some of attacks, could not open a path forward for him, unlike Fang Yuan. Howl! One especially bold lightning wolf began to pay attention and was drawn to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. It howled, commanding the ordinary lightning wolves around it to give way, opening a path for it instantly. The lightning wolf wasted no time and spread its limbs, charging towards Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, the 4 trapped Gu masters all showed expressions of worry. As for Bai Ningbing, still behind Fang Yuan, upon seeing this new development, laughed loudly. But the next moment, Fang Yuan's body disappeared right before Bai Ningbing's eyes, vanishing from his vision like a fleeting ripple of water. His laughter cut off abruptly at the sight, the other Gu masters in the valley being left similarly speechless. The bold lightning wolf howled angrily after having lost track of Fang Yuan, but did not reduce its speed while charging towards Bai Ningbing to take its fury out on him instead. This prompted a smile from Bai Ningbing, his lips curving once more in amusement. He, this is really interesting, you really are interesting. Ha ha ha, then I shall start my meal with this appetizer. As he finished speaking, his eyes transitioned, changing from black to a shade of blue the same color as that of the sky. Taking a stance, he propped one leg up like a flamingo, holding out the ice blade, and started to rotate. Quickly picking up speed, the ice blade carved out many waves of sword traces, maneuvering and slashing the air to form a scene similar to a tornado. The bright sword waves congealed into a blizzard storm and quickly engulfed the wolf pack. Numerous lightning wolves were torn to shreds by the act, becoming pieces of mincemeat flung about by the storm. But not much blood ended up splattering against the surroundings, as it had almost all been completely flash-frozen by the icy blizzard storm already. The bold lightning wolf howled, showing its ferocity against the storm. The goo worm in its body started to work as well, causing golden sparks of electricity to flicker throughout its rugged coat. The hair on its body stood on ends, golden electricity flowed like chains, coiling around its body and limbs. Altogether it formed what looked to be a modest chain mail. Its 4 paws sprinted and it streaked like a golden shooting star, rushing into the ice blade storm. Bam! A thunderous explosion sounded through the valley as the ice blade storm came to a stop, a broken piece of the ice blade flying in the air and with a swoosh, stabbed into a mountain rock above. The white mist dispersed around the area. The bold lightning wolf laid on the revealed ground, its heart pierced through by an ice blade. Such a fatal attack ended its life almost instantly. Bai Ningbing laughed as he retracted the ice blade in his hands, gloating in his victory. The ice blade itself was broken from the middle down, the blade that managed to survive full of cracks, seemingly in a sorry state, in his grip. But Bai Ningbing did not care as he stretched out his left hand and wiped the blade. The icy mist from before emanated from his left hand at the touch, spreading across the blade starting from the handle before covering it completely. Everywhere it reached, the ice blade was regenerated, the edge being sharpened once again. Soon a new tip was fully grown in place of the broken end. The death of the bold lightning wolf had dispersed the wolf pack, but Fang Yuan was nowhere to be seen. "We will definitely remember Lord Bai Ningbing's act of saving us." The few Gu masters that survived went up and gratefully paid their respects to Bai Ningbing. Only Gu Yumanshur stayed on the spot, his expression being uncertain. Back then, he lost to Bai Ningbing, and was very indignant, but was led off by the latter. Now, though he had already successfully refined the monolith Gu, upon seeing Bai Ningbing again, he did not have any confidence to challenge him anymore. Bai Ningbing snorted. Suddenly his arm moved, and the ice blade drew a few shining traces in the air. This. Ah! The three Gu masters were caught off guard, not expecting their savior just moments ago to attack. They carried a look of disbelief as they laid on the ground, forever. "Bai Ningbing, what are you doing?" Gu Yumanshur screamed, shocked and angry at the sudden manslaughter. "Murdering, of course. Is something wrong in your head? Isn't this obvious?" Bai Ningbing shrugged and laughed coldly. "Accursed bastard!" Gu Yumanshur tightly clenched his fists out of rage while he gritted his teeth and scolded the other master. "Our three clans have formed an alliance, yet you attack our Gu Yu clansmen. This is a violation of our alliance treaty. If you have any problems, come at me, I'm here. Never mind, it is time we settle our grudge from back then." Saying so, Gu Yumanshur shouted and took a few steps, charging towards Bai Ningbing. He activated the monolith Gu with all his strength, and all the muscles on his body bulked up while a thick rock skin formed. His entire appearance had turned into a rock man. "Courting death." Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, raising his blade. The sharp ice blade came down relentlessly, first hacking Gu Yumanshur's head, moving down past his brows before carving through his nose, lips and throat. The blade quickly came to a rest after it bisected the Gu master down past his chest in an instant. Rock fragments flew out as the ice blade hit the abdomen, and the blade snapped. But the icy mist had already frozen all the remaining life force left in Manshur's body. Plop! He fell to the ground with a splatter, as dead as can be. The rock skin on his body slowly vanished, revealing his true form. "Looks familiar." Bai Ningbing shook the wrist that was hurt by the vibration of the rock. He had pretty much forgotten the incident where he spared Manshur. He shook his head, turning around and facing the wide valley to shout. "Come out! The Gu masters you want dead, I've done it for you. Come, let's have a life and death match." Just as Bai Ningbing's words had finished, Fang Yuan appeared not far away. The white-haired young man's gaze became excited, as he raised his ice blade, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed soundlessly at the act, turning around and leaving. Bai Ningbing shouted in anger that he was still fleeing, once again chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly. On the way, Fang Yuan lured Bai Ningbing to the battlefield that was the closest, where the Xiongli group was fighting against another group of wolves led by a bold lightning wolf. This pack was obviously lured by Fang Yuan as well. Everyone put in more effort. The wolf pack is at its limit. The southeast direction sent a distress signal. "It's been a while, they need our help." Xiongli urged on his group, but halfway through, he could no longer speak when he saw Fang Yuan, and the Bai Ningbing persistently behind him. Ever since Fang Yuan surrendered, Xiongli no longer cared about him. Thus, his gaze quickly shifted from Fang Yuan to Bai Ningbing. "Bai Ningbing!" Xiong-Li's eyes spewed fire upon seeing the white-clothed, white-haired young man, his heart uncontrollably growing with rage. Not long ago, Bai Ningbing had appeared in front of him and attacked without a word, the event still fresh in his mind, and had been purposely suppressing his cultivation to rank 2. Xiong-Li was caught off guard, and lost the battle. His personal honor, and the clan's glory, was all trampled by Bai Ningbing ruthlessly. This to him was a big disgrace. How could he not be furious? Wait, Bai Ningbing seems to be chasing Fang Yuan. Xiong-Lin suddenly noticed. His body was short in stature, his round bald head glowing with light. Xiong-Lin is the same age as Fang Yuan, but having B-grade talent instead, He is the #1 talent among Xiong clan's new Gu Masters of Age. He was a rank 2 cultivator as well now, and after getting some experience, had grown up. Xiong Li suppressed the urge to attack. Fan Yuan was from the Guyu clan, not from his Xiong clan. Even though there was the 3-clan alliance, they are still not close. Since it is an outsider fighting, it is best if one does not get involved. The Xiong Li group was about to watch on the sidelines, but how could Fan Yuan not expect that? One sentence from him changed their perspective in an instant. Fan Yuan quickly got close to the Xiong Li group, shouting in a frightened voice. I saw the plunder Gu on him, protect me! Bai Ningbing is trying to eliminate all witnesses. Chapter 135. Northern Dark Eye Soul, 10 Extreme Talents. What? Xionglin was stunned. Plunder Gu? There is only one person that has this Gu worm in Qingmao Mountain, and that is my cousin Xiongjian. Xiongjiang's face turned gloomy. Xiongli closed his eyes, fierce light flickering in them. Others might be afraid of Bai Ningbing, and even he was afraid, but this fear didn't represent his weakness and cowardice. In his heart, long was there already thoughts of sacrificing himself for the clan. He had the resolution to fight to the death with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, is the plunder Gu in your possession? He stepped forward and faced Bai Ningbing, letting Fan Yuan brush past him. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. So what if it is? Xiongjiang's face was as gloomy as water and asked, Tell me, how did my cousin die? Why is his Gu worm in your hands? Xionglin also asked. Bai Ningbing, I respect you as my senior, but you secretly seized our Xiong clan's Gu worm and didn't hand it over. This is an open violation of the alliance treaty. After he spoke, he raised a signal Gu in his hand. With a bang, bright fireworks burst in the sky. The colorful light from the fireworks shone upon Bai Ningbing's face. He laughed. I have never cared about the Dog's Hit Alliance treaty. I only saw someone using the plunder Gu and thought it was interesting, so I collected it. Xiongjiang was unable to hold back his anger when he heard this. He gave a furious shout and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you looked while my cousin fought to death and didn't help. You bastard! The 5-person group was an integral whole. For personal or private reasons, the Xiongli group were irreconcilable with Bai Ningbing. The fight was hard to avoid, the scene immediately turning chaotic. On one side was Bai Ningbing facing the Xiongli group's attack. On the other side, they were surrounded by wolf pack and still had to face their attacks. Fan Yuan left the battlefield and calmly spectated from far away. The wolf pack moved together like a large millstone, and the 6 Gu masters fought with their lives. The slightest carelessness could land them into the wolves' mouths. Xiongjian used roaming zombie Gu, his 2 irises turning gloomy green. Xiongli's 2 eyes were red, whereas Bai Ningbing's pair of pupils were azure like crystals. The fight between these 3 was the most intense in the battlefield. Under the roaming zombie Gu's ability, Xiongjiang turned into a zombie. His defense was amplified against water and ice, withstanding Bai Ningbing's attacks. Xiongli used Grand Bear Gu. With the strength of 2 bears, his bull-sized fists were without rival, and even Bai Ningbing's water barrier was destroyed under their attacks. It wasn't easy for the remaining 3 group members to meddle in this fight. They could only do their utmost to fight against the lightning wolves. That bold lightning wolf lured in by Fan Yuan could have been easily dealt with, but it had turned into a huge threat now. Bai Ningbing, you will pay for what you have done! Xiongjiang shouted and charged at Bai Ningbing. Humph, just with you. Bai Ningbing coldly smiled. He nimbly jumped back, pulling apart some distance, and flung out his left hand, throwing out 5 finger-sized icicles. The icicles struck Xiongjiang's body, but Xiongjiang didn't feel any pain whatsoever. When he turned into a zombie, even if his hands and legs were broken, he wouldn't feel any pain. The cold aura and the icicles could freeze and slow down ordinary people's movements, but it only felt cool and refreshing to Xiongjiang. Zombie physique belonged to Yin physiques. It had low resistance to fire, lightning and sunlight, but was very powerful against this type of cold aura. Bai Ningbing, you are still playing in this situation? Unleash your true strength! Xiongli furiously shouted. Bai Ningbing had been suppressing his cultivation base to rank 2 from the very beginning and was also mostly using rank 2 Gu. Xiongli felt like he was being held in contempt. He felt humiliated, which caused his anger to burn even more. Ha ha ha! How can you minor characters have the qualifications to make me use my full strength? Bai Ningbing coldly laughed. His attacks were becoming more powerful, but he was still suppressing his strength, and didn't use a rank 3 Gu worm. Fan Yuan, who was spectating from afar with his hands crossed, clearly understood the reason. It is not that he doesn't want to unleash his true strength, but he cannot use it. Bai Ningbing, he has northern dark eye soul physique. In the oldest legends of this world, all humans are descendants of Renzu. But as the saying goes, the dragon has 9 unique sons. There are no two absolutely same people, and even twins have differences. In this world, the difference that is of the biggest concern is aptitude. Those that have the aptitude to cultivate could become Gu masters, going beyond ordinary. Those with no cultivation aptitude were just mortals, the lowest level in the society, who could be trampled upon and played with. Cultivation aptitudes were divided into 4 grades. A grade, B grade, C grade, and D grade. Everyone knew this. But actually, there were still more outstanding aptitudes above a grade. This was a secret. Clans would never carelessly spread this, and only after reaching a certain status in society could one know this secret. Xiongli and the rest naturally didn't know, even elders and clan leaders might not know. But Fan Yuan, who had reached rank 6 in his previous life, shedding his mortal body and becoming a Gu immortal, naturally was aware of this. There were 10 types of aptitudes above a grade, and they were collectively called 10 extreme physiques. Before Renzu died, he gave birth to 10 children. The eldest son Verdant Great Sun, second daughter Desolate Ancient Moon. Among the 10, there was one named Northern Dark Eye Soul. Renzu's legends, whether real or false, alluded to many secrets in Gu Master's cultivation. Renzu's 10 kids individually represented 10 types of ultimate aptitudes. Fan Yuan recalled. Any one of the 10 extreme physiques is superior to a grade aptitude. The most excellent A-grade aptitude can only store 99% primeval essence in their aperture. But any one of the 10 extreme physiques holds full 100% primeval essence in their aperture. However, everything exists in balance. The 10 extreme physiques which holds 100% primeval essence is too perfect and heavens won't easily allow their existence. For instance, in Renzu's story, his 10 kids didn't have a long life. In reality, it is difficult for the Gu masters who hold 10 extreme physiques to grow and mature, almost all dying an untimely death. Of course, if they can really grow to become a rank 6, they will be able to sweep through same-stage opponents, and even perform miracles such as fighting a higher rank. Bai Ningbing, who possesses Northern Dark Eye Soul, is the same. With 100% primeval essence, his aperture is too stressed out, and has the risk of collapsing any moment. To decrease this risk, Bai Ningbing must cultivate and use primeval essence to nurture his aperture walls and increase its strength to be able to support the 100% primeval essence. Thus, his cultivation speed is outstanding and shocking. However, high cultivation means higher quality primeval essence, which subsequently increases the pressure on the aperture, instead increasing the risk. Bai Ningbing is like a victim in a lone boat in the sea. He doesn't have fresh water and can only drink the sea water to relieve his thirst. But the seawater is salty and will absorb the original moisture content of the body instead, making him even more thirsty. The higher his cultivation is, the nearer he is to destruction. Yet, he cannot choose not to cultivate, since being from Bai village and the one upon whom the clan's expectations lies, he will also face assassination from Xiong and Guyu village. This forces him to continue to grow stronger. Being the possessor of the Northern Dark Eye Soul, he clearly understands his situation. Knowing he doesn't have much time left, and his death being certain, he has thus formed this temperament. Fan Yuan sighed when he thought of this. This was clearly an irony. Excessively excellent aptitude didn't lead a Gu master to have a meteoric rise, but would be the main culprit behind their deaths. Too much is as bad as too little. People need to drink water and eat food, but if they eat and drink excessively, they could die. From another angle, no matter which world, there is no true perfection. There is no perfect love, no perfect work. Excessively perfect will just lead to destruction. In Fan Yuan's previous life, 3 years after the wolf tide, Bai Ningbing's cultivation inevitably reached rank 4 realm. His aperture couldn't support the burden from the primeval essence and ultimately, it exploded. 10 extreme physiques wasn't tolerated by the heavens and earth, and the self-detonation of such a heaven-defying thing was like the most perfect song, its power outstanding, directly annihilating everyone in the 3 villages and turning the whole Qingmao mountain into an absolute death ice domain. Fortunately by that time, because of Fang Zheng who had been making things difficult for Fan Yuan who only had an average cultivation, Fan Yuan could only join a caravan to go away, thus luckily avoiding this disaster. To delay his death, Bai Ningbing used goo worms to dilute his rank 3 silver primeval essence into rank 2 red steel primeval essence, of his own accord. He also rarely used rank 3 goo worms at the same time. This was simply because rank 3 goo worms consumed great amounts of red steel primeval essence every time, resulting in the strength waning if it continued. Instead, it was better to continue using rank 2 goo worms, which would be of much more help to Bai Ningbing in battles. This was the real reason Bai Ningbing suppressed his cultivation. If not having strength but choosing to bind one's own hands and feet, landing in a dangerous state, was something only a brainless retard would do. Bai Ningbing was smart and intelligent, he had received great training and education, so how could he do such a foolish thing? Except, such a temperament at his young age was indeed unusual. But as someone who was about to die, why would he have misgivings in his behavior? Such disregard and fearlessness prevented him from being assimilated into the system, and nurtured a heart of the demonic path in him. Otherwise, with his living environment, countless expectations, great trainings, holding honor, fighting enemies, bright future, he would have already been assimilated into the organization's system and nurtured a leader's temperament. Bai Ningbing was actually a pitiful child, and Fan Yuan had no wish to deal with him before. But since he wanted to kill Fan Yuan also didn't mind making use of him first before removing this misfortune early. The battle was still continuing. In this while, the situation had already changed. Bold Lightning Wolf was killed by Bai Ningbing, and the wolf pack had ran away in defeat. Xiongli Group's healing goo master fell under Bai Ningbing's blade, but he had paid a heavy price for this. His right arm was viciously punched by Xiongli, and it seemed to have fractured as it was hanging limply throughout the battle. However, all of these couldn't hinder him from occupying the upper hand. Xiongli was a top elite amongst rank 2 goo masters, his strength equal to Qing Shu and Qishan. Xiongjiang was a newly rising defense expert. Xionglin was the genius newbie and now had rank 2 battle power. There was also another goo master, but even after combining their strength, these 4 were still suppressed by Bai Ningbing. One should know Bai Ningbing had already fought a battle before which had consumed a lot of his red steel primeval essence. He also killed Bold Lightning Wolf and the healing goo master, resulting in his right arm losing its ability to move. He could only abandon using his ice blade with his habitual right hand and switch to his left. By doing this, he had to temporarily abandon using his icicles, his offensive power almost reducing by half. He was still occupying the upper hand in such situation, and his dominance was even becoming more solid. It is after all the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Although he used goo worm to dilute his primeval essence and sealed the true advantage of the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, the primeval essence recovery speed is still maintained. His advantage will continue to increase the longer the battle lasts. Fan Yuan looked at the situation and inwardly sighed. My current battle strength is not enough to defeat him. Fan Yuan calmly admitted this point. Fan Yuan only had C-grade aptitude with 44% primeval essence. Even the combined strength of B-grade aptitude Xiongli, Xionglin and Xiongjiang were being suppressed by Bai Ningbing. It was obvious that if Fan Yuan faced Bai Ningbing by himself, his situation would only become more difficult than Xiongli and the rest. However, not being able to defeat you doesn't mean I can't kill you. Fan Yuan coldly smiled. This was the accumulated wisdom from 500 years of experience. Although they had similar reflections, compared to this centuries-old devil, Bai Ningbing was only a little devil forced into it by his cruel fate. Chapter 136. Clash of Brawn and Brain. Cold air blew all over the place, accompanying ice blades in flight. Steel fists howled in the wind, and fangs growled their fury. Xiongli and the others' fight against Bai Ningbing had reached its climax. Not that much time had passed since the battle began, to be honest. But as the pressure from Bai Ningbing intensified, Xiongli and the others started to feel that time dragged on longer with the difficulty he posed. Xiongjiang's face was dim as water, Xionglin's forehead dripping with cold sweat, while Xiongli maintained a serious gaze. At this point, even Xiongli had to suppress his anger and admit Bai Ningbing's formidable strength. Even though Bai Ningbing suppressed his rank 3 cultivation, and only fought with rank 2 goo worms, he displayed strength that was able to suppress their entire group. But even then, the truth was that Bai Ningbing had not even given it his all. This was not intentional to prove a point, rather, it was a precautionary measure against Fan Yuan. To Xiongli and the others, their motive was simple, it was to arrest or kill Bai Ningbing. But to Bai Ningbing, the situation was more complicated. He needed to fight back the Xiongli group on one end, while simultaneously being on guard to prevent Fan Yuan's sneak attack on the other end. He had seen Fan Yuan using the stealth scales goo with his own eyes, thus in battle he needed to make sure to divert some of his attention to prevent Fan Yuan's attack. But till now, Fan Yuan had not made a move. Did he leave? Impossible! Although it is our first meeting, he is not the type to retreat. He will definitely act. He is just biding his time. Bai Ningbing waved his ice blade and suppressed Xiongli, while his thoughts raced in his mind. Not only did he have to use his brawn to fight the Xiongli group, he also had to compete with Fan Yuan using his wit. Fan Yuan refusing to attack was increasingly putting pressure on himself. A sheathed sword is the most dangerous, because one would not be able to predict where the sword is going to stab. Although Fan Yuan had not struck, and was secretly watching the battle, he had been able to divert Bai Ningbing's attention all this time. If not for this diversion, the Xiongli group would have lost long ago, otherwise they would not be able to hold on for so long. This Bai Ningbing is very meticulous. First he killed the bold lightning wolf decisively, reducing a pawn that I could use. Next he risked getting injured to killing the healing goo master in Xiongli group. All these actions are the most sensible decisions to make in his situation. Although he is engaging in serious combat with Xiongli group, he is still holding back to prevent my attack. In fact, under the shadow of a nearby tree, Fan Yuan crossed his arm as he watched, his eyes shining with uncertainty. It was not that he did not want to strike, but he just could not find an opportunity to. He was not anxious though. The longer this dragged on, the more battle strength would be drained from Bai Ningbing. The 10 extreme bodies had a supreme primeval essence recovery rate, much more than a grade, but it still was spent up over time. The longer Fan Yuan waited, the more primeval essence used up in Bai Ningbing's aperture, and the more the scales of victory would shift towards Fan Yuan. If Bai Ningbing's aperture had no primeval essence left, so what if he is the northern dark eye soul body? One moonblade and he's beheaded. Fan Yuan knew this, and Bai Ningbing was aware of this fact as well. Although he currently had the upper hand, his heart was getting heavier. I cannot continue like this. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone as he took a large step back, pulling some distance from the Xiongli group. Next he gulped, his throat expanding like something had risen from his stomach into his mouth. His jaw was raised high as he opened his mouth in difficulty. An icy blue-colored small bird popped out of his mouth, its head raising above his white teeth. It looked around and soon found a locked onto a specific gaze. Jumping out of Bai Ningbing's mouth, the small, icy bird flapped its wings strongly, flying towards Xiongli. The small blue bird was cute like a pigeon, but Xiongli and the others' faces lost their color upon seeing it. Rank 3 blue bird ice coffin goo? Get away from it, quickly! The Xiongli group frantically tried to dodge around, but this blue ice bird was not like the moonblade. Once sent out, it was locked on to the target. Boom! It smashed into the support goo master in Xiongli group, before promptly exploding. Frosty air blew all over the place, and the piercing blue light from the explosion lit up the entire battlefield. The next second, the blue light dispersed, and a partially transparent block of ice was revealed, a cold watery blue in color. The goo master was visibly sealed within the ice block, his face still retaining the fear and anxiety before death, but he had lost all signs of life. Even though Bai Ningbing was already a rank 3 goo master, once a rank 3 goo worm was used, his suppressed rank 2 primeval essence in his aperture would be rapidly used up. At the same time, it cannot display the true power of a rank 3 goo worm. Moreover, once used, during the following period, the enemy can make use of this opportunity to attack. But Xiongli's group of 3 were frozen in shock instead, startled by this blue bird ice coffin goo. Bai Ningbing did not follow up the attack, and instead turned around and left, attempting to leave the battlefield. This was a wise decision, for if he continued, the situation would become more disadvantageous for him. Damn it! Bai Ningbing, don't run if you have guts! Big brother Xiong Xian was killed by him, kill him, take revenge for brother Xiong Xian! Xiongli group cursed loudly, but could not catch up. Originally, the 4 of them were barely enough to form an encirclement, but now that they had one less person, their blockade was easily broken by Bai Ningbing. Seeing that Bai Ningbing was about to leave the battlefield, at this time, a moonblade flew out from among the bushes, and a person leapt out and quickly following after. Bam! Bai Ningbing's ice blade waved, and dispelled the moonblade. But his abdomen was hit by someone, throwing him back by 3 large steps. During this period, Xiongli and the others were sobered from their stupor, getting close and surrounded by Ning Bing again. Bai Ning Bing ignored the three, staring at the newcomer instead, chuckling. So you finally appeared. It's Fan Yuan! Xionglin's eyes shone, seeing a glimmer of hope. Fan Yuan, good job! Xiongjiang was overjoyed, shouting. Xiongli stayed silent. Although he seemed rash, his thoughts were more meticulous than anyone else. Fan Yuan did not strike earlier, but suddenly appeared. Was he watching the battle all along? The thought of this possibility brought him unease. Fan Yuan smiled mildly, showing a victorious appearance, but his heart sank. Bai Ning Bing's act of retreating was to force him to appear. Fan Yuan was clear of his intentions and saw through it, but so what if he did? He had to show up. Xiong expression was also taken into account, and he had expected it. Rest assured, everyone. He opened his mouth. I've informed the clan, just hang in there for a little longer, reinforcements are coming. Xiongli was relieved at once. Xiongling, Xiongjiang's battle spirits were ignited, and Bai Ning Bing suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, so he's called Fan Yuan, such an interesting guy. I only want to kill you even more now. I'm afraid you're not capable enough to achieve that. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with cold light, taking a step forward. Bai Ning Bing, the heavens want you dead, you're finished. Xiongjiang gritted his teeth, running into Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing, you are too arrogant, you will pay the price today. Xiongling growled, moving towards Bai Ning Bing's back. Fan Yuan, stay back a little, back us up and prevent Bai Ning Bing from escaping. Xiongli said. If Fan Yuan interfered, it would destroy the chemistry the three of them shared. Battle continued. Fan Yuan's expression was tranquil while he continued to constantly attack, treating Xiongli's words as if they were air. The Xiongli group frowned. Outsider interference would cause the battle formation to be chaotic, and their cooperation would start to fail. But Fan Yuan's every attack was ruthless and decisive, having a strong grasp of opportunity, instead being of great help to them. At first, Xiongli growled threateningly at him, but soon, he shut the fuck up. His frowning face slowly eased, and his brows started to raise instead, revealing his surprise towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not strike much, but each attack he made had great implications on the battle. Once his master-level methods were displayed, he instantly grasped the battle in his hands. Xiong group of 5 originally were at a disadvantage when fighting Bai Ning Bing, and ended up getting 2 of their members killed. But once Fan Yuan joined in, along with the 3's combined combat prowess, they managed to suppress Bai Ning Bing into a corner. Bai Ning Bing, just go and die! Xiongli growled loudly, jumping up and landing heavily. His 10 fingers intertwined to form a punch, slamming toward Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing wanted to dodge, but Fan Yuan appeared at that moment, and at the same time shot out a moon blade, blocking the direction where he wanted to leap. Bai Ning Bing had no choice but to endure Xiongli's attack. Water shield goo! From his nostrils, 2 lines of water vapor coiled around his body, forming a spherical barrier of condensed moisture. With a loud impact and a compressed pop, Xiongli's heavy punch landed on the barrier, breaking through it instantly. But this act also caused the punch to lose all its built-up velocity, and allowed Bai Ning Bing to escape death. Even so, Xiongli took a glance at Fan Yuan, showing signs of admiration. If not for his superb cooperation, this hit would have been avoided by Bai Ning Bing. It would not have forced Bai Ning Bing to take the hit head-on, expending his primeval essence. Water shield goo again! Fan Yuan did not mind Xiongli's gaze, but focused on Bai Ning Bing, frowning. It was this water shield goo that alleviated Bai Ning Bing's predicament. The defensive power of the water shield was superior to even the white jade goo. But it had a weakness: he needed to form a ball shape and rely on the moving water to draw the force away, dispersing the damage in order to display its full defensive capabilities. If Bai Ning Bing was up against a wall, he cannot form a ball shape and his defense power would be greatly reduced. There are many forests on Qingmao Mountain, but even then Bai Ning Bing had been very careful, making sure not to get into a tight spot. As long as I beat this water shield goo, I can put Bai Ning Bing in a tight spot. But how? Fan Yuan was thinking, but suddenly Bai Ning Bing's mouth opened, and a new blue bird flew out. Xiongli and the others were fearful of this attack, but Fan Yuan was not flustered in the least. He snorted coldly, shooting a moon blade. With a bam, the moon blade hit the ice bird, causing it to explode. Bai Ning Bing growled in a low voice. He was too close by, and after the ice bird exploded, he was hit by it too. The impact caused him to fly up and then fall onto the ground. At the same time, half of his left limb was frozen, losing its ability to fight. Divine opportunity! Seeing this, Xiong eyes shone with brilliance, shouting, "Go die!" And his arms gathered to form another punch towards Bai Ningbing. This hit was too heavy, and as Bai Ningbing was on the ground, the water shield Gu's defensive capabilities were less than half of the usual. If this hit his head, there was no doubt that he, Bai Ningbing, would instantly die. Chapter 137. Shadow of Death. Seeing that Xiong fist was about to hit Bai Ningbing, Xiong Lin and Xiong Jiang both showed a joyful expression. Only Fan Yuan stood far away, his eyes shining with solemnness. With his understanding of Bai Ningbing, how could he commit such a beginner's mistake? As expected, at this moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly struck. His right hand and forearm's flesh all turned into a transparent blue frosty ice. From outside his finger bones could be seen. His fingers gathered straight, forming a palm blade and striking like lightning, puncturing Xiong heart. Ugh! Xiong descending body came to a halt. He stared with wide-open eyes, lowering his head and staring at his chest in disbelief. How can this be? Lord Xiong! With the sudden twist of events, Xiong Jiang and Xiong Lin could not believe it. You think my right arm was really broken by your punch? Naive! I already used the rank 3 ice muscle Gu, and trained a body of ice muscles. This is the ultimate defense. The reason I pretended earlier was to give a certain someone a surprise. Bai Ningbing slowly got up, showing disdain in his eyes, and at the end of his speech, he looked towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression was calm, staring at him too. Plop. Bai Ningbing. Xiong opened his mouth, saying his last words with difficulty. Bai Ningbing's ice hand spread out some cold air and froze his heart, cutting off his life force. Scheming scumbag, I will fight it out with you. Xiong Lin saw Xiong death firsthand, and under the extreme pain and anger, he ignored his own danger and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Xiong Lin, calm down. Xiong Jiang acted in time, restraining Xiong Lin. Group leader is dead, we are no longer his match, quickly leave, I'll block him. Xiong Jiang controlled his sadness and said, Brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin was dumbfounded, his eyes turning red. Xiong Jiang shrugged his hand backwards and took a step forwards, blocking Bai Ningbing. Shadow Bond Gu. The shadow below his feet suddenly came alive, distorting creepily, connecting itself to Bai Ningbing's shadow. I have the Shadow Bond Gu. Once I get hurt, Bai Ningbing takes the same damage. He won't kill me so easily. Xiong Lin, you are still young and have better talent than me or group leader. Go away quickly. Xiong Jiang's gaze was locked onto Bai Ningbing as he shouted. Brother Xiong Jiang. Xiong Lin's eyes were teary. He knew the weakness of the Shadow Bond Gu. In the previous battle, Xiong Jiang had used the Gu worm too, but once Bai Ningbing pulled sufficient distance, the shadow would split. Xiong Jiang saying this was just to console him. Especially now, Xiong Jiang did not have enough primeval essence. He had already used up too much, and even the roaming zombie Gu had stopped working. Xiong Lin's feet seems to have taken roots, as he refused to move a step. He turned around, staring at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, why are the reinforcements not here yet? Fan Yuan did not speak, only staring firmly at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing moved his right arm, and after a while, his right arm regained its fleshy state. He used a mocking tone. Reinforcements? They would have come long ago if it was the case, but this is all a lie. TSK, you are even more naive than the other one. You really think such a cheap method like Shadow Bond Gu can restrain me? He stared at the shadow in disdain, not giving a fuck. Fan Yuan, is this true? Xiong Lin clenched his fist, eyes speaking fire as he asked furiously. Fan Yuan did not care about him, but stared at Bai Ningbing, his mouth curling into a smile. That move earlier, it expended your primeval essence, right? By now, how much primeval essence do you still have in your aperture? Xiong Li used a defensive Gu worm, but it was weaker than Fan Yuan's white jade Gu. The result was that his defense was penetrated, but such an attack is clearly not owned by a rank 2 Gu master. According to the earlier situation, Fan Yuan guessed that Bai Ningbing used the rank 3 Frost Demon Gu. This Gu's ability was strong, renowned among the rank 3 Gu, but overuse harmed the user. Joint problems were just a light symptom, but if serious, one's muscles could be frozen and damaged, thus it needed to be used with other Gu worms. Bai Ningbing had said earlier that his muscles had become ice muscles, and could take the cold of the frost. Thus, when used together with the frost demon Gu, they complemented each other. This was still Bai Ningbing using rank 2 primeval essence to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm, so it had to have high consumption, but he needed to use such a method to break the stalemate. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. The move earlier had caused a great consumption of his primeval essence, and Fan Yuan saw through it. Thus, after killing Xiongli, he did not strike again, but used the talking time to recover. He laughed heartily, nodding, and confessed, "Not bad, my primeval essence is running dry. I left my right limb and used to lure you to attack. But you didn't fall for it. He, the real battle is just starting, isn't it?" Fan Yuan squinted. If Bai Ningbing denied it, he would attack without doubt. But Bai Ningbing confessed, showing the look of fearlessness. Either that Bai Ningbing knew he was going to die, showing no fear towards death, or he probably had other strong trump cards and had great confidence in surviving. Ordinary Gu masters only had 3 to 5 Gu worms, even Qing Shu and Qi Shan were as such. But there are exceptions. For example, Fan Yuan, with the Moonglow Gu, White Jade Gu, Stealth Scales Gu, 4 Flavor Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Earth Communication Ear Grass and 9-leaf Vitality Grass, he had 7 Gu worms in his possession. Bai Ningbing was the Bai clan's hope and had the Northern Dark Eye Soul body, an absolute genius. From the start of his cultivating journey, he had received the full support of his clan, his wealth definitely greater than Fan Yuan. Up till now, he had displayed over 6 Gu worms. Fan Yuan was sure that he had others. And these Gu worms allowed him to be calm despite being in this position of having little primeval essence. Actually, the most troublesome kind of opponent is like him. Not only having talent, but not fearing death, and having large amount of Gu worms in hand. With these 3, it greatly affected a Gu master's battle in terms of victory or loss. Especially Gu worms, with a strong or special one, it can allow a Gu master to overturn the situation. Bai Ningbing's Frost Demon Gu was a rank 3 Gu worm, so even with Fan Yuan's White Jade Gu defending, he could be penetrated. This is also why Fan Yuan had not engaged Bai Ningbing personally. Fan Yuan had used Gu Yumanshi, Xiongli and others to fish out Bai Ningbing's secrets. After all, only knowing one's enemy can one be assured of victory. In comparing talent, Fan Yuan was only AC grade. Compared to Bai Ningbing, it was a world of difference. Bai Ningbing started cultivating earlier and had the clan's assistance, and he had more outstanding Gu worms in his possession than Fan Yuan. In terms of temperament, his fearlessness towards death made him almost invulnerable. The difference between the two was that Bai Ningbing was strong, and Fan Yuan was weak. This is the truth, he had to accept it and understand it. But battles are interesting because the strong might not necessarily win, and the weak might not always fall. Fan Yuan wanting to win against the odds, it was not impossible, but he had to use all of the methods he had, and make use of all the strength he could gather. Gu Yumanshi was just the beginning, and Xiongli group is not the end. Thinking so, Fan Yuan struck. With the moon blade, a head flew away, and blood spewed. This moment, Bai Ningbing's iris shrunk to pin size, his face changing color. Fan Yuan's moon blade did not attack him, but was aimed at Xiongjiang's head. Xiongjiang did not expect Fan Yuan's betrayal. Bai Ningbing's pressure was too great, and all his attention was gathered on the latter. He did not have much primeval essence left, so to conserve them, he did not maintain the roaming zombie Gu, thus getting one shot. Bam! Bai Ningbing's face was pale as he vomited a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, his ears, nose and eyes had blood traces ever since the battle started. This was the most severe injury he had sustained. Shadow Bond Gu. With the shared damage effect, when the Shadow Bond Gu Master sustains an injury, the chain-linked Gu Master takes 10% of the damage. Now that Xiongjiang is dead, his injuries were connected through the shadow and transmitted to Bai Ningbing. This injury with a direct effect, even if Bai Ningbing had the Water Shield Gu, it cannot block against it. Fan Yuan, what have you done? A second later, Xionglin came back from shock and shouted in a furious voice, heartbroken. Fan Yuan ignored him, his body glowing with white jade light as he charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing getting such an injury, his body was wavering, and his head was dizzy, his battle strength dropped drastically. Seeing Fan Yuan attacking, he retreated immediately. Bai Ningbing, didn't you want a life and death battle? Fan Yuan chased relentlessly. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, escaping silently. His footsteps were messy, but he forced himself to focus, ignoring Fan Yuan's taunting. Although he knew he was a dying man and did not fear death, he was not stupid, and with such a dangerous situation, his heart grew calmer. Xionglin stood on the spot, not choosing to help Fan Yuan chase Bai Ningbing. His heart was filled with pain and anger. He hated Bai Ningbing, and also detested Fan Yuan. Bai and Fan moved closely, traversing the valley. As time passed, Bai Ningbing's injuries slowly recovered, and his nose and eyes stopped bleeding. Slowly his footsteps became more composed. He did not simply run away, but during this time used his goo worm to heal his body's injuries. Fan Yuan's pursued and his heart was secretly shocked. Previously Bai Ningbing's primeval essence was almost fully expended, but during this time, the amount he recovered was enough to heal his own injuries. Northern Dark Eye Soul Body, 10 extreme talents, what sort of primeval essence recovery speed is this? The more he knew, the more determined he was to kill Bai Ningbing. Moonglow Goo. Fan Yuan sent a moonblade around the size of a face flying. It flew across the sky, emitting a buzzing sound. Bai Ningbing heard this sound and tried to dodge, but his arms still got sliced away. An injury appeared and blood poured out, but the injury was quickly covered by a layer of frost, stopping the blood. Bai Ningbing had obtained the ice muscles, and once this is achieved, it was like the black and white boar goo's strength increase. It required no primeval essence to sustain. But Bai Ningbing's heart continued to sink. Before his old injuries healed, new injuries would come. Evidently, Fan Yuan wanted to slowly grind him to death. Chapter 138. Someone is actually chasing and trying to kill Bai Ningbing? There has never been anyone who forced me into such a state. Fan Yuan, you are interesting. Once I recover adequately, I'll definitely kill you. Bai Ningbing screamed in his heart as he ran. The killing intent from Fan Yuan had him feel suffocated. This, to him, was an unprecedented experience. The thick aura of death made his body shudder, and it developed a twisted sense of excitement. Behind him, Fan Yuan was chasing and getting closer. Take this! He suddenly flicked his wrist, and threw a black-colored goo worm. Fan Yuan's steps came to a halt as if an enemy had appeared, but once he got closer, he found out that this was the plunder goo from Xiongzhan. Splat! With a light sound, Fan Yuan caught this goo worm in his hands. The plunder goo was a black beetle, and at a normal size, its head had a pair of metal antennae, and its back had white spots. Once the spring-autumn cicada revealed its aura, Fan Yuan easily refined this plunder goo and kept it in its aperture with some use of its primeval essence. He continued chasing. For Bai Ningbing to even use such a method, it showed the severity of his injuries and the desperate situation he was in. But with this action, the distance between Fan Yuan and him had been pulled apart again. Unfortunately, I lack a movement goo worm. If I had such a goo worm, I would have caught up to Bai Ningbing already. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. This Fan Yuan, he actually refined the plunder goo instantly? Bai Ningbing was shocked in his heart. He obtained this plunder goo and had been refining it for the last few days. Although there were improvements, the process was tough, and he did not succeed. This is also because Xiongzhan's death had an indirect relationship with him. The will of this plunder goo originated from Xiongzhan, thus, it had greater hatred towards Bai Ningbing and raised the difficulty in refining it. But Fan Yuan instantly refined this plunder goo, and Bai Ningbing, who only used his side vision to see this, could feel his heart turn shocked and dismayed. There are a few goo worms that can achieve this. But Bai Ningbing had never owned one. To think that Fan Yuan would instead? Unknowingly, he had become more wary of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's image in his heart had intensified in a dangerous and mysterious way. However, as time passed, Fan Yuan's heart was the one that sank. The longer it dragged, the more primeval essence would be recovered by Bai Ningbing, and the lesser injuries he has. Fan Yuan's advantage over him would become milder and milder. I'm afraid I won't be able to kill him this time. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. According to this development, it won't be long before Bai Ningbing's injury and primeval essence recover sufficiently. Although Fan Yuan had been using the Moonglow goo to intensify the injuries on him, the Northern Dark Eye Soul Body's talent is too outstanding, it can be said to be a gift from heaven. The primeval essence recovery rate was even faster than Fan Yuan using primeval stones. Unless the people in front encountered a wolf pack and are trapped. Or there will be a goo master group appearing and can temporarily block Bai Ningbing. But if it is a Bai clan group, I'm in danger. Fan Yuan's thoughts flowed like a whirlpool as he started to have intentions to retreat. Their chase was a long road, but in the middle they did not encounter a single pack of wolves or a Gu Master group. This meant to say that Bai Ningbing, who is selecting the escape route, also has a recon Gu worm and can avoid danger. Qing Mao Mountain is so huge, he can escape in all directions. Fan Yuan has no way to force Bai Ningbing to run in one direction. Against the wolf tide, the most important thing is to be united and not be isolated by the wolf tide. Once you are isolated, you are in danger, Qing Shu told Fang Zheng as they were rushing on the road. If the opponent is the bold lightning wolf pack, we can defend using terrain and defeat them head-on. But if it is the frenzy lightning wolf pack, the first thing to do is retreat, then use the signal Gu, and wait for the surrounding Gu masters to regroup. We need at least 3 groups to cooperate to have a good chance of defeating the frenzy lightning wolf. Of course, opponents in the wolf tide are not just lightning wolves, but also Gu masters. Saying so, Gu Yu Qinshu paused. The other 4 knew who he was talking about. Evidently, it was Bai Ningbing. These days, Bai Ningbing had been challenging people all over, suppressing his cultivation and only using the rank 2 red steel primeval essence, and found trouble with Xiongli, Qi Shan and the rest. From what he declared, Gu Yu Qinshu is his next target. If we encounter Bai Ningbing, Gu Yu Qinshu continued, the best would be to avoid battling. This sentence entered Fang Zheng's ears and caused his heart to feel disturbed. In his heart, Gu Yu Qinshu, although mild on the outside, had a tough personality and stuck close to his principles. From Gu Yu Qinshu, he could feel a strong sense of kinship. Towards Gu Yu Qinshu, he respected and loved him, and naturally was not willing to see Bai Ningbing being superior to Qinshu. Everyone is discussing Bai Ningbing. What kind of person is he? Fang Zheng frowned and asked. The 3 other people in the group became solemn. Gu Yu Qinshu smiled kindly towards Fang Zheng. He is Qing Mao Mountain's #1 genius. Fang Zheng, listen well. You are still young, and have a great talent. You might be able to surpass him in the future. So before you fully grow up, avoid direct conflicts with him. Remember the story I told you before? Lowering your head and raising it, sometimes, people have to lower their heads. Fang Zheng looked towards Qinshu, and when they made eye contact, he could not help but nod and respond. I understand, brother Qinshu. Please be rest assured. Good. Qinshu was still speaking, when suddenly the Recon Gu Master interrupted. Not too far away ahead, there is a Gu Master rapidly moving. Everyone's expressions changed. The healing Gu Master Gu Yaohong's expression was solemn. Must be a small group that got scattered by the wolf pack, let's go save them. Fang Zheng said instead. Could it be Bai Ningbing? Doesn't he travel alone usually? It could be him, or not. But if it really is a Gu Master that got lost, no matter which village, they are our alliance mate. We have to go save them. Gu Yu Qinshu said, turning direction and charging towards the Gu Master. The 4 around him followed closely. But quickly the Recon Gu Master spoke. It is not a Gu Master. Behind the first Gu Master, there is another one. It's actually 2 Gu Masters, huh? It seems that the situation is just like Sister Yao Hong had said. It should be a group that got separated by the wolf packs. Gu Yu Fangjing sighed a breath of relief. Gu Yu Qinshu's expression was unchanging, but the other 3's expression became more relaxed. At this point, if one was observing from a higher point of view, they would see Qinshu's group, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing, getting closer along the mountain road. Oh! Bai Ningbing's expression changed. He had a Recon Gu, and he felt that a group of 5 Gu Masters were approaching. He quickly changed his direction. Although he had a Recon-type Gu worm, it could not detect the identities of the people ahead. Every Gu worm had one ability, thus it had pros and cons. Taking Fan Yuan's Earth Communication Ear Grass for example, it can hear noise and is most sensitive to footsteps, but it cannot discern information like male or female. And if a Gu Master uses the Silent Step Gu, they can conceal their footsteps, and he would not be able to detect them. Not knowing who it was, to play it safe, Bai Ningbing chose to avoid them. But this time, the situation was different. Qinshu's group was full of elites, and their Recon Gu Master was a professional as well. There's someone! Soon after, Fan Yuan detected the existence of Qinshu group. He was sprinting, and his right ear had roots growing out, but did not go into the ground, thus his detection range was not even half of its peak. Bai Ningbing changed his running direction again. But Qinshu group followed closely, changing their direction to match. This way, be it Bai Ningbing or Fan Yuan, their expressions turned serious. The two were extremely clever. They knew at once, this unknown group is the biggest uncertainty. It would definitely affect the result of the battle. If it is a bi-clan group, I will immediately use the stealth scales goo and retreat. But if it is the other two clans, Fan Yuan's eyes shone with coldness. He knew that this decision carried certain risks. If it was a bi-clan group and the goo masters among them had a detection method, he would be chased into a dead end. But if he lost this prime opportunity, he would probably never have another shot at killing Bai Ningbing. Furthermore, whichever clan the goo masters are from, Fan Yuan had a 66% chance, while Bai Ningbing only had 1/3, so Fan Yuan had reason to gamble. As they sprinted, the two parties continued to get closer. We can almost see them, right behind that turning point. The recon goo master pointed at a curve along the mountain path. They could not help but slow their footsteps, awaiting the meeting further ahead. A white figure turned around the corner, and appeared in front of them. Bai Ningbing! Fan Jing shouted in dismay. He had obviously seen Bai Ningbing's portrait before. The other four, even Qing Shu's expression sank. Bai Ningbing is in such a sorry state, he must have encountered a frenzy lightning wolf pack. He deserves this, traveling alone in the wolf tide. What airs is he trying to put on? Everyone at once did not go up and meet with him. Bai Ningbing's movements and expression showed signs of escaping. This caused Qing Shu group to feel happy internally. But at this moment, Fan Yuan shouted from over the corner. Bai Ningbing, why are you running? I must kill you today! Saying this, he was trying to test water. Using the earth communication ear grass, he knew that around the corner, there was an unknown group of 5. If it is a bi-clan group, this proclamation would invite their intense rebuttal. Around the corner, Qing Shu and the others heard this and their eyeballs rolled wide. What's going on? There's actually someone chasing and trying to kill Bai Ningbing? Did I get it wrong? Something like this is happening? Getting Bai Ningbing into such a pathetic state, who in the world is behind him? Gu Yu Yao Hong could not help but look at each other, a look of shock all over their faces. Gu Yu Fangying was shocked and suspicious. This voice, why is it so familiar? Before he could remember the owner of the voice, Fan Yuan turned around the corner. What? Gu Yu Qing Shu's serious expression turned into dumbfoundedness. The other four stared with their eyes wide opened. After seeing Fan Yuan appear, their eyeballs almost dropped. This. Gu Yu Yao Ji opened her mouth wide, big enough to swallow a duck egg. Big brother! Fan Zheng was tongue-tied. It's him? Even Gu Yu Qing Shu, without standing composure, was shocked beyond words. Chapter 139. Broken Arm. Who was Bai Ningbing? The #1 genius of Qingmao Mountain, someone who could single-handedly change the structure of the 3 clans, whose cultivation speed left everyone dumbfounded, dimming the luster of even a great genius's. No one doubted his future accomplishments. Even his enemies had no choice but to accept the fact his talent was unparalleled. However, now someone was actually making this genius flee in such a wretched state. No one among the Qing Shu group expected this. What was even more astonishing was that the person chasing after Bai Ningbing was actually from their clan, Fan Yuan. Regarding their impressions of Fan Yuan, they were mainly based around the arena battles and chasing away river-swallowing toad. And since the moment Fan Yuan had admitted defeat to Xiongli, his true strength was widely underestimated. When did Fan Yuan become so powerful? The Qing Shu group found this difficult to accept. Fan Yuan turned around the corner. Gu Yu Qing Shu! His mind jolted when he saw the Gu Yu Qing Shu group. I won the gamble. Bai Ningbing, today will be the day you die. Fan Yuan thought. He shouted. Little brother, you were here! Great! Quickly stop Bai Ningbing! He is a heinous murderer who killed the Xiongli group and even our clan's Gu Yu Manshi group. What? But our clans have signed a treaty. No, nothing is too excessive for Bai Ningbing. So it was like that. No wonder Fan Yuan was able to chase Bai Ningbing. The Qing Shu group was shocked and came to a realization. It seemed that after Bai Ningbing had fought several intense battles, his fighting power had fallen to its lowest state, allowing Fan Yuan to luckily seize the upper hand. Am I really going to die here? No, I have just enough primeval essence to self-detonate the frost demon goo. I still have hope. Bai Ningbing thought in his mind. In front of him was the Qing Shu group and behind him was Fan Yuan. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Actually, there was a rift in Fan Yuan and Fan Geng's relationship. Fan Jing naturally wouldn't heed Fan Yuan's words. However, Bai Ningbing didn't know of this. As an outsider, he only saw the similarity in appearance between Fan Jing and Fan Yuan, and firmly made a choice. He lifted his right arm, pouring all the hard-earned primeval essence that he had recovered into the frost demon goo in his right palm. The muscles in his right arm transformed into a light blue ice. One could clearly see the white bones of his arm within the ice. Bang! With an explosive sound, Bai Ningbing's whole right arm suddenly self-detonated. Steam and mist arose, and an intense chill started to crazily pervade the surroundings. Snap, crack. Pure, white frost spread onto the narrow mountain path in the blisteringly hot summer, covering the soil and the trees. The temperature abruptly dropped. He sacrificed his entire right arm! Fan Jing was aghast by Bai Ningbing's ruthless move. Quick retreat! Gu Yuqingshu grabbed Fan Jing and hurriedly ran away. Great amounts of frost rushed towards them like the wolf tide. It would be very troublesome if they actually got frozen. Fan Yuan retreated to a distance of 100 steps along with the Qingshu group as the onslaught of frost gradually dwindled. Originally, the mountain path had been full of lush trees, filled with the fragrance of wild plants. Now, it had become a world of ice. The trees were all frozen and there was a thick layer of snow on the ground. Fan Yuan stepped onto the snow and approached the middle of the mountain path. Bai Ningbing's whole body was frozen in ice like an insect in amber, his expression still showing the malevolent decisiveness and ruthlessness of his personality. He suicided? Fan Jing muttered. The Qingshu group had quickly followed after Fan Yuan. No! Qingshu's expression was very heavy. Bai Ningbing has already formed ice muscles. This layer of ice crystals won't freeze him to death and will instead act as his armor, giving him time to recover. Fan Yuan stared closely at Bai Ningbing and threw a moon blade. Screech! The moon blade produced a crisp sound when it struck the ice crystals. On the 3 meters high and 2 meters wide ice crystal, there was only a shallow scar. But in just a moment, the cold aura within the ice crystal filled the injury and the scar disappeared. Fan Yuan, is what you said earlier true? Qingshu turned his gaze towards Fan Yuan. Of course. Only Xionglin remains of the Xiongli group and he can testify for me. We can't stay here for too long. The details will have to wait. We must quickly leave this place. Fan Yuan nodded and answered. He had made up his mind to leave. He knew he was unable to destroy this ice crystal. Even if they were to combine their strengths to destroy it, it would waste a lot of time and primeval essence. If Bai Ningbing broke out of the ice, their fighting strength would have dropped and his fighting strength would have recovered, making it a bad situation if a battle started. Leave? Why should we leave? Fan Jing couldn't refrain from asking in a loud voice. Bai Ningbing has already destroyed his right arm and with the battles he went through, he is tired both mentally and physically. We can break open this ice crystal and activate the signal goo for the clan's reinforcements to eliminate him. This is an extremely rare opportunity. Everyone's hearts were moved by these words. Since Fan Yuan could chase Bai Ningbing and try to kill him, why can't we do the same? Several goo masters looked at each other, and they couldn't help but have such thoughts. If we kill Bai Ningbing, we will become great heroes of the Guyu clan. But if we kill him, won't the Bai village start a war in their anger? And now, there is the wolf tide. No, it is exactly because there is a wolf tide that even if we kill Bai Ningbing, Bai village will just have to swallow their bitterness. Right, a dead genius isn't a genius. The group members discussed, their minds set on the fame and glory. Truly stupid, how can you imagine the power of the northern dark eye soul physique? Fan Yuan squinted his eyes while sneering inwardly. He was not going to accompany these people if they wanted to look for death. Gu Yuqingshu also hesitated. He, no doubt, had much deeper understanding of Bai Ningbing than the rest of the group. He didn't know of the secret of the 10 extreme physiques, but he didn't have much yearning towards the fame from killing Bai Ningbing either. He was indifferent towards fame and profits. He had once been nurtured by Gu Yubo as the next clan head, but he willingly gave up this position to Fan Jing. His true concerns lay within the interests of the clan, and his heart was intricately linked with the clan's well-being. Bai village's emergence is completely due to Bai Ningbing. If we kill Bai Ningbing, our Guyu clan will remain the #1 clan of Qingmao Mountain. Although Bai Ningbing is a rank 3 Gu master, I have the wood charm Gu and the ability to fight with him. Moreover, he just lost his right arm and he will certainly need some time to get used to the absence of a limb. This can be the greatest disadvantage in a life and death battle. Qin Shu thought. Gu Yu Qin Shu's gaze turned resolute. Fan Yuan was observing Qin Shu's expression the entire time. He realized what the latter had chosen to do when he saw Qin Shu's expression. If Gu Yu Qin Shu uses the wood charm Gu without any regards to the consequences, he will be much stronger than the average rank 3 Gu master and even have the power to surpass levels and fight. However, the one he is facing is Bai Ningbing, who possesses the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. The battle definitely won't be easy. Since Bai Ningbing can dilute his primeval essence and suppress his cultivation, he can naturally restore his rank 3 cultivation. Right now, he has enough time inside the ice crystal to remove this restriction. Once he breaks out, he will very likely be as a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing was extremely talented and Fan Yuan had needed external help to fight against him even when Bai Ningbing's cultivation was suppressed to rank 2. Once Bai Ningbing enters rank 3, his fighting strength would rise by several times. Fan Yuan was the main cause of the loss of his right arm. When the battle begins, Bai Ningbing's ruthless temperament will definitely target Fan Yuan. Moreover, Fan Yuan had some concerns and didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of Gu Yu Qin Shu. Thus, Fan Yuan immediately expressed his intention to leave and left the battlefield, ignoring the urges of others to stay. He really left? Such a coward. Humph, him leaving is good. If he were to meddle, it might instead destroy our tacit teamwork. Ha ha ha, it really frightened me when I saw him chasing after Bai Ningbing. Now, it seems Fan Yuan is indeed Fan Yuan, a coward who admitted defeat in the Gu battle competition. Quit it, everyone has their own ambitions. At least, he gave us intel on Bai Ningbing before he left. Moreover, he will inform the clan who will send reinforcements. As Qin Shu gazed at the departing figure of Fan Yuan, his brows slightly furrowed. Group leader, you are too kind. There is no need to justify for cowards like Fan Yuan. Right, although Fan Yuan is Fan Zheng's older brother, the way I see it, one is earth and the other is heaven. I have already stopped talking with Fan Yuan. Fan Zheng's face grew red. He felt ashamed at Fan Yuan's running away before battle. Fan Jing, you leave too. Gu Yu Qin Shu suddenly spoke. What? Fan Zheng's eyes were wide open. As the clan's only a grade talent, we can't lose you. Bai Ningbing may have lost an arm, but the following battle will definitely be very dangerous. For the clan, we can die, but you, Fan Jing, must not die. The other 4 members were all moved. Well said. A bright laughter echoed and an old Gu master appeared. Lord Elder. Fan Jing promptly paid his respects. He recognized this man as a very senior clan elder. The elder drew near, looking at Gu Yu Qin Shu with praise. Gu Yu Bo raised a great adopted son. With such feelings of fighting to the death for the clan, why would we have to worry about our Gu Yu clan not expanding? Fan Jing was still growing up, and after the Wang heir's assassination attempt, the clan had sent an elder to always follow Fan Jing and protect him. Fan Jing, you don't need to take part in the fight. But don't leave, you can just observe from a distance. Isn't it just a Bai Ningbing? I've always heard about how outstanding he is and how he has the strength of an elder. Humph, now it seems he is only just a kid. How much battle experience can he have? Mutilating himself, he is really amateurish. The elder snorted in disdain. Gu Yu Qin Shu still wanted to persist in his own viewpoint, but it wouldn't be good to refute the elder's decision. As a junior, he needed to respect the old and take care of the young. How could he so easily refute and question his elder? Chapter 140. Gu Yu Qin Shu vs. Bai Ningbing. The time Bai Ningbing took to break out of the ice was shorter than anyone had imagined. With a loud crack, the ice crystal began to fracture, the cracks intensifying until it completely broke from within. The clan elder, Gu Yu Qin Shu, Gu Yu Yao Hong and the others, totaling up to 5 altogether, had surrounded him. Gu Yu Fangjing was standing far away on the mountain slope, staring at the battle from a higher ground while staying vigilant. Once a Bai clan Gu master group appears, he has to send out a warning immediately. Bai Ningbing, you dare to kill the Gu masters in our clan, breaking the 3-clan alliance openly. Paying a life for a life is natural law. What else do you have to say? The clan elder said with a haughty snort. Bai Ningbing did not pay him any mind, staying quiet and staring at his right arm instead. His left arm floundered in vain, grasping nothing as it was reaching for something that wasn't even there in the first place. He started to frown, his face dim like water as lightning started to nurture between his eyes. Actually forcing me to lose off my right arm, this guy is called Fan Yuan, right? Listening to Xiongli and Qingshu's words, he had already learned Fan Yuan's name. Muttering, Bai Ningbing's pair of crystal blue eyes was filled with extremely callous killing intent. His body emanated the oppressive aura of a rank 3 Gu master. As Fan Yuan had predicted earlier, with the capabilities to seal his own cultivation, Bai Ningbing was also able to release the restrictions on it. It was just that in the battle earlier, he did not have sufficient time to unlock it. Now, the white-silver primeval essence of rank 3 filled his aperture fully. The dense primeval essence placed great pressure on his surrounding aperture walls. Bai Ningbing knew that he was moving towards the path of destruction. A Gu master's aperture produced primeval essence, and the primeval essence in turn nurtures the aperture. The truth being, as long as the primeval essence exists within the aperture, it acts as a form of nurturing towards the aperture. It is just that this effect is not very evident, far less effective than the Gu master using the primeval essence to do so. This was similar to how a still sea water would still have a corrosive effect towards surrounding rocks, but this effect is less evident than the waves hitting on the rocks. But to the northern dark eye soul physique, after attaining rank 3, even if they do not expend primeval essence, as long as the primeval essence is stored in the aperture, the nurturing effect would be the same as if a Gu master was actively using the primeval essence to nurture their aperture. This is the secret behind the northern dark eye soul physique's ability to raise a Gu master's cultivation at rocket speed. Moreover, this nurturing effect would become stronger as the primeval essence is refined. At rank 4, as long as primeval essence exists within the aperture, they would nourish the aperture, and the effect would be several times better than a regular Gu master using primeval essence to nurture their aperture. With ordinary Gu masters, the higher their cultivation, the slower the speed of cultivation. However, the 10 extreme physiques were the opposite: the higher the cultivation, the stronger their aptitude, and the faster their cultivation, until they explode into oblivion. As an analogy, it is similar to a person in free fall. Dependent on the posture and qualities of that person, they would continue to accelerate as they descended, albeit dying a horrible death once they reached the ground. The 10 extreme physiques cultivation technique is falling from the highest point with the most suited conditions to fall faster than anyone else. As their cultivation gets faster and faster, it only gives them the temporary glory that they attain before they face the threat of death approaching. Like a meteor landing on Earth, moving toward its own destruction, the point where it shines the brightest comes only at the very moment where it burns up completely in the atmosphere. Earlier, the reason Bai Ningbing had diluted his white-silver primeval essence into red-steel primeval essence was because of this. Right now, his aperture was completely filled with white-silver primeval essence again, and he could feel that every second, his cultivation was steadily rising and improving. Actually forcing me to use the white-silver primeval essence, and even making me go as far as to sacrifice the frost demon Gu. Where is Fan Yuan? Bai Ningbing's killing intent intensified as he asked. His blue iris swept across the surroundings, but could not find a trace of Fan Yuan. The frost demon Gu that he sacrificed was a rank 3 Gu worm, one that he only managed to refine after 3 failures and consuming a large amount of resources. Now that it was gone, it is truly a waste. Although Bai Ningbing is rank 3, it only happened recently, and even with the clan's support, he could not hog all the resources to himself. Thus, he only had 2 rank 3 Gu worms. Now that the frost demon Gu is gone, he only had the blue bird ice coffin Gu left. The more he thought about it, the more he felt angered. Since the start of his youth, he had never suffered such a loss. If Fan Yuan was here, he'd have attacked in a frenzy with no one able to stop him. Bai Ningbing's disregard caused the Guyu clan elder to feel greatly humiliated. "Arrogant young lad, eat my moonblade slash!" he shouted, and jumped. Humph! Bai Ningbing's left arm swept, and the frost air that gushed out formed into a long ice blade. The original ice blade he created was only over a meter long, but now it was 2 meters in length, with an even deadlier edge and greater frost energy. Ching! The clan elder raised both hands shining with moonlight to collide with the ice blade, emitting a metallic noise. The clan elder's face was full of shock, however, as he took a step back, and both his palms clapped together and slashed out. Golden Moon Slash! A curved moon blade, over a meter long with a golden body, emitted a dominating aura as it flew out. The golden moonlight reflected on Bai Ningbing's pale face. He laughed as he raised the ice blade in his left hand, attacking head-on. Clank! Moonblade and ice blade colliding, the golden moon disappeared, and the ice blade broke into small fragments of ice. This is a battle between rank 3 Gu Masters? Really strong, not only the Ice Blade, but also that Golden Moon Blade. I cannot block either. Far away, Fang Jing watched in fascination, with his lacking knowledge. How can this be? A rank 2 Ice Blade Gu, managing to block my rank 3 Moonhand Blade, as well as the Golden Moon? Clan Elder stared with bulging eyes, disbelief in his tone. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique had a strengthening effect towards Ice Gu, a variation of Water-type Gu. In addition, this boost grew stronger as the Gu Master's cultivation rose. Bai Ningbing, at rank 3 in cultivation, can make a rank 2 Gu Worm display rank 3 power. When he is rank 4, if he used a rank 4 Gu Worm, it would have an effect that can even surpass rank 5. Firstly, he suppressed his cultivation, thus only the effect of recovering primeval essence remained. Now that his limiter was off and he was back to rank 3, the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique's true ability was starting to show up. Humph, old man, you don't know a lot of things. Bai Ningbing's feet paused, holding his ice blade horizontally, as he started to rotate. Ho-ho-ho. The intense sound of the wind enveloped him as he became faster and faster. Howl! The wind seemed to have transformed into a beast howl, a 5-meter sword storm forming after a matter of minutes. The tornado-like winds were white in color, whipping out and causing the people nearby to have numbed senses. Quickly dodge! Even a clan elder, upon seeing this, did not dare to challenge it. He quickly avoided. But the other rank 2 Gu Masters could not manage to dodge in time. The ice blade storm came at once, with a speed 3 times or even greater than before. Ah! As soon as the 2 male Gu Masters were caught up in the storm, their cries came to a stop. In a matter of seconds they were already minced to a paste by the ice blades and lost their lives on the spot. Save me! Gu Yu Yaohong screamed in fear, seeing that she was about to be swept into the tornado and perish. Green Vine Gu! Gu Yu Qingshu shot out green vines, which quickly coiled around Gu Yu Yaohong's waist like snakes. Just as he was about to drag her back, the ice blade storm had already reached her, devouring her in one shot. Swish, swish, swish. The ice blades instantly went to work, cutting this female Gu Master into 5 or 6 pieces. The icy air had already frozen her blood before she could bleed. Soon after, these pieces were further cut into smaller pieces, forming palm-sized frozen corpse fragments. Yao Hong! Seeing this scene, Qin Shu grieved with sorrowful eyes. Sister Yao Hong. On the slope, Fang Jing could not take such an intense scene, kneeling on the ground with a soulless gaze, tears overflowing from his eyes. Damn it, steel-shirt Gu! The clan elder took a deep breath as his body glowed with black light, looking as he was covered in a steel armor. He used both arms to cover his face as his legs sprinted, charging towards the icy blue ice blade storm. Chink chink chink. He charged inside bravely. In a few breaths' time, the ice blades hacked on his body numerous times, emitting a crisp sound. A moment later, the storm ended. Bai Ningbing and the clan elder faced each other. Old thing, you are asking for death. Bai Ningbing's blue iris were pure, complementing his white hair and white clothes while standing still in the cold winds. His left hand's ice blade had already broken into 2. But this did not stop it from penetrating the elder's heart. Huh. Clan elder lowered his head, staring at his left chest, his mouth emitting a sound of helplessness and shock. Bai Ningbing let go of his right hand, abandoning this ice blade. He walked past the clan elder, steadily approaching. Behind him, the clan elder's face was covered with a light blue frost, and soon he collapsed onto the ground to never get up again. Far away, Fang Jing saw this scene and his irises shrunk to the size of pins, intense fear spreading throughout his body. This was out of his wildest dreams. A grand rank 3 clan elder actually died like this. This Bai Ningbing is so strong? Where is Fang Yuan? Tell me, and I can let you die peacefully. Bai Ningbing walked towards Gu Qingshu. Bai Ningbing. Gu Qingshu sighed deeply, staring at Bai Ningbing without fear. You and I have fought over 10 times, you are getting stronger, and right now I have to admit that you have surpassed me. But your strength cannot cause me to betray my clansmen. Come, fight me! Just you? Hee hee. Bai Ningbing snorted in disdain, turning around to look at Fang Jing, raising a brow. That is Fang Yuan's brother? Gu Qingshu's expression changed, taking a big step out and blocking Bai Ningbing. Don't think of finding trouble with him. Bai Ningbing's face sank. You are quite an interesting opponent, keeping you alive can add some color to my life. But my mood is very bad now, don't take my patience for granted. Tell me nicely, which direction Fang Yuan went? Gu Yuqingshu replied him in the most direct way with action. He closed his eyes, and opened them again. Would charm Gu. Chapter 141. Gu Yuqingshu vs. Bai Ningbing. Under the power of the rank 3 Gu worm, Qingshu's eyes turned into a jade green color. At this moment, his aura changed. From a vibrant human, it turned into a deep serene forest feeling. Oh? Bai Ningbing showed slight shock unknowingly. He pouted in dissatisfaction. It seems that after a long time, you've gained some interesting new skills. Icicle Gu. He willed the Gu, and 5 sharp icicles appeared out of nowhere. Go. Bai Ningbing's eyes hand pointed, and the icicle shot out. Pow pow pow. From Qingshu's palms 2 vines grew out. The vines danced in the air like 2 snakes, dancing agilely, easily deflecting the icicles. The icicle changed directions, only scraping Qingshu's shoulder, and stabbed deeply into the ground, the hard mountain rock, and the forest that stood like a statue. Qingshu easily broke through the attack, causing Bai Ningbing's attack to be futile. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. Your whipping skills got better, but I want to see, how many icicles can you block? Saying so, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a mild blue light. 10 icicles appeared immediately, floating in front of him before shooting towards Qingshu. After that, 10 more were created. Like this, over several times, it turned into an icicle rain. Swoosh! The icicle tore through the air, emitting a sound that shocked people's hearts. Qingshu dodged while manipulating his green vine with both hands, dancing like a shadow. His whipping technique, after countless practices, had gotten to a level where he could command them like his fingers, fully in sync. But there was too many icicles. Qingshu was bound to miss some, and his shoulder was hit by an icicle. The icicle penetrated his right shoulder, and the tip appeared from behind him. Pin needle Gu. Qingshu controlled the pain, sweeping his long hair. From the tips of his hair, numerous jade-colored pin needles shot out. The pin needles engulfed Bai Ningbing, but he managed to activate the water shield Gu in time. It had gotten stronger too, and was much thicker than before, being no weaker than a rank 3 Gu worm's defense. The pin needles entered the water shield and slowed to a halt, before being purged by the water currents. But this also forced Bai Ningbing to stop his icicle attack. Seeing this opportunity, Qingshu ignored the pain and pulled out the icicle from his shoulder by force. There was no blood dripping out. One was due to the icicle's cold air, and the other was because his body was gradually turning into wood. Bai Ningbing kept the water shield Gu, his gaze attracted to Gu Yuqingshu's injury. From the opening on his torn shirt, he could see Qingshu's injury, revealing the rings of the tree trunk, and his flesh could be seen recovering at an observable speed, and on the newly grown muscles, the tree's ring lines were formed. At the same time, both his ears started to become longer, and his hair turned jade green, with green leaves growing within. Both his hands, from the fleshy color of a normal person, turned darker and more reserved. His skin became harder, and turned into the brown tree bark. This was the first time he had used the wood charm Gu without considering the consequences. The wood charm Gu was causing him to turn into a tree spirit, and at the same time, Gu Yuqingshu could feel the rich natural essence in the air. These essence could not be felt by ordinary Gu masters. Only special lifeforms like tree spirits could feel, absorb and use them. Gu Yuqingshu felt that he was soaking in his mother's liquid, thick essence enveloping him, giving him a strong sense of fulfillment. On his body, the Moonro Gu did not change, but the green vine Gu, pin needle Gu and the vitality grass all showed signs of growth. With Qingshu's identity as a tree spirit, when he uses these wood attribute Gu worms, their power is amplified. Gu Yuqingshu breathed deeply. He had never felt so strong before. The rich natural essence gave him an almost infinite source of primeval essence to use. This was the power of the wood charm Gu. But in his heart, a deep sense of fear also rose. He knew that if he was greedy over this strong and comfortable feeling, and used the wood charm Gu without restraint, he would eventually turn into a dead treeman. Anything had its price. Gu Yuqingshu soon suppressed this fear. He stared at Bai Ningbing and said 2 words. Let's fight. Thus, the intense battle started. Green vine versus ice blade, icicle versus pin needles. One was the northern dark eye soul physique, with insane primeval essence recovery rate, and the other was the wood charm tree spirit, using all the natural essence as his own. This battle had far surpassed the realm of ordinary rank 3 Gu masters. Fang Jing stood on the slope, watching dumbstruck. He had never seen such an all-out intense fight. Normally speaking, goo masters have limited primeval essence, and they always have to keep 10% of it as reserves, carefully using them, like thin ice. But now, be it Qin Shu or Bai Ningbing, both were using it without constraints as if they had an unlimited supply of primeval essence. The entire path was wrecked by their battle. Huge trees fell and were destroyed, mountain rocks smashed to bits. After a long time, Blue Bird Ice Coffin Goo. Bai Ningbing grabbed an opportunity and opened his mouth, and from within, an ice blue bird flew out. The flying bird chirped, its body like a pigeon, but under the boost of the northern dark ice soul physique, it gradually turned into the size of an eagle while flying, and after circling for a while, flew towards Gu Yuqing Shu. Gu Yuqing Shu could not dodge in time, so he faced it head on. Bam! A sound explosion later, Gu Yuqing Shu was frozen in an ice crystal as large as a room. It's over. Bai Ningbing sighed as he had not fully enjoyed himself. He saw the immobile Gu Yuqing Shu within the ice crystal, and muttered, "Thanks for providing me such an interesting experience. This battle is the most exciting one I've had thus far. Qin Shu, your death has meaning, I will remember it clearly." "Lord Qin Shu!" On the slope, Fang Jing shouted loudly. "Why are you shouting, you mere ant? The next one will be you." Bai Ningbing snorted, walking towards Fang Jing. At this point, the sound of the ice crystal breaking entered his ears. How can this be? He turned around and saw that within the ice crystal, Qin Shu had undergone a massive transformation. His body became bigger, and his rank 2 Gu master outfit was almost ripped. His hair turned into green vines, and palm-sized leaves grew on it endlessly, turning into a thick greenery. His fingers had turned into sturdy wood, his limbs turning into thick tree branches, only having a rough form for his arms and legs. With a sound, the ice crystal broke completely. Gu Yuqing Shu stood up. He had already changed in appearance completely. The original delicate and handsome human face turned into a sharp-nosed, huge eye-tree spirit face. He was 3 meters tall with a strong body, wearing tree barks as his armor, and on them were large amounts of leaves and vines. Bai Ningbing stared at his transformation in shock. Compared to this Qin Shu, he was like a child beside an adult. "This appearance, did you refine the wood charm Gu? This Gu is way harder to refine than my frost demon Gu." Bai Ningbing found the answer. "Tree spirit wood charm can use the essence in the air. No wonder Gu Yuqing Shu had such ample primeval essence." He realized at once, but got more confused. He asked the question in his heart. "Qin Shu, using the wood charm Gu like this, aren't you afraid of turning into a dead treeman? So what if you win me? You're destined to die." Bai Ningbing. Gu Yuqing Shu's voice became low. "I understand you like I understand myself. You and I are both orphans, adopted by the clan leader. Yet we walk on such different paths. A tree dying in a forest is nothing, for as long as the forest exists, numerous trees will continue to grow and rise up. Let's have our final battle, my nemesis." Saying so, hundreds of green vines assaulted Bai Ningbing like giant pythons. For the clan? What a fool! Bai Ningbing retreated in a rush. But the green vine's speed was faster than before by several times, quickly chasing up to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing controlled his body and dodged nimbly. Green vines thick as an arm swept near his body, hitting the soil or the mountain rocks, causing the soil to fly and the rock fragments to scatter. "Water shield Gu!" Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time, and created his shield. Qin Shu had seen through the weakness of this Gu worm. He did not attack forcefully, but manipulated the vines to wrap around the shield. Next, he pulled back his strength, and the water shield came into contact. The surface water current moved quickly as it hit the green vines, causing water to splash everywhere. The water shield could not endure the strength of the green vine's restriction, and shrunk in size, on the verge of collapsing. "Not good! If the water shield breaks and I get entangled in the green vines, I will get killed by Gu Yuqing Shu." Bai Ningbing in the water shield was sure of his situation. In the next moment, the water shield exploded. Bam! An ice blade storm exploded from within, becoming larger and larger. Bai Ningbing purposely withdrew the water shield Gu's defense. Since defending couldn't work, he had to fight offense with offense. At once, the temperature fell and cold air emanated. The white ice blade storm flew towards Qin Shu. The vines could not stop this tornado, and were cut into numerous segments by the ice blades. Nice timing! Gu Yuqing Shu had no fear, his large body bravely entering the ice blade storm. With a bam, he knocked onto the white-color tornado. He opened both hands, wrapping around it. Crack, crack. The sharp ice blades cut through his body, and numerous leaves and tree bark were sent flying. The delayed sense of pain assaulted him as Qingxu growled in pain, but did not let go, using all his strength to grip the tornado. The ice blade storm was actually shrinking under his strength. Damn it! This maniac that doesn't care for his life! Bai Ningbing scolded internally. In this situation there was no other way, he could only create more ice blades and rotate faster, competing with Guyu Qingxu. The ice blades slashed on Qingxu's body and gradually became blunt, but under the ice blade Gu's power, they sharpened once again. The battle was at a stalemate, out of their control, and no one could hold back and stop. Either Guyu Qingxu kills Bai Ningbing, or Bai Ningbing kills Qingxu. Pitting offense with offense, the battle was filled with bravery and intensity. Chapter 142. Guyu Qingxu vs. Bai Ningbing. Fan Jing stood far away, not even daring to take a deep breath as he watched. The battle had reached the climax. The winner and loser will be decided in this showdown. Lord Qingxu, hang in there! Fan Jing was so nervous his body was shaking. He knew that going over would only cause trouble, thus he could only cheer for Guyu Qingxu loudly. As if he heard Fan Geng's voice, the ice blade storm got smaller, forcefully suppressed by Qingxu. Damn it, I can actually get into a situation where my primeval essence is insufficient. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, rotating slower, as his primeval essence recovery could not keep up with his expenditure, getting into a helpless situation. The Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique's primeval essence recovery is very fast, but the recovery speed at rank 3 is still slightly inferior to the tree spirit's ability to extract natural essence. If Bai Ningbing could cultivate to rank 4, his recovery speed would greatly surpass the Woodcharm Gu. Except, in life and death battles there is no if. Whether it's win or lose, the results have to be accepted. Eventually the ice blade storm stopped, but Guyu Qingxu also paid a heavy price. His arms were large like a horse carriage, and at the moment on his left arm he had 2 fingers left, and 3 on his right. Both his palms were sliced off by half due to the ice blades. But when his palms gradually gathered together towards the middle, new tree branches grew again rapidly from his palm, interweaving together. The 2 palms formed a wooden cage, trapping Bai Ningbing within. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth. His primeval essence was running dry. He could only be at Qingxu's mercy. We won! Far away, Fan Jing jumped at this sight. Am I going to die? Bai Ningbing shouted in his heart, his eyes widening as he saw the 2 palms approaching. When both palms clasped together, he would be smashed into a bloody meat pie. But the palm's speed became slower, and slowly stood in midair. Bai Ningbing was stunned momentarily, before realizing that Guyu Qingxu's body had developed problems, instantly being overjoyed. Damn, I was so close! At this moment, Guyu Qingxu's heart was filled with helplessness. His hands had lost all senses, completely turning into wood. At the same time, he gradually lost the connection to his intestines and lungs. The Woodcharm Gu's ability had corroded his entire body, bringing him to the brink of death. No, it cannot end like this. I can still use the Green Vine Gu. Guyu Qingxu forced himself to focus and activated the Green Vine Gu. Numerous thick vines appeared and attacked Bai Ningbing through the openings of the cage. Bai Ningbing dodged quickly, but he had undergone several battles, and his stamina was greatly depleted. Furthermore, there was little space in the cage, and he could not move much, thus eventually a vine entangled onto his right leg and tripped him. It's over. Qingxu sighed in relief, as he quickly moved tens of green vines to follow up. At his moment of life and death, Bai Ningbing's aperture finally recovered enough primeval essence for his usage requirement. He used all the primeval essence without further thoughts, sending it all into the ice blade Gu, and formed a new ice blade. The ice blade was sharp and cut off the green vine on his right leg. Bai Ningbing rolled in a sorry state, managing to avoid tens of vines. The green vines hit the ground and penetrated the thick earth. The soil flew around, and the green vines attacked once again. Bai Ningbing breathed heavily as he used the ice blade to defend desperately. The green vines attacked from all directions, as if he was walking on thin ice. A single mistake by Bai Ningbing would cause him to be instantly killed by the vines. But he was after all a top-tier genius. With the stimulation of death, he squeezed out all the potential in him, and his evasive actions became quick and clear. Although he was tripped sometimes by the green vines, he managed to avoid the danger and eventually kept his life. The green vines were cut by the ice blades, and their amount became less and less. It was not that Qin Shu did not want to activate the green vine goo and produce more vines, but it was because the surrounding natural essence had been almost fully absorbed by him. Although outside, there was still essence in the air gathering, the diluted essence in the air was no longer able to fulfill the green vine goo's needs. There was an even worse piece of news. The wood charm goo's strength had completely corroded Gu Yuqing Shu's body, and was starting to take over his consciousness. Gu Yuqing Shu's consciousness started to become dazed, and he had intermediate blankouts. The aura of death was blowing on his face. Is it going to end? No. He was indignant, forcing his mind to focus and put in the last-ditch effort in killing Bai Ningbing. He could no longer see anything, for the wood charm goo had taken over his eyes, and he could not hear any longer either, his ears merely an accessory now. He only had a meager sense of touch. Relying on Bai Ningbing's retaliation, he judged the distance and position, and attacked. His efforts were rewarded, as Bai Ningbing was finally captured. A vine wrapped around his neck and raised him up, gradually tightening. Bai Ningbing could feel difficulty in breathing. It was no use even if he opened his mouth. Along with Qin Shu, they was progressing towards death. Fan Yuan breathed roughly. An intense battle had ended. On the floor laid 5 corpses with opened eyes. They were all Bai Clan Gu masters. Relying on the stealth scales Gu to sneak attack, with the advantage of the Moonglow Gu and the strength of 2 boars along with his 500 years of experience, he displayed shocking abilities. Although he told Qin Shu he was going to return to the village, it was just an excuse. After leaving for a distance, he used the stealth scales Gu to hide himself, moving around the battlefield and going to the area where Manshur and Xiongli died. He collected the Gu worms in Manshur and his groupmates' corpses, and when he got to Xiongli's corpse, he found that the corpse was missing, not to mention their Gu worms. It seems that Xionglin collected their corpses. What a waste! I wanted to get Xiongli's brown bear innate strength Gu. Fan Yuan sighed. Leaving Xionglin alive was not what he wanted. But back then, after he had killed Xiongjiang, Xionglin was already vigilant, thus killing the latter would expend much effort. At that time, Bai Ningbing was close by. If Fan Yuan and Xionglin fought, Bai Ningbing would be overjoyed. But the brown bear innate strength Gu might not be on Xiongli's body. He already has the strength of a bear. He might have given the Gu back to his clan already. Fan Yuan focused his gaze and escaped the mountain path battlefield. Qin Shu and the others fighting against Bai Ningbing would cause a huge commotion, and it will be detected by the surrounding wolf packs and Gu masters. Although Fan Yuan was not optimistic about Qin Shu's group, he had seen firsthand the power of the wood charm Gu in his previous life. Against Bai Ningbing, there would at least be an intense struggle. He was unwilling to give up such a chance, thus he chose to wait at the surroundings. At times, Gu masters were attracted by the sounds of the intense battle, so Fan Yuan lured some wolf packs over and restrained them. Those that he cannot stop, Fan Yuan would strike with his own hands. The mountain path battlefield's noise has come to a halt. It seems they are deciding the victor already. His right ear had roots growing out, digging into the mountain walls, allowing Fan Yuan to hear some things from the battlefield. Honestly speaking, Qin Shu's performance was better than expected. After Bai Ningbing lost his right arm, the effect on his battle strength was much greater than Fan Yuan had expected. But soon, Fan Yuan's expression changed. He heard large amounts of footsteps from 2 directions, heading towards the battlefield. One direction was from Guyu village, while the other direction was from the Bai clan village. Each group had at least 20 people. It was not something a bold lightning wolf pack could block, and Fan Yuan could not lure 2 groups of wolf over anyway. It seems the news about this battle has been found out by someone, so these are the reinforcements sent by the 2 clans. I have to enter the mountain path immediately. Fan Yuan's distance was shorter, thus being the first to enter the mountain path. The battlefield scenario was not out of his expectations. From the cage's opening, he could see Bai Ningbing hanging by the vines on his last breath, but was still barely alive. The ice muscles defense are stubbornly sustaining Bai Ningbing's life. Unfortunately, you have encountered me. Fan Yuan's killing intent surged as he took a few steps forwards, sprinting towards Bai Ningbing. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a flurry of pin needles surrounded Fan Yuan like rain droplets. It was Gu Yuqing Shu's pin needle Gu attacking Fan Yuan. What is going on? Fan Yuan retreated immediately, avoiding the pin needle rain. He focused the gaze at the large tree, realizing at once. It seems that Gu Yuqingshu's consciousness had been blurred to the point where he can no longer differentiate between friend or foe. He's merely relying on his will and attempting to kill Bai Ningbing. Anyone that intrudes the battlefield would be regarded as an interferer by him. At this moment, Bai Clan Gu masters appeared from the mountain path. Seeing such an intense battlefield, their faces showed a shocked expression. The lad over there, don't make any unnecessary movements. A rank 3 Gu master shouted towards Fan Yuan, his tone full of warning and threat. This Bai Ningbing is such a cockroach. Fan Yuan, seeing this scene, laughed coldly in his heart, knowing that he could not have the last strike. Firstly, Qin Shu's consciousness was blurred. A green vine was insufficient to kill Bai Ningbing, who had the ice muscles. For Fan Yuan to get close to Bai Ningbing, he had to break through Qin Shu's trap, but this way, it would divert much of his attention and might even help Bai Ningbing in escaping his predicament. Even if they broke through by force, Bai Clan's rank 3 Gu masters and rank 2 elites were not for show, they would definitely stop him. Furthermore, fighting against Bai Ningbing had danger as well. Bai Ningbing's aperture had recovered primeval essence sufficiently to at least use the blue bird ice coffin Gu. Even if Fan Yuan managed to kill Bai Ningbing, these Bai Clan elites would not let go of him. They would definitely kill Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. The distance is too long, there are at least 20 steps to get to him, and my Moonglow Gu's attack range is only 10 steps furthermore. To kill this Bai Ningbing, who is destined to die anyway, I would need to put my life at such risk, greatly interfering with my rebirth plans. It is not worth it. Thinking so, Fan Yuan took a few steps back. This was evidently a weak and cowardly movement, causing the Bai Clan Gu masters to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 143. Answer. Soon after, Fan Jing rushed over as well. Lord Qin Shu! He had an exhilarated expression, stupidly running towards Gu Yuqingshu, but soon was forced to retreat by the pin needles. Group leader, it's me Fan Jing! He shouted in shock, sensing something amiss for the first time. But how could Gu Yuqingshu answer him? Big brother, what's wrong with Lord Qin Shu? Fan Jing, under confusion and shock, could only turn to Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan ignored him, squatting down and grabbing with his right hand, making a claw shape towards Bai Ningbing. Plunder Gu! He secretly activated this Gu, quickly sensing that he had grabbed something. He quickly pulled back, and a Gu worm flew out of Bai Ningbing's body. It was a red steel relic Gu. This was given to Bai Ningbing by the Bai Clan leader, but Bai Ningbing never used it as he quickly reached rank 3 cultivation. Now, it became Fan Yuan's loot. Seeing the red steel relic Gu coming out of Bai Ningbing's body and flying away, landing in Fan Yuan's palm, the Bai Clan Gu masters were anxious until their eyes turned red, starting to scream. Scumbag, if you don't want to die, stop right now. Stealing our Bai Clan Gu worm right in front of us. It's a red steel relic Gu worm. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. Once the red steel relic Gu was obtained, he used the spring-autumn cicada to instantly refine it but did not keep it in his aperture, putting it in his clothes instead, giving the impression that he had not refined them yet. He grabbed once again. This time a gray-colored beetle flew out. Stone aperture Gu. Fan Yuan recognized this Gu immediately. As his eyes shone, he refined it once again and kept it in his arms. Damn it, yet another Gu worm! Stop him, he dares to do so openly, he does not hold any regard for our Bai Clan. Save Bai Ningbing, kill these guys! The Bai Clan Gu masters growled, running furiously from the mountain path. Bai Ningbing had the full support of his clan, so every Gu worm in his possession was outstanding. Now that they were snatched away by Fan Yuan in public, they all could feel their hearts bleeding. This felt worse than killing them. Seeing these people approaching with their imposing aura, Fan Jing took a step back in fright, but Fan Yuan was unfazed. In the current scene, he and Fan Jing were at the east side of the mountain path while the Bai Clan Gu masters were at the west, and in the middle of the two sides were Gu Yuqingshu and Bai Ningbing. Whoosh whoosh. Pin needles rained like cats and dogs. Damn it! Bai Clan Gu masters started scolding, as they were blocked by Gu Yuqingshu. Gu Yuqingshu is going to die any time. The remaining time only allows me to use the plunder Gu once. What would it be this time? Fan Yuan calmed down, using the plunder Gu again. Every time the plunder Gu was used, it expended a large amount of primeval essence. It depended on how strong the target Gu worm was. The harder the process, the more primeval essence is expended. If the plunder fails, the Gu master would even face a backlash. Thus, the plunder goo was a rather unreliable goo, with little usage. But at this moment, Bai Ningbing was almost dead. His consciousness was hazy, and he was almost at his limits. Plundering his goo worm was not hard at all. Among the goo worms in Bai Ningbing's possession, the most valuable is the Frost Demon goo. This goo was on par with the Wood Charm goo, allowing a person to transform into the Frost Demon. But if used for extended periods, it would cause the goo master's life force to dwindle, turning into an ice statue. Bai Ningbing knew this weakness, thus he had never been like Gu Yuqing Shu, using the goo to such an extent. Other than the Frost Demon goo, the second most valuable is the Blue Bird Ice Coffin goo, a rank 3 goo. Right now, it resides in Bai Ningbing's throat. If he can plunder the Blue Bird Ice Coffin goo, it is the best scenario. But the plunder goo is only a rank 2 goo. Even if the goo master wills it, it does not have the ability to do so. Eventually, Fan Yuan caught Bai Ningbing's water shield goo. This was not bad at all. The water shield goo together with the white jade goo could provide Fan Yuan greater defensive power. The tree spirit that Gu Yuqing Shu turned into was eventually felled by the Bai clan goo masters. They split open the wooden cage and saved the Bai Ningbing, who had fainted after losing his right arm. Just as they were about to slaughter Fan Yuan and Fang Jing, the Guyu clan reinforcements arrived. The two were at a stalemate for a while, before both retreated in mutual understanding. Qing Shu's death and Bai Ningbing's injury, with the threat of the wolf tide, such a loss is already horrifying. If a large-scale fighting broke out, for each clan their pressure for survival would intensify greatly. Regardless of which world, people always compete for their own benefits. And the greatest benefit in the world is undoubtedly survival. Eventually, Gu Yuqing Shu's corpse and goo worms were brought back by the Guyu clan's goo masters. The two sides held caution as they retreated from the battlefield. The sky was raining, and the entire area was gloomy. A group of people stood at a slope behind the village. This was the graveyard. Every now and then, there would be a few more gravestones erected here. In this world, it was tough for people to survive, and whether it is due to external threat or internal cause, there would always be a few sacrifices. The clan elder's voice was low as it entered everyone's ears, making them feel even more down. We have the same surname, we come from the same clan, the same blood flows in our bodies. We are so close together in distance, yet we are forever separated by life and death. This pain aches in my heart. Wait for me. Someday in the future, I will lay beside you as well. Let us turn into ash and soil, as we support our future generations. On a newly erected gravestone, a group of people hung their heads low. Some were crying softly, and some were staring at the name on the tombstone as they were filled with sadness. The cruelty of death was like a white bony arm, slashing a bloody injury on everyone's heart. Except that some were already numb from the pain, while others were still too inexperienced. Guyu Fangjing was among these people, his drooping eyes staring at the tombstone with Gu Yuqing Shu. These 4 words. Dead? In his eyes there was endless uncertainty. Yesterday's battle, the entire process and situation was still imprinted deep in his heart. His experience was limited, he did not understand Gu Yuqing Shu's moving and tragic bravery as well as his sacrifice. But now that the truth was in front of him, he could not accept it suddenly. Dead? That kind Lord Qing Shu that always smiles, advises, shows concern and takes care of me, is actually dead? Why did this happen? Why is it that in this world, good people die easily, while bad people live long? Is this a dream? Am I having a dream right now? Fang Jin clenched his fists, and the realistic feeling of touch caused him to feel ever more upset. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. Sigh, I can't believe that this time, even Lord Qing Shu sacrificed himself. Humans will eventually die, but it is too much of a pity. I heard that Bai Ningbing still had a breath of vitality left. He was eventually saved. May he rest well underground, and bless us with the hopes of surviving this wolf tide. The crowd slowly dispersed, until Fang Jing was the last one left. The young man's lonely shadow, facing the graveyard full of tombstones alone. Lord Qing Shu. He suddenly kneeled on the ground, his tears falling on the ground. He was lost, he was regretful, he was in pain. Drip. Drip drop, drip drop. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting on the ground, causing the leaves and tree branches to bend. The smell of the earth rushed into Fang Jing's nostrils, and he wept in painful grief. The sound of his crying and the raindrops mixed together. His 10 fingers grabbed the soil, trying to retrieve Qing Shu's life, but eventually he only had 2 handfuls of soil. It started raining, and Bai Ningbing lay upon a soft bed, staring at this rain blankly. His right arm, which was broken, was already taken care of, wrapped with a white bandage. His eyes also returned to black, but his cultivation was rank 3, he had no longer suppressed it to rank 2. When he woke up from his slumber, he suddenly lost all spirits, feeling extremely empty. He laid on his bed peacefully, his eyes opened for over 10 hours. He let the rank 3 white-silver primeval essence nurture his aperture, he couldn't bother to care about it. This rain triggered the deepest memories in his heart. It was under such a summer rain that he was officially adopted by the Bai clan leader. The clan leader's benevolent and hopeful gaze fell on him, as the surrounding clan elders gave their words of congratulations, gushing in like tidal waves. The young him stood on the icy ground barefooted, and he stared at the rain outside the window, but all he felt was being lost and lonely. What is the meaning of living? This question troubled him for 20 over years, and could continue to trouble him, until the problem of his self-explosion surfaced again. Is it for kinship for the clan? Bai Ningbing unavoidably thought of Gu Yuqingshu. From young to adulthood, he had seen such a sacrifice many times. Sometimes it is a Bai clansman, sometimes they were from Guyu clan or Xiong clan. He could not understand these fanatics, he was born as a cold and emotionless person. Gu Yuqingshu could not give him answers, thus Bai Ningbing thought of Fang Yuan. The first time he saw Fang Yuan was sitting by a tree, eating a wild fruit he picked, emotionlessly starting at the battle below. He was excited until his body shuddered, shivering with excitement. The reason was that he saw himself from Fang Yuan's similar eerie abyss-like iris. But now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze had something more than him. That thing is the answer to his questions. The rain got heavier and thunder rumbled while lightning flashed in the sky. What is the meaning behind living? In the dark room, Guyu Fangjing asked the same question. Guyu clan leader Guyu Bo sighed. He stared pitifully at the young man who had lost his soul, and then looked outside the window, at the rain. Fang Jing's doubt was understandable. An unavoidable death always urges people to think behind the true value of existence. You know something? More than 10 years ago, there was another young man with a similar situation as you, and asked me the same question. Long after, Guyu Bo started to speak. That person is your clan leader's. My adopted son, Guyu Qingshu. Fang Jing was momentarily stunned, raising his head. A pair of swollen red eyes, showing an intense urge for answers. Chapter 144. Sacrifice is common, and faith is undying. I said to him, a person has 1,001 reasons to live. Why are you alive? I cannot answer that. Only you have the answer. Go find it yourself. Guyu Bo said. Then clan leader, what is your answer for yourself? Fang Jing blinked in confusion, asking. Guyu Bo laughed. In his eyes, Fang Jing and Qingshu's images were overlapping. Guyu Qingshu had asked the same question in the past. Clan leader thought for a moment, recalling the past, then repeating the same answer he gave back then. An organization is bound to have sacrifices. From the moment a person is born, death is imminent. Between life and death, humans are fragile, but one thing can warm the heart and shine upon our souls. That is love. This is my answer. Sacrifice is common. Guyu Qingshu is Guyu Bo's adopted son, and after raising him for so many years, his current sacrifice brought great pain to this foster father. But as clan leader, he had seen far too many sacrifices. When one has the resolution of life and death, pain and grief becomes more acceptable. Fang Jing lowered his head, keeping silent. It seems he was thinking. Clan leader laughed, taking a letter from the drawer in his desk. He handed it to Fang Jing. This is Guyu Qingshu's letter. It records the answers to questions he's been thinking about for years. I am handing it to you now, you can take a look. This is his answer. Undoubtedly, Fang Jing's current heart had intense attraction to this letter. He opened it on the spot, and after seeing the first line, his tears could not help but flow out. It was Guyu Qingshu's familiar handwriting. In his words there was his unique amicable aura. The starting paragraph recorded his perplexity and pain. Next was the situations that had given him some ideas through continuously thinking about them these past years. Fang Jing looked at the letter, and felt like he had experienced Guyu Qingshu's entire life. He followed Guyu Qingshu's footsteps, until he finished the entire letter. At the end, this was recorded. The clan is like a forest, and we members are like the trees in the forest. The old trees extend their branches and shelter the young from rain and wind. When the young trees grow into large and tall trees, the old trees will turn into the nutrients in the soil, fertilizing the land and nurturing new trees. People will always die, and heaven and earth will not remember us. But new trees are the proof that the old trees have existed. Under this continuous testament, the clan forest becomes larger and spreads further, walking towards the path of prosperity and flourishment. People are bound to die. As Gu masters, we cannot hide from impending death. Even rank 7 and 8 Gu masters can merely live a little longer. Towards death, I feel fear as well. But I understand deeply, eventually, one day I Gu Yu Qing Shu will die too. I might die of old age, illness, or the battlefield. But at that moment, I can leave peacefully with no regrets. At the end of the letter. Lord Fosterfather, the question I asked you before, I think I have found the answer. After seeing the letter, Fang Jing wept soundlessly. In his mind, it was filled with memories of Qin Shu. When he committed a mistake, Qin Shu did not blame but instead comforted him. When facing trouble, the gaze of encouragement was given, and when in a loss, the hands of Qin Shu would warmly touch Fang Ning's head. Gu Yubo kept the letter and said, "In future, when you think of the answer, you can also write a letter and tell me. Go, return and have a rest. The danger of the wolf tide is not over. We need you to contribute your strength as well." "No." Fang Jing slowly raised his head, clenching his fists. "What?" Gu Yubo asked. "I've found my answer." Fang Jing's tone was filled with indescribable determination as he continued. "I want strength. To protect my family, and protect them from any harm. I want to protect the clan, and strengthen the clan. I want the wolf tide to no longer be able to torture us. I want to see the happiness of joy of my companions. This pain, I do not want it to repeat. I want to use my pair of hands, my body, my soul, to protect those around me." Gu Yubo showed an expression of surprise, and at this moment, he felt that he saw Gu Yu Qing Shu. "Qing Shu, you did not die in vain." Seeing Fang Jing's shining eyes, clan leader sighed emotionally in his heart. An old tree has fallen, and just as it gradually decays away in the soil, a new sprout is already starting to grow rapidly. Rinzhu was unable to endure the heart of loneliness, thus he dug out both eyes, turning them into a son and daughter. This alleviated his sense of loneliness. But good things do not last, for his children started to crave the scenery of the outside world, forgetting all about their father Rinzhu and always going out to play until they forgot the time, and even forgot to take care of Rinzhu. Rinzhu could not see anything, it was total darkness. But at time, he could see a little bit of light. To this, he felt perturbed, and asked the Attitude Gu. Attitude Gu told this to him. "Oh, this is the eternal light given out by the Faith Gu." "Faith?" Bai Ningbing, seeing this, laughed and threw the book that recorded the ancient legends out. The door was opened at this moment, and the person entering was almost hit in the face by the book. "Ningbing, what are you doing?" The one entering was the Bai clan leader. He frowned, consoling. "I know your mood is bad, but losing your right arm is nothing. In this world, there are many Gu worms that can heal such an injury. In the past, I got the clan elders to stay by your side and protect you, but you always rejected it, and even attacked the clan elders. You've finally suffered a loss this time, huh? But this is a good thing. Since young you've had too smooth of a path, but as long as it is not death, such a loss is no big deal. Your injuries are already healed, but the wolf tide is getting more ferocious, the clan needs your strength. A bunch of wolf cubs, what can they amount to?" Bai Ningbing shut his eyes, lying on the bed and answering nonchalantly. Clan leader's face showed a serious expression. "The situation is not looking good, or rather, it is pessimistic. According to our reconnaissance, there are already 3 frenzy lightning wolf packs moving near the village. Your failure brought a great influence to our clansmen. I hope that tonight you can come out and show yourself. As long as you are standing, it can greatly motivate our clansmen. Do you understand?" I get it. It's a small matter." Bai Ningbing responded, showing impatience. If it was any other person acting like this to the clan leader, they would have gotten heavily punished, but Bai Ningbing was different. Bai clan leader sighed helplessly, closing the door and leaving. When the room had only Bai Ningbing left, he opened his eyes, showing a gaze full of loneliness and perplexity. He did not tell the others about the problem with his body, and the premonition of death that he was feeling. From the clan's ancient records, he found out the name of the northern dark eye soul physique. In that limited information, the 10 extreme physiques were also known as the absolute death talents, for when the aperture walls reached their limits, the self-destructive power would be extremely great. It is true that the Bai clan leader had raised Bai Ningbing for many years, being so lenient to him. However, if the matter of the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique was exposed, Bai Ningbing had no doubt that the first person to kill him would be this Bai clan leader. What's the point of a person being alive? In the past, when he considered this question, Bai Ningbing would feel lost, feeling emotions like boredom, frustration, and anger. All these negative emotions. But now, his heart felt a sense of peacefulness. People would grow up, not to mention a genius like him. In the past, he knew that he was going to die, thus in his despair he longed to live, and he felt a sense of fear towards death deep in his heart. But now, after he had almost died, he had gotten over it. Allowing the rank 3 white-silver primeval essence to nurture his aperture, he was no longer worried. After all, he was no longer afraid of death. Even though he was still lost about the meaning of living, he knew where the answer was. This answer was already in Fan Yuan's heart. This feeling was indescribable. It was like an instinct, but he was clear of it. Moreover, the stone aperture goo was in Fan Yuan's hands. Fan Yuan, we will meet again, he lightly muttered, his eyes shining with a brilliant light, like the glimmer of a diamond. Stone aperture goo. In the rented house, Fan Yuan held the goo worm in his hands, falling into deep thought. Stone aperture goo was like a dice, cubic, and had a gray-white body, extremely sturdy. This goo was an expenditure-type goo, gone after one use. Its use was to turn a goo master's aperture wall into a sturdy rock wall. This act completely squeezes the aperture's potential and growth dry, allowing the goo master to reach peak stage cultivation. For example, Fan Yuan was now a rank 2 middle stage, so after using the goo, he can instantly become rank 2 peak stage. But the price is, Fan Yuan would no longer have the possibility to advance to rank 3. At the same time, he would lose the ability to regenerate primeval essence, thus he would only be able to use primeval stones to replenish them. The stone aperture goo was for some goo masters who were at their wits' end. For some goo masters' aperture that suffered an unrecoverable injury, developing cracks and can't be healed, they would have to use this goo. Or in special situations, the goo master has no hopes of advancing and need to raise their cultivation quickly to live. Thus they will use this goo. The cost of refining this stone aperture goo is very high. Seeing that Bai Ningbing refined this goo worm, he probably wants to convert his aperture into a stone aperture to prevent the imminent death. Unfortunately, this method can only delay his death, but cannot stop his destruction. If the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique is so easily broken, how can it be called a 10 extreme physique? This stone aperture goo was useless to Fan Yuan, but the red steel relic goo he got from Bai Ningbing's body as well as the water shield goo were very useful. As for the goo worms Fan Yuan extracted from Gu Yu Manshur and the others' bodies, they were not outstanding, and once he returned to the clan he had them exchanged for large amounts of merit points. Because of the wolf tide, the issue of Qing Shu and Bai Ningbing's battle was suppressed by all 3 clans, controlling their urges. The 3 clans needed each other's power to survive this ordeal first. Xiong Lin's report exposed the fact that Fan Yuan possessed the white jade goo. But he used the reason of buying it from the caravan to get through for the time being. Chapter 145. Sacrifices are encouraged. As a person involved, Fan Yuan had to go through the clan's investigation. It was not an in-depth investigation. The ever-growing severity of the wolf tide had attracted almost all the attention of the clan's higher-ups. Fan Yuan's earth communication ear grass and stealth scales goo were still concealed, but even if they were exposed, Fan Yuan could just attribute it to the caravan. In any case, communications had already been severed due to the wolf tide. The caravan won't be coming. Under such circumstances, the clan couldn't obtain the confirmation from the caravan, and could only delay the investigation. When the results of any investigation truly came out, Fan Yuan would have already become a rank 3 and left Qingmao Mountain. Of course, if the 4 flavors liquor worm and spring-autumn cicada were exposed, it would be a completely different matter. Either of them could cause a huge commotion in the village if exposed. 4 flavors liquor worm represented a whole new fusion recipe, and had extremely significant meaning. Fan Yuan wouldn't be able to explain it even if he pushed it onto the caravan, and would be thoroughly investigated by the clan. And spring-autumn cicada? If it was discovered, the wolf tide would be greatly sidelined. This is a rank 6 goo after all. Even the clan head Gu Yu Bo would immediately dispense with the civilities. The nonsense of kinship and the clan head position could all be given up. There was no doubt that it would be forcibly seized. July was month of a scorching hot summer, and the hot air was filled with the iron smell of blood. The wolf tide was growing more serious and fights were becoming more intense. Many had begun to realize that the wolf tide this time was of a rarely seen enormous scale among all of past history. Bold lightning wolf packs had fallen to a supporting role now. Thousand Beast King frenzy lightning wolf packs had started to roam nearby the village. Mankind's living space had shrunk down to an extreme level. Even Guyu clan headquarters were as such. There was no need to mention the village at the foot of the mountain. 9 out of 10 houses were empty and a portion of fortunate villagers were living in the clan by utilizing all kinds of connections. But the majority of the villagers could only leave their homes and make an arduous journey to evade the wolf tide. Their destination was another mountain village. But the fierce beasts, wild goo and the lightning wolves that filled the whole mountain reduced their hopes to an almost negligible amount. This was a hopeless journey. Guyu clan could only give up on these mortals. They would all die before they even reached halfway to their destination. Either because of the fierce beasts or due to attacks from insects. No matter if it was mortals or goo masters, they were all struggling between life and death. Even the elders, who usually had a high position, had no choice but to don their armors and go to the battlefield. The goo masters that had retired were enlisted again. When the wolf tide ends, those that managed to live on would definitely not surpass even 1/10. The cruelty of nature was displayed in all its glory at this moment. It was the survival of the fittest, and in no way could it be avoided by speaking words of warmth. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. His eyes were closed as he looked at his aperture. In his aperture, 44% of red steel sea waves were surging up and down. These primeval essence were all dark red. It was the Rank 2 peak stage dark red primeval essence. Rank 2 primeval essence were collectively called red steel primeval essence. But it had 4 different small realms: initial stage, middle stage, upper stage and peak stage. There were also slight differences in the red steel primeval essence. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence was light red, middle stage primeval essence was scarlet, upper stage was crimson and peak stage was dark red. Many days ago, Fan Yuan had advanced to upper stage. His crimson primeval essence went through 4 flavors liquor worms refinement, and along with the replenishment from primeval stones, it had completely changed to the current dark red primeval essence. Right now, the aperture wall was no longer a watery membrane with the flowing light, but it was instead a thick stone membrane formed by layers upon layers of piled up white light. White jade goo and stealth scales goo were in the depths of the red steel sea. 4 flavors liquor worm was playing around in the sea, but when the spring-autumn cicada slowly showed up, it immediately sunk towards the depths of the sea. Under the aura of the spring-autumn cicada, the surface of the whole primeval sea became as calm and smooth as a mirror without the slightest wave. Spring-autumn cicada's condition was getting better. Its 2 wings were completely recovered, appearing like a pair of tender leaves. Only its main body was still withered. Fan Yuan would check on spring-autumn cicada every so often. He could clearly sense the recovery speed of spring-autumn cicada increasing rapidly. The spring-autumn cicada was like a dying patient before, one who couldn't even open their mouths to eat and could only take in liquid food to preserve their life force. Now, this patient could get off the bed and eat much more food to nourish itself. The recovery speed would naturally become faster. Besides the spring-autumn cicada, there were 2 new members in Fan Yuan's aperture. They were both taken from Bai Ningbing. One was water shield goo, which looked like a jellyfish as it floated in the sea. Another was red steel relic goo. Fan Yuan's advancement to upper stage was because of the purified primeval essence by the 4 flavors liquor worm and continuous nourishment of the aperture wall, causing a qualitative change. Fan Yuan hadn't used the red steel relic goo. Just based on cultivation level, Fan Yuan would already be the 3rd highest person among rank 2 goo masters of Guyu clan. Xiongli and Qingshu were dead. Fan Yuan was in the top 5 even among the whole Qingmao mountain. As for Qishan and Mo Yen, they originally were at rank 2 upper stage, but had advanced to peak stage not long ago. This could be said to have aroused the morale of the clansmen who were down after Qingshu's sacrifice. Fan Yuan was progressing and others naturally were also progressing. Qishan and Mo Yen had been in upper stage for quite a bit of time and had continuously been pressured by the peak stage Qingshu. The intense stimulation of death brought by the wolf tide caused Gu masters to have a deep thirst for power, squeezing out their potential and leading to cultivation advancement. But if we count fighting strength, I am the number 1 among the rank 2 Gu masters of the whole Qingmao mountain. Now, after I use this red steel relic Gu, my cultivation will rise to peak stage, and when combined with my deep experience, I can even battle rank 3 Gu masters to a certain degree. Fan Yuan calculated. His low profile and patience had brought him plentiful gains now. He could advance to this stage with just C-grade aptitude. The whole clan would be shocked if they knew this. Even the A-grade aptitude Fang Jing was only at rank 2 middle stage. Naturally, even if he advanced to peak stage, Fan Yuan couldn't win against rank 3 Gu masters. Bai Ningbing was able to surpass levels and kill a rank 3 Gu master because of his northern dark eye soul physique. Gu Yu Qingshu also could do that because he had the Wood Charm Gu, a powerful and special rank 3 Gu worm. In actuality, Fan Yuan had a much stronger trump card than them, Spring-Autumn Cicada. However, this rank 6 Gu was very special, and Fan Yuan forced himself to not use it. Spring-Autumn Cicada hadn't fully recovered, and if it was forcefully used, whether it could rebirth would be a huge question mark. The red steel relic Gu was only effective to rank 2 Gu masters. There was no value in keeping it. Fan Yuan was just about to use this Gu when there came a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Lord Fan Yuan, it is me, Gu Yu Jiangya. A voice shouted after the knocking. Fan Yuan frowned. This Jiangya was getting more overbearing recently. He would repeatedly look for him to ask for vitality leaves. The number of deaths and crippled people were increasing, causing the price of the vitality leaves to become increasingly higher, and even becoming a situation of high demand but no supply. How many times have I told you that I don't have more vitality leaves? Get lost. Fan Yuan coldly snorted. How could he give up his cultivation time for trifle primeval stone's earnings? Outside the door, Jiangya had a flattering smile on. Lord Fan Yuan, please appease your anger. You are aware of the current situation. What choices do I have? Many Gu masters know I sell vitality leaves and they all look for me. It is not easy for the little me to pass my days. How about this? I will pay 10% more. Lord Fan Yuan, please be kind and give me a dozen vitality leaves. After speaking, he started begging and his sound carried some sobbing. Fan Yuan was indifferent. That is your affair, what does it have to do with me? Humph, your guts are getting bigger these days. You forgot the agreement between us and actually brought someone else. Ah. Jiangya gave a bitter smile outside the door. He looked at the old Gu master beside him. He had no other way. This Gu master was very powerful and had stubbornly followed him here. Little friend Fan Yuan. This old Gu master spoke. I am Gu Yuyi, I believe you have heard of me. I came to purchase some vitality leaves and hope you, little friend, can show me some respect and give a little time to produce some. Give you respect? Heh, what reputation do you have? Fan Yuan sneered. This Gu Yuyi was somewhat famous. He was a retired Gu master but had been brought back by the clan due to the wolf tide. At his peak period, he had reached rank 3. However, because of injuries, his cultivation dropped down to rank 2 peak stage, and now due to his old age, his cultivation had further dropped down to rank 2 upper stage. Although his cultivation was the same as Fan Yuan, his fighting strength could not be compared to the latter. Gu Yuye's expression was ashen. He had long heard of this eccentric loner Fan Yuan, a lad with a vicious and stubborn temper, arrogant and rude, considering everyone beneath him. He had prepared his heart before he came here, but to think that he had still underestimated Fan Yuan. He wanted to use his reputation, but this usually successful method had no effect on Fan Yuan. He felt his face burning and his heart filled with anger. He had lost all his honor right now. This disrespectful son of a bitch! He cursed inwardly, but didn't leave. He needed the vitality leaves. He was an experienced man and deeply knew the importance of the vitality leaves. In times, a vitality leaf could mean the difference between life and death. As one gets old, their courage starts to shrink. Back when he was young, he was hot-blooded and easily excited. He wanted to protect the clan's people, he wanted to change the world, he wanted to become a great hero. In those times, he had the resolution to view death as a return home. However, right now he was old and was much more cool-headed. He had seen through many aspects of life in these years and could be said to have reflected on himself. Especially after several of his children died, his heart had grown more cold. Any organization needs sacrifices. Resources are limited. Although they are produced all the time, they are also consumed. As such, this add and decrease limits the total amount. Humans need food, clothes, and lodging to survive. these are resources. Gu masters need gu worms, primeval stones and food to cultivate, these are also resources. Becoming strong requires even more resources. But if you don't sacrifice, then where can I get more resources? I rather compromise others than sacrifice my benefits. Protecting, honor, family love, dreams, hot blood, they are all honorable reasons for sacrificing. There are no organizations that do not encourage self-sacrifice. However, the higher-ups would never say that, they would instead talk of protecting, honor, family love, dreams, hot blood, happiness, and so on, and give all kinds of material benefits. However, the material benefits are just nonsense once one dies. What could a dead great hero enjoy? Look at Gu Yuqin Shu. He blissfully died and was buried in the soil, his name carved in the gravestone as his spirit continues to influence future heroes. Chapter 146. Oppressive. Jiangye looked at the Gu Yi whose face was grim, the former secretly feeling happy in his heart. This old man had forcefully made Jiangye bring him to this place. Jiangye only had rank 1 cultivation and was a junior, thus he had to lower his head to Gu Yi and bring him here. But now that he had been humiliated, Jiangye's heart was envious of Fan Yuan's unrestrained personality. Gu Yi wanted to give Fan Yuan a few tight slaps, to lecture this arrogant junior. But for the vitality leaves, he had to control himself. Junior Fan Yuan, you can't say that. You are still young, you don't know the importance of human relationships, there will come a time when you need to beg others. Just think, in future when you come to ask me for a favor and I treat you like this, how would you feel? Bullcrap human relationships. Fan Yuan laughed in disdain in his heart. The so-called unity was just because they were individually weak. Human relationships, it was important on Earth. After all, there was no difference in personal strength among people. But in this world where people cultivated, things were inherently different. Human relationships were just a byproduct of strength. If one is strong, their human relationships would thrive. But for those who pursue relationships, they definitely have something to ask others of. As for not needing relationships, if one is overly powerful, they can snatch anything they want, give it away or die. Why would they need people's relationships? These were demonic path thoughts, and Fan Yuan would naturally not advertise them publicly. But since he was disturbed like this, Fan Yuan might as well do this business. Thus, he said, "It's not that I can't sell it either. 1 vitality leaf for 68 primeval stones. How many do you want?" "Huh!" Gu Yi outside the door was shocked by this price, quickly saying, "Junior Fan Yuan, this price is too expensive." Fan Yuan snorted. "Then don't buy it. Among the resources provided by the clan, there are also vitality leaves, you can exchange it with merit points." Gu Yi laughed bitterly. "How would I not know that? But these vitality leaves are all sold to those with relationships. The Medicine Hall clan elder Gu Yao Ji has complete control over it. How can I interfere? Junior Fan Yuan, sell me a favor, I will definitely repay you. From what I see, 60 primeval stones is a just price. I do not anticipate people's repayment, you have wasted enough of my time. 70 primeval stones, if you don't want to buy it, leave." Fan Yuan responded. Gu Yi was furiously stomping. "Junior Fan Yuan, how can you do business like this?" Fan Yuan snickered. "Times are different, it is 72 primeval stones now. Every sentence you say wastes some of my time, and when I feel unhappy I will raise the price. I hope you can make the right decisions." Hearing this, Gu Yuye's face became furious. He wanted to say something, but every time he opened his mouth, no words came out. His haggard face was green and red, and Jiangye who was beside him saw this and cheered internally. Finally he gritted his teeth, saying, "Okay, I'll buy it, I need 5 vitality leaves. You can hand the primeval stones to Jiangye. As for the vitality leaves, collect them from him 3 days later." Fan Yuan said. This was overbearing, trading goods and money was the most basic fairness. But Gu Yi still paid the money, handing multiple bags to Jiangye on the spot. His movements were slightly trembling, for this was his meager savings, the savings from him scrimping throughout the years, and now they were all taken by a shrewd merchant. Finally, he walked out of this bamboo building with an endless feeling of indignance. "Lord Fan Yuan, what you did was really cool revenge. But I'm afraid you have completely offended Gu Yi. This old man, when he was young he always took revenge on people, he would not let go of this easily." Outside, Jiangye said carefully. "Let him be, an old man relying on his seniority, he is bound to get eliminated by the clan." Fan Yuan opened the door, and Jiangye handed him the bags. The clan wants to resist the wolf tide, so that requires large amounts of resources. With less resources, they cannot maintain the large organization structure, thus they would need to get rid of members. These old men being alive were wasting precious scarce resources. They were destined to go. The wolf packs eliminated the old and sickly, expelling the crippled wolves. In human society, they would not be so obvious, always masking their evil with a shield of light, thus they called these old Gu masters to fight. So what if Gu Yi understood the intention? Being in the system, a person in society, they had no choice. The clan uses the reason of protecting their family and clan to call them to fight and sacrifice. How can they refuse? On earth there is a sentence, if the emperor wants the subjects to die, they cannot do otherwise. But still countless people fight for the positions of being the emperor's subjects. This was the allure and cruelty of the system. Every round of the wolf tide in the past, those old Gu masters who come out to fight, how many can survive? Let's not say 5 vitality leaves, even if we give this Gu Yi 50 pieces, he might not make it out alive. Fan Yuan stood at the door, laughing coldly. When Jiangye heard this tone, his heart was freezing. He could feel an aura from Fan Yuan, full of coldness and frost, like the northern winds blowing until he cannot raise his head. Fan Yuan looked at Jiangye, his eyes dark and black, continuing. From now on, other than the arranged timings, you cannot look for me. If you break my rules, be prepared to face the consequences. Letting you sell the vitality leaves for me is on account of your brother. But respect is given by others, and thrown away by own self. Think over your own actions. Jiangye heard Fan Yuan's lecture, not daring to speak. Thinking of Gu Yuye's sad state, sweat poured from his forehead. Also, from now on, raise the price of the vitality leaves to 70 primeval stones. Fan Yuan said again. 70? Jiangye was shocked as he gulped, his eyes shining, as if he can see an endless supply of primeval stones. But he was also rather afraid, asking meekly, Lord Fan Yuan, raising prices like this, will it cause others to think that we are growing a fortune through the misfortune? Would we have the suspicion of taking advantage of the clan state? If we do this, we might incur public outrage. Public outrage? Humph, what can they do? Do what I order, don't talk crap. If someone finds trouble, tell them the vitality leaves are sold by me. Fan Yuan snorted. Yes, yes, yes. Jiangye nodded furiously. Fan Yuan's words were what he wanted to hear. He was going to do this as well. He was just a rank 1 small fry, he cannot offend too many people. Throwing all these problems to Fan Yuan, he had already started doing so. A small fry also has his own survival methods, and towards Jiangye's intention, Fan Yuan was clear at heart. But cultivation difference and era difference results in Fan Yuan living a different lifestyle. After using that red steel relic Gu, he would be rank 2 peak stage, near to rank 3. That means he has finally grown past the initial step, and having this strength means his life and future would be different. In the past he needed to lay low, but now he needed to be oppressive. Only when he is oppressive can he obtain the biggest benefit. As for this Jiangye, he still has some value to make use of. Even with his petty acts, as long as it does not infringe on Fan Yuan's benefits, he can tolerate it. Even revealing some unimportant trump cards is not a big deal. During peacetime, those higher-ups have nothing to do, thus they might find problems. But now that there is the wolf tide, who has the energy to care about such minute details? After the wolf tide, it is not guaranteed that the Guyu village still exists. Half a month later, lightning wolves attack like tidal waves, causing the Gu masters to retreat in a hurry. Xiong Yuanjin, you must hang in there. Guyu village is not too far away. Xiong Jiaoman stared at the clansmen on the ground, her eyes turning red as she shouted. Leader Big Sis, I can't take it anymore. I have something in my heart I want to tell you. Xiong Yuanjin was at his dying breath. His injuries were severe and his face was full of death. Okay, speak. Xiong Jiaoman sobbed. She knew in her heart that although this Xiong Yuanjin was normally quiet, but he was secretly in love with her. At this moment, she knew what he wanted to say. But when Xiong Yuanjin opened his mouth, he did not manage to confess and say, I love you. He had died of blood loss, injuries too severe to cure. His body was full of injuries, all from the bites of the lightning wolves. The most fatal blow was at his chest, from his right shoulder all the way to his belly button. This was caused by a bold lightning wolf. Big Sis, the situation is bad. Another bold lightning wolf group came. The Recon Gu master shouted, his voice filled with panic. Xiong Jiao Man's cries ended, placing Xiong Yuanjin's body down. She was the group leader. Her group members need her. The dead has passed, and those alive has to continue facing the cruelty of this world. These goddamn wolves, is there an end to them? Xiong Jian Man cursed fiercely. Her body figure was hot, and she had a nice pretty face, so when she said these swear words there was a unique flavor about her. Hearing her words, the others calmed down internally. As Xiong Jian Man cursed, she observed. The investigation result made her slightly distressed. She could kill a group of bold lightning wolves, fight her way out of 2 groups. But against 4 bold lightning wolf groups, the wisest decision is to retreat to the valley behind her and use the signal gu, hoping for reinforcements. Retreat to the valley. Xiong Jiaoman shouted as she activated both her giant bears to protect them. These 2 giant bears were well raised by her. One brown and one black, with smooth and shiny fur, but they were both full of injuries all over their bodies. When Xiong Jiaoman and the others successfully retreated to the valley, these 2 bears were left with one. The black one had been engulfed by the lightning wolves pack after killing tens of lightning wolves, having run out of energy. A goo worm shot out from the bear corpse, returning back to Xiong Jiaoman's hand in an instant. This was the bear enslavement goo. It can be planted into bears to allow the goo master to manipulate giant bears. Of course, it can only be an ordinary bear, for the bear enslavement goo is a rank 2, it cannot enslave a bear king. If it can enslave a bear king, they would be strong. Because a bear king, even if it is the weakest, has at least 100 bear subordinates. If a goo master can enslave a bear king, it means they have a beast group to manipulate as well. Now we wait for reinforcements. Hopefully they can get here soon. Xiong Jiaoman panted as she sighed. They had retreated to the valley, thus the area they had to defend against greatly decreased, causing the pressure from the wolf packs to also decrease. But it also meant they had no way out, and the blood and continual battle would attract more wolf packs. The crisis was not resolved. At this point, from the cliff above their heads, a voice was heard. Everyone raised their heads to look, and saw that there was a young man. It's him. Gu Fan Yuan! The 7 Xiong clan Gu masters were first invigorated, but then showed a complicated expression. Chapter 147. This Fan Yuan is too arrogant. Ever since Bai Ningbing and Qing Shu's intense battle, Fan Yuan, who had chased after Bai Ningbing the entire way, had become well known, and his popularity rose. These days, Fan Yuan had shown his strong side in the wolf tide, heading alone to hunt lightning wolves and showing shocking results. He was the new generation's rising star. If not for his strange personality and bad reputation, his status would be on par with Qi Shan and Mo Yen. But to the Xiong village members, Fan Yuan was also Xiong Zhang's murderer. Thus, when Xiong Jiaoman and the others saw Fan Yuan, they showed a complicated expression. Fan Yuan stared at them from above, waving his tree vine, saying slowly, "You can continue to wait for reinforcements, or escape using the vine in my hand and climb up the mountain." Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Matters on the battlefield were ever changing. Xiong Jiaoman and the others obviously chose the tree vine in front of them, but Fan Yuan actually asked them for remuneration. This caused the Xiong clan Gu masters to be furious. "Fan Yuan, we are alliance mates. How can you do this?" Someone shouted furiously. "Asking for the bear enslavement Gu, how shameless can you be?" Someone sneered. Fan Yuan calmly retorted, "1 bear enslavement Gu and 700 primeval stones. In exchange for all 7 of your lives, this is a cheap price. You can reject me, and I will go back to the clan to report your circumstances." Hee. But when will the reinforcements come? Will they encounter a wolf pack on the way here? That I cannot guarantee. Everyone became quiet. Their expressions were ugly. "All right, I promise you. Fan Yuan, you really live up to your reputation." Finally, Xiong Jiaoman chose to give way for the sake of everyone. Her words were full of spite towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. The result was as expected. He threw down the tree vine, and laughed coldly in his heart. These 4 bold lightning wolf packs were lured here by him. He wanted to wait for them to die before retrieving their goo worms and get a huge amount of merit points. But their signal goo had attracted the attention of the surrounding groups of goo masters, and they were all rushing over to help. To not waste his effort, Fan Yuan could only act as a reinforcement goo master for once. Xiong Jiaoman and the others used the tree vines and successfully escaped from the wolf pack. Not long after, 3 goo master groups arrived, and one of them was the Qishan group. This caused the 7 Gu masters to become even more upset. Xiong Jiaoman was extremely regretful. Not long ago, she had withdrawn her consciousness from the bare enslavement Gu and cooperated with Fan Yuan in refining the Gu worm, thus even if she wanted to go back on her words now, it was impossible. Fan Yuan, I will remember you. Xiong Jiaoman stared at Fan Yuan fiercely in the eye. Remember or not, that's your business. Fan Yuan laughed plainly, turning around and leaving. Miss Xiong, we meet again. At the other end, Qishan group arrived, speaking with a courteous tone. Ever since the Bai Ningbing incident, Guyu clan lost the Qing Shu, and Xiong clan Xiongli died, thus the two clans got closer. Politically, Bai clan became resisted by the other two clans together, even though the alliance was still in place. Little sister pays respects to elder brother Qishan. Xiong Jiaoman lifted her frowning brows, cupping her fists towards Qishan, continuing. This time, we are asking the Guyu clan for some reinforcements. Xiong clan has been surrounded by wolf packs for 6 days and 6 nights already. These days, the wolf tide was getting more severe. The lightning wolf packs have already started to surround the villages with the intention of attacking. Xiong clan had the lowest position among the 3 clans situated at the mountain foot. They would be the first to get attacked by the wolf packs. In fact, this is the 3rd time they had gotten surrounded, and they needed reinforcements. With the coordination of offense from the outside and inside together, they would then be able to scatter and defeat these lightning wolf packs. The matter about reinforcements is not issue. Didn't we cooperate well the last 2 times? But this matter, I have to report to the clan leader first. Come with me, Qishan said. Xiong Jiaoman and the others followed Qishan group, coming to Guyu village. Guyu village already had layers of defenses. The outer walls were strongly reinforced with dozens of towers. Below the village walls were trenches dug and filled with sharp bamboo poles. The village walls had been planted with the steel vine Gu and poison flower Gu. At one glance, the walls were covered in sharp vines and the beautiful poisonous flowers were all budding, over hundreds or even thousands of them. Entering the main door, one could see that the surrounding buildings, whether it was a residence or tavern, had been all transformed into temporary forts. Xiong Jiaoman and the other 6, after leaving the Xiong clan, their journey was filled with difficulty. Traversing through wolf packs, they all had different injuries. Thus, they were led into a bamboo building to receive treatment. There was over 10 healing Gu masters in the bamboo building, mostly rank 1 Gu masters, but also a few rank 2 Gu masters. But what caused Xiong Jiaoman and the others to be shocked was, the person in charge was not a rank 2 healing Gu master, but a young girl. Put this unconscious one on the vine chair. The one here has a fracture on his leg. Guyu Xing, come here and give him treatment. Superficial injury off foam, come here and stop the bleeding. Ah Xing, come here and apply the disinfectant. Xiao Huago, place a fracture board on that leg fracture, then come here to bandage the injury. The young girl had black hair, a peach-like small mouth, both eyes shining like crystals, and her face was slightly chubby, with alluring voice. But when she handled the patients, she was very experienced, causing others to look in amazement. Xiong Jiaoman suddenly thought of one person, asking, This little sister, are you Guyu Yaola? Xiong clan's sister Jiaoman, hello? To think you know of my name. After assigning the Gu masters to their stations, Guyu Yaola walked over and introduced herself. Sister Yaola, you are a famous character. Inheriting Lord Yao Ji's benevolent heart, and also extremely talented in medical skills, even with your rank 1 cultivation, you are known as the top 10 rising stars in Qingmao Mountain. Even at the Xiong clan, there are numerous people admiring you, sister. Seeing her strong background, Xiong Jiaoman politely praised as she was on a trip to ask the Guyu clan for help. I'm flattered, sister. Jiaoman. Guyu Yaola is still young, and her face turned red as she looked down in embarrassment after being praised. At this time, a Xiong clan Gu master complained. Although you're both the top 10 rising stars, that Guyu Fan Yuan seriously cannot compare to you, little sister. Don't mention Fan Yuan, my blood boils thinking of him. Times without heroes, lad gains fame. Sigh. This person's morals are lacking, to think he is also a top 10 rising star, and even the number 1 position. Thinking about it makes me want to vomit. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the people nearby, including the Guyu clan's Gu masters. Guyu Fan Yuan? What did he do this time? Someone curiously asked. He took one of my bare enslavement Gu, and even 700 primeval stones, as a reward for saving us. I've never seen anyone so shameless, and corrupted by greed. Xiong Jiao Man snorted, venting her unhappiness. This is nothing, there are worse things. His heart is blacker than coal, selling a vitality leaf for 80 primeval stones. He is taking advantage of the situation. This person is greedy and extremely shameless. He is too arrogant and proud. My friend wanted to join his group, however not only was he rejected, but he even got insulted in public. What's his deal? He's merely a C-grade talent. He is a living prodigal son, wasting the inheritance both his parents left him to buy a red steel relic gu from the caravan. Next he snatched another red steel relic gu from Bai Ningbing. If I had these 2 gu worms, I can also have his cultivation. Lord Gu Yuqing Shu is the best after all, humble and kind, too bad he died early. But his brother Fang Jing has a sense of justice, helping those in need and is kind-hearted, also having Lord Qing Shu's humble attitude. He is completely the opposite of his brother. Xiong Jiao Man did not expect her ranting to cause so much reaction from the Guyu clansmen. She was shocked. To think this Fang Yuan was such a failure as a human, being hated by so many people. She felt strange asking, since he is so hated, why did no one teach him a lesson? The bamboo building instantly became silent. The Guyu clansmen all looked at each other, not saying a word. In truth, many people could not stand Fang Yuan's mannerisms, as well as his act of maximizing profit under such circumstances. Many people found problems with him, but the result every time was that the person finding fault got into an even bigger mess themselves. After many times, no one came to find fault with him anymore. And Fang Yuan also became publicly known as the head of the top 10 rising stars that emerged from the wolf tide. All these statuses originate from strength. Fang Yuan's battle strength was the strongest, so he was the head. Regardless of how bad his reputation is, or how poor his human relationship is. That Fang Yuan again. Guyu Yaoji lightly frowned, muttering. She had never seen Fang Yuan, but had already heard much about him. Towards Fang Yuan, she had a poor impression of him. This Fang Yuan, although my senior, the things he does are unforgivable, and he is so extreme. He dared to extort Sister Jiao Man this time and got the bare enslavement gu, not giving a hoot about our 2 clans' agreements. No, I must tell Grandma and let her teach this Fang Yuan a lesson, otherwise our Guyu clan will be humiliated. Thinking of this, the young girl suddenly felt that there was a need for a clan higher-up to come out and teach this Fang Yuan a lesson. She naturally did not have this ability, but she felt that her grandma, Medicine Hall's Guyu Yaoji, could. In her eyes, her grandma was omnipotent. You want me to deal with Guyu Fang Yuan? Yaoji looked at her granddaughter, her expression blank, and soon after that she started getting nervous. My dear granddaughter, did he bully you? She hurriedly asked. He did not bully me, but he bullied others. This time it is the Xiong clan sister Jiao Man. He extorted her, getting a bare enslavement gu and 700 primeval stones. This is too much. If this goes on, the clan's reputation would be completely ruined by him. Guyu Yaola said. Grandma knows this matter. Darling granddaughter, leave first, Grandma will not disappoint you. Yaoji said after deep considerations. Thank you, Grandma. Grandma, you do not know, but this person is too wicked, raising the price of his goods and bullying the weak. He is a true villain. After the young girl left, Yaoji fell into deep thoughts. She had wanted to deal with Fang Yuan for a long time, however it was naturally not a naive reason like Yao Li's, but because Fang Yuan possessed enough profits for her to strike. First was the liquor worm. Although previously Yao Ji had bought one from the caravan, but that was given to her granddaughter Yao Le. She herself still needed one liquor worm as an ingredient to refine a rank 3 gu worm she wanted to fuse. Next was the 9-leaf vitality grass. The clan's 9-leaf vitality grass were mostly in Yao Ji's control, and by relying on selling the vitality leaves, she could consolidate her authority and status in the clan. This Fang Yuan is too arrogant. First I wanted to buy his liquor worm, but he refused. What guts. This time he raised the price of the vitality leaves and earned a fortune. Does he really think I, the medicine clan elder, is thin air? Humph. Chapter 148. Circumstance. 2 giant banners fluttered in the wind with a ringing noise. One was the battle merit board. Fang Yuan was now among the top 10 in the list. Another banner listed all kinds of goods which could be exchanged with battle merits. However, most of the gu masters in the crowded plaza had their attention on a newly announced decree. The content of the announcement was, the wolf tide is becoming more fierce and the casualties among the clan's gu masters are increasing day by day. To reinforce the treatment methods, the medical hall orders all the Gu masters who possess 9-leaf vitality grass to temporarily hand them over to the clan. The medical hall will organize staffs to unify all the productions. There were a list of names in the notification. There were the names of the Gu masters that possessed 9-leaf vitality grass in the clan. Naturally, Fan Yuan was also listed. Right now, he was standing in a distant corner looking at this notification. His expression couldn't help but turn ugly. At first sight, he had realized this to be Gu Yaoji's move against him. Humph, this Gu Yaoji has been indignant since she failed to purchase the liquor worm from me. I already accumulated enough battle merits to exchange for that 3 steps fragrant grass Gu, but she prevented this from happening in the dark. Now, she is actually coveting my 9-leaf vitality grass. Gu Yaoji's actions were understandable. People of the same trade were natural enemies. By controlling the sale of the vitality leaves, Gu Yaoji could consolidate her authority, deepen her influence, and maintain her connections. However, Fan Yuan sold them an increased price, so this imperceptibly was infringing on her benefits and shaking her influence. I have a lot of Gu worms on me now. White Jade Gu, Moonglow Gu, Plunder Gu, Water Shield Gu, Earth Communication Ear Grass and more. 9-leaf vitality grass is my most important economy source. If I lose this Gu, it will be like receiving a checkmate. Gu Yaoji made a really fierce move. Fan Yuan frowned. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. Medicine Hall made a truly great decision. There are very few vitality leaves and they simply can't meet our needs. Every time a batch appears in the goods board, they will immediately be purchased by others. Elder Yaoji is truly gentle and kind. Look at the name list, it includes several Gu masters from both Qi and Mo factions. She has no doubt offended many powerful elders with this action. Elder Yaoji is thinking for the clan, she is worthy of respect. AI, only Lord Yaoji has such courage. If it was any other elders, who would dare to take such action? Look, the notification contents have changed. Qi and Mo factions Gu masters have handed over their 9-leaf vitality grass. The crowd was boiling. 9-leaf vitality grass being consolidated and unified production meant the availability of much more vitality leaves. This was a great news to the crowd. Fan Yuan watched the notice with rapt attention and sure enough saw, beside the name list of these Gu masters, there were new words handed over. His own name had thus become conspicuous. His heart felt increasing pressure. Gu Yaoji was an old veteran with deep schemes. With this move, she was borrowing the momentum to pressure Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan resisted or disobeyed, that would be attracting even bigger troubles, giving people a hold over him. It was absolutely not a sensible act. This was the power of the system. If the clan wanted you to sacrifice, it won't directly say so. Instead, it will drape a shiny cape of righteousness, and give you no choice but to submit. An example was the recruitment of those retired old Gu masters and making them sacrifice their lives. How could they resist? The current movement of collecting the 9-leaf vitality grass was asking Fan Yuan and other Gu masters to sacrifice their benefits to satisfy everyone, and was basically to Yaoji's benefits. Anyone that dared to disobey was going against the clan and alienating themselves. They were traitors and rebels. To resolve this, small schemes like delaying tactics won't work and will instead put oneself into an even more passive state. Yaoji's move carries righteousness and the public opinion. Any small schemes will be destroyed. Only by using an even bigger momentum, fairly fighting back and defeating her momentum openly will resolve this. Fan Yuan already had a solution. This plan was simple but grand: advance to rank 3. Rank 3 and rank 2 Gu masters had completely different status. In the clan, any Gu master that advanced to rank 3 would immediately become an elder and join the decision-maker's circle. Even the clan head couldn't lightly infringe upon their benefits. Don't think that the Gu masters of the Mo and Qi factions obediently handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, seemingly sacrificing their own benefits. Behind the scenes, Gu Yaoji should have already completed secret transactions with Gu Qi Lian, Gu Mo Qin and other elders. This was political transaction. However, the majority couldn't see this truth and were hoodwinked by Yaoji. If Fan Yuan was a rank 3 Gu master, even if he had to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, he would definitely obtain enough compensations in other aspects. Why was Gu Yaoji so anxious to deal with Fan Yuan? On one hand, it was because of benefits. Fan Yuan's actions infringed on her benefits, and similarly she wanted some goo worms that was on Fan Yuan's body. On the other hand, Fan Yuan was already at rank 2 peak stage. If she didn't make any move now and waited for him to become a rank 3 elder, there would be no more opportunities. Advancing to rank 3 is a must. The clan can sacrifice rank 2 goo masters, but rank 3 goo masters are its pillars and each loss would incur a huge damage. Moreover, I have accumulated too many troubles. Qin Shu died, but the clan didn't do a careful investigation. I have the water shield goo, plunder goo and other goo worms, but the clan has turned a blind eye to it. My cultivation is advancing so fast, the higher-ups clearly know about it, but are enduring it and haven't examined the secrets on me. Fan Yuan was very clear on his current situation. On the surface he looked to be strong and well off, but he was actually surrounded by danger. The clan didn't move against him because their attention was completely on the wolf tide. If they can't resist the wolf tide, the clan would be destroyed. In front of such pressure, Fan Yuan's situation was only a minor detail to them. However, once the wolf tide is gone, the clan's higher-ups would regain their energy. How could they not look for him to settle the account? Before in the academy, the clan elders didn't move against Fan Yuan because he was too weak. He was taking small steps and didn't infringe upon their benefits, thus not attracting their attention. But it was different now. Fan Yuan's cultivation was already at rank 2 peak stage. If he took one step further, he would become an elder. Simply this cultivation had already touched the elder's nerves. His every movement was observed and noted by the elders. Any newly advanced elders could influence the whole political situation of the Guyu clan. This resulted in continuous suppression of Fan Yuan. What's more, Fan Yuan hadn't joined the system and entered any factions, thus these made the suppressions become even more intense. Neutral faction was also a faction. No one could tolerate the current Fan Yuan, someone who was roaming beyond the clan system. If I advance to rank 3, the suppression will definitely be much more lower than now, though they will still be there. Rank 3 is a point of qualitative change, a threshold. Stepping through it will bring one to a whole new world. Similarly, with rank 3 cultivation, I can freely move about. At worst, I will simply leave the clan. Fan Yuan was clear on this. However, advancing to rank 3 was not an easy thing. Especially considering Fan Yuan's great aptitude, it was almost an impossible barrier. In his previous life, he had stalled at rank 2 peak stage for over 100 years. Until afterwards, he paid a painful price to obtain a goo and promoted his aptitude. Only then could he step through this difficulty. In a goo master's cultivation, it was easy to advance through small realms, they only needed enough time and patience. However, every large realm had a barrier, and the higher you go, the harder it is to cross. Especially the difficulty in advancing from rank 5 to rank 6 was beyond imagination, harder than ascending heaven. Fan Yuan already had a lot of difficulties in advancing from rank 1 to rank 2. Now, to advance from rank 2 to rank 3, there was no possibility of success by following the traditional route. Fortunately, in Fan Yuan's 500 years of life experience and vast memories, there were 2 to 3 methods. Saying it nicely, they were alternative paths, but saying it coarsely, they were demonic practices. This option was very suitable for Fan Yuan's current situation. With this option, advancing to rank 3 required one to refine a peculiar and bloody goo, man-beast life burial goo. An ancient devil path sect leader had made painstaking efforts and invented this recipe to strengthen his subordinates' cultivation. The man-beast life burial goo was specialized for rank 2 goo masters to break through to rank 3 realm. In his previous life, Fan Yuan explored unknown places and coincidentally found this recipe. It had made a deep impression on him, and he had firmly kept it in mind. The crucial point was that the materials required for the fusion were not rare. If it were normal times, Fan Yuan might need 2-3 years to collect them, given his circumstances. However, the wolf tide gave him a great opportunity. He had already collected sufficient primeval stones and goo worms. The only remaining thing was to wait for an opportune moment. Everyone, quickly look at the notice the medicine hall has just issued. They want to collect 9-leaf vitality grass and unify the production of vitality leaves? This is a great news. In the bamboo building, a group of goo masters gathered near the notice pasted on the wall. They were all filled with delight when they read it. Ha ha ha, I reckon Fan Yuan is close to tears. Humph, serves him right for selling the vitality leaves at such a high price, exploiting our hard-earned money. I really want to see what expression Fan Yuan has now. It would definitely be very ugly. Many people were taking joy in the other's misfortune. Hee, this really lets us vent our resentment. We really need to thank Miss Yaolo for this. If she didn't persuade Lord Yao Ji, how could there be such a day? Right, we are really grateful to Miss Yaolo. Miss Yaolo is not only beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, upholding justice and fairness for us. She has the demeanor of Lord Yao Ji. As she heard the continuous praises, Guyu Yaolo shyly lowered her head. She felt happy. Little sister Yaolo. Right at this time, Xiong Jiao Man walked in through the door. I came to say my goodbyes. I saw the medicine hall's notice. I am really thankful to you for letting me vent out my indignance. People like Fang Yuan are black sheeps and need to be controlled. Big sister, you are leaving? Guyu Yaolo threw a concerned look. Xiong Jiao Man put one hand on her hip and pointed the thumb of her other hand to a group of Gu masters standing outside the door, saying, I have already asked for reinforcements. I must hurry back. Let's meet again next time. Yao Li's heart was filled with grief. Xiong Jiao Man had 10 Gu masters when she had left her clan, but there were only 7 left when she reached here. Now, these Gu masters were going to step into the cruel battlefield again. How many of them could safely return? Chapter 149. Wolf Pack attacks the village. Yao Li sent Xiong Jiao Man and the others to the door with her gaze as they got further apart. But this separation was extremely short-lived. Merely 15 minutes later, Xiong Jiao Man and the others returned to the bamboo building. We are unlucky, there's a wolf tide. Xiong Jiao Man laughed bitterly, explaining. When the Gu masters in the bamboo building heard this, their expressions tensed. Xiong Jiao Man's group had great numbers, yet they were forced to retreat to the village. It showed the intensity of this wolf tide. Everyone get ready, the lightning wolf pack is about to assault the village, Xiong Jiao Man said. Once she finished her words, sirens resounded in the entire village. The village went quiet for a moment, then in the next instant noise erupted. This alarm! There is a large-sized wolf pack attacking the village! Quick, quick, gather all our group members here, there's a huge battle incoming. Damn it, I just got back, I wanted to get a good sleep. Gu masters cursed as some showed a cold expression. At once, in the bamboo building and on the streets, Gu masters could be seen moving quickly, gathering towards the 4 doors of the village as well as the outer walls. On the interior side of the village outer walls, there was a large wooden ladder at every interval for Gu masters to climb up. And the many defensive towers were made higher than the outer walls, like brave, courageous defenders of the village. Fan Yuan was among the crowd, arriving at the base of the outer wall. A Gu master was treading on the wooden ladder, and as he was about to head up, Fan Yuan pulled him down and ascended himself. Which bastard! That Gu master was about to scold out, but saw that it was Fan Yuan, and immediately shut up. Fan Yuan climbed up the wooden ladder, then he expedited the white jade Gu and peeked at the front lines. Just outside the village, there were roaming lightning wolves everywhere, thousands of them. Taking a glance, there was an endless number of glimmering green wolf eyes, causing one to break out in cold sweat. These wolves were all starving, and some were so hungry even their bodies were shrinking. The lightning wolves' amount was too much, it became a moving disaster. The surrounding wild beasts were either chased away or eaten, and for the wolf packs, they were getting less and less food. To them, a village full of people was a fatal attraction. Wolves were full of wildness, and a hungry wolf is even scarier, more dangerous, and crazier. A lightning wolf that is full would not attack the village. Other than these normal lightning wolves, there was also the bold lightning wolf. Although mixed in with the wolf packs, the bold lightning wolf was still easily recognized. Their bodies were as large as a calf. There was at least 30. Many people upon seeing this, drew in a deep breath. This was the second time Guyu village had been attacked by wolves this year, but this size was almost twice or even more than that of the last time. These bold lightning wolves were all at the peak of their health, strong like bulls. Ordinary lightning wolves might not get food, but these 100 beast kings definitely had ample nutrition. Resources were naturally given to the higher-ups first. The benefits of the lower rank members would be stripped, sacrificed and given to the higher ranks. Be it human society or wild beast groups, it worked the same way. These bold lightning wolves are not the real threat. Fan Yuan's gaze moved, continuously finding and quickly saw 3 large wolf shadows at the back of the wolf pack, hiding under the shadow of the trees. Thousand Beast King, Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Each Frenzy Lightning Wolf was as large as an elephant. When Fan Yuan saw this, his pupils shrunk slightly, but went back to normal immediately. He continued observing. only finding even more bold lightning wolves coming in from all directions. Fan Yuan did not see the lightning crown wolf. Fan Yuan breathed out a sigh of relief secretly, for without the lightning crown wolf, the village was relatively safe. In his memory, the lightning crown wolf appeared at the end of August. It caused great damage to the Guyu clan, and if not for the clan leader and elders joining forces to block them relentlessly, along with Guyu Qingshu sacrificing his life to raise his strength, Guyu village would have gotten wiped out already. Ever since his rebirth, Fan Yuan changed many things. Guyu Qingshu had already been sacrificed prematurely, so Fan Yuan dared not be careless. There was even a possibility of the lightning crown wolf appearing now. Thus, he rushed to the site to observe the scenario. Howl! 3 frenzied lightning wolves raised their heads as they howled long and loud. In their cries, numerous lightning wolves received their orders, and started to attack the village. On the village's end, the Gu masters had already prepared themselves, getting into formation. Rank 1 Gu masters were all at the wall's corners, both hands supporting the cold walls. Rank 2 Gu masters, some climbed the wooden ladders while others gathered at the top of the towers. Right behind them, the temporary forts that were remodeled from buildings were filled with Gu masters, some were support teams, some were healing Gu masters from the medicine hall, and recon Gu masters were moving between them providing the battle information to the back-end staff. Some clan elders were at the back end, some ascended the tower buildings, and others watched at the sidelines, reserving their strength and being a pillar of mental support to the clansmen. They're here. Fan Yuan stood on the wooden ladder, his eyes glimmering. Lightning wolves moved from the entire mountain, forming into a tidal wave and assaulted the village. Rumble, rumble. They first fell into the pre-dug pitfalls outside the walls, their bodies penetrated by numerous bamboo spears, like dumplings inside a pot. Some died on the spot, while others had some life remaining, crying out pitifully. The wind blew, and the smell of blood entered everyone's noses, while wolf cries entered their ears. The wolf packs attacked in a frenzy. Not only did they not stop, they were in fact stimulated by the blood and attacked even more furiously. Lightning wolves fell into the trap one by one, using their lives to pave the way for the others. Stepping on their companions' corpses, and crashing up onto the village walls. At once, thudding sounds were heard. A lightning wolf was powerlessly against the wall, but with the endless hordes, the impact caused the outer wall to shake. Rank 1 Gu masters below the outside wall held in their tremendous fear, and risked their lives injecting primeval essence into the steel vine Gu and poison flower Gu. The village wall's numerous thorns stabbed into the lightning wolf's body. The poison flower Gu gave these steel vines a poisonous touch as the poison invaded the lightning wolf's body. Lightning wolves scratched and attacked the village walls, opening their mouths and biting, but as their injuries intensified and the poison accumulated, their movements gradually turned sluggish. Pew pew pew. Rank 2 Gu masters stepping on the wooden ladders, along with those at the tower buildings, shot out moonblades. The moonblade shot into the wolf packs, and instantly blood splashed everywhere, and wolf limbs went flying. The bold lightning wolves began to enter the battle, immediately bringing injuries and deaths to the Gu masters. Fan Yuan's corner. A thin long blue lightning current moved about and hit onto the village walls, instantly penetrating and creating a hole. It electrocuted an unfortunate rank 1 Gu master inside as well. That bold lightning wolf that killed a Gu master quickly received heavy attention. Numerous moonblades flew towards it, but it dodged left and right, relying on the surrounding lightning wolves to provide cover, thus suffering only minor injuries. Howl! It opened its mouth, and between its sharp teeth, sparks flew, quickly forming an electric current that flew through the air towards Fan Yuan. Water shield Gu. Fan Yuan snorted, and from his nose, 2 lines of light blue water vapor flowed out. The water vapor expanded, forming a water ball shield, protecting him. The lightning current hit the water shield and caused it to shake, almost breaking. Moonglow Gu. Fan Yuan kept the water shield, and from his wrist, 3 moonblades shot out. The moonblade's angle was tricky. The bold lightning wolf dodged the first, but its right front leg was hit by the second, causing its movement to slow down, and the third hit its head, causing a severe injury that crushed its left eye. It cried out in pain, but other Gu masters saw the opportunity and quickly, a flurry of moon blades enveloped it. Pew pew pew. This bold lightning wolf was instantly pelted, its body bathed in blood, and injuries were so deep its bones could be seen. Its body shook a little before collapsing completely. The surrounding wolf packs went into a panic, like ripples in a pond. But at this point, there were 3 frenzied lightning wolves behind holding the fort, and the wolf packs only went into chaos for a while before raising their claws and attacking the village walls again. Fan Yuan shot a few more moon blades out before getting down the wooden ladder. With just this, his deep red primeval essence had already gone below half, needing replenishment. Seeing him coming down, a rank 2 Gu master quickly replaced his position and ascended the wooden ladder. Normally, Gu masters that had long-range attacks would ascend the wooden ladder, or gather at the tower building's roof. Their emphasis was on the bold lightning wolf, as its threat was greater than any ordinary lightning wolf. Some bold lightning wolf had a Gu worm that assisted with jumping in their bodies, allowing them to leap into the village. Fan Yuan walked down the ladder, and continued towards the back. Surrounding him, there was people walking around, similar to him, those that had expended their primeval essence, and were recovering. Another group of Gu masters replaced their positions and entered the battlefield, providing their strength towards defending the clan. This was a battlefield. Strength below rank 2 peak stage was meager. Only rank 3 Gu masters were the important pillars, able to control the situation. Fan Yuan came to a bamboo building. This was a modified building and was heavily reinforced. He squeezed his way in, where many Gu masters were sitting inside, holding primeval stones and recovering their primeval essence. Some healing Gu masters moved among the crowd, some squatted on the ground, some bandaged injured Gu masters, and the first aid kits were placed at the side. Fan Yuan found a spot to sit down, and a healing Gu master immediately came over. He shook his head towards her, and she understood, approaching another Gu master instead. Such a rotational strategy, all the way till 10 o'clock at night. Fan Yuan had already entered battle 5 times. But the lightning wolf packs did not seem to reduce. In fact, they could see even more wolf packs, hurriedly arriving upon hearing the frenzied lightning wolf's call. "It seems this wolf tide will sustain through the night," said a clan elder who stared outside the village, his face full of worry. At night, Gu master's vision was poorer, but on the other hand, the lightning wolves had superior vision and were unaffected by the darkness. "This is only the second wolf tide this year, and it is already so intense. The situation is not optimistic." Another clan elder sighed. Gu Yaoji's face was sullen. She was the medicine hall clan elder, leading the healing Gu masters. First-hand injury reports would be sent to her. On that thin piece of bamboo paper, it recorded the injuries and deaths of the day. Yaoji held it in her hands, feeling solemn. The death toll was far greater than previous years. But she understood, this was not due to the decline of quality of Gu masters, but because the wolf numbers were too great, and too ferocious. 9-leaf vitality grass, how's the acquisition? Seeing the blood-red sun setting, Yaoji sighed, asking faintly. Her subordinate quickly reported 3 people had not given up theirs yet, and Fan Yuan was among them. Yaoji listened and snorted, then asked, "Where is Yao Lo?" "Miss Yao Lo is near the east door, leading the healing team. I've advised her many times, but she refuses to stay at the back, insisting on going to the front lines to battle." Saying so, he kneeled down in horror. Yaoji thought for a while before nodding, waving her hand to send off the subordinate. Near to her granddaughter, there was a clan elder. Xiong Jiao Man and the gang were also there, fighting at the village walls. It could be said that the front lines was the safest place. Although Yaoji doted on her granddaughter, she supported her courage as well. The ones in power have their considerations. These experiences will become Gu Yao Li's political advantage when she inherits the medicine hall. Chapter 150. I am only helping myself. The golden full moon hung in the sky, the drifting clouds casting a gloomy shade. There were desperate battles going on outside the village, and the bright moonlight was great news to the Gu masters in the dark night. Wolf corpses piled up in the traps and were already reaching the midpoint of the wall. This gave a good platform to move on for the charging lightning wolves. Some ordinary lightning wolves jumped, clawed, and even directly leaped across the wall. However, these lightning wolves usually fell or staggered due to the height disparity, and were immediately disposed of by the standby Gu masters. At this time, Fan Yuan was standing on top of a tower, along with many other Gu masters. They were endlessly throwing out moon blades and other attacks at the wolf packs. In the whole battlefield, these towers were the most important source of damage. The combination of the Gu masters and the towers had eliminated a large number of bold lightning wolves. Kill, kill, kill! Annihilate these wolves! Nana, I will take revenge for you. Persevere, just a bit more. The clan's safety lies in our hands. The surroundings were a cacophony of noises. Some people were madly screaming, some were shouting revenge, some were shouting in pain, and some were shouting slogans. Fan Yuan indifferently stood there, his hand tossing out moon blades occasionally while continuing to observe the battlefield. Although there was a bright moon, the visibility couldn't be compared to daytime after all. The 3 frenzy lightning wolves were at the rear, unmoving, their figures indistinct. As long as they were unharmed, the lightning wolves were just cannon fodders, and even bold lightning wolves were only high-level sacrifices. Suddenly, a frenzy lightning wolf unhurriedly took a step forward. It opened its large mouth and threw a thunderball. Rank 3 Thunderclap Goo. This thunderball was not big, it was only the size of a millstone. However, a large amount of eerie blue electricity was condensed in it, and its speed was strangely fast. Almost immediately, the thunderball fiercely collided with the tower Fan Yuan was on. The progress of the fierce battle had been in a deadlock. Many Goo masters were mindlessly fighting and they were not able to react to the thunderball. Water Shield Goo, White Jade Goo. Fan Yuan was only able to put up his defense before white light covered his sight. Boom! The huge sound from the explosion nearly ruptured his eardrums. A formless force erupted out from the explosion and sent him flying. The devastating thunder destroyed the water shield within 2 breaths of time. The surplus electric current struck Fan Yuan, and even with the white jade goo's defense, he still felt bursts of numbness. Bang! He fell to the ground from a height of 3 to 4 meters. White jade goo was not the raiment goo. It couldn't lessen the force on impact. Fan Yuan's back hurt all over. He quickly got up from the ground, his eyes repeatedly blinking as teardrops fell from it. After 3 breaths of time, he slowly recovered his sight. The tower that had been built with thick stones was half destroyed. There were many burnt black corpses scattered around on the ground. The thunderball attack had opened a huge hole on the outer wall, and an unending stream of wolf packs charged into the village like a tide. The frenzy lightning wolves finally entered the battlefield. 1000 Beast King level strength was extraordinary. The many Goo masters that were around Fan Yuan in the tower just a moment ago were completely dead, some left without intact corpses. Only Fan Yuan alone had survived. The jellyfish-like water shield Goo appeared very dull inside his aperture. If the water shield was continuously destroyed many times, the water shield Goo would also be damaged and could even perish. White jade Goo was also in a similar state. Goo worms were strong and yet fragile. Take this thunderclap Goo for example. Its thunderball was very powerful and fast, also difficult to resist. But it also had a weakness: it couldn't be used repeatedly and needed some time before the second thunderball could be shot out. Boom! But Fan Yuan had just stood up when another thunderball flew over. To think this Wolf King has 2 thunderclap Goo on it! Fan Yuan's complexion turned pale, and he hurriedly dodged. He tried not using the water shield Goo and only relied on the defense from the white jade Goo. Beast, stop your insolence! At this critical timing, a figure appeared in midair, golden light bursting out from the figure as he resisted this thunderball. The elders had made their moves. However, 1 elder was still not enough. Soon, the elder was joined with 2 other elders. A frenzy lightning wolf needed at least 3 groups with great teamwork to join hands, or at least 3 rank 3 Goo masters to face it. The frenzy lightning wolf took heavy steps forward, emerging from the indistinguishable wolf packs, as the surrounding wolves gave way. It gradually started from a slow run, and then got faster and faster, charging at the village wall with its head lowered. Seeing this scene, all the rank 1 and rank 2 Goo masters fled in terror. Only those 3 elders still remained on their spots. Everyone tacitly vacated this part of the battlefield and left it to them. The intense battle between the 3 elders and this frenzy lightning wolf unfolded. Not long after, the other 2 frenzy lightning wolves also charged towards the village, opening another 2 battlefields. 9 elders and 3 frenzy lightning wolves formed into 3 great battlefields. Thunder and lightning burst out everywhere, destroying the bamboo buildings. Most of the Goo masters or the lightning wolves who were caught in these 3 great battles didn't have a good end. Lightning wolf packs were still charging towards the village, but Fan Yuan didn't fight anymore and moved to a corner of the battlefield, observing the 3 great battle stages from a distance. No doubt, the attacks from these wolf packs had reached the climax. 3 frenzy lightning wolves. One has 2 thunderclap Goo and has high offensive power. Another has thunder wings Goo and can fly for a short moment, giving it very high flexibility in the battle. Another holds the thunder roar Goo and can kill its enemies with the sound waves. Fan Yuan slowly got the details on these 3 frenzy lightning wolves after observing for a moment. 1000 Beast King usually has 3-4 rank 2 and a rank 3 wild Goo worm residing on it. The goo masters could give proper response as long as they were clear on these goo worms. Once the frenzy lightning wolves suffered targeted attacks, with their low wisdom, they wouldn't change their monotonous attack styles, and the battle outcome was certain. Sure enough, soon the several elders retreated and other elders replaced them. With the mutual coordination between them and superior tactics, they were soon able to occupy the upper hand. After a short moment of intense battle, they controlled the battle's situation. Victory was only a matter of time. The outcome is set. Just when Yao Ji puffed out a sigh, a roar sounded out from the eastern gate. A lightning wolf was growing bigger. From the size of a normal lightning wolf, as if air was blown inside it, it swelled up to a size of an elephant. There is actually another frenzy lightning wolf. Many elders were alarmed at this scene. Their attention had all been on the 3 battle stages. As their entire battle formation was heavily emphasized on these 3 areas, the forces at the eastern gate was somewhat thin and weak. Not good, Yao Lu is still there. Yao Ji suddenly turned pale, and she immediately shot out towards the eastern gate. To think there was still such an unforeseen event. This frenzy lightning wolf should have a rank 3 or a restraint goo. It used this disguise to mix in with the lightning wolf packs and deceive the goo masters at the eastern gate. Fan Yuan observed carefully. The situation at the eastern gate was far from good. A frenzy lightning wolf suddenly appeared and directly smashed the eastern gate, creating a huge hole. Countless lightning wolves flocked behind the bold lightning wolves, howling savagely as they charged into the village. Gu Yaolu was numb with fear as she saw the lightning wolf packs charging in like a tide. Fortunately, she had veterans like Xiong Jiaoman beside her. At this critical timing, Xiong Jiaoman took it upon herself to control the scene and ordered, "Quick, close the doors and the windows. We need to defend this place till the reinforcements arrive, and only then will we have a fighting chance." She had just finished speaking when bang, the roof of the bamboo building collapsed under the attack of the frenzy lightning wolf. Gu Yaolu screamed. The abrupt twist in events had caused her to lose her composure. She was after all too young and only had rank 1 cultivation. She had stubbornly stayed here because she felt safe and had never thought she would fall into such a dangerous state. "Brute beast, stop at once!" Gu Yao Ji shouted while frantically running. She helplessly looked as the frenzy lightning wolf rammed into the bamboo building. Her beloved granddaughter was in a dangerous situation, but even though she had the power, she couldn't help her because it was beyond her reach. At this dangerous moment, it was again Xiong Jiaoman who stepped forward. She willed in her mind, and her remaining brown bear charged towards the frenzy lightning wolf with a roar. The frenzy lightning wolf swatted with its right paw, sending this 400-kilogram over brown bear flying. It opened its mouth and bit the brown bear's head to pieces. How could an ordinary wild beast resist 1,000 Beast King level strength? Xiong Jiaoman took this time when the frenzy lightning wolf was tangled up with the brown bear to rush out with Gu Yaolu in tow, managing to pull apart a small distance. The frenzy lightning wolf roared. It naturally wasn't willing to see its prey run away like this. It leapt and crossed a dozen meters at once, landing in front of Xiong Jiaoman. Suddenly seeing this frenzy lightning wolf appear in front of her, Gu Yaoli's legs went soft. Xiong Jiaoman dragged her but didn't dare to rush forward recklessly. She could only change her direction and run towards the outside of the village. The frenzy lightning wolf was just about to pounce on them when Gu Yaoji arrived and threw a light purple moon blade at the wolf's back. The moon blade quietly changed into a ball of miasma and bore into the frenzy lightning wolf's nose. The frenzy lightning wolf immediately coughed twice. It was poisoned. This was the rank 3 moon poison goo. The frenzy lightning wolf was furious, and it raised its head and roared. Its fierce roar formed into an invisible force and smashed into the surroundings. Thunder Roar Goo used the vibration of the sound waves to kill, but this was not Thunder Roar Goo, it was the Soundwave Goo which formed invisible pushing force. Xiong Jiaoman and Gu Yaolu were sent flying into different directions by this pushing force. Xiong Jiaoman struck a bamboo building. No more movements could be seen from her, whereas Gu Yaolu was sent flying past the broken eastern gate and out of the village. The fall stunned her, and as she tried getting up, she saw a lightning wolf opening its bloody mouth and trying to bite her. Ah! She gave a shrill scream, and at this critical juncture, a moon blade flew over and killed this lightning wolf. She hurriedly stood up and saw the benefactor who saved her. He was a young male goo master. The lower half of his body had been buried under the collapsed wall. The male goo master vaguely smiled at her with his blood-drenched face. The next moment, his throat was ripped open by the swarming lightning wolves. Tears flew down Gu Yaoli's face, and she cried as she ran. This part of the battlefield was extremely chaotic. Because of Gu Yao Li's identity and background, there were Gu masters who helped her out from time to time. But they were powerless to even protect themselves, much less help her out of this predicament. Gu Yao Ji was also tangled up with the frenzy lightning wolf and couldn't attend to her. Gu Yao Lo was perplexed and fully at a loss within. There were only the images of claws and teeth of the lightning wolves in front of her. In her frantic state, she suddenly heard a voice speak. "Move a step back." She subconsciously followed the voice and was able to luckily avoid a lightning wolf's bite. "Roll to the right." That voice came again. Yao Li's consciousness was still blank, but her body had already made the move. There was a snapping sound of a wolf's mouth. She had escaped the bite by a hair's breadth. The voice arrived unceasingly, and the young girl meticulously followed them. There were mistakes made sometimes, but at those times a moon blade would fly over from seemingly nowhere and get her out of the trouble. Only when there were no more lightning wolves around her did Yao Lu discover that she was already safe. It was only when she had unconsciously drifted far away from the village and was in a remote forest. A human figure appeared in front of her. Her eyes immediately opened wide. "Gu Fan Yuan, you were the one who helped me?" "No, I am only helping myself." Fan Yuan grinned, revealing an evil intent. Chapter 151. Demonic Nature. "What?" Gu Yao Lu was shocked when she heard this. Fan Yuan had already struck at lightning speed, his hand chopping her neck. She fainted immediately. The young girl fell down helplessly, and Fan Yuan's hand quickly moved, holding her by the waist. Next, he activated the stealth scale Gu, and their bodies vanished on the spot. When Gu Yao Lu woke up in a sleepy state, she found herself in a dark mountain cave. She shrugged her head, trying to stand up subconsciously. But she soon found out that her arms were tied behind her back, the rope looped around her neck. She was tied tightly on a large rock. All the Gu worms on her body had been plundered away by Fan Yuan, refined and turned into his. She was merely a 15-year-old young girl. With that frail body, how could she break free from that thick ropes wrapped a few times around the rock, even tied with knots? Being trapped in this remote and unfamiliar place, the young girl started to feel frightened. She thought about the moment before she had fainted. Even the most naive person would also know that Fan Yuan was going to do something bad to her. But how would Fan Yuan deal with me? What is he planning to do? Is it because I complained about him to Grandma, thus he is taking revenge? The young girl was tied helplessly, but her thoughts quickly flipped like pages of a book. The more she thought, the more frightened she got, and she started sobbing uncontrollably. "Grandma, where are you? Quickly come and save me!" As she cried, she felt an intense fear and loneliness. Fan Yuan was nowhere to be seen, and the cave was filled with her cries. "Is Fan Yuan planning to trap me here? For 7-8 days, and make me suffer in hunger, so I will never speak ill of him again?" After crying for a while, Gu Yao Lu thought of a possibility. "Too evil. Fan Yuan, I will never forgive you." She gritted her teeth as her impression of Fan Yuan, which was bad from the start, fell into negatives. Since her birth, Gu Yao Lu had not hated a person so much. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Soon, Fan Yuan's silhouette was seen emerging from the shadows. "Fan Yuan, what do you want? Let go of me now! Otherwise my grandma will deal with you." Seeing Fan Yuan, Gu Yao Lu struggled intensely, her slim legs stomping on the ground like a small deer that fell into a trap. "You sure are lively!" Fan Yuan coldly snorted. Gu Yao Lu was about to open her mouth and continue crying in a rage, but she soon saw a large bear moving behind Fan Yuan. "Be bear." Her widened eyes showed shock as she stuttered. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, stretching out his hand and caressing the bear's black fur, his voice filled with coldness that flowed in the cave like ominous winds. "Because of the wolf tide, it was not easy to find such a wild bear. It took me lots of time and effort to find it." Gu Yao Lu reacted instantly. Her quick-witted thoughts soon remembered that Fan Yuan had once taken a bear enslavement Gu from Xiongjiao Man. "So that's it." She laughed coldly and was about to speak, but Fan Yuan suddenly squatted in front of her. "What are you doing?" The young girl tried to move away, but Fan Yuan easily used his right hand and grabbed her cheeks firmly. "Such a cute appearance, lovable indeed," Fan Yuan plainly commented. Swoosh! His right hand moved quickly, grabbing Yao Li's shirt, and pulled. The shirt was instantly torn, showing her pink undergarment. "Ah!" The young girl was stunned momentarily before shrieking loudly, frantically struggling. Even though her tender muscles bled due to friction from the ropes, she couldn't care less. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, continuing to pull and tear her clothing apart. Rip. Soon, the young girl's ragged garment was only left with a few torn strips of cloth, showing off large areas of her milky, delicate flesh. No, no! She was extremely frightened, crying out loudly. As she thought of all the various possible ways Fan Yuan was going to deal with her, her whole body shook and trembled. However, Fan Yuan did not continue on as she expected, but instead he stood up and moved backwards. The young girl's loud cries turned into sobbing. But at this moment, the black bear moved its paws and got closer. The young girl was frightened as her iris shrunk into pin size, for at this moment, she felt an intense sensation of death. Whoosh! The bear paw struck, and the sound of it breaking air could be heard. With a crisp sound, the young girl's skull was hit, and the intense force broke her thin neck. Her head was twisted at a creepy angle, broken and hanging on one end. One moment ago, she was still an alluring beauty, and the next moment she was a corpse. Her warm body tied to the huge rock was like a broken toy doll. At this moment, even without Fan Yuan's control of the bear enslavement goo, with its craving for food, the black bear had already lowered its head, enjoying this sumptuous meal. It first started to gnaw at the young girl's throat, and fresh blood immediately bubbled out, splashing onto its black fur. Next was the young girl's white and tender breasts, like flower buds that were unopened. The black bear bit on her right breast in one whole mouthful, tearing away the skin and flesh, exposing her deathly pale ribs. At this moment, the black bear used its paw to break these bones. The young girl's internal organs were crushed, and immediately blood poured out endlessly. Without the skeleton's interference, the black bear placed its mouth further into the girl's body. It nipped at the girl's heart that was still beating, then proceeded to swallow it in one mouthful. The heart passed through its throat and into the stomach, and this bear that had to hide around and couldn't eat due to the wolf tide, howled out in satisfaction. After another cry, it lowered its head again and started to consume her internal organs wantonly. Chomp chomp chomp. The black bear's mouth opened and chewed, large amounts of blood gushing out from its mouth, issuing a watery sound. After a good while, the black bear finally moved its head out. The young girl's chest was already empty, the immense injury extending to her stomach. But towards the shining, white intestines, the bear did not seem to have much interest. It started to focus on the young girl's white slim legs. The girl's jade-like fingers were all bitten away by the black bear at once, and with a few rounds of chewing, the fingers were swallowed with a crisp sound. The girl's thighs were also a delicacy. The tender skin and flesh of her thighs emitted a virgin fragrance. When the bear had finished, all that was left was the white leg bones. Among the swaying movements, the girl's skull finally dropped onto the ground. To be honest, she did have a cute appearance. Those black lustrous eyes with a round nose slightly pointing up, and her skin blushing like peach blossoms, with a small mouth and 2 rows of white clean teeth. But now, her face had lost the color of blood, her skin turning deathly pale. Her fine black hair was left hanging, covering half of her face, with those pair of eyes staring wide open, filled with fear and anger. A death full of grievance. Note: the following is religious text that may make no sense to most, but read it with a pinch of salt. Fan Yuan folded his arms as he observed Gu Yaoli's expression, thinking of a Buddhist saying on earth, without a sense of self, without a sense of person, to be detached of all living things, detached of the sense of time. Void is the red skull and white bones, skin and flesh. I am namely myself, without individuality. Breaking the sense of self, realizing that one is common and ordinary. Without a sense of self means everyone is equal, there is no difference. Man is humanity, no longer treating humans as a superior race and demeaning other living beings. Without a sense of person means that the world is equal, there is no difference. Living things refers to all life, no longer recognizing life as superior and thinking that non-living beings like rocks and water have cognition. This is detached of all living things, which means all in the world is equal, there is no difference. Any object or creature has their respective lifespan, and detached of this sense of time namely means regardless of whether it exists or not, they are all equal without difference. No matter how beautiful the guy or girl, they eventually turn into a skeleton. Bones, skin and flesh are one, but people favorite skin and flesh while fearing bones. This is being fixated on appearance, not recognizing that all is equal. This Buddhist term is calling for humans to break through all forms, seeing the truth. Beauty is superficial, and people, me, the world, and time, is all superficial. If one goes past the superficial aspect, they would see Buddha. Recognizing and going beyond, treating all as equal, all is equal. Thus, Buddha sacrificed his body to feed tigers, cutting off his flesh to feed eagles. This was the benevolence in his heart, seeing all in this world as his own, loving everything, and his great love for everything. No matter if it's me, others, animals or plants, or even the lifeless rocks and water, even those that do not exist, we have to love them. If a mortal standing there watches the bear eat a person, some hot-blooded teenager would jump out and scream, "You beast, don't you dare eat a person!" Or, "Beauty, do not fear, uncle is here to save you!" etc. This was the mortal's love and hatred, loving young girls and hating large bears. Not going beyond and still fixating on the superficial, not able to see her red human skeleton. If Buddha stood there and watched the bear eat a person, he would sigh, chanting, "If I do not enter hell, who would enter?" He would save the young girl and feed himself to the black bear. This was Buddha's love and hatred, loving the young girl and loving the bear, treating all as equal. But right now, Fan Yuan was the one standing here. Seeing the young girl's tragic and violent death, his heart was unmoved. This was not because of his numbness to death, but he had gone beyond the superficial, having no obsessions. Without a sense of self, without a sense of person, to be detached of all living things, detached of the sense of time. Seeing all living things as equal, the world is equal. Thus, the girl's death is no different from a fox or a tree's death. But to a mere mortal, the girl's death would trigger their anger, hatred, and pity. If it was the girl eating the bear, they would not feel anything. If an old lady was eaten, the pity in their hearts would be greatly reduced. If it was a villain, a murderer getting eaten, they would clap their hands in joy, praising. In actuality, all beings are equal, and heaven and earth is just. Nature is fair, disregarding love or hate, it is emotionless, and never gives differential treatment. Rule of the strong, victor takes all. The disappearance of a life form, towards the entire natural realm and the infinite cosmos, to the long river of history, what does it amount to? Death means death. Who can choose not to die? What talk about a girl, bear, ant, fox, tree, old lady, murderer, they are all lowly, humble mongrels. Only by recognizing this and going beyond the superficial, arriving at the truth, does one gain divinity. This divinity, taking a step towards the light, it becomes Buddha. If it takes a step towards the darkness, it becomes a demon. Demonic nature. Chapter 152. Advanced to rank 3. An hour later, Guyu Yaolu was almost completely eaten by the black bear. The black bear was unwilling to eat the intestines and the girl's brains, but Fan Yuan did not want that to happen. According to the man-beast life burial Gu's recipe, a wild beast must consume the entire person up to the tiniest scrap for the greatest effect. This can ensure success to the greatest rate. To refine this man-beast life burial Gu, about 10 ingredients are needed. And the most important two are man and beast. The human has to be a virgin girl, and has a Gu master's aptitude. Furthermore, she has to be at least C grade talent, but of course A and B grade would be better, and can greatly enhance the chances of success. This beast refers to the beast enslavement Gu. The bear enslavement Gu, wolf enslavement Gu, tiger enslavement Gu, etc., even deer enslavement Gu or bull enslavement Gu can work. However, only bears, wolves and tigers, these carnivores, have it easier eating meat. Otherwise, if forcing a herbivore like a deer or bull to consume this human, the enslavement Gu's manipulation would be required to force them to do so. After the beast consumes the human, the refinement has to begin immediately. Otherwise, when the beast digests the person's bones and meat, the refinement would no longer be possible. Seeing that the black bear refused to eat Yao Li's intestines and brain, Fan Yuan snorted in displeasure and willed in his mind, activating the bear enslavement Gu that was planted in the black bear's body. The black bear growled, and under Fan Yuan's oppression, was forced to swallow the intestines and brain. At the same time, it broke the girl's bones to bits and swallowed them piece by piece. The bone shards were sharp and pointy, but under Fan Yuan's control, it swallowed them and many of the shards stabbed into its mouth and throat, the pain causing the huge bear to tear up. But Fan Yuan only strengthened his control, and the bear's body was no longer under its own control. Seeing the black bear stuffing the spine into its throat, Fan Yuan knew the time was ripe. He flicked his finger, and a single aperture charcoal Gu flew out. The Gu worm flew into the black bear's mouth and burrowed its way in. The black bear suddenly cried out painfully, as the charcoal goo's power was burning its internal organs. The black bear's body was shuddering intensely. It cried painfully and wanted to roll around on the ground, but the enslavement goo had a steady grip on its movements. After burning for 15 minutes, Fan Yuan's finger moved again and 3 kerosene goo flew out. The kerosene goo was a rank 1 expenditure type goo, and upon entering the black bear's body, it exploded into large amounts of kerosene and intensified the fire burning inside the black bear's body. The black bear cried until its throat was dry, but Fan Yuan timed it well and threw several more goo worms out into its body. These goo worms were all exchanged using merit points. The black bear laid on the ground, completely motionless. A moment later, from its eyes, ears, nostrils and mouth as well as its butt, small sparks of flames were seen. Then, the fire got bigger and quickly enveloped its entire body, turning it into a giant fire pillar. The entire dim cave was lit up by this fire. But this fire was not the usual orange, but instead an eerie blood color. Fan Yuan patiently waited for a moment, until the fire was about to extinguish, then he threw out the final goo. This was a rank 2 poison goo. Throwing it into the fire, an intense reaction occurred. A white lump of light emerged from the fire, initially only fist size. Fan Yuan quickly took out primeval stones from his money bag and threw them into this light lump. The white lump digested the primeval stones and became bigger. After throwing up to 1,000 primeval stones, the light was around the size of a room door, and then suddenly shrunk. Huff! The fire on the bear's corpse extinguished at once, and the cave returned to darkness, while a goo worm wobbled its way to Fan Yuan. Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. Rank 3, Expenditure Type Goo. It looked like a black spider with furry long legs, but it had the head of a bear, and on its back there was a blood-colored tattoo, drawing the outline of a young girl's beautiful face. This was Gu Yaoli's face. It resembled a smile yet wasn't, it looked like a crying face and yet was not, but she seemed to be staring at Fan Yuan with a gaze filled with utter hatred. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, not minding it at all. Death is the end of all, even in life she was merely so, what more can she do to Fan Yuan after death? He opened his mouth with no hesitation and swallowed this Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. The Man-Beast Life Burial Goo moved along his throat into his esophagus, turning into a black and red mix of water flow. The water flowed from above, like an inverted heavenly river, pouring into his aperture. Entering the aperture, this gush of black-red water entered the red steel primeval sea immediately. At once, the entire primeval essence was turned into an eerie black-red color, filled with the smell of blood. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved as he activated this black-red primeval essence, rushing it towards the aperture walls. 10%, 20%, 30%, when 38% of the primeval essence was expended, the aperture had a loud boom as the white crystal walls broke into pieces. What replaced it was an entirely new round ball-shaped light membrane aperture wall. At this moment, Fan Yuan advanced to rank 3. But Fan Yuan did not loosen up, and instead forced the remaining black-red primeval essence out of his body. This primeval essence was not usable, and if injected into goo worms, they would die. If left remaining inside the aperture, the longer it stayed, the more it would pollute the light membrane aperture walls, and cause one's aptitude to decrease. After expelling all of the black-red primeval essence out of his body, he grabbed a primeval stone and started to recover his primeval essence. First, a white-silver fog appeared, then it condensed into water droplets, finally forming his white-silver-colored primeval sea. For a goo master, rank 1 is green copper primeval essence, rank 2 is red steel, and rank 3 is white-silver. But this white-silver primeval sea was not pure, as there was a trace of black-red mixed in. This is the side effect of using the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. Fan Yuan was not surprised. He calmed his mind and expelled this white-silver primeval essence out of his body, before forming new primeval essence. The second time round, the black-red colored substance was reduced by half. But Fan Yuan was not satisfied, and expelled his white-silver primeval essence again, forming new primeval essence for the third time. After several tries, the black-red substance was reduced to a barely observable amount, and even if Fan Yuan attempted more tries, this substance would remain. This was an unavoidable consequence of using the Man-Beast Life Burial Goo. The Man-Beast Life Burial Goo's effect was extraordinary, able to turn a rank 2 peak stage Goo master with no hopes of advancing his entire life, into a rank 3. This was literally changing fate, thus there had to be some imperfection. Getting rid of this black-red substance, there was a method. The most common would be to use the cleansing water goo. cleansing water goo can completely wash away impurities in the aperture. It appeared once in the tree house, but was bought by the chief faction. In this short term, Fan Yuan could do nothing about the black-red substance. You bunch of useless idiots, what are you all doing? Not able to find such a large, lively person? In the medicine hall, Gu Yu Yao Ji flew into a furious rage, and her screaming caused even the window lattices and curtains to tremble. In her heart, she was worried, frightened, anxious and enraged. It had been 3 days and 3 nights, the 4 frenzy lightning wolves were exterminated and Gu Yu village was relatively safe at the moment. But her granddaughter Gu Yu Yaolo was nowhere to be seen. Even after she mobilized all her relationships and combed the battlefield, there even being large-scale search parties around the village, there was still no trace of her. The ones who saw Gu Yu Yaolo for the last time were the battling Gu masters. What they saw was Gu Yu Yaolo falling into the encirclement of the wolves, and had to run away frantically, in a worsening predicament. These showed that Gu Yu Yaolo was not in an optimistic situation, most likely consumed by the wolf packs. But Gu Yu Yao Ji was indignant. She could not accept such a cruel truth. If it was any other girl, so what if they die? But this was her own blood-related granddaughter, someone she had nurtured since young to be the inheritor of her medicine faction. She was so well-behaved and intelligent, loved by everyone. So lively and cute, bringing others joy. These days, Gu Yu Yao Ji could not sleep at all, for in her mind, it was all images of her granddaughter. Gu Yu Yao Ji had originally maintained her looks well, but in these 3 days, she seemed to have aged over 10 years. It was like her heart was dug away, and she felt an endless pain of emptiness. In her screaming, tens of Gu masters lowered their heads, enduring the cruel insults of the old woman. Reporting to Medicine Hall Clan Elder, this subordinate has something to report. At this time, a rank 2 Gu master walked in. What? Is it news about Yaolo? Gu Yu Yao Ji's eyes shone, asking quickly. Someone advanced to rank 3, the clan leader is holding an elder meeting at the clan leader pavilion, to confirm the situation. The Gu master quickly reported. Gu Yu Yao Ji's eyes dimmed, waving her hands. Not information about Yaolo, and still disturbing me? Wait, what did you say? Someone advanced to rank 3 and became a new clan elder? Halfway through, she reacted and lightly frowned. This was too sudden, with zero premonition. The appearance of a new clan elder would influence the entire Gu Yu clan's political situation. This was a huge hit on the medicine faction who has lost its inheritor. In the medicine hall, the standing Gu masters started to discuss among themselves, guessing the identity of the new clan elder. Gu Yu Yao Ji frowned, asking immediately, who advanced to rank 3? Reporting to Lord Yao Ji, it is Gu Yu Fan Yuan. The Gu master answered. What? It's him. At once, Gu Yu Yao Ji's iris shrunk. This was the worst of news to her. In the hall, the Gu masters also started to discuss violently. They couldn't have made a mistake, could they, to think it's Fan Yuan? Isn't he a great talent? How can he become a rank 3 Gu master so quickly? Once he's rank 3, he will be a clan elder, a higher up in the clan. When we see him next time, we have to bow and greet him. How can this be? This is literally soaring through success. Earlier, didn't they say he's dead? He went missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse could not be found on the battlefield. We thought he was eaten by lightning wolves already. They were stunned, jealous, and confused. Missing for 3 days and 3 nights, without a corpse on the battlefield, isn't this the same as Yao Li's situation? Gu Yu Yao Ji's ears twitched, and her woman instinct caused her to have intense suspicion towards Fan Yuan for no reason. She suddenly changed her mind. She is going to the clan leader's pavilion. Chapter 153. Really aged? He has truly advanced to rank 3. This rank 3 aura is genuine, and there's the white-silver primeval essence. There is no mistake. The atmosphere in the clan hall was solemn. The clan head Gu Yu Bo was sitting on the highest seat, with many elders seated in rows by his left and right. Whispers could be heard here and there, and dozens of people's attentions were more or less gathered on a young man who was standing upright in the center of the hall with his head held high. The young man was Fan Yuan. To think this Fan Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I hadn't personally seen it, I would never have believed it. Doesn't he only have great aptitude? How could he advance so suddenly? Actually, it can't be said to be sudden. Did you forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic Gu? Right, it was 2 whole relic Gu. They can completely raise his cultivation steeply. Just thinking back when I cultivated, sigh. The group of elders were both amazed and puzzled. This matter had caught them completely unprepared. This Fan Yuan was able to advance to rank 3. He is merely of C-grade aptitude, but could actually have such accomplishments in this short time. This is really a surprise. Gu Yuanmo-chin, who was seated on the frontmost seat in the left row, exclaimed inwardly. He thought of 2-3 years ago, when Fan Yuan was still in the academy, and killed a servant of his family. He had already forgotten the name of this servant. But the minced corpse Fan Yuan sent over had left a profound impression on him. From that day, he saw Fan Yuan in new light, but didn't expect much from him due to his aptitude. Now, this young man actually had such accomplishments. According to the clan system, all Gu masters who advanced to rank 3 were new elders. A new elder was bound to have a huge impact on the old political structure. If I had recruited him before, I would be able to use this impact and gain political dominance. Sigh, it really is a pity. Thinking of this, Gu Yuanmo-chin couldn't help but glance in front of him. His old rival Gu Yuqi-lian was seated on the frontmost seat in the right row. Right now he had a gloomy expression and obscure light flashed in his eyes. This Fan Yuan definitely has secrets on him. Although he had the help from the 2 red steel relic Gu, he couldn't have had advanced to rank 3 so fast. This is something even Qin Shu couldn't accomplish. Gu Yubo was also pondering. He unavoidably thought of his adopted son Qin Shu, and sighed. Were Gu Yu Qin Shu alive, he might also have rank 3 cultivation by now. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Lord Gu Yu Yao Ji has arrived! At this moment, the door guard suddenly announced loudly. Following his announcement, an old woman walked in through the door. Her face was pale and filled with wrinkles, but under her weary eyelids were extremely sharp eyes that locked onto Fan Yuan in an instant. Gu Yu Yao Ji spoke as she walked forward quickly. Fan Yuan, you advanced to rank 3? I don't believe it. I will personally verify it. Let me inspect your aperture. The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret, and was also their personal affair. How could they let others inspect it so easily? Fan Yuan slightly turned his body and looked at Yao Ji, who was walking over. He replied with a sneer. Gu Yu Yao Ji, on what basis are you demanding to inspect my aperture? Back then, when he had just begun cultivating, his aperture would be inspected at fixed intervals by the academy elder. But it was different now. He was already a rank 3 Gu master, someone who was on equal footing with other elders like the academy elder and the medicine hall elder. Moreover, it was very simple to verify one's cultivation. White silver primeval essence couldn't be faked easily, and similarly, his rank 3 aura was a fact. Outrageous! You, a junior, dares to call me by name? Yao Ji's eyes widened. Why can't I inspect you? With my identity as the medicine hall elder and also as your elder, I have the right to do so. Humph, old hag, calling you by name is giving you respect. I still have yet to settle the scores between us. You harbored a grudge towards me when I didn't sell you my liquor worm, and actually wanted to plunder my 9-leaf vitality grass? Humph, I also wanted to exchange my merits for that 3-step fragrant grass Gu, but you prevented it in the dark. Now I am also a rank 3 Gu master, so you had better stop putting on airs. Fan Yuan's eyes were narrowed and his words sharp as a blade. He was very clear-cut with his words, completely showing off his hostility towards Yao Ji. If he said this with a cultivation of rank 1 or rank 2, he would definitely be suppressed and even attacked. However, the situation was completely different now. He was a rank 3 and his position was already equal to the elders. Towards Fan Yuan insulting Gu Yu Yao Ji, the other elders' strategy was to wait and see. Being at a high position, their considerations were profound. Even if they weren't born shrewd, the years of political struggle had trained the shrewdness in them. They didn't have much understanding of Fan Yuan, so they could take this opportunity to observe him. Brat, you have the cheeks to slander me. Gu Yu Yao Ji was furious due to the humiliation. What Fan Yuan said was true, but why would she admit it in front of everyone? The elders present were all silently observing the situation unfold. Most of the elders present here knew of the matter regarding the 9-leaf vitality grass and even had transactions with Gu Yu Yao Ji. However, in politics, there are only eternal benefits, never eternal enemies or eternal friends. Upon hearing Gu Yu Yao Ji retort herself, Fan Yuan coldly laughed and didn't reply. Gu Yu Yao Ji's sound echoed and lingered within the hall. This old woman was slightly trembling. This silence made her feel like she was alone. Something had changed. The situation was no longer the same. Were Fan Yuan to be a rank 1 or rank 2, these elders would immediately jump out to stand on Gu Yaoji's side and unitedly punish Fan Yuan. The authority of higher-ups absolutely didn't allow the lower levels to challenge it. However, Fan Yuan was rank 3 now, and even if the clan head hadn't officially announced it, his position as an elder was already set in stone. Thus, his contradiction with Gu Yaoji was now the internal conflict between higher-ups. Fan Yuan was a newly advanced elder, his foundation were not yet deep and didn't have any background, but this was also his strength as he had nothing to lose in the first place, thus having no fear. By contrast, Gu Yaoji was old and though she was in control of Medicine Hall, had a high position and broad connections, this was also her weakness. She was old and she couldn't afford to lose. Her medicine faction's inheritor Yaolo was missing and the enormous assets she controlled were coveted by many. It would not be bad if it were peaceful times, but now was the time of the wolf tide and even elders had the possibility of dying. Things were turbulent, newcomers climbed up in position and old-timers stepped down. This was a time of change, there weren't any elders that could guarantee their own safety. Even the clan head could fall down. In the history of Guyu clan, the number of clan heads that died in a wolf tide weren't few. As for the elders, they couldn't even guarantee their own safety, so unless there were enormous benefits involved, they wouldn't meddle in other people's fights. Guyu Yaoji felt like the situation had turned thorny. The hall was silent. Due to the matter regarding her granddaughter, she hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now as she stood there, she felt an invisible pressure shrouding her body and mind, and it caused cold sweat to form on her forehead. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in the wolf pack. The surrounding wolves were standing in the shadows, observing her through their deep, dark green eyes. Fan Yuan, who was in front of her, was like a stoic wolf who had revealed its brilliance in the battle. He was so young, energetic and also ambitious. It really was the saying, old waves push the new waves forward, and a new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Guyu Yaoji felt that she had really aged. Very much so. Her eyelids jumped even more severely as her imposing aura gradually lowered. However, Guyu Yaoli's figure appeared in her mind. She forcefully opened her blurred eyes, her aura increasing suddenly. She opened her mouth. Fan Yuan, why did you disappear for these 3 days? If you hadn't shown up, your name would have been listed in the casualties announcement in the medicine hall, in the list of the Gu masters who died in battle. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you come back, you are already a rank 3 Gu master. What happened during these days? Heh, I believe everyone here is interested in your explanation. After realizing she could no longer easily create troubles for Fan Yuan, her tone became more mild, no longer as forceful as before. However, her words were still very strong, with treacherous intentions hidden within. After all, she had the highest seniority as a high-ranking politician. The elders' eyes brightened when they heard this, revealing clear interest. No one was a fool among those present here. Fan Yuan's sudden advancement to rank 3 was indeed strange. His C-grade aptitude was after all known by everyone. Guyu Yaoji's words brought those elders to stand by her side again. However, since Fan Yuan dared to return so grandly, he naturally had made preparations. Under everyone's gazes, he raised his head and laughed. Old woman, what you want to know, am I obliged to tell you? However, hearing the pitiful news of your granddaughter's death, I will benevolently tell you. During the past few days I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's manor, trying to break through to rank 3. This point can be verified by Elder Guyu Qi Lian. What? Guyu Yaoji revealed a startled look. Other elders were also shocked, all kinds of complicated expressions appearing on their faces. Immediately, everyone's gazes were cast towards the gloomy-faced Guyu Qi Lian. The Qi faction head, who held one of the 2 most powerful influences in the Guyu clan, now appeared so gloomy that water could drip out from him. However, in front of everyone's gazes, he knew he needed to give an explanation, thus he reluctantly replied, It is indeed so. I can testify that Fan Yuan has been in a closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my manor during these past few days. The instant these words came out, the whole crowd went in an uproar. The elders possessed deep restraint, they wouldn't lose their bearings and make a scene. However, there were many whispers and mutterings. To think Guyu Qi Lian actually had relations with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's advancement is related to Qi Lian? There is a great probability. Didn't people speculate that Fan Yuan had someone supporting him from behind the scenes? to think it was the Qi faction. Maybe the reason for Fan Yuan's fast cultivation speed is because of Qi faction pouring resources to him. Fan Yuan is Fang Zheng's older brother. Elder Qi Lian's actions have a very profound meaning. Some elders discussed whereas some elders' mind were flipping over. It turns out this Fan Yuan wasn't a junior with no one to guide his steps, he has the help from Qi faction. We need to be cautious towards him in the future. Fortunately, we didn't interfere and jump into the fight between Fan Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in a dangerous predicament. She wanted to deal with an elder who didn't have any backing, but she could never have had expected that his background was so solid. It's actually the Qi faction. Guyu Yao Ji's face was very pale. When she had heard Guyu Qi Lian confirming it, she took a step back in shock, her whole body trembling faintly. Opposing a lone elder compared to an elder backed by the Qi faction, these were two utterly different concepts. Chapter 154. Vomit blood out of anger. Guyu Mo Chen's heart was very heavy. He had planned to recruit Fan Yuan, but stopped himself due to Fan Yuan's aptitude. But now his old rival Guyu Qi Lian actually got affiliated with Fan Yuan already. All the evidence points to Qi Lian providing support for Fan Yuan since over a year ago. Now, his investment had received such a great reward, and the Qi faction has a new clan elder. How can his heart not be heavy? Except, other than solemnness, Mo Chen was also confused. He was Guyu Qi Lian's old rival, having competed since they were young. He had such a good understanding of his rival that he even knew what color of underwear his rival liked to wear. Logically speaking, Guyu Qi Lian would have started gloating by now, throwing mocking and smug glances towards Mo Chen. But right now, his face was grim like he had suffered an injustice. This was too strange. Just what had transpired between him and Fan Yuan? What sort of agreement did they reach? Guyu Mo Chen could not get an answer. This Fan Yuan, his guts are greater than the heavens, to think he would actually threaten me. Guyu Qi Lian's heart was filled with anger and perplexity. Last night, Fan Yuan had secretly approached him and used the matter of Guyu Qi Cheng's fake aptitude to threaten him. Heavens! How did this important secret that only he, Guyu Qi Lian and his grandson Qi Qing knew about, come to the knowledge of this outsider Fan Yuan? Guyu Qi Qing was only a C-grade talent, but for the sake of the Qi faction's benefits, Qi Lian had to take a risk and show a facade of Qi Qing being B-grade. If this matter was exposed, its impact towards the Qi faction would be unforeseen. The Qi faction family head's integrity would be questioned for his cheating personally, and this would ruin his reputation completely. More importantly, the Qi faction inheritor is only a C-grade. This means that the Qi faction would have no political outlook anymore. Who would be dumb enough to rely on this type of faction? Fan Yuan, knowing this secret, was equivalent to grasping the fatal weakness of the Qi faction. When Fan Yuan threatened him, Guyu Qi Lian almost couldn't control himself from attacking and eliminating this threat on the spot. But he forcefully stopped himself, as he did not know who else got a hold of this secret, and whether Fan Yuan told anyone or left behind any paper evidence at some secret location. Pacify him first, understand the situation, then eliminate him. I cannot leave this threat hanging. That was his thought at the time. But soon after that, Fan Yuan displayed his rank 3 cultivation. Qi Lian, while shell-shocked, could only change his plan to cooperation. Rank 3 is a clan elder, and if he murdered a clan elder, this matter would just be as serious as cheating. Furthermore, fighting against a rank 3 Gu master would take some time, and the commotion it creates is even harder to deal with. Falling out with Fan Yuan would not have any benefits for the Qi faction. In fact, the risk was even greater. Although Fan Yuan has a hold on me, a shared secret is also a form of collaboration. Finally, Qi Lian could only convince himself to comfort his heart. Fan Yuan's threat was so sudden, so he could not tell how many safety nets Fan Yuan had in place, thus he could only go along with it. But now, Fan Yuan fearlessly implicated him, letting him attract the attention in Fan Yuan's place. It was really throwing him under the bus. However, even if Guyu Qi Lian knew this, what could he do? This time, Fan Yuan slowly spoke again. Guyu Yao Ji, I know your heart is in a mess now. Yes, that B-grade talent granddaughter of yours is dead, and without a proper corpse, your medicine faction is now without an inheritor. But a C-grade talent like myself advanced to rank 3 instead, so you feel anxious and indignant, thus your fury is directed at me. I understand that. What did you say? Guyu Yao Ji stared widely, uncontrollable anger rising. You little wretch, I'm telling you Yao Lu is not dead. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, shrugging nonchalantly. Her matter of life or death, What does it have to do with me? Yao Ji, you don't have to emphasize that. But, he suddenly twisted. Guyu Yao Ji, in order to find your granddaughter, you assembled search parties and wasted much human and material resources. That concerns me, the clan elders here, and even the clan leader. Guyu Yao Ji, letting you lead the medicine hall, that is because of our trust. But what have you done? You dispatched the medicine hall's healing Gu masters out to search for your granddaughter, leaving those injured and crippled Gu masters in distress. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice, it is indeed the clan's loss. But you further worsened our loss. You are not fit to be our medicine hall clan elder at all. Fan Yuan's words hit the nail on the head, tearing at Yao Ji's weakness, her pain. But what he said was very true. Upon hearing Fan Yuan's words, many clan elders started frowning secretly. Whose faction did not have injuries? Guyu Yao Ji's actions were indeed overboard, dispatching Gu masters on her own and not attending to the urgent business at hand, but instead searching for her granddaughter. You. Guyu Yao Ji was so angry her body was trembling, her finger pointing to Fan Yuan, unable to say another word. Her eyes were like glowing fire, having a strong urge to strangle this bastard Fan Yuan on the spot. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold and indifferent, staring at her with no fear. He was returning the favor to her. Guyu Yao Ji's earlier words were all righteous and caused the many clan elders to get curious about Fan Yuan's secret to advancing, causing a huge commotion. Fan Yuan's words were the same, and with reason backing him, standing at the highest point of the clan rules, it caused the clan elders to subconsciously defend him. To the clan elders, protecting the clan's rules were akin to protecting their own interests. Guyu Yao Ji's actions these days did infringe on their interests. This Fan Yuan. Bastard! Fucking bastard! Guyu Yao Ji shuddered, not knowing that Guyu Qi Lian was also angered to the point of fuming. Fan Yuan was offending Guyu Yao Ji to the limit, and her hatred towards him will also spill to the Qi faction since Fan Yuan was now a part of them. But the truth was, Qi faction is innocent. Was he, Guyu Qi Lian, a fool? Why would he offend Guyu Yao Ji, who is the most senior, and has the greatest social network? Guyu Qi Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, may the other clan elders not direct the attention to himself. Fan Yuan doing this is his own idea, it has nothing to do with the Qi faction. But Fan Yuan's next sentence broke this illusion of his to smithereens. He turned around and reported to the clan leader Guyu Bo. Clan leader, I highly doubt Guyu Yao Ji's ability to continue leading the medicine hall. I suggest we temporarily revoke her title of medicine hall clan elder and hold a thorough assessment of her. Each one of the clan's healing Gu masters are precious to us. We cannot let her waste them like this. Otherwise, the ones that suffer the most are the brave Gu masters that fight using their lives for our precious clan. Pausing momentarily, he continued. This suggestion of mine, Elder Qi Lian is also very supportive of. What? Guyu Yao Ji's iris shrunk as her face changed colors. What? The clan elders were all taken aback. To hear of Guyu Qi Lian's forthright attitude like this, does it mean that he was unhappy with Yao Ji from long ago and has been lusting after the huge benefits in her possessions, wanting to get a piece of the pie? What? As the person in question, Guyu Qi Lian nearly jumped from his seat. How could he not be angry? He was going to go crazy from Fan Yuan's antics. This Fan Yuan had not only offended Guyu Yao Ji, he even dragged him into the boat. His original political intent towards the medicine faction was closeness and cooperation. But now, his efforts were all thwarted by a single sentence from Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was framing and harming him. In front of the person himself, framing, harming, and spreading false rumors. But he, Guyu Qi Lian, the Grand Qi faction family head, was held hostage by Fan Yuan, and had no way to fight back. Oh, Elder Qi Lian, you support this? Guyu Bo's gaze shone as he asked. Guyu Qi Lian gritted his teeth, slowly getting up. He stiffened his neck, resisting the urge to look at Fan Yuan. He was afraid he could not control his rage. At this point, he can do nothing to Fan Yuan, and can only carry on the show. Revoking Yao Ji's title, this is Fan Yuan's sole idea. With the threat of the wolf tide, suddenly changing people is not appropriate. However, I do agree that Elder Yao Ji has deviated from the role of the healing Gu masters due to her personal feelings. If these efforts were placed into the right areas, it would reduce our clan's loss to a great extent. Saying so, his heart was bleeding. He would definitely not follow through with what Fan Yuan said, as he had his own interests in mind. These words, he had already exerted the greatest effort to find a balance between Fan Yuan and Yao Ji. But even so, after he finished speaking, he heard a thump. He turned his head around and saw that Guyu Yao Ji had vomited blood out of her intense anger, and fell on her back. "It's over! I've completely offended Yao Ji." At this moment, Guyu Qilian felt like he had fallen into a chasm, his heart icy cold. "Lord Yao Ji? Someone, quickly diagnose her. She just lost consciousness, it's not an emergency." Lord Yao Ji had not rested at all for these 3 days and 3 nights. Her body and mind is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was in a mess, but slowly quietened down. Guyu Yao Ji was carried away by a stretcher. She was already old, and had worried for so many days. With a weakened heart, now that she was triggered by both Fan Yuan and Qi Lian, adding on to her misery, it was no wonder that she fainted. Lord Yao Ji had led the medicine hall for so many years, she had worked hard for so long, she is truly tired. Letting her rest is also for her own good. Now that she is unconscious, the medicine hall cannot be without a leader. "I advise that we let Fan Yuan take over," Guyu Qilian suddenly said. This old man stood before his seat. Seeing Guyu Yao Ji being carried out, his eyes shone coldly. Since he had already offended her, then why not go the entire way and continue the mistake? To prevent the medicine faction's revenge, he might as well suppress them entirely. This is someone in power, the resolve and wisdom of an expert in politics. The hall fell into temporary silence. Yao Li's death, Yao Ji's downfall, it showed that the medicine faction was on an imminent decline. The cruelty of politics is even more heartless than the wolf tide. Fan Yuan was silent as well. Letting him be the medicine hall clan elder, Guyu Qilian was only saying it casually. Letting a newly advanced young clan elder to hold such an important role. Maybe if the clan elders and clan leader were all retarded. Guyu Qilian saying this intentionally, had deep meaning. As expected, in the next moment, Guyu Bo declared, "The medicine hall's role shall temporarily be held by Elder Qizhong. Fan Yuan's cultivation has indeed reached rank 3, thus according to the clan rules, he shall also assume the role of clan elder. Send out the news, and let the entire village rejoice." Saying so, Guyu Bo stood up and left. "Congratulations, congratulations." After the clan leader left, the clan elders all walked towards Fan Yuan, cupping their fists with faces full of smiles. Fan Yuan cupped his fists as well, replying with a warm smile. Chapter 155. Baro. "Congratulations, congratulations. Elder Fan Yuan is young and promising. You are definitely a role model for the young generation. Haha, we truly anticipate Elder Fan Yuan's brilliance as we work together from now on." The group of elders surrounded Fan Yuan and spoke customary words. The academy elder stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression complicated as he looked at Fan Yuan. He had never expected Fan Yuan to become an elder. In his class, he had been most optimistic of Fang Jing, and then Qi Qing and Mo Bei. But to think that the one who was the first to achieve success was actually Fan Yuan. How could these little achievements of mine compare to the elders? I still need to thank the clan's teachings for today's achievements. Academy elder, I have always engraved your words in my heart. Fan Yuan had a warm smile on, and he spoke modestly and prudently. The academy elder hadn't expected this punk to take the initiative to greet him. He was blank for a moment before a gratified expression appeared in his face. "Looks like you have matured a lot in these years, Elder Fan Yuan. Keep up the good work, I am proud of your achievements. The clan needs new blood like you." Fan Yuan sincerely thanked the academy elder again and also replied to the other elders. With his 500 years of experience, putting on such an act was very easy. He had a sense of propriety, his words were gentle and his attitude was humble, making all those who heard him feel like they were basking in spring breeze. Guyu Qilian was indifferent at this scene, but the more he observed, the more frightened he became. This Fan Yuan knew how to deal with the situation adequately, and every sentence and word were as if spoken by a veteran. Was he really just in his teens? Could he be a born politician? The academy elder was astonished too. He thought of the academy times. Fan Yuan was so rebellious, even exploiting his own classmates. He had countless headaches due to this, but the current Fan Yuan seemed to have completely changed. On the contrary, Guyu Amochin wasn't baffled by Fan Yuan's behavior. After all, he already had a taste of Fan Yuan's schemes. Right now, as he looked at Fan Yuan's cultured and gentle behavior, Becoming a focal point of the crowd, he kept on sighing that Gu Yuqi had made a great move. The exchanges continued on for some time. But regardless of what thoughts the elders had, the ones present there couldn't help but look at Fan Yuan in a new light. They continuously sighed that rumors were really unreliable. In the end, Fan Yuan tactfully rejected some of the elders' invitations and left the clan head pavilion with a smile together with Gu Yuqi. Humph, are you satisfied now? After pulling down Gu Yaoji, you even dragged my Qi faction into hot water. When they reached the study room, Qi Lian couldn't pretend anymore, and the smile on his face was replaced by fury. Fan Yuan was sitting in front of him and leisurely smiled. You need to thank me for this. Gu Yaoji is down, this is a great benefit to your Qi faction. Gu Yuqi gaze flashed. Humph, young man, your thoughts are too simple. Qi Zhong is my Qi faction's member, but his wife is of Yao faction. The clan head appointed him as the temporary medicine hall elder precisely because he wants to balance out the internal strife between my Qi and Yao faction. How did you find out about Qi Cheng's matter? At the end, Gu Yuqi suddenly asked this. He closely watched Fan Yuan with a gaze like that of an eagle's. Fan Yuan unconcernedly shrugged his shoulders and said, Old man, I don't have much primeval stones on me left, give me 3,000 primeval stones. Bang! Gu Yuqi fiercely slammed the table. He lowered his voice and roared, Fan Yuan! Don't even think that you can extort my Qi faction just by knowing that secret. I am old and don't have long to live, so at worst I will just give up my life. Humph, I can accept cooperating, but I will absolutely not receive any threats. I won't allow what happened today to happen again. If you recklessly make enemies and pull my Qi faction into your mess, you will regret it. You really think that secret can destroy my whole Qi faction? Don't be so naive. Fan Yuan didn't reply. His gaze was ghostly as he let Gu Yuqi continue to berate him. When Gu Yuqi had slammed the table, his aura was astonishing like that of a tiger, but as he continued to speak, his aura started getting weaker and weaker, and in the end, he appeared to be in deficiency of energy, showing a lack of confidence. Only when he no longer spoke did Fan Yuan leisurely smile and say, Old man, don't get so angry. I am indeed short of money recently, and I am not asking these 3,000 primeval stones for free. I am just borrowing them. I can even sign the receipt for loan. Gu Yuqi snorted. He spoke slowly. You won't lack primeval stones, you have just become an elder and don't know the preferential treatment the clan gives to the elders. As long as you are an elder, you will receive 100 primeval stones every week. This is the amount you receive in ordinary times, but as this is the time of the wolf tide, you will receive 300 primeval stones as allowance. Not only that, you can also freely take a rank 3 goo worm. Similarly, the clan's rank 1 to rank 3 recipes will be open to you. You can choose any recipe that you like and refine your rank 3 goo worm. There are also other privileges. For example, ordinary goo masters can only marry one wife, but an elder can have one wife and 2 concubines. So that's it. Fan Yuan knew this, of course, but he pretended it was the first time he heard it. But even if it is so, I still want to borrow 3,000 primeval stones. You also know that I just advanced to rank 3. Refining a rank 3 goo worm consumes a great amount of primeval stones. Fan Yuan sincerely said. Gu Yuqi reflected on this. He pondered. With Fan Yuan's identity as an elder, he wouldn't go so far as to not pay his debt. Does he not want his reputation? If in case he dies in the wolf tide, then wouldn't my 3,000 primeval stones go in waste? Wait, won't it be better if he dies? We can continue to hide the matter regarding Qi Cheng's aptitude. But how did he learn this secret? Is there still anyone else who knows of it? I had better lend the money to him first and lower his guard, then I can probe his secret. As he thought up to this point, Gu Yuqi didn't insist anymore and immediately took out a brush and paper. Fan Yuan wrote the receipt for loan and signed with his fingerprint. Gu Yuqi called his butler and gave some orders. Soon, several money bags full of primeval stones were brought over. Fan Yuan weighed each money bag and didn't find any problems. He truly needed these primeval stones. He had almost spent all his savings in refining the man-beast life burial goo. These 3,000 primeval stones could be considered a timely assistance. He had just advanced to rank 3. He needed to refine a rank 3 goo worm. Only then could he truly possess the battle and survival ability of a rank 3 goo master. He already had a rough plan regarding this. 3,000 primeval stones might not be enough. However, it wasn't urgent, and the chief faction would be his great money farm. The primeval stones he borrowed this time was only the start. If it happened once, it will happen twice. First time is difficult, but subsequently gets easier. As for paying the debt, Fan Yuan wasn't in a hurry to leave after getting these primeval stones, but instead smiled. I still want to borrow something. Don't go overboard. Gu Yuqilian was grim, but in the end, he still said, Speak, what is it? Cleansing water Gu. Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed as he said candidly. There was a cleansing water Gu on sale previously in the caravan, and if you consider who was most likely to purchase this Gu, it would be Gu Yuqilian. He used his own primeval essence to nurture his grandson's aperture and advance his cultivation. This led to there being mixed auras in the aperture, which needed to be purified by the cleansing water Gu. That is impossible! Gu Yuqilian firmly refused. He indeed bought that cleansing water Gu, but he prepared this Gu for his grandson Gu Yuqiqing. If he wanted to buy it again, he could only rely on fate. Don't refuse me so fast. Fan Yuan laughed. I believe you, Lord Gu Yuqilian, the head of Qi faction, know which is more important, a cleansing water Gu or Qi faction's reputation. Gu Yuqilian's face darkened completely, the aura around him turning cold as he fiercely looked at Fan Yuan, gnashing his teeth. Fan Yuan, know what you are trying to do. You are blackmailing me, blackmailing the head of the Grand Qi faction. No, this is not a blackmail, it is a discussion. I am only borrowing the cleansing water Gu and will return you a new one in the future. I can sign the receipt of loan for this too. Fan Yuan chuckled. However, his tone was firm and it showed his determined will. Don't even imagine it. Qi Lian's attitude was also firm. After an hour, Fan Yuan walked out of the Qi family manor with 3,000 primeval stones and a cleansing water Gu. And Gu Yuqilian was sitting in the study room, looking at the 2 receipts written by Fan Yuan on the table. The indignance in his heart was like a surging river, overflowing endlessly. Fan Yuan had a hold on Qi faction which put Qi Lian in an extremely passive situation, thus his victory was reasonable. 3 days later. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, white light shining upon his face. A white ball of light was floating in midair, the fusion process had reached its end stage. Fan Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the ball of light, while throwing primeval stones into it. The ball of light suddenly faded away and a whole new Gu worm flew into Fan Yuan's palm. Its appearance was like a big ladybug. Its semicircular milky white carapace was decorated with dark spots. It was quite big, about the size of an adult's fist. Rank 3 Sky Canopy Gu. I've finally succeeded. Fan Yuan satisfiedly nodded his head. This was his second time trying this fusion. The Sky Canopy Gu was refined from the fusion of rank 2 White Jade Gu and an Aqua Defense Gu. In the first try, Fan Yuan used the Water Shield Gu and White Jade Gu. But the fusion ended up a failure, resulting in the death of the Water Shield Gu. The Aqua Defense Gu he used this time had been exchanged with his battle merits. However, this Sky Canopy Gu wasn't Fan Yuan's first rank 3 Gu worm. His first rank 3 Gu worm was directly obtained from the clan. After advancing to rank 3 and becoming an elder, the clan would bestow them with a rank 3 Gu worm. Fan Yuan used this chance to pick a Thunderwings Gu. This Gu was gotten as spoils of war after the elders had killed a frenzy lightning wolf. Its ability was to materialize a pair of Thunderwings and give Gu masters the ability to fly for a short duration. With the Thunderwings Gu to assist with movements, Fan Yuan's final combat shortcoming was fixed. Chapter 156. Digital Shade Recipe, Flower Wine Mystery. Lord Fan Yuan, this way towards the secret room, please enter. In the dark eerie tunnel, a rank 2 old Gu master walked in front, leading the way for Fan Yuan. The secret room that held all the Gu worm combination recipes of the clan was not far ahead. Fan Yuan advanced to rank 3, thus his status had a 180-degree change. All the fusion recipes kept in the clan, as long as they were not rank 4 or 5 recipes, he had the authority to look through. If it was a rank 1 or 2 Gu master, to look through the recipes, they would need to pay primeval stones or exchange using merit points. This secret room was in the basement of the village, at a very hidden location. Even if the village was eradicated, this secret room would still remain. Back then, the Gu Yu clan's creator, the first-generation clan leader, found a primeval essence spring inside this underground cave, thus deciding to build his village here. Through the generations of development and growth by the clan leaders, Gu Yu clan's underground cave had become the Gu Yu clan's secret base. Normally, Ordinary goo masters did not have the rights to appear at this location. Only clan elders, the clan leader, and the Dark Hall's goo masters in charge of protecting the place had such authority. Many goo masters had only been there once in their lives. That is during the awakening ceremony, where the youngsters would come to the primeval spring sea, hoping to awaken their aperture. Other than this, unless there is a special reason, entry to this underground cave is prohibited for all people. Even the goo master guarding the place is picked after careful consideration. After all, the primeval spring in this underground cave is the entire foundation of the Guyu village. From the spring center, large amounts of primeval stones are produced, and that sustains the goo master cultivation of the entire clan. In the tunnel, 2 sets of footsteps could be heard. Far away, the sound of river water flowing sounded. That is the underground river in the cave. A moment later, the goo master leading the way brought Fang Yuan to a rock door. He patted his belly, and a goo worm flew out of his aperture. As sparks flied, it knocked onto the rock door. The rock door's surface rippled, like a rock thrown into the water. Soon after, the rock wall blinked and gradually faded away, showing the secret room behind. The secret room's size was rather small, being only 666 2/3 square meters. Every few steps, there would be a rock table half the height of a person. Tens of rock tables had a white jade plate on them, and on the plate there was a goo worm silently resting. These goo worms had all sorts of colors, being around the size of a fist. They had very similar appearances, like silkworms. On its head, there were 2 compound eyes like bees or dragonflies. It was colorful and looked like shiny glass. However, the surface was not soft, but covered in a layer of insect shell, and the shell even had golden luster. Lord Fang Yuan, this is your first time to the secret room, so let me explain. These are rank 2 digital shade goo, all have recipes recorded in them. In the green digital shade goo worms, almost all the rank 1 recipes can be found in them. As for the red-black colored goo, there are rank 2 recipes. White contains the rank 3 recipes, and orange has the rank 4 recipes. As for rank 5, it is contained in the most central purple digital shade goo worms. Beside him, the old goo master introduced appropriately. Digital shade goo was a recording type of goo worm. Just 1 step further in advancement, and it would be the rank 3 photoaudio goo. After the photoaudio goo is refined, it not only can store a recording, but can also record the voices as well. In the rock crack secret cave, the flower wine monk used a photoaudio goo to inform Fang Yuan of the inheritance details. But to record down recipes, voices are not necessary, thus the digital shade goo is enough. Fusion recipes, these were very precious. Using normal bamboo paper to record them, if they were stolen, not only can they refine the Guyu clan's specialty goo worms, it is also a huge leak of the clan's information. Knowing the enemy leads to easier battles, and experienced goo masters can learn about the strengths and weaknesses of a goo worm from the refinement recipe. Once it is leaked, towards a clan the loss would be severe. In future when they battle, the goo masters from that clan may also be disadvantaged in goo worms. Thus, recipes were strictly controlled, and as classified by ranks, stored appropriately. Digital shade goo was easier to refine and had a low cost, thus it was a common method to contain recipes. Lord Fang Yuan, these digital shade goo all belong to the secret hall clan elder. But it would not impede you from using primeval essence and browsing through. Just that with your current identity, you cannot browse the rank 4 and 5 recipes. There's also 2 more things. The secret room is the clan's red zone. Your every action here is observed fully in secret. Every day, you can only stay here for 15 minutes. Once the time is up, you must leave. The goo master continued speaking. I understand. Fang Yuan nodded. Lord Fang Yuan, this subordinate has no authority to enter, thus I will wait at the door. Once the time is up, I will bring you out. The old man bowed. Fang Yuan walked into the secret room. Once he entered, the rock door turned from virtual to solid, trapping him in the room alone. Walking in the secret room, it was peaceful. The echoes of his footsteps could be heard bouncing off the walls as the surrounding walls had water-light goo in them. Their bodies emitted a light, wavering like water, interchanging between light and shadow, with layers after layers shining indefinitely. Fang Yuan took a red-black colored goo worm and injected his white-silver primeval essence inside. Immediately 2 beams of light shot out from the digital shade goo's compound eyes. He raised the goo up, and pointed the eyes at the white jade plate on the table. 2 beams of light hit the white jade plate, and after some fluctuations, words started to appear. This was the recipe on how to refine the moon's Kargu. First, it listed the moon's Kargu's strengths, which was the increase in attack distance, twice of the moonlight goo. The weakness was the subpar attack. Next was the refinement recipe. Moon's Kargu is refined from fusing the moonlight goo and scar rock goo. Next is the important points for refining this goo. The crux was, if during the refinement, some jade rock is added in, or done during a night when there is abundant moonlight and exposed to it, there would be a higher chance of success. Lastly, it is the experiences of the goo masters who had attempted to fuse this goo. This had the greatest content, almost up to 10,000 words. Fan Yuan took a look and memorized some things to heart. It was after all countless people's experiments and tries, and the experience gathered from numerous attempts. Some information, even Fan Yuan did not know. After all, Moonlight Goo is a unique goo to the Guyu clan. In his previous life, he had never become a clan elder or came here to browse the recipes. Time was limited, so Fan Yuan quickly took a look and placed the digital shade goo back to its spot, then picked up a white-colored goo to observe. In the white digital shade goo, there was the rank 3 fusion recipes. Most of the recipes did not suit Fan Yuan, as they needed goo worms like Moonwhirl or Moon's Kargu as the base. Fan Yuan did not look through closely. To save time, he skimmed through. He first used the moonlight goo to fuse with the little light goo to form Moonglow goo. On that basis, there was only 3 refinement recipes worth using. First was the rank 3 Golden Moon, with the same 10 steps of shooting distance, but the attack power is increased once again. Once shot out, the golden-colored crescent moon would nearly be half a man tall, and had a strong imposing aura. Second was the Frost Moon Goo. The moonblade becomes eerie white and icy, having an element of ice to it. Whoever it hurts will be invaded by the coldness, moving slowly. The third is the Illusory Moon Goo. This goo was more unique. It is not used to attack, but once activated, it can allow the goo master to create a shadow clone to attract attacks and confuse the enemy. Especially when this Illusory Moon Goo, once refined, can be used as the basis for the rank 4 Moon Shadow Goo. Moon Shadow Goo can be implanted into a goo master's aperture and suppress them from using primeval essence. In the information on the Illusory Moon Goo, there was only some vaguely explained information about the Moon Shadow Goo, as reference. Moon Shadow Goo. Isn't that the goo worm used by the 4th generation clan leader to sneak an attack on the Flower Wine Monk? Fan Yuan, seeing this, frowned deeply. In this world, there are countless goo worms, and even with his 500 years of experience, he only knew less than 0.001% of all the goo worms in this world. He originally had a rough idea of the Moon Shadow Goo, but now that he knew the goo worm's effect, suspicion rose in his heart. Moon Shadow Goo had a unique use. It was able to suppress 30% of the primeval essence in a rank 4 goo master's aperture, 15% of a rank 5, and 60% of a rank 3 goo master. That means, with AC grade talent like Fan Yuan, only having 4050%, if they were hit by this Moon Shadow Goo, they would be unable to deploy a single ounce of primeval essence, losing all their battle strength and were as good as crippled. Of course, if it were Fan Yuan, if the Moon Shadow Goo was used on him, it would be throwing a meat bun at the dog. What's gone can never come back. That is because once the Moon Shadow Goo enters his aperture, the Spring-Autumn Cicada will demonstrate its dominance, and under its aura, the Moon Shadow Goo would be instantly refined by him, and become his. What puzzled Fan Yuan was not the Moon Shadow Goo's effect, but the Flower Wine Monk. I remember that on the Shadow Wall, the Flower Wine Monk was bathed in blood, full of injuries. Firstly, his battle with the 4th generation clan leader and elders only gave him mild injuries. I thought those severe injuries were caused by this Moon Shadow Goo, but to think that this Moon Shadow Goo is only used to suppress primeval essence, crippling the Goo master. Then where did the Flower Wine Monk get his severe injuries from? Fan Yuan's thoughts were meticulous, thus becoming more suspicious. Back then, when the Flower Wine Monk lost to the clan elders and escaped, what actually happened? Moon Shadow Goo was not the cause of his death. So then, what was? At once, the originally clear Flower Wine Monk inheritance became a complete mystery to Fan Yuan again. Lord Fan Yuan, it has been 15 minutes, I believe you have had some gains. No matter what, please come again tomorrow. At this point, the door turned into an astral state again, as the old Goo master stood outside and said respectfully, Okay. Fan Yuan's gaze shone as he put down the digital Shadow Goo, leaving the secret room. Regardless of whether it is the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, or Illusory Moon, these refinement recipes were not what he wanted. That is because they all consumed large amounts of moon orchid flower petals. Moon orchid flower petals were hard to store, only able to live for a few days. In Fan Yuan's plans, he wanted to leave the Guyu clan and roam the world. If he refined these gu, without any food they would die in half a year. He might as well not refine them. However, there were still rank 3 recipes that he did not manage to see. "I'll come again tomorrow, I guess." Such a thought flashed across his mind. Chapter 157. Blood Moon Gu. Second day, secret room. On the shiny white jade plate, there was a recipe, Blood Moon Gu. Using rank 2 Moonglow Gu and Blood Essence Gu to combine and form the rank 3 Gu worm. Once activated, the moon blade glows blood red, with the size of a face. If one gets injured by it, there would be a continuous bleeding effect. That's it! Fan Yuan's gaze swept through the information and memorized this recipe at heart. Then he closed his eyes and recited again, and opened his eyes to check. After several times, he checked that he had completely memorized this recipe in his heart, with no margin of error. Compared to the Golden Moon, Frost Moon and Illusionary Moon Gu, the 3 classics, this Blood Moon Gu was much more unorthodox. The former 3's refinement recipes had almost 100,000 words of refinement experience. But this Blood Moon Gu barely had a few thousand. It can be seen that through history, Gu masters who chose this Blood Moon Gu were rare. The Blood Moon Gu's attacking capability was average. It only had a 10-meter range, and even the bleeding effect after attacking isn't optimal. Gu masters from rank 1 to 5 had limited primeval essence, and could not sustain for a long battle to decide the victor. A bleeding effect, in the real battlefield, was only a small problem. Against a Gu master experienced in healing, they could even have the ability to counter this. Furthermore, the Blood Moon Gu had the biggest flaw. Every few days of the month, it would ooze fresh blood out. The blood would flow uncontrollably, and during this period, its attack power would be reduced to a third of the original. But it had the greatest advantage that Fan Yuan liked. It was easy to feed. Much easier than the Golden Moon, Frost Moon and Illusionary Moon. The food it needed was no longer moon orchid flower petals, but fresh blood. Although the blood required was a lot, it was not limited to one type. In the western desert it might be a problem, but the southern border had all sorts of wild beasts in its forested and mountainous areas. Killing them would allow easy extraction of blood. To the Blood Moon Gu, its food was all over the southern border, everywhere. Next, all I have to do is refine this Blood Moon Gu. Fan Yuan decided in his heart. The refinement steps, as well as things to take note of, were all memorized by him. In his hand, there was already the Moonglow Gu, but the Blood Essence Gu was slightly harder to get a hold of. The Blood Essence Gu was precious, being able to replenish the blood of a Gu master. Those Gu masters with it were always energetic, and even if they got injured and lost a lot of blood, they could replenish it easily. Thus, their survivability in battle was much higher than others. Xiongjiang once desired a Blood Essence Gu badly. If the Blood Essence Gu was paired up with the roaming zombie Gu, it would greatly reduce the side effects. It would allow him to be a zombie for a longer period without any worries for backlashes. He was already a well-to-do rank 2 Gu master, and had a rather high position, but until he died, he did not get his wish fulfilled. In the secret room, Fan Yuan looked at the digital shade Gu on the rock tables again. There was still ample time today. Out of the 15 minutes, he only used 5 minutes, so there was still 10 minutes left. The yellow digital shade Gu recorded the rank 4 recipes. The purple digital shade Gu recorded rank 5 recipes. The owner of these digital shade Gu had always been the generations of each secret hall clan elder. But the one responsible for feeding them is the clan. Gu worms can be borrowed, as long as the will on the Gu worms concedes to it. The will in the digital shade Gu is one with the secret hall clan elder. Fan Yuan, as a newly advanced clan elder, is recognized by the secret hall clan elder, thus he can freely use a portion of the digital shade Gu. But the secret hall clan elder does not think Fan Yuan has the authority to browse the rank 4 and 5 recipes, thus the yellow and purple digital shade Gu, even if he used primeval essence, there would not be any reaction. The truth is, even if it's a wild natural Gu worm, it is possible to gain their recognition as well. Those beast kings are like this, thus able to borrow the Gu worm's ability. Among humans, such situations occur as well, like the story of the rank 5 river swallowing toad and Jiang Fan. Of course, Fan Yuan could rely on the spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine these Gu worms and obtain the recipes, that was definitely possible. But the consequences of doing that is something Fan Yuan cannot handle yet. The benefits involved is not sufficient for him to act either. Actually, the most precious recipe is not these rank 4 or 5 recipes, but how to reverse engineer a moonlight goo. This goo originated from the first-generation clan leader, and on that basis, after hundreds of years, developed into such a scale and structure. Fan Yuan thought. Goo fusion is to turn low-ranking goo worms into higher-ranking ones, while reverse fusion is to turn the high-ranking goo worms back to their lower forms. Between rising and falling, because of different processes, what is obtained can be entirely different goo worms. The moonlight goo is not a natural goo worm, but something gotten from reverse fusion by the first-generation clan leader. The goo worms in this world were mostly new species created by many goo masters on the basis of natural goo worms. Thus, even with Fan Yuan's 500 years of experience, he still had limited knowledge of the entire goo worm ecology. And for the clan, they would definitely have one or a few unique goo worms. These goo worms were not the rare natural species, but a new species created through reverse fusion. On this basis, goo masters can develop a strength unique to their clan. Guyu clan's moonlight goo, Xiong clan's bear strength goo, Bai clan's stream goo, these were all the same. If they used a common and well-known goo worm, they would be easy to deal with, and easily targeted. A clan's foundation lies in the primeval spring, as it can produce primeval stones. Next is a unique goo worm that can prevent one's strength from being completely deciphered. Lastly, it is bloodline. Bloodline and kinship are an important chain that ties a clan together. Thus, don't look down on the rank 1 moonlight goo. The worth of its reverse fusion recipe is far greater than rank 4 or 5 recipes. The recipe to reverse fuse the moonlight goo is normally kept by the clan leader. Other than the clan leader, the most loyal clan elder of that generation would also know the recipe's secret. At the same time, the moonlight goo recipe's digital shade goo is also hidden appropriately. Fan Yuan could obviously not obtain the recipe from this secret room. This recipe's value is very high, thus if I can obtain it before I leave, that would naturally be the best. But I do not have to force it. Fan Yuan was very plain about this matter. For starters, he was not planning to create an organization or force. The moonlight goo's recipe to him was not a necessity. However, the blood moon goo and the other rank 3 recipes are what I need. Although Fan Yuan was rank 3 now and had white-silver primeval essence, not all his goo worms were rank 3, thus he could not display the true fighting power of a rank 3 goo master. I have the Thunderwings goo and Sky Canopy goo, so if I manage to refine the blood moon goo, I will have 3 rank 3 goo worms. But that is nowhere near enough. Ordinary goo masters can rely on the clan. With the cooperation of their clansmen, as well as ample resources, they only needed 3 to 4 goo worms. But Fan Yuan wanted to roam the southern border and leave his homeland, thus he needed at least 6 goo worms to deal with all situations. With his experience, the 6 goo worms had to be attack, defense, healing, storage, recon and movement, 6 attributes to provide him ample support. For attack, the blood moon goo barely qualifies. For defense he has the Sky Canopy goo. Movement-wise, even though the Thunderwings goo uses a lot of primeval essence, it can allow temporary flight and is very powerful. For healing, the 9-leaf Vitality Grass is slightly weak. It is after all a rank 2 goo, and even the advancement option is not satisfactory to Fan Yuan. The rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass did not have outstanding healing abilities. Its only advantage was creating the rank 1 Vitality Leaves, and from selling that, Fan Yuan can get a continuous supply of primeval stones, akin to a money tree. But thereafter, Fan Yuan is going to travel to places where there are no inhabitants, so even if he creates the Vitality Leaves, no goo masters would buy them using primeval stones. For recon, Earth Communication Ear Grass had a huge range, so even as a rank 2, it was still usable. For storage, Fan Yuan had no such goo. This was, however, the goo of the utmost importance. This is because after he starts traveling alone, the supplies are the most important. It can single-handedly become the basis of the other 5 categories. Storing food to feed the goo worms, his own food, and storing primeval stones. Without primeval stones, goo master lose the power to cultivate. On this matter, Fan Yuan had no progress. Before he obtains a satisfactory storage-type goo worm, he will not leave the village. Goo worms for storage, the first condition is a wide utility, able to store food and primeval stones. Next, they have to be easy to feed, and lastly, it is best if they have the ability to prolong the expiry date of the items stored. But even in the resource board of the 3 clans, there is no goo worm that I like. It seems I can only make use of the chief faction and squeeze out the last of their savings. Once 15 minutes was up, Fan Yuan walked out of the tunnel as he continued to ponder. Lord Fan Yuan, hello? A middle-aged goo master stood outside, specifically waiting for Fan Yuan. You are? The person smiled. I am Gu Yu Qizhong, the current acting Medicine Hall clan elder. So that's him. Fan Yuan realized, starting a close inspection of this person. Gu Yu Qizhong had a proper appearance with a squarish face, and he showed an aura of stability. Similar to Fan Yuan, he was also a clan elder, but his cultivation was rank 3 middle stage. After Fan Yuan caused Gu Yu Yaoji to faint, Gu Yu Qizhong had been ordered to temporarily lead the medicine hall, and his wife was an important member of the medicine faction, thus this was Gu Yu Bo's political approach to balance the 2 factions' rivalry. But no matter what, Gu Yu Qizhong still managed to ascend to this role. This is 300 primeval stones, the payout to the clan elders for this week. I know that you are here, thus I brought this over as well. I hope you do not mind me taking matters into my own hands, Gu Yu Qizhong said, handing a money bag to Fan Yuan. This man. Fan Yuan squinted, taking the bag. The clan elder's payout needed to be collected by the clan elder themselves. But Gu Yu Qizhong could collect it for him, so in some ways, this was hinting to Fan Yuan his status in the clan as well as his social network. But this hint was also well-timed, as it showed a sign of goodwill, and was not aggressive. To speak the truth, I took the initiative to find Lord Fan Yuan this time, because I have a matter to ask of you. Soon after, he went straight to the topic and mentioned his intention. Oh, you want me to turn in the 9-leaf vitality grass? Fan Yuan showed a deep, profound expression. Chapter 158. Times have changed. Gu Yu Yaoji had longed after Fan Yuan's 9-leaf vitality grass, and thus she exploited her authority to set a policy for the transfer of 9-leaf vitality grass. However, Fan Yuan advanced to rank 3 and became an elder, responding with a powerful counterattack which caused Gu Yu Yaoji to faint on the spot and let Gu Yu Qizhong take the stage. A new officer in power has to display his authority. Gu Yu Qizhong took the initiative to find Fan Yuan and persuade him to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. Handing over the 9-leaf vitality grass, it's not that it cannot be done, Fan Yuan said after muttering to himself for a bit. There was a saying, what was true then isn't true now. And now, the situation was different from before. Previously, Gu Yu Yaoji wanted Fan Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. That was an order, you had to hand it over whether you wanted to or not. However, Fan Yuan was already an elder now and his status was equal to Gu Yu Yaoji and others, and only lower than clan leader Gu Yu Bo. Thus, Gu Yu Qizhong asking Fan Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass was not an order, but instead it was a type of transaction with equal benefits. 9-leaf vitality grass was indeed very precious. With its ability to produce vitality leaves, it was by itself a micro-scale source of revenue and was in high demand. Fan Yuan was now raising many goo worms and a large part of their food expenses was supported solely by it. However, this world didn't have anything that couldn't be sold. It was only a matter of the profits being too small to move the heart. 9-leaf vitality grass was precious, but if an appropriate price was provided, why couldn't it be sold? Goo worms were only tools, methods to achieve one's desires and ambitions. So what if it was the spring-autumn cicada? As long as the circumstances were suitable, why couldn't one give it up to exchange for an even larger benefit? If one wants to obtain benefits, they need to learn to give up first. Naturally, Fan Yuan had the awareness of this and looked at Gu Yu Qizhong. Gu Yu Qizhong understood and smiled. If sire is willing to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, I will willingly compensate you with this command token. Saying so, he took out a token. This token's design was simple. It was triangular shaped with smooth corners. There were words written on the front, piling up in a pyramid shape, prize token. Similarly on the back said, reward contributions. Prize token, reward contributions. Sire is a newly promoted elder, and may not be clear on some matters. This prize token is issued to the Goo Masters who have made great contributions to the clan. Even among elders, few possess it. With this token, you can go down to the clan's underground Goo Cave and choose any Goo worm you like. The underground cave holds many rare, precious Goo worms. Among the top 10 Goo worms in the exchange board, 4 of them have been selected from the underground Goo Cave. Gu Yu Qizhong explained. Fan Yuan was instantly moved. He wasn't surprised about this, for Guyu clan had stood high for centuries and it was impossible for there not to be any trump cards and accumulations. In fact, any long-established clan would also have secret places to store Gu like the Gu underground cave. But to obtain such Gu worms, one needed to have made great contributions and also should be loyal to the clan. Fan Yuan only recently became an elder, so he was very far away from having such qualifications. I want to leave the clan, so I need a storage Gu. This token is a good choice, but Fan Yuan had some worries. If he had to give up the 9-leaf vitality grass, so be it. It was a great help to Fan Yuan, but he wouldn't have any use for it in the future. Its healing ability was not outstanding and one couldn't continuously use the vitality leaves to heal. Fan Yuan's worry was that there might not necessarily be his ideal Gu worm in the Gu underground cave. Guyu Qizhong had been observing Fan Yuan's expression, and he misunderstood the latter's hesitation, saying, "The underground cave holds not only rank 3 Gu worms but also rank 4. Elder Fan Yuan, you won't be at a disadvantage. But if somehow you regret it, we could re-exchange them. That can be done after some time, secretly." Fan Yuan raised his eyes, unable to refrain from looking at Qizhong again. This is an outstanding guy. He sighed inwardly. A new officer in power has to display his authority. Qizhong clearly understood why he was promoted. He had to strike a balance with not only the clan leader but also Qi and medicine faction. And at the same time, he needed to display his ability. Fan Yuan transferring the 9-leaf vitality grass over held a special significance to him, and he was willing to pay a high price for it. The world is vast, countless outstanding talents are everywhere. Under the wolf tide, the old-timers are being sacrificed and newcomers are advancing. From a certain point, this can also be said to be a reform which allows the clan to preserve its vitality and stand high without falling. Fan Yuan thought inwardly. Too many old-timers will only create a rotting organization. Thus the process of elimination is the only way for an organization to continue working. Guyu Qizhong was a representative of this. The world was all about the survival of the fittest. A human body continues to live through the process of metabolism. A Gu master shouldn't stick with the same Gu worms, only with change could they progress. At this thought, Fan Yuan accepted the token from Guyu Qizhong and then handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. As he had transferred it himself, Qizhong could quickly refine the 9-leaf vitality grass. Only after keeping this grass Gu into his aperture did he let out a big sigh of relief. He had his own ambitions, and being able to act as the temporary medicine hall elder was an extremely important opportunity to him. If he could grasp this, he might even assume the official post instead of temporary. However, he would have to make compromises with the 3 sides if he wanted to achieve this. After all, politics was an art of compromising. Yao Ji couldn't do anything to Fan Yuan while she was reigning. But after taking the seat, he was able to get Fan Yuan to hand over his 9-leaf vitality grass. This not only showed goodwill to the medicine faction, being able to handle the political matters left behind by Yao Ji and subtly display his own ability. Thus, he didn't hesitate to give up the prize token which he had got with great difficulty. "Lord Qizhong, it's really delightful to chat with you. I wonder if you still have some time now?" Fan Yuan asked as he stored the token. Guyu Qizhong's eyes flashed. He was puzzled. After a while, in the hall, "We pay respects to the 2 elders." Fan Yuan's uncle and aunt bowed and greeted. They were very respectful and even a little afraid. After the news of Fan Yuan becoming an elder was announced, he became a model example for young Gu masters, whereas it brought astonishment and panic to the uncle and aunt pair. He was clearly a C-grade talent. How could he advance to rank 3 and become an elder so fast? Even Guyu Fangjing, who was an A-grade talent, was only at rank 2 upper stage currently. After the astonishment was fear. They couldn't help but be afraid. When they thought of how they had bullied and been so hard on Fan Yuan, their hearts trembled with fear. What goes around comes back around. It was not the same once he had an elder's identity. They were afraid of Fan Yuan taking revenge on them after achieving success. But still, in the end Fan Yuan came to their door, and also brought another elder with him. They came with bad intentions. Guyu Dongtu sighed in his heart. Fan Yuan chuckled. "Uncle, aunt, no need to be so courteous. Although I have become an elder, I am still your nephew. Come, let's all take a seat." Saying so, he sat down on the main seat. Guyu Qizhong sat beside him. These 2 positions were usually where uncle and aunt sat, the seats of the family heads. Uncle and aunt, however, weren't the least bit discontent with the seatings. They were even full of hesitation and fearful when sitting in the lower seats. This was the power of the clan elders. Uncle and aunt glanced at each other. They were on tenterhooks as they sat stiffly, only sitting near the edge of the chairs. The servants came in with some tea. Gu Yuqizhong maintained his silence and didn't drink. Fan Yuan, however, took a sip calmly and asked, "How has Uncle and Aunt been these days?" Fan Yuan was smiling as he asked, but in Uncle and Aunt's eyes it felt even more terrifying than him flying into a rage. It was especially so for Aunt. When she thought of how she had insulted Fan Yuan, she started trembling with fear. Life had been in upheaval due to the wolf tide. The tavern was forced to close down, and the rent of the bamboo houses has been decreasing. In fact, we are so poor that we're reaching the point of starvation, Uncle said, and then tears fell down from his eyes unexpectedly. He used to maintain his health very well before, but now his face was no longer ruddy, while the hair near his temples had gone white and the wrinkles on his face had increased. His predicament was even more obvious due to the forceful enlistment. However, Fan Yuan knew his uncle had managed the tavern for many years, so he definitely had some savings. The miserable appearance he was putting on now was because he was afraid of Fan Yuan's revenge, and wanted to use his pathetic look to gain Fan Yuan's sympathy. Uncle is usually so astute, but how could he be so stupid when the matter involves himself? If I had come to take revenge, why would I bring Gu Yuqizhong with me? Fan Yuan sneered in his mind. He greatly disliked and had no respect towards his uncle and aunt, but this didn't mean they had no use. Uncle, Aunt, you have taken good care of me for so long, all my current accomplishments are due to your nurturing. I have just received the elder payout from the clan, these 300 primeval stones, please take them. Saying so, Fan Yuan handed the money bag to Uncle. What? This? Gu Yudongtu's expression was really wonderful at this moment. His astonishment contained unease, the unease was close to fear, and under the fear was incredulousness. Aunt, who was at the side, was also dumbstruck as she blankly looked at the money bag in Fan Yuan's hand. What in the world was going on? There was none of the revenge they had imagined, but instead, they were being gifted 300 primeval stones. Fan Yuan's words were ear-piercing, no matter how they looked at it. The words taken good care and nurturing were full of sarcasm, which made them feel the whole situation was even more bizarre. What is he scheming? What the heck does he want to do? How does he want to torment us? Uncle and Aunt glanced at each other. Both were hesitating and didn't dare to receive the money bag. It is Elder Fan Yuan's filial piety, do accept it. Gu Yuqizhong expressionlessly spoke from his seat. Yes, yes, yes. Uncle repeatedly nodded his head and hurriedly accepted the money bag. Even if he was called the hidden elder, that was nothing in front of the medicine hall elder. He used both hands to hold the bag full of 300 primeval stones. He normally loved money, but right now, he felt like the money bag was scalding hot and wanted to immediately throw it. Since Uncle has received it, I will take my leave, Fan Yuan said and started leaving. Uncle and Aunt immediately tried to see them off, but were stopped by Fan Yuan. Don't look anymore. At the corner, Mother Shen let out a breath of relief and said to her daughter Shen Shui. Shen Shui's expression was gloomy, and she looked at Fan Yuan and Qizhong's figures from behind until they were completely gone. Mother, did I make a wrong choice? She said. An elder could take in a wife and 2 concubines. If she had been faithful from the start, who is to say that she couldn't be Fan Yuan's concubine at this moment? I really hadn't expected this. This Fan Yuan advanced to today's stage with only a C-grade aptitude. Mother Shen helplessly shook her head. Daughter, cheer up. Fang Jing has an A-grade aptitude. His accomplishments won't be any less. Yes, Shen Shui responded, and some luster emerged within her dark pupils. In this world, the status of a common mortal was so petty and low. How many things did she have that could move the great Gu Master's hearts? She had already given her body to Fang Jing, that was the gamble of her life and she couldn't turn back anymore. Chapter 159. This Fan Yuan. Howl! 4 frenzy lightning wolves raised their heads and howled loudly. Pit-pat, pit-pat. The rain poured from above as the curtains of water interweaved, and dark clouds roamed the sky. It caused the weather to turn dark, obstructing the vision of many. Quick, the northern gate has a breach, quickly go there, Xing Nan group. Healing Gu Master? We have a heavily injured person here. Kill, kill, kill! Kill all these bastard wolves! The wolves' cries were countered by the Gu Master shouting. Almost everyone was bathed in blood as they battled ferociously. Surrounding the village, battles ensued, spreading like wildfire. The people's cheers, the wolves' cries, the sound of the rain, mixed in with the sound of the wind. Uncountable number of lightning wolves rushed towards the village walls. The pitfall trap before the walls had already been flattened by a thick layer of wolf corpses, and as they were led by the numerous bold lightning wolves, the lightning wolves had a strong charging force together. Rank 1 and Rank 2 Gu Masters fought bravely on the front lines. Large amounts of moonblades flew towards the wolf packs, slaughtering numerous lightning wolves. But the wolf pack still sent out lightning currents and lightning balls towards the village, bringing injuries and fatalities to the clan. Elder Fan Yuan, this is the Medicine Hall's newest injury report. Please take a look. A Gu master in charge of transmitting information quickly arrived, and after seeing Fan Yuan, greeted him and handed over the report with both hands. Fan Yuan was now a rank 3 Gu master, thus as a clan elder, his mission by the clan was to lead the Gu masters in suppressing the western area. Fan Yuan removed his attention from the battlefield and took the report, saying to the Gu master, "You may leave." The Gu master paid his respects before taking his leave. His speed was fast, and by using Gu worm to accelerate his body, he quickly left to the next area. Any Gu master in charge of information dissemination had at least one movement assist type Gu worm, while some even had two. Fan Yuan opened the report, taking a glance. The injury toll on the report gave a feeling of considerable shock. Until now, the wolf tide had attacked the village over 10 times. The injury and death of the clan's Gu masters was very severe. This led the clan elders to be so frantic, and the Gu master that took over the medicine hall, Gu Yuqisheng, felt even greater pressure. As a middle-aged man, he even had several white hair growing out some days ago. But Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories and was mentally prepared, thus he was not surprised. This wolf tide is one of the most severe ones in the Guyu clan's history. Such injuries and death is unavoidable. He thought this in his heart, and as moonlight gathered in his palm, he reduced this report to ashes. This report, only clan elders had the authority to view it. If it was released to the masses, it would cause social instability. Despite this, the Guyu clan was already in a panicky state, as the feelings of instability got stronger by the day. At this point, the moonlight in Fan Yuan's palm was no longer the eerie blue color, but of blood color. This is the rank 3 Blood Moon Gu. To refine this Gu, Fan Yuan had failed once, and only on his second attempt did he succeed. As for the refinement ingredients, he naturally extorted Gu Yuqi Lian for it. Fan Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering into his aperture. In the aperture walls were shining and dimming at regular intervals without a single drop of impurity. It was a pure white state. His primeval essence was fully white in color, but also emitted a luster of a silver metallic glow. This is the rank 3 Gu Master's white-silver primeval essence. Water gathers into a sea in his aperture. It was a white-silver primeval sea. On the surface, there was originally a black-red residue, but now it was no longer there. The cleansing water Gu he forced out of Gu Yuqi Lian had long been used. The Manbeast Life Burial Gu's side effect was completely eliminated. But this was not without a price. Fan Yuan's aptitude lowered a little from 44% C grade. Due to the Manbeast Life Burial Gu, it dropped by 2% to a maximum capacity of 42%. But this price, Fan Yuan was prepared for it. In fact, it was all thanks to Gu Yuqi Lian. If not for the cleansing water Gu and letting that black-red residue corrupt the primeval essence any longer, Fan Yuan's aptitude would decrease even further. A white shell, black-spotted ladybug danced in the air above the sea. This was the Sky Canopy Gu. The Stealth Scales Gu with a stonefish appearance was deep inside the primeval sea. 4 Flavors Liquor Worm was playing with the waves above the sea surface. As for the newly refined Blood Moon Gu, its appearance was similar to the Moonlight Gu, residing in Fan Yuan's right palm, turning into a red crescent insignia. As for the rank 3 Thunderwings Gu, it resided in Fan Yuan's back as 2 lightning bolt tattoos. To be worth mentioning is the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Its condition was getting better, and was recovering quicker. This situation caused Fan Yuan to rejoice and at the same time worry. Spring-Autumn Cicada is rank 6, but he is still rank 3, and at this time his aperture is unable to hold a fully recovered Spring-Autumn Cicada. The Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura was getting stronger. Like using a paper tube to contain rocks, the aperture would not be able to handle the load. If I'm left with no choice, I can only raise it outside of my body. Fan Yuan sighed. That had great implications. Rank 6 goo worms are implicated with Tao, containing the law fragments of heaven and earth. If left outside for extended periods, it would create a resonance with the natural laws, unless the goo worm is slumbering. Otherwise the commotion would be huge, as it would cause all sorts of natural phenomena, attracting the attention and greed of other experts. But this was a solution out of necessity. Howl! At this point, a loud shrill wolf howl suddenly entered everyone's ears. Fan Yuan gathered his spirits. Lord Clan Elder, the frenzied lightning wolf has entered the battle. Gu Yu Jiang Jian and 2 others elders are at the eastern gate blocking them. They hope you can go and assist. A Gu master frantically reported. Crack! The sound of lightning cracked as 2 wings sprouted from Fan Yuan's back. These 2 wings were formed by blue lightning, the form abstract and simple. But with a flap, it brought Fan Yuan high into the sky, and with a fast speed, he sped towards the eastern gate. Flying in a straight line in the air, Fan Yuan got to the battlefield in a few breaths' time. The frenzied lightning wolf was trying to break through the eastern gate, and a few clan elders were near the door aggressively engaging in battle. The frenzied lightning wolf jumped abruptly out of the battlefield, and with a swing of its tail, swept at a female rank 1 Gu master at the corner. This Gu master's face went pale. She could only hear the sound of the winds blowing as the wolf tail swept at her, and in her heart she screamed, "I'm doomed!" With her ability, she could neither dodge nor take the hit. But at this crucial moment, a shadow descended from the sky, hugging her. The young girl felt the world spinning before her. When she finally recovered, all she saw was that she was flying in midair, while the wolf tail swept right below her. A 2-story bamboo building took the hit, and was shaking violently. Her expression got dimmer. If she was hit right on by this tail, she would have turned into meat pulp. Soon after, she realized that she was saved. Who saved her? She stared at this person, and was stunned. It's him? Gu Yu Fan Yuan. At once, the young girl's heart was filled with complexity. It was impossible to describe with words. She and Fan Yuan were classmates. Fan Yuan had formerly extorted her primeval stones, thus she hated him greatly. But she had to be amazed at his achievements, especially after news of him advancing to clan elder spread, causing her to be in shock and admiration. Compared to Fan Yuan, she was also a C-grade talent, but was now only a rank 1. Now, she was saved by Fan Yuan once. He was a true lifesaver. She was filled with gratitude towards Fan Yuan, and under her shock and admiration, her lingering hatred was also gone with this. The battlefield here is dangerous, retreat far away. Fan Yuan's wings flapped, landing on the ground and placing her down gently. He had some impression towards this young girl. They were possibly classmates, but he could not remember her name. Saying so, he turned around and left, no longer flying. Instead he sprinted, entering the battlefield. The Thunderwings Gu's speed was fast, but its primeval expenditure was faster. Fan Yuan being only C-grade talent, among the rank 3 Gu masters in terms of purely primeval essence storage, he is the lowest tier possible, thus he needed to conserve his primeval essence more than others. Blood Moon Gu! He threw a moon blade out. The moon blade was blood red in color, and upon hitting the frenzied lightning wolf's body, it caused an injury that bled continuously. The young girl's sight remained on Fan Yuan, staring at his shadow blankly. Slowly, her eyes started to shine in a mysterious manner. 17 to 18 years of age, this is the prime of youth. This Fan Yuan, what do you think of him? Far away, Gu Yubo looked at this scene and asked a close aide. The aide replied, I heard that Elder Fan Yuan had already answered the call of the medicine hall and handed in the 9-leaf vitality grass in his possession. After getting the first payout, he gave it all to his uncle and aunt as a filial gesture. These days, he had struck personally and participated in killing lightning wolves. His aggressive and ruthless attacks have gained him much battle merits. Not only that, after saving many clansmen this time, his reputation is improving. The clan already has rumors, him turning over a new leaf, the Fang faction's new clan elder, etc. This subordinate thinks that, although he is only a C-grade talent, with his impressive battle capabilities, he had gotten great opportunities. First, with his parents' inheritance, the 9-leaf vitality grass became a continuous source of income. Using 2 red steel relic Gu, he managed to cultivate to rank 3, but also had an element of luck. Saying so, this close aide showed an expression of slight jealousy. He was also a C-grade talent, but was only rank 2. Getting to this stage, he spent half his life doing so. But that Fan Yuan was merely 17 years old, yet he was already a clan elder. Competing with others is really infuriating. Hearing his aide's words, Gu Yubo nodded unnoticeably. His close aide's words represented the view of majority of the people in the clan, but was slightly shallow. Gu Yubo had been the clan leader for many years, thus he had greater foresight. Fan Yuan handing in the 9-leaf vitality grass, he had obviously struck a deal with Gu Yu Qizhong. Handing his payout to his aunt and uncle was not out of goodwill, but a political show. The person who spread news on this matter was Gu Yu Qizhong. As for saving people, whether it's true and sincere, there remains doubt. But no matter what, Fan Yuan no longer isolated himself, and his actions were indeed worthy of praise. Him advancing to clan elder and his actions thereafter, this was an initiative to get close to the clan and contribute to the clan. The clan's prosperity requires these contributions and relationships. Thinking so, Gu Yubo instructed those people in the hidden hall. These few days they also did not find anything from their investigations. Forget it, withdraw the investigations on Fan Yuan for now. Yes, this subordinate shall inform them now. Saying so, he took his leave. Gu Yubo stood on the ground squinting. He thought in his heart, no matter what's the reason, his cultivation still rose too quickly. This Fan Yuan, he has a great secret on him. However, in this period, with the severity of the wolf tide, every bit of strength is needed, and wasting it on Fan Yuan is too wasteful. Investigation is still necessary, but this can only wait after the wolf tide. Chapter 160. Astounding applause. With a bam, the frenzied lightning wolf fell on the ground like a giant elephant. It opened its mouth wide, but its eyes lost focus as life slowly exited its body. On its body, there were injuries all over. As wolf blood poured out endlessly, the environment was dyed red. The rain continued to pour as it diluted the wolf blood, and caused the blood to spread further into the ground. The ground was muddy, and some elders were standing beside the frenzied lightning wolf corpse, taking deep breaths as their bodies were drenched by the rain. They were also covered in wolf blood and mud, looking like beggars. Finally killed it! This frenzied lightning wolf actually had a defensive goo worm in its body, and was so difficult to take down. Luckily we had Elder Fan Yuan's blood moon goo accumulating injuries on it, or else it would have been even more difficult trying to kill it. When the elders said this, they looked towards Fan Yuan. Initially when they heard that Fan Yuan had refined the blood moon goo, they felt disapproving towards it. But it seems now that it was very effective in dealing with frenzied lightning wolves. I am flattered, fellow esteemed elders. If not for your assistance and protection, I would not have been able to attack so relentlessly. Fan Yuan wiped the rainwater off his face as he said politely. No, it is our duty. We are old people already. We didn't feel it before, but after fighting together with Elder Fan Yuan, we feel that we have truly aged. Indeed. The several elders laughed together. In this earlier battle, Fan Yuan had a strong grasp of when to attack and retreat. With his ruthless and savage attacks, many times his methods were even more effective than normal elders, causing the clan elders to see him in a different light. Especially with his polite and humble attitude, and no sense of arrogance, he is definitely not what the rumors said, that aloof and unruly person, thus the elders had a good impression of him. I still have many aspects that need to be learned from all of you, Fan Yuan said respectfully, but his eyes shone with a dark light. The blood moon goo had pros and cons. After using it for so many times, he had some insights about it. The blood moon goo specialized in prolonged battles, causing unhealable injuries. As time passed, the enemy's injuries would get more and more severe. But this is established on the fact that there is no healing type goo worm. Nature is balanced, there is no strongest goo worm. Each goo was bound to have strengths and weaknesses. Blood moon goo's greatest drawback is the few days of the month where it oozes blood and faces a rapid drop in battle strength. It is my main attacking method, so this makes it too unstable. But after I get the chainsaw golden centipede in the flower wine inheritance ground, I can cover this weakness. These few days were a high alert period where the wolf tide continued to attack the village, so as a clan elder, Fan Yuan attracted even more attention than before and had no chance to go to that rock-cracked secret cave. Quick, save our clansmen! Sweep the battlefield, don't miss a single goo worm! Seeing the frenzy lightning wolf fall, a group of healing goo masters immediately came forth. Esteemed elders, you all have exerted yourselves, please accept special treatment from our medicine hall. The leading goo master bowed towards Fan Yuan and the elders. Oh! Medicine factions Li Qin. The few clan elders recognized this person, nodding and changing their expression. They were courteous to Fan Yuan, putting on a face full of smiles. But towards this person, they kept their emotions and displayed the authority of a higher-up. This is the difference in status. This Gu Li Chen is only a rank 2 Gu master. I have no injuries. I do not require treatment. Elders, let's talk again when we are free. Fan Yuan nodded to the elders. Elder Fan Yuan is so outstanding, he's not even injured from such a battle. What a true young hero. Sigh, compared to Elder Fan Yuan, we are really old. Hee hee, take care of yourself, Elder Fan Yuan. The few elders started to laugh as they said, Elder Fan Yuan, please pardon my rudeness, but do allow our medicine hall healing Gu master to do a checkup for you. Gu Yulichin insisted. He was a member of the medicine faction, and after Fan Yuan angered Gu Yu Yao Ji to the point of fainting, causing her downfall, he naturally had hatred towards Fan Yuan. But with his position and job, as the leader, he cannot ignore Fan Yuan. Thanks for your goodwill, but it's fine. I'll see everyone again. Fan Yuan patted Gu Yulichen's shoulder, leaving with a smile. The elders smiled or nodded to reply him. Only after he left did their expression change rapidly, turning solemn. This Fan Yuan, although only C-grade, had grown to this point. It is truly hard to come by. Fighting together with him, they could feel his heartlessness and ruthlessness, but when thinking about it, they felt threatened. When they were 17, did they have such achievements? Especially when they saw him smile as he patted the medicine faction member's shoulder. Such talent in politics and scheming, it is truly stunning. Lord Fan Yuan, do you recognize me? Along the road, a person showed a respectful expression as he greeted Fan Yuan. You are. Fan Yuan squinted, recognizing this person as his classmate. Only that he could not remember the name, but when he extorted primeval stones from him, this person always handed them up nicely. It shows his brilliance under that meek personality. Lord Fan Yuan, I am Gu Yu Dingzong. To have the fortune to be your classmate, that is my honor. Actually, after news that you had advanced to a clan elder spread, many of our classmates admired and were envious of you, Lord, wanting to find an opportunity to discuss cultivation experiences with you. Are you free tonight, Lord? Gu Yu Dingzong rubbed his hands, his eyes smiling into a line. Oh, is that so? Fan Yuan's eyebrows raised, nodding. Okay, but let me change my clothes first. This drenched attire is making me uncomfortable. I have already prepared warm water and new clothes, and several beautiful attendants are waiting for serve you, Lord. Gu Yu Dingzong smiled, his expression very eager. Fan Yuan shook his head to reject. No, before that, I have to go to the underground tunnel. Ah, I see. Gu Yu Dingzong's expression changed. The underground tunnel was only accessible to the clan elders, and to people like them, it was a forbidden ground in the clan. Next, his smile became even more subservient, and his back was arched even further, as his tone carried a servant feeling. Lord, go ahead with your business, this lowly one's time is not valuable, waiting for you is also an honor of mine. Fan Yuan nodded, not speaking anymore, and continued to walk away. Gu Yu Dingzong took a step back quickly, opening a path as he bent his back and sent Fan Yuan off with his gaze. Entering the underground cavern again. This secret room that contained precious goo worms was very large, almost as big as the village square. But the goo worms contained inside were not many, there was only a few dozen. Cave declaration grass, air returned cicada, dried bone dragonfly, phoenix winged butterfly. There were goo worms varying from rank 2 to 4. It was only that there was very little rank 2 goo, and among them was a love separation goo. This is the number 1 poison goo among the rank 2s. And injuries caused by it cannot be healed even by a rank 3 healing goo. This love separation is the one Wang Er owned back then. After obtaining it, the clan kept it here. The most was rank 3 goo, while rank 4 goo was relatively little. Fan Yuan did not have high hopes. Although the clan had some fortune, it is still a middle-sized clan and has competition with 2 other villages, as well as the pressure of the wolf tide. But to think that, he actually found a desirable goo. Tussita flower. This was a rank 3 grass goo shaped like a red lantern, and had round green leaves. The leaves were thick and fat, a total of 3 pointing at 3 directions in symmetry. This Tussita flower is the same as the Tussita grass. Not only was it able to store food, but it could also store primeval stones, and is one of the most ideal goo in Fan Yuan's mind. To think that this Guyu village had the Tussita flower. With it, I can cover the weakness of storage. Fan Yuan rejoiced, choosing it immediately. Actually, in the village there definitely is a rank 5 Gu. Gu Yu clan had 2 rank 5 experts in history. They were bound to leave behind some Gu worms. Except they cannot be placed here. These rank 5 Gu are the trump cards of the village, fed by the village with all their resources. Though to say feed, it is actually more like offerings. Fan Yuan left the tunnel. The rain had stopped, but the weather was still gloomy. The air was also not fresh, as there was the smell of blood. Fan Yuan changed to a clean shirt, and slowly moved towards the gathering point. Elder Fan Yuan, you are here. It is our greatest honor to have you with us. Gu Yu Dingzong stood at the door, staring with wide eyes. From afar he could see Fan Yuan walking across the street, and he quickly smiled and received him. He brought Fan Yuan into the bamboo building. There was already a feast prepared as many people were sitting there. On seeing Fan Yuan, they quickly got up. Soon after, all sorts of praises and flattering rushed like water towards Fan Yuan. Greetings to Lord Fan Yuan. After so long, Elder Fan Yuan's glamour is greater than ever. This lowly one truly admires you. To be Lord Fan Yuan's classmate, it is my luck from 3 lifetimes. Even thinking about it now, it feels like the experience of a dream. Fan Yuan's gaze swept across the table, seeing all his classmates. They were familiar faces, all of them people who he had extorted. My pleasure. He lightly smiled, sitting at the highest position. Serve the dishes, serve the best wine. Gu Yu Dingzong shouted, and the servants quickly got to work. All sorts of dishes were served, their flavors top-notch. This Gu Yu Dingzong's family sure had some assets. To be able to serve such dishes during the wolf tide, it showed that he really paid a big price, showing his sincerity. Elder Fan Yuan, this lowly one toasts you. Elder Fan Yuan, take your time to drink, I'll down this first. Fan Yuan was really very casual. With a cup of wine, he only took a small sip every time, but the people had no complaints towards this. After toasting almost everyone and having drunk a decent amount, he suddenly held his cup and stood up, laughing. The young are foolish. I was immature in the past and did some horrible things. I hope everyone can forgive me, and do not mind the past. Once he stood up, no one else dared to continue sitting, and all of them quickly got up. Everyone knew that the matter Fan Yuan was referring to was the primeval stone extortion. They quickly shouted, Not at all, not at all. Elder Fan Yuan truly has character, a true hero. To have my primeval stones eyed by Elder Fan Yuan, that is our greatest honor. That's right, Elder Fan Yuan's glamour and heroism has always been engraved in my heart. Fan Yuan drank this cup of wine in one mouthful, as everyone cheered and clapped. Chapter 161. Willingly exploited. Fan Yuan put down his cup, sitting down. Only then did everyone dare to sit down. Among them, not all the classmates were present. For example, Mo Bei, Qi Qing, and the others with strong backgrounds, were not among the ones present. It's about time, I have to go. This was a well-organized meet-up. Fan Yuan showed his inclination to leave. Gu Yu Dingzong, upon hearing the praise, was overjoyed and quickly stood up, taking out a money bag from his pocket. The bag was filled with primeval stones. He smiled and bowed. Upon hearing Lord's wisdom today, I've felt a strong sense of enlightenment, reaping a great reward. This is a small gift, but I hope Lord can accept my token of gratitude. He talked a bunch of crap, and from the start of the banquet, he had been flattering Fan Yuan non-stop, so how could he have gotten any enlightenment? But everyone else acted as if this indeed really happened, shouting loudly and urging Fan Yuan to accept his gratitude. Fan Yuan did not reject, smiling lightly and naturally taking over this money bag. Next was the second, and the third, simultaneously coming up to offer their gifts, all primeval stones. All right. Fan Yuan smiled as he accepted them all. Tens of bags filled with primeval stones, how could Fan Yuan carry them all? Gu Yu Dingzong, on seeing this, quickly summoned a few family servants to carry his load for him. In this short amount of time, Fan Yuan gained almost 10,000 primeval stones. Lastly, Fan Yuan slowly stood up, raising his cup once again. Our encounter is by fate, this classmate relationship, both you and I remember it at heart. This is truly worth drinking over. Yes. Well said, Lord Fan Yuan. Such perfect phrasing, taking the words right out of our hearts, this is talent no doubt. Everyone stood up, praising as they raised their cups. They either had no background, or their background was not strong enough. Fan Yuan advanced to clan elder, and they were afraid of his revenge, but at the same time they also wanted to enter Fan Yuan's social network. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, raising his hand and toasting with his wine cup. At this point, the dark clouds dissipated, showing the lustrous moonlight enveloping the garden outside. The cool air was mixed with the smell of blood, and reality was extremely cruel. But in this hall, it was exquisite with beautiful lights and decorations, overflowing with wine and fortune, and everyone smiled superficially as if they were in heaven on earth. This is the allure of the system. Fan Yuan's eyes glinted. As he stared at the wine in his cup, his mind thought about it. Back then, when he extorted his classmates, it was only several primeval stones, but he incurred public outcry. However, right now, he didn't even have to say a word. Yet these people were all willing, fighting to be the first to give him primeval stones, each bag having over 100 primeval stones. This differential treatment on the surface it looked like the result of Fan Yuan's elder status. In reality, the truth was because he had previously been outside the system. Right now, however, he had entered the organization's higher management. Under the system, the members are all exploited willingly. Even without any hints from Fan Yuan, they would come forth and bribe him. Some would use their network to get into his faction, while women use their charms to get closer. It works this way in this world, and the same goes on Earth as well. This world's people are hilarious. Being robbed and extorted only for a meager loss, and they resist violently, screaming injustice. But bribing the higher-ups, sending gifts, bodies and virginities, they do it willingly. And they are even afraid that it's not enough. Being able to get so many primeval stones today, this is all borrowing the power of the system. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, thinking of Guyu Qingshu, and Mo Yan and Qishan. Talented people like Guyu Qingshu having great talent, they had much greater cultivating talent than Fan Yuan. But all of them cultivated slowly, staying at rank 2 realm for a long time. Did they not work hard enough? Hee hee. Let's laugh a little. This is the deprivation and pressure from the system. Such deprivation and pressure, it is invisible. Ordinary people cannot even feel it. Taking Fan Yuan's situation for example. The primeval stones these people gifted, if used on themselves, would definitely be a driving force towards their own cultivation. Thus, bribery is a form of deprivation. Numerous lower rankers fight to bribe the higher-ups. This was a form of gathering resources and fortifying the authority of the higher-ups. Other than monetary fortune, there is also the deprivation of time. Elites like Guyu Qingshu did not need to bribe others, but their time was used up. Telling you to do this and that on a daily basis, running errands, doing missions, but acting rightfully so, this is for the higher-ups' attention and favor. If this time was used to cultivate, Guyu Qingshu would have broken through rank 2 peak stage and reached rank 3. Then using the wood charm Gu, he might have even been able to kill Bai Ningbing. The amazing part was that, the clan elders did not want this junior Guyu Qingshu to advance to rank 3 so quickly. For such a useful pawn piece, if he really became rank 3 and was on the same status as them, how can they make use of him? Who is willing to have their authority shaved? Thus, they consciously dragged and suppressed him, even using the reason of, I think well of this lad, but he needs to train. Only by refining can he become a true jade. Hee hee. This is the truth of the system. If one cannot see beyond this, regardless of how heroic they are or how talented one is, they are merely tigers and dragons chained up, only being slaves. People like Guyu Qingshu and Qizhong, no matter how intelligent or talented they are, so what? Although he had so many thoughts, his thoughts flashed in an instant, and only a second passed in real life. Everyone, please drink up. Fan Yuan moved the cup to his lips, downing the drink in one mouthful. Everyone quickly toasted him, not daring to leave behind a single drop. Goodbye. Fan Yuan cupped his fists, taking his leave. The family servants held the primeval stones as they followed behind him. Everyone quickly sent him off. Please continue drinking, you don't have to send me off, Fan Yuan said, but everyone did not do so. Instead, they left their seats and continued their flattery. Fan Yuan continued, I like peace and quiet. Seeing his expression, everyone finally got his intentions and remained in the hall. Seeing Fan Yuan's figure leaving, some people sighed, while others remained silent, and someone exclaimed, Elder Fan Yuan truly is a legend, such elegance. They were all frogs in the well, only able to see the moon from below, thinking about Fan Yuan's unrestrained position but not being able to see beyond the system's restrictions. Actually, as long as one joins the system, they would be weakened, and their benefits would be sacrificed. Even the clan leader has to sacrifice. He needed to manage the clan, and with this he contributed much of time and effort. It is just that the members at the bottom of the chain are deprived more severely. The higher one's status is, the more benefits one will enjoy. Initially, when Fan Yuan extorted primeval stones, he worked against the system, acting alone and not even sparing his own brother. That was to avoid this deprivation. Thus, he had ample time and energy to advance to rank 3 and become a clan elder, causing numerous people to scream in wonder. But now that he had undergone a huge transformation, becoming a clan elder, his temperament became mild and respectful with authority and status, enjoying the benefits of a clan elder, causing many to be filled with envy. This separation and joining, entering and leaving, is filled with deep wisdom and knowledge. But how many people can see clearly across this fact? Fan Yuan was not exploited, but he still enjoyed the benefits. In the eyes of mortals, this is unrestrained and elegance. "All right, put the things on the table and you can go," Fan Yuan said. The family servants did not dare to have an opinion, quietly placing down the items and bowing to Fan Yuan before taking their leave. This is no longer the rented apartment Fan Yuan stayed in before. After advancing to elder, the clan allocated him a brand new bamboo building. There was a study room and a secret room for closed-door cultivation in the bamboo building, but there were no family servants. Fan Yuan needed to find them himself. "Tusita flower, come out!" Fan Yuan willed in his heart, and with the injection of his white-silver primeval essence, the Tusita flower residing on his tongue as a tattoo came alive immediately. He opened his mouth and spit out, only to see red light appearing as the Tusita flower rotated gradually like a lantern in midair, floating and appearing in front of him. Fan Yuan activated the Tusita flower. Instantly, red light flashed and caused the entire area to be lit in a red hue. When the red light shone upon the pieces of primeval stones, there was a formless attraction and all the stones flew out of their bags and entered the Tusita flower. A moment later, the red light dissipated and Fan Yuan opened his mouth. The Tusita flower entered his mouth once more, landing on his tongue and turning into a red flower lantern tattoo. "This Tusita flower is a rank 3 goo, able to store primeval stones and other things. Among the rank 3 storage goo, this is one of the better ones, being able to store a max of 30,000 primeval stones. But considering that I have to store other things as well, the most would probably be around 15,000 primeval stones." Although it was his first time using this goo worm, with his previous life's experience, he could quickly estimate the limit of the goo. Primeval stones are the most basic resource for a goo master's cultivation, undeniably. Without primeval stones, goo masters would lack a driving force severely. And primeval stones also help in quickly restoring primeval essence, so in battle it has a lot of help. Especially for goo masters who travel alone, primeval stones are the most basic assurance for traveling. Normally, they would need at least 10,000 primeval stones to ensure that a goo master has the basic needs covered for a period of time. And every once in a while, they require replenishment. A saving of 15,000 primeval stones, to Fan Yuan, was still too little, but also at an acceptable range. "First I borrowed 3,000 primeval stones from Qilian, and with today's earnings, I do not have to fret over primeval stones for a while. In the 6 classifications I have the Blood Moon Goo and Sky Canopy Goo for attack and defense, Thunderwings for movement, Tusita Flower for storage, and Earth Communication Ear Grass for recon. I only lack a Healing Goo," Fan Yuan calculated. He previously had a 9-leaf Vitality Grass, but Fan Yuan handed it up already, thus being able to get the Tusita Flower. But for this rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass, even in Fan Yuan's possession, the healing ability was not satisfactory. Rank 3 Healing Goo worms, there are a few desirable ones. Endless Vitality Goo can sustain healing and expends little primeval essence. On this note, it is the best for goo masters like me with low aptitude. There's also the Undying Grass, a goo that can save me as long as I have a single breath left. This is the best life preservation type of goo. The most optimum is the Self-Reliance Goo, relying on the goo master's own strength. The larger the goo master's strength, the more it can stimulate the metabolism of the goo master, and thus recover injuries faster. But for these 3 goo worms, how can Fan Yuan obtain them? In the Guyu clan, he even checked the underground cavern, but found no such goo. On the resource board, they would also not display such a precious goo. The only hope lies in the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance. But the chances were slim. Fan Yuan barely held any hope. He could feel that the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance was coming to an end. How could there be the exact goo that Fan Yuan needs right at the end? If that was the case, It would be too perfect, too idealistic. But Fan Yuan knew how cruel this world was. Placing your faith in such a thing, that's naivety. But even so, I have to finish exploring this inheritance ground. At least for that chainsaw golden centipede, I have to subdue it. Fan Yuan thought in his heart. Chapter 162. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Although he had planned to investigate the flower wine inheritance ground, Fan Yuan couldn't find the time to do so. With his elder status, many were watching him, and with the busy schedule of the Wolf Tide, many battles had to be fought, and he did not have an opportunity to leave. By the time he returned to the Rock Crack's secret cave, it was over 10 days later. The end of summer, night time. The rain just stopped, bringing the atmosphere of autumn itself. In the sky, a golden moon was hanging, round like a plate, high up in the sky. Hearing vague wolf cries mixed with the remaining crickets, Fan Yuan stood on a slope, turning back and observing. Guyu village was bright with numerous lamps lighted. The torn walls had been fixed over and over, losing the peace and tranquility it once had. It was almost like a huge beast that had undergone numerous battles, lying on the ground gasping for breath. After my rebirth, even the Wolf Tide's progress has changed much. In my memory, the Thunder Crown Wolf arrived 3 days ago, but now it is nowhere to be seen. Fan Yuan took a look, before moving his sight. Tonight he had managed to squeeze out some time, and had to make good use of it. A moment later, he entered the Rock Crack's secret cave again. The cave entrance was purposely covered with gray ash. There had never been any footsteps on it, showing that this place was yet undiscovered. This small kind of detection method could not be called professional, but Fan Yuan's experience placed them to good use. Of course, he did not only have one method of precaution, and after several layers of checking, he finally confirmed that this secret cave was still safe for the time being. He breathed a sigh of relief. After all, since his rebirth, many things had been altered. Especially during the Wolf Tide, Gu Masters moved around more frequently, so someone might have discovered this place. He entered the tunnel and went into the second secret room. Pushing open the rock door, he entered the rock forest. In the rock forest, the path that he once excavated was filled with jade-eye stone monkeys again. But the Fan Yuan now is already a rank 3 Gu Master. Although the Blood Moon Gu did not have the highest attacking power among the rank 3 Gu worms, it was definitely far superior than the Moonglow Gu. Fan Yuan spent 6 hours, exterminating almost 10 groups of monkeys, reopening a path for himself. He came to the most central area and stepped down the rough rock stairs, entering the third secret room. A rock door blocked his path, and on the rock door there was a carving. Golden Centipede's cave is precarious. Earth communication is the way to avoid the disaster. Last time, he had been stuck at this step. But this time, he opened the rock door with no hesitation, striding into the darkness. He held a torch that illuminated the surrounding 10 steps. This centipede cave was wide, having a height of 3 meters, and breadth of 2 meters. There were also many narrow paths that extended all over the place. Wherever Fan Yuan walked, the fire would proceed to light up the place and dispel the darkness. Initially the cave only had the sound of his footsteps, but soon all sorts of noises came from all over the place. The sound gathered into one collective body, continuously sounding. At the edge of the lighted area, he soon saw a large number of centipedes. They were ferocious. It was only due to the bright fire that they did not attack Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan knew that as time passed, the centipedes would increase in number, and with the back pushing the ones in front, this stalemate would soon be broken. But he did not mind it. If he was still rank 2 with only the White Jade Gu's defense, he would definitely not cause such a commotion, attracting the movement of the centipede group. But now that he was rank 3, the Sky Canopy Gu's defense was enough for him to withstand the bites of the insects, and his only concern was the insect king of the place, Chainsaw Golden Centipede. It had appeared. Fan Yuan purposely used a trace of his white-silver primeval essence from his aperture, releasing it into the air, exposing his rank 3 Gu Master aura. This aura caused the Chainsaw Golden Centipede to feel a strong threat. To it, Fan Yuan had stepped into his territory, and this wild beast needed to be eliminated immediately. Fan Yuan stood on guard against it. This Chainsaw Golden Centipede was around a meter long, its body as wide as 2 fists. It first landed at the fringe of the lighted area, coiling its body around it, like python ambushing its prey. But in the next moment, it moved slowly with numerous legs sustaining its weight as it gradually got closer towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's rank 3 aura only made it alert, and not afraid. If he was rank 4, it would not pressure Fan Yuan like this. If he was rank 5 and only revealed a bit of that aura, it would run for its life. Fan Yuan raised the torch high. As the fire burned, it illuminated the surroundings and the shadows' movements. Under the glow of the fire, the chainsaw golden centipede's exoskeleton emitted an eerie light. At the side of its body, there were silver-colored sawteeth. As it got closer, the sawteeth moved as well, looking like a slowed chainsaw, emitting a buzzing sound. The other centipedes gathered towards Fan Yuan from the walls and the ground. Some centipedes climbed to the ceiling, then dropped down, landing on Fan Yuan's shoulder and back. Fan Yuan did not mind it. He activated the sky canopy goo, and a thick white crystal light appeared on his body, the form of an armor subtly showing as it covered him fully. The centipede's poisonous limbs could not do anything against this white crystal armor. The twisting and turning centipedes climbed on his face or behind his ears. It was a little disgusting, but Fan Yuan's endurance level was way beyond this, thus ignoring them completely. In his previous life, he had eaten almost anything in the wilderness, and even non-poisonous centipedes were eaten raw. In fact, the taste was not that bad, almost a bit strange initially, but he got used to it after eating them for a while. He only placed his attention on the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede moved gradually, reducing the distance between Fan Yuan and itself. When there was a distance of 3 to 4 steps between them, Fan Yuan stopped the white-silver primeval essence from leaking, and this caused his aura to instantly weaken. The chainsaw golden centipede acutely felt that, thus instantly increasing its speed, moving like a golden line. Pew! In the blink of an eye, it had shortened the distance, and coiled around Fan Yuan's stomach. This speed was really fast. It first appeared motionless, then on the very moment it moved, it dashed through like a golden light. When Fan Yuan managed to react, this chainsaw golden centipede had already coiled around his waist like a snake, opening its mouth and attacking towards Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan quickly stretched out both arms, grabbing the head of this golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede struggled, and Fan Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, felt that his strength was insufficient. Especially when the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 bladed edges started to move rapidly. Clank, clank, clank. A strong pulling and slashing force grinded at the white light of the sky canopy goo. At once, Fan Yuan's white-silver primeval essence was rapidly used up as the white light grinded with the chainsaws, causing sparks to fly. Fan Yuan's primeval essence was only initial stage light-silver primeval essence, and with only 42% in storage, it could not support such an expenditure. However, Fan Yuan was unfazed. Even though he could not get free from the chainsaw golden centipede, he had a trump card. Spring-autumn cicada. He willed in his heart, and the spring-autumn cicada's shadow appeared from his aperture. The spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering. Its 2 wings were tender and new like fresh leaves, and at the same time its body had a royal wooden luster. But overall, it still gave off a withered feeling of death. It had recovered around 20%, thus its aura was much stronger. Once this aura was leaked, the chainsaw golden centipede that was struggling intensely immediately surrendered. It was only a rank 3 wild goo worm. Against the aura of the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, it did not dare to move at all. Fan Yuan felt it most evidently. Previously he was still gripping the chainsaw golden centipede like a poisonous python, using all ways to prevent it from biting. The next moment, it had become a soft and harmless rope. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, using his white-silver primeval essence onto the chainsaw golden centipede that had basically given up. Fan Yuan's will worked without obstacles, completely eliminating the wild consciousness it had. In a few breaths' time, the chainsaw golden centipede was already refined by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan let go of both hands. The chainsaw golden centipede's numerous segments moved with rhythm, moving across the white protective armor and around Fan Yuan's waist, finally twisting and coiling around his arm. The surrounding centipede groups went away like a receding tide. The wild chainsaw golden centipede, because of its natural consciousness, was able to dominate the insect group. But now that Fan Yuan's will replaced it, the chainsaw golden centipede lost its ability to communicate and control the group. Fan Yuan did not eliminate these centipedes, instead letting them leave. Maybe in another 12+ years, a new chainsaw golden centipede might be born. But this no longer had anything to do with Fan Yuan. He let the chainsaw golden centipede hang on his shoulder as he investigated deeper into the cave. This centipede tunnel had a lot of paths, and after moving for a while, the main path split into 3 branches. Fan Yuan first used the earth communication ear grass, and after a while, he eliminated the center path. Choosing the path on the right, he moved for half an hour and found a dead end. He could only backtrack and go through the left path. By keeping the chainsaw golden centipede, he could deter the centipede groups and cause them to move away from wherever he goes with the golden centipede's aura. This greatly aided his search. Not long after he entered the left path, the centipede group that moved away revealed a cave, and he found some clues there. These are signs of human construction. Fan Yuan's heart was moved. Very evidently, this path was dug out by the flower wine monk initially using the thousandly earth wolf spider. Fan Yuan moved along this path at a slow pace, patiently investigating. There were a lot of centipedes in this path, and this was another piece of good news for Fan Yuan. This is because areas with insect groups living there allowed him to eliminate the possibility of place traps. This tunnel was longer than he expected. Fan Yuan spent over 12 hours and walked over 3 li worth of distance. The slope gradually moved down as Fan Yuan approached a deep underground area. Every once in a while, he stopped and used the earth communication ear grass to eliminate any possible threats. Swoosh swish. What sound is this? Fan Yuan eventually heard a weird noise. Immediately, he noticed what it was. This is water. Don't tell me? His thought moved quickly as he had an idea. At the end of the tunnel, he saw a crystal wall. And behind the crystal wall was water. In the water, there was an ash-gray-colored river that flowed in a spiral, like a mini tornado, endlessly swirling in a self-sufficient system. As I thought, this is a natural essence spring. Seeing this, Fan Yuan's attention was piqued. Soon after, he saw that behind this watery crystal wall, there was something else in the spring. A flower bud with the colors of blue and white following one another, was leisurely floating in the spring water. This is actually the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fan Yuan was shocked. Note, this tunnel was longer than he expected. Fan Yuan spent over 12 hours and walked over 3 li worth of distance. Li is 500 meters. I don't know why he took 12 hours just to walk 1.5 kilometers lol. It's not even an exaggeration. Chapter 163. Thunder Crown Wolf. As Fan Yuan looked at the heavenly essence treasure lotus, many doubts in his heart was cleared. He could roughly speculate what had happened. Going back in time, a millennium ago, a solitary rank 5 Gu master came upon Qingmao Mountain and incidentally found this underground natural spirit spring. He was exalted and settled down here. He began merging the mortal villagers living around the foot of the mountain together, forming the prototype of Guyu village. He took in over 100 wives and concubines, wantonly spreading his bloodline. He was the ancestor of Guyu clan, the founder of Guyu village. Time passed by, and he passed away ending the first generation, then it was the second, third until it reached the fourth generation. The fourth generation clan leader possessed an A-grade aptitude and cultivated to rank 5, creating another golden age for the clan. One day, a demonic path Gu master came to the village. He was bald and muscular, dressed in pink clothes and moved alone. His favorite hobby was to defile innocent women. It was the famous devil of the demonic path, Flower Wine Monk. Who knew what fortuitous encounter this Flower Wine Monk had, to be able to know the recipe to refine heavenly essence treasure lotus. After many preparations, he only lacked a natural spirit spring to refine this flower goo. After looking all around, he finally chose Guyu village's spirit spring. At first, he used the pretense of buying Moon Orchid to slowly approach the Guyu clan's higher-ups and get the details on Guyu clan. Afterwards, in the battle with the fourth-generation clan leader, he was able to achieve complete victory with his formidable strength. He had not only killed the fourth-generation head, but also downed a large majority of the elders. However, his body was infected by the Moon Shadow Goo. Moon Shadow Goo's ability was to restrict primeval essence, and wasn't enough to be fatal. However, Flower Wine Monk couldn't wantonly slaughter if he wanted to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, as that would attract a lot of attention and hinder the progress. Thus, he chose to do things from the dark. He used the thousandly earth wolf spider to dig out a tunnel, secretly advancing to this area. Due to the thorough preparations he had made before and with the sufficient materials, he was able to refine heavenly essence treasure lotus in the spirit spring. The heavenly essence treasure lotus has an extraordinary background. Its fusion recipe had been created many millenniums ago by a Gu master of the righteous faction, Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only a rank 3 flower Gu, but it had its advancement route and could become the rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which was ranked 6th among the list of top 10 great immortal goo rankings. Its worth was about the same as the Spring-Autumn Cicada. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus had a reputation as a portable spirit spring, because it could produce primeval stones. However, its fusion process had an extremely high price. To refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, there must be a natural spirit spring. This spring should be full of primeval energy, and cannot be a spirit spring that has been used for many years, with its reserves drying out. After the fusion succeeds, this spirit spring will be thoroughly useless, and will lose its ability to produce primeval stones, becoming just an ordinary spring. A natural spirit spring is extremely valuable. One only needs to look at how this spirit spring has sustained countless goo masters of the Guyu clan for close to a millennium to realize this point. Refining a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus would completely destroy this spirit spring. But that was just the beginning. If it was to be advanced to rank 4, it would need 7 spirit springs, 9 at rank 5, and 11 for rank 6. Apart from this, many extremely precious goo worms would be needed as auxiliary ingredients. If I take this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, it would be like carrying a mini-scale spirit spring with me. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus is only a rank 3 goo, so its daily primeval stones production can't compare to a normal spirit spring, but the amount will be enough to sustain my cultivation expenditure. This was just one of its benefits. The primeval stones produced by Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus were a lot more than the earnings from the 9 Leaves Vitality Grass. Primeval stones can not only help in advancing cultivation, they are also an exchangeable form of currency. With the Treasure Lotus, Fan Yuan could decrease the amount of primeval stones he carried. The Tusita flower could then be used to store various stuffs which could greatly decrease the burden on him. However, I heard that the fusion process of the Treasure Lotus is quite mysterious. It appears from nothing, during which it transits between the astral and physical form. Ordinary people can't see it, and it can only be seen clearly through the crystal. This goo is quite delicate, and needs to be nourished within the spirit spring for 9 days and 9 nights until it grows out 9 intact leaves, before it can be plucked and put into the primeval sea in the aperture. If one picks it up before the time is ripe, all their efforts would be completely wasted. Fan Yuan didn't know the detailed recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and only knew some insider rumors. He had no idea on how to advance it in the future. Even so, this rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus would be of an enormous assistance to him. He looked beyond the crystal wall and carefully observed. To his surprise, the flower only had 8 and a damaged half leaf. There was only half a leaf left for the 9 complete leaves. Fan Yuan wasn't baffled by this. Centuries had passed, the spirit spring's reserves had been consumed for 4 generations of time. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus condensed the majority of the spirit spring's essence, constantly consuming the primeval stones produced by the spirit spring, and causing the spirit spring's reserves to further decrease. As a result, the Treasure Lotus slowly began to reverse the absorption, instead replenishing the damage to the spirit spring. By doing this, it was damaging itself. This was the reason for the damaged leaf. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus must have 9 complete leaves before it can be plucked. It only has 8 leaves and a half now. I need to throw in primeval stones to the spring if I am to pluck it. Primeval stones were the crystallization of the spirit spring. They could provide the nourishment to the Treasure Lotus and let it grow again. However, don't underestimate this half-damaged leaf. It was sure to require large amounts of primeval stones for it to grow back. If I am not wrong, this crystal wall should be produced by a moat goo. Fan Yuan tried to touch the wall, and found that this wall was real but also virtual, just like light and shadow. His hands went through the wall without any obstruction. But he quickly took back his hand and didn't dare to go deep into the spirit spring. Spirit springs should never be polluted. He poured his primeval essence into the Tusita flower and took out a primeval stone. He threw the primeval stone through the crystal wall. As if the wall didn't exist, the primeval stone went through it and dropped into the spirit spring, striking onto the phantom figure of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus transited between blue and white, and started shaking like water ripples. It digested the primeval stone in almost an instant. After waiting for the flower to turn calm, Fan Yuan observed it attentively, but found no change in that damaged leaf. His expression was calm. He started throwing in dozens of primeval stones, but there was still no change to the damaged leaf. Fan Yuan continued to throw in primeval stones while silently counting the number. When over 500 primeval stones were thrown, The damaged leaf finally grew by a little. After the sight of this scene, Fan Yuan couldn't help but feel slightly gloomy. From this calculation, he had to throw in at least over 50,000 primeval stones in at one time. If he did it in batches and the time gap was long, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus would consume itself to replenish the spirit spring as the clan continuously extracted primeval stones. Over 50,000 primeval stones. I only have just over 10,000 with me and lack 40,000 more. With his status as an elder, raising these 40,000 primeval stones wasn't really a problem. The true problem, however, lay elsewhere. Once he took out this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring would be completely useless, and this was bound to attract the whole clan's furious and frantic investigation. Fan Yuan had plentiful experience, but he had limited methods. If the clan investigated without any considerations, they were sure to find some clues. In fact, the clan's higher-ups were already suspicious of him, but their suspicions were temporarily suppressed by the wolf tide. If the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, Fan Yuan would definitely be the primary suspect. Even if Fan Yuan secretly escaped, he would suffer the whole clan's reckless chase. I can't give up over the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Even if I don't have its fusion recipe, who knows what the future holds? The problem is that once I take this goo, it is akin to stabbing a hornet's nest and bringing calamity upon myself. Fan Yuan secretly considered every situation and decided he had to wait for the best opportunity to appear, to take this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus should be the last inheritance of Flower Wine Monk. But there are many suspicious points to this. Flower Wine Monk would have come to this place to refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. So what kind of accident did he encounter to be so seriously injured that he had to hurriedly set up this inheritance before dying? Fan Yuan already knew the reason for the Flower Wine Monk to set up the inheritance. It was to take revenge against the Guyu clan. If Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was to be taken out of the Spirit Spring, whether it was a success or failure, this natural Spirit Spring was bound to be useless. Without the natural Spirit Spring, Guyu clan would have no foundation to stay here. It was only a matter of time before the clan broke apart. Forget it, I won't make any headway in my doubts without any new evidence. I should return to the village now. In the end, Fan Yuan shook his head and began to return back the way he came. When he had just exited the rock crack, a loud and clear wolf howl continuously resounded. This sound. Fan Yuan turned grim and quickly moved. When he reached the riverbank outside of the rock crack, he could smell a thick odor of blood. Sounds of cries, yells, wolf howls and explosions could be heard even though there was still some distance to the village. Fan Yuan concealed his figure and climbed a hill. It was early in the morning and the first rays of sunlight had just broken out of the sky. Countless wolf packs were rushing towards the Guyu village like a flood. Fan Yuan's gaze swept past them, then his body trembled. In the rearmost part of the wolf packs, he saw a lightning wolf that was as large as a small hill. Myriad Beast King, Thunder Crown Wolf. It was tall and slim, had strong limbs, and its whole body was covered with eerie blue scales. Tufts of golden wolf fur could be seen on its claws and tail. The fur on its head were all stiff and upraised, forming a towering crown. It was crouching on the ground and was still like a sculpture. The frenzied lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves around it constantly howled, serving to show its elegance and nobility. Just by sitting there, it had already brought a great mental pressure to the Guyu clan. The Myriad Beast King has finally arrived. It is the decisive moment for the survival of the Guyu village. Fan Yuan gazed towards the village. Innumerable Gu masters were in fierce battles, using all of their strength to block the frantic charge of the wolf tide. Suddenly, around 10 figures flew out of the village and rushed against the wolf tide, charging towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. They were all elders, and in front of them was the clan leader Guyu Bo. Chapter 164. Intense Battle. If one wants to fight against the Thunder Crown Wolf, one must strike first. Its strength is just too great, and if it was led into the village, it would definitely cause great losses and damage. This group's capabilities were huge. With the rank 4 clan leader Guyu Bo as the leader, and his elders as his support, they were a strong attacking force. The wolf tide was surging violently, yet they went against it with careful and compact cooperation. As if the group was a warship, splitting the waves apart, advancing bravely forward. Wherever they went, they were practically sweeping everything away in their path. The closer they got to the Thunder Crown Wolf, the more the pressure coming from the wolf tide increased. Guyu Bo was calm and composed. Suddenly he stretched out his right palm, and slashed in front of him. Swoosh! A golden-colored moon blade, as big as a grown adult, formed in a split second and flew out towards the front. Swish, swoosh, swoosh. After flying out for a few meters, this moon disk suddenly went through a change, and from one blade it turned into three. 3 moon blades flew alongside each other, bringing about the sound of the wind whistling as it plowed open 3 bloody paths like knives cutting meat apart. Many wolves fell without exception. Broken limbs flew into the air, and blood-curdling cries sounded non-stop. A frenzied lightning wolf roared and started rushing over fiercely towards the Goo Masters from the right side. "Let me!" A clan elder suddenly went from a thin and dry appearance, turning into a huge fat man in one breath. With a bang, he used his round belly and sent the frenzied lightning wolf flying away. The frenzied lightning wolf had come in a torrential rush, and the greater the strength of collision the stronger the bounce back was. It was thrown across high into the air, cutting an arc and then finally falling down hundreds of meters away. The other elders were displaying all sorts of abilities. There were some with long hair like needles, continuously shooting out and sweeping away lightning wolves. Some of them had their bodies covered in light armor, forcefully bearing through the wolves tearing and biting. The Thunder Crown Wolf went from a half-sitting state, and slowly got onto its feet. It firmly stared at the Goo Masters rushing towards itself, and the wolf's dark eyes flashed with warning. It opened its mouth and let out a low roar, revealing its sharp and jagged wolf fangs. Each of the frenzied lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves that heard its roar immediately got up and rushed towards the Goo Masters. The Goo Masters were instantly slowed in their charge, receiving great obstruction. "Clan leader! I'll leave it to all of you, clan elders! You have to win!" Numerous eyes flashed and gathered on them. Unknown number of rallying cries and shouts sounded from the depths of the clansmen's hearts. This was the most crucial battle. If they lose the battle, the entire clan would face the danger of being wiped out. If victory was assured, then they would have held against the hardest moment of the Wolf Tide. This was the battle that would decide the life and death of the Guyu clan. None of the elders backed off. They pushed forward, while drenched in blood. Even though they did not lose any numbers, none of them were spared from injury. They eliminated all the obstacles around them, until they faced the Thunder Crown Wolf, then charged towards it. Therapy Light Goo. Suddenly a middle-aged female clan elder stretched out both her hands, and a pure white, warm light bubbled forth. The light first flowed onto the clan leader's body, and then reflected onto each of the other clan elders. This was a rank 3 healing goo with area of effect properties, and it could instantly cause the wounds on Goo Masters to stop bleeding. Light wounds would be recovered completely, while heavy wounds would be healed by half. "Continue fighting!" Guyubo roared loudly. 5 clan elders swiped their arms as they heard the signal, and sent a moon blade flying towards the sky. Suddenly a clan elder roared as all the muscles on his body erupted and expanded 3 times, becoming a white fur giant ape. It jumped in front of the group, its hands joined together. Guyubo stepped onto its 2 hands, and with a low roar, the ape kicked from the ground and stretched out its waist, using all the strength in its body to toss Guyubo into the sky. Moon invite Goo. Guyubo spread out his left hand. It was giving out a hazy, whirlpool-like purple moonlight. The moonblades that the clan elders had shot towards the sky were all absorbed and annexed by this purple moonlight. Slash! Guyubo's eyes shone as he shouted in a thunderous volume, splitting the air with his palms from up to down. Pew! Winds and thunder resounded as a purple moon blade, larger than a horse carriage, flew towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. This moonblade looked slow but was actually fast, and in a split second, it struck its target. The Thunder Crown Wolf howled, and at the last moment, a thunder light armor appeared on its body. Bam! In the next moment, an intense explosion occurred as the sky was engulfed in eerie blue lightning pitting against the purple, alluring moonlight. Numerous people squinted as the shockwaves spread from the impact, sending the ordinary lightning wolves in the vicinity flying. When the intense light dissipated, the Goo Masters were already engaging in battle with the Thunder Crown Wolf. The clan elders were all extremely experienced and well coordinated with each other. An aged old master with floating white hair shot out needles from it endlessly like rain. On another side, a female Goo Master blew out flames from her nostrils like lingering snakes, and she spouted a wave of orange flame and assaulted 2 sides at the same time. There were another 3 Goo Masters. One turned into a white ape, while another turned his muscles into steel from head to toe as they both tried to curb the Thunder Crown Wolf. The other Goo Master tossed out unending numbers of puppet goo, pouring his primeval essence and turning them into vine-armored grass soldiers or wooden servants with red spears, using them as fodder to attract the incoming assault. Healing goo masters stood at the outer circle, using therapy light goo from time to time. Beside them were defensive goo masters, giving them care and protection. The Thunder Crown Wolf had been beaten badly. Its right front limb had a huge wound, the blood flowing non-stop. This was the outcome from the attack of the Purple Moon Blade a moment ago. It roared continuously as it had fallen into the goo master's well-planned trap. Even if it had the spirits to fight back, there was not much it could do. The goo masters weaved and jumped around it like fleas on a cat or dog. They continued to move around and pulled space as they worked with completely chemistry. But the good situation did not last, for the Thunder Crown Wolf slowly began to adapt, while the wound on its body did not stop healing. It was clear that it had a healing goo on its body. This was very bad news. The healing goo's existence would mean that this is a war of attrition. Wild goo could just use the natural essence straight from the air, while goo masters could only use primeval essence from their own apertures. After the battle reached 15 minutes later, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly howled towards the sky, and a torrent of lightning flashes enveloped its whole body, while its speed sharply increased onefold. The elder who had turned into a white ape could not dodge in time. Unable to react to this change, he was bitten by the Thunder Crown Wolf and his skull was torn into two by the wolf's tugging. The Thunder Crown Wolf had torn a line in the battlefront, and with continuous swipes of its tail, purplish-blue electric currents rushed forth. The goo masters could only back away non-stop. In this dangerous moment, the clan leader Gu Yubo stood out. He was a rank 4 expert with powerful attacks and superior defense, like the center pillar of the group, using all his strength to salvage the situation. Mountain rocks broke and shadows dissipated as group battles enlarged. The aftermath ravaged the battlefield, and not a single lightning wolf dared to enter battle. The situation of the battlefield only became more desperate. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries became heavier and worse, the bleeding unable to stop, and bones could be seen in the deeper wounds. At the same time, the goo masters also suffered heavy losses. So far they had already lost 6 clan elders. If not for the village's clan elders' immediate and urgent dispatch, coming in to aid the fight, the battle might have long collapsed. Everyone, stand strong, holding is the key to victory. Gu Yubo killed until his eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse as he gave his all to arouse morale. But at this moment, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly went berserk, and its body was enshrouded in a layer of bright red light. Rank 4 Berserk Gu. The Thunder Crown Wolf's strength, speed, agility and other attributes suddenly rose to twice the original base. Boom! There was a loud noise as it swiped its right claw, turning a clan elder into complete meat mush. With a flick of its tail, the sound of wind erupted and an electrical net flew out, trapping a field of grass and wooden puppets, then burning it all into charcoal. I can't keep up, my puppets are already used up! The elder cried out, frightened. With the situation rapidly changing for the worse, the terror of the Myriad Beast King was fully unleashed, leaving everyone in despair. Gu Yubo's eyebrows were locked tight, and it seemed like he was about to break his teeth from gritting, when he suddenly yelled, "Trap it! Use the iron chain snake!" As the clan elders heard this, they were awed in their hearts. Early during the start of the Wolf Tide, they had already displayed countless of battle tactics. This was a method that must only be used when there was no other choice. "Wind snare Gu!" An elder cried out, and from his nostrils came a green breeze, wrapping around the Thunder Crown Wolf's claws. "Swamp Gu!" Another elder roared and crouched down, bringing his 2 hands down and slamming on the ground. Instantly, the earth below the Thunder Crown Wolf turned into mud. With these simultaneous attacks, the Thunder Crown Wolf's movements were slowed at that moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other elders all stretched out their hands, and from their sleeves and pants, waves of black shadows shot out. The black shadow was about the size of a fist, and each length was around 2 meters long. On close inspection, one would see that each black shadow was a snake Gu. This snake was shaped like an iron chain, its whole body a gloomy black. Coils of metal rings were strung and connected together, and only the snake head looked normal. As it flew out, the snakes wriggled on the ground, quickly climbing onto the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. Their heads and tails then connected and mutually fit together, forming a metal net in the blink of an eye, taking root from the ground and trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf on the spot. But this situation was only temporary, for as the Thunder Crown Wolf struggled continuously, one by one, the iron chains would break off. In just 5 to 6 minutes, these metallic snakes would completely disintegrate away, no longer trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf. Qiguan, Saw Ping, stay here and stop the wolf pack from attacking the metal chains. The rest of you, fall back to the village with me. Gu Yubo shouted. He actually had chosen to retreat. However, the other clan elders did not show any surprised expressions. They had already known the clan leader's intention. They hurried back to the village, and immediately a clan elder came up towards them and said, Lord Clan Leader, everything has been prepared. Gu Yubo nodded, commanding the group to go to the clan pavilion. In the plaza before the clan pavilion, there was already up to 100 Gu masters seated on the ground. These Gu masters were mainly those who were seriously hurt and could not enter battle in a short period of time. Each of their faces carried a calm expression of facing death without fear. Meanwhile, for those who still had the ability to battle, they were fighting away on the front lines. With the battle reaching this moment, the clan had already given its all. In this dire situation, even the mortals had been mobilized, using each and every single human life to be turned as a meat wall, obstructing the wolf tide for the time being. This gave the Gu masters some time to recuperate and regroup. Gu Yubo and the clan elders went into the ancestral halls of the clan pavilion. Under the memorial tablets of their ancestors, they all sank to their knees on the floor. To the great ancestor above me, we descendants are greatly ashamed. The wolf tide is turbulent, and the village has fallen into the situation of life and death. We beseech our great ancestor to come and give us a hand. When Gu Yubo finished speaking in a low voice, the ancestral hall fell into deep silence. Drip drop. A few of the clan elders' blood seeped out from their hastily bandaged wounds, dripping onto the floor. Gu Yubo and the rest of the clan elders held their breaths, not even daring to pant or breathe loudly. Back in the day, when the first-generation clan leader felt his death approaching, he set out to leave the village. Before his departure, he left a testament behind. It spoke that if the clan would ever fall into the danger of perishing, they could pray before his memorial tablet. At that moment, Gu worms would descend from the sky and help the village through the difficult situation. Throughout history, the Gu Yu clan had suffered through major crisis a few times, and they had dealt with the calamity this way. This was the Gu Yu clan's last trump card. Chapter 165. Blood Guillotine. In the ancestral hall, it was deadly silent. The clan elder and clan leader lowered their heads like a big rock was weighing on their heart. After a Gu master dies, the Gu worms they leave behind will still have the persons will remaining. They cannot be considered wild Gu worms, and have had lost their ability to use the natural essence in the air. These Gu worms can be considered an extension of life of that particular Gu master. Everyone's heart was uneasy. The first-generation clan head had passed on for at least 1,000 years, so were the methods that he had left behind still effective? No one knew. After all, since the last crisis, it had already been 200 years. Why did they retreat? On the slope, Fan Yuan saw this scene and grew suspicious. In his previous life, his cultivation was too low, thus he could not learn about the clan's secrets. But soon his body shook, discovering that a group of flying worms had descended from the sky. This is... Fan Yuan's eyes squinted as cold light shone. There were up to 100 Gu worms flying around in a cluster, forming a red cloud, descending and landing on the village square. Buzz buzz buzz. The noises emitted by the insect group entered the ancestral hall, and the clan elders raised their heads, showing a frantically overjoyed expression. Thank you, great ancestor, for the protection. Gu Yubo's heart felt at ease as he paid his respects before getting up. Go and see. The clan leader sighed. On his face, there was happiness, solemnness and grief, a complicated expression. Leaving the ancestral hall and standing on the building's stairway, everyone could see that on the village square, there was a red tornado rampaging. These Gu worms were only around the size of a fingertip. They were shaped like locusts, with a scary face and was red all over. They entered the bodies of the Gu masters sitting on the square, extracting their blood and primeval essence. In a few breaths' time, one insect multiplied into more worms. Thus, the Gu increased greatly in numbers as time went by. There were constantly new Gu worms being produced, flying into the Gu master's skin and flying out, and then digging in again. In the village square, miserable cries and cold groans sounded, but not one Gu master fled. Before they came, they were already informed by the clan elders. For the clan, they willingly tributed their bodies to feed the Gu, using their own sacrifices to bring about the survival of the clan. These are all good lads of our clan. Gu Yubo seeing this muttered in a low voice, as the hand holding onto the railing shivered slightly. The other elders showed a painful expression, but did not say anything. This situation was exactly as recorded in the clan memorials. The first-generation ancestor had left behind these goo worms, and they required goo masters' lives to feed. Only then are they satisfied and will help the clan to defend against external enemies. After these flying goo were full and satisfied, they flew up again with an even greater presence. In the blink of an eye, they had grown in number over tens of times. What was left on the square were piles of white bones as the goo flew out like a tornado, rampaging through the wolf packs outside the village. The blood guillotine indeed. Fan Yuan, who was standing on the slope, saw everything and thought in his heart. This blood guillotine is a rank 5 goo. Its usability and feeding are fused into one. It was a very strange goo. They specialized in consuming a goo master's lifebound origin blood, and after feasting, they would start to multiply, from 1 to 2, 2 to 4. If they were hungry and couldn't find food, they would start to eat each other, reducing the size of their group to sustain the expenditure they needed in moving around. At its peak, the blood guillotine could engulf the skies and lands, destroying villages in their path, and were more fearsome than many rank 6 goo worms. When it was weak at only 1 or 2 in number, they would barely have any power, and is worse than a rank 3 goo. Especially when this blood guillotine goo advances into the highly acclaimed rank 6 demonic goo, blood deity. Among the top 10 great demonic goo in the world, it ranks 7th. In his previous life, when Fan Yuan created the blood-winged demonic sect, he first wanted to refine the blood deity instead of the spring-autumn cicada. However, because of circumstances and many other reasons, he could only reduce his expectations and refine the spring-autumn cicada. This group of blood guillotines numbered up to tens of thousands. Like a tornado sweeping the battlefield, everywhere they went, wolf packs howled and wailed. They flew left and right, entering the lightning wolves' bodies, and in a few breaths' time, the lightning wolves' blood would be completely absorbed. But this beast's blood could not allow the blood guillotine to multiply. Only a goo master's origin blood that contains primeval essence could achieve this effect. One after another, lightning wolves were reduced to dry corpses, lying on the ground and losing their lives. Only the bold lightning wolves and frenzied lightning wolves' lightning currents could resist this blood guillotine. However, they could only electrocute a small number of flying insects, before an overwhelming number of blood guillotines would rush up and suck them into dry corpses. Howl! The steel web broke completely as the Thunder Crown Wolf regained its freedom, howling in anger. The blood guillotine detected it, and it gathered quickly, forming a large red cloud and engulfing the Thunder Crown Wolf completely. The Thunder Crown Wolf's tail swung around as blue lightning currents shot out and turned hundreds and thousands of blood guillotines to crisps. The popping sound was just like firecrackers going off. A gust of wind blew, bringing along the horrible burnt smell of the roasted blood guillotines. The blood guillotine was indeed a rank 5 goo, but without a user, it could only attack head-on. The Thunder Crown Wolf had several rank 4 goo residing in it, and some had a wide area attack method, countering this blood guillotine. The flying insects moved like a red cloud as the Thunder Crown Wolf's hill-like body howled and struggled, creating a havoc. At this moment, the Thunder Crown Wolf's large body became its weakness as the fingertip-sized blood guillotine took advantage of it. The battle was intense. As large numbers of blood guillotines fell on the ground, the Thunder Crown Wolf's armor was broken through, and some blood guillotines drilled their way in and started to suck blood wantonly. Without any other choice, the Thunder Crown Wolf could only spray lightning plasma on its own body, electrocuting these blood guillotines. But this way, its surface muscles were all fried, emitting a fragrant cooked meat smell. The Wolf Tide's attack on the village had already stopped. Under the Thunder Crown Wolf's command, numerous lightning wolves attacked the insect group instead. The goo masters could be said to have escaped death, and many held their breaths as they watched this intense and tragic battle nervously. The insect group was like a death plague. Numerous lightning wolves would rush in and drop dead soon after. However, the lightning wolves' sacrifice also caused the insect group to face high expenditure. The blood guillotine dropped in numbers. The original dense cloud had turned into a thin fog, and soon it was reduced to a small tornado still flying in the air. The Thunder Crown Wolf struggled and escaped, its mouth howling as it ran with all its speed. The blood in its body was almost half gone. Now its body felt soft and tired, while its running speed was not even 10% of the usual speed, and the lightning currents flowing on its body also became extremely scattered. As the leader of the wolf packs, the escape of the Thunder Crown Wolf caused the other lightning wolves' fighting spirit to diminish, and they also escaped all over the place. We finally did it! The goo master, seeing this, became blank as some just collapsed on the ground, unwilling to get up. "I'm actually still alive!" Many goo masters' expression was complicated. Some were filled with happiness while also in grief. Through the wolf tide, many clansmen were sacrificed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scattered blood guillotine group flew high into the sky, flying one huge round around the Guyu village before vanishing into the clouds. Seeing this, Fan Yuan's eyes shone with a complex thought. The defeat of the Thunder Crown Wolf meant the village was now safe. In fact, most of the wolf packs were dead or injured, so they no longer had such a huge number. This wolf tide could be said to have been over. However, wolf packs bear grudges, and as long as this myriad beast king is not dead, during the next wolf tide it would attack once again. After many years of recuperating, it would become even shrewder and stronger. In the current situation, it was at its weakest. Killing it now and getting the goo worms on its body can help replenish some of the clan's losses. Yao Zhong, Gu Yen, you two stay behind and take care of this situation. Other clan elders, follow me and assault the Thunder Crown Wolf. Gu Yubo hurriedly ordered, before leading the remaining 7 elders capable of fighting out of the village and towards the direction that the Thunder Crown Wolf escaped in. Fan Yuan's gaze shone, weighing in his heart. Although the clan's power is greatly reduced, the current situation is not in a mess. Moreover, this blood guillotine has a suspicious origin. I better follow the clan leader and check out the situation. Saying so, he went into stealth mode and went down the slope. The Stealth Scales Goo and the Thunderwings Goo cannot be used concurrently. Thunderwings Goo was a rank 3 Goo, and once activated it forms a pair of lightning wings that cannot be hidden by the rank 2 Stealth Scales Goo. Against the rank 3 clan elders, the Stealth Scales Goo's hiding ability was not effective. Fan Yuan could only follow their tracks and keep a distance between them, not daring to get close. When the Thunder Crown Wolf attacked, he was still in the rock crack's secret cave and did not participate in the battle. If he appeared now, it would attract the rage of the clan head and clan elder, and if they questioned him, he would have not been able to explain himself. The injuries of the Thunder Crown Wolf were very severe, so it could not move fast. After half an hour, Fan Yuan could hear that there was the sound of fighting and scolding ahead of him. He went there in stealth, getting onto a mountain rock, observing the Goo Masters fight. The Thunder Crown Wolf lay on the ground with many new injuries on its body. Blood was flowing nonstop as it was gasping for breath. Its dim eyes showed that it was very near death. Old geezer Bai, you and your guys sure have the face, coming here to take advantage of the situation. Hee Guyubo, that's not the right thing to say. This Thunder Crown Wolf was obviously stopped by us, get a clue and fuck off. Guyubo and the Bai clan leader were at a standstill, wary against each other. The wolf den had 3 Thunder Crown Wolves, all myriad beast kings, each having their packs of tens of thousand lightning wolves. But they did not glue together, and neither could they suppress one another. The wolf pack's movements relied on working together. The 3 Thunder Crown Wolves had intelligence, each targeting the 3 large beast groups, to hunt. In their eyes, humans were also wild beasts, and even prey. In their understanding, the wolf tide was a massive hunting session. On Qingmao Mountain, the Xiong, Guyu and Bai clan were able to live for hundreds of years. Naturally, they all had their trump cards. Xiong clan was the weakest, still resisting the wolf tide with difficulty even now. The Bai clan had risen these years, and their cumulative strength had exceeded the Guyu clan. After killing a Thunder Crown Wolf and pushing back the wolf tide, the Bai clan leader brought his clan elders to Guyu village, trying to find some opportunities. To think that there really was such a chance. Thus they blocked the Thunder Crown Wolf in this valley. The Thunder Crown Wolf's body had many goo worms, and some were even rank 4. The Thunder Crown Wolf's blood, bone, eye and fur were all precious refinement material. The Guyu clan naturally would not let go of them, and under intense anger they attacked. Fan Yuan, you really came. I've waited for so long. On the mountain wall, a cold laughter was heard. Fan Yuan raised his head, only to see a white-clothed young man descending from the sky as an ice blade slashed towards his face with resolution. Chapter 166. Second Battle versus Bai Ningbing. His hair snowy white and his orbs blue, a one-armed figure in white. Who else could it be but Bai Ningbing? Before the ice blade touched his body, Fan Yuan could feel a cold eerie feeling assaulting him from behind like a comet striking the earth, full of cold killing intent. Fan Yuan's irises were black in contrast, unmoving in danger, leaping backwards and injecting primeval essence into the sky canopy goo, creating a white armor to protect himself. Bam! The ice blade struck the ground heavily, and at that instant a bunch of white icicles grew from the ground, erupting upwards. Swoosh! The sharp icicles stabbed upwards at the direction Fan Yuan was retreating towards, creating an icy path. Fan Yuan easily somersaulted and avoided them. The mountain path was narrow, so he slid down towards the valley along the edges. Hee, Fan Yuan, oh Fan Yuan, why is it that every time I see you, I feel that intense urge to kill you? Tell me. Bai Ningbing excitedly shivered as he laughed maniacally. His laughter attracted the gaze of the other Gu masters in the valley. Seeing Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan, their expressions were different. Lord Bai Ningbing, let me assist you! A Bai clan Gu master who originally stood at the side shouted and struck towards Fan Yuan. Clan leader, it is our clan's Fan Yuan! Guyu clan's Gu masters shouted. I know. Clan leader Guyu Bo's expression was uncertain, and he dodged the Bai clan leader's attack as he decided, shouting, Get the materials into our possession first! Fan Yuan had mysteriously vanished before the wolf tide arrived, causing the Guyu higher-ups to feel highly doubtful of him. In addition, the intense pressure from the Bai clan Gu masters resulted in no one going to reinforce Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing saw help arrive and flew into a rage, shouting at the person. Scram, this is my battle, don't interfere! Lord Bai Ningbing, you lost an arm and have reduced battle potential. You are the hope of our Bai clan, you cannot be lost. Let me sweep this obstacle for you. The Bai clan Gu master shouted as he leapt, charging towards Fan Yuan. He activated his Gu worm, both hands glowing with the orange-yellow light. Bam! He lightly patted the ground, and the light entered the earth. Instantly a lump grew from the earth. The mud lump advanced towards Fan Yuan as it got bigger. Suddenly the mud lump exploded, revealing a yellow mud arm. This arm was humongous, as tall as an adult as it grabbed towards Fan Yuan. Its power and presence caused others to feel suffocated. Fan Yuan snorted in disdain. Seeing this arm grab at him and about to succeed, a dark golden light suddenly shot out from his aperture, turning into a shiny ribbon of light, wrapping around Fan Yuan's body. The big arm reached his body but was twisted by this dark golden light, breaking and collapsing. Oh? What Gu worm is this? Bai Ningbing showed shock on his face. The dark golden light dispersed, revealing the true form of the Gu. It was over a meter long, as wide as 2 fists. Its dark golden exoskeleton displayed dominance as its sharp razor blades at the side of its body shone with cold light. Chainsaw Golden Centipede! Come! Fan Yuan shouted, extending his right arm, his fist clenched. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's numerous segments climbed up his body nimbly, its body twisting and turning like a snake, coiling around his right arm. Its mouth opened and swallowed Fan Yuan's right fist in one mouth, all the way until half his forearm was swallowed. Fan Yuan's arm swung, and the meter-long golden centipede moved its tail. In the air, it drew an arc, emitting a crisp sound. At this moment, the golden centipede shrunk its body to the max, its near 2-meter length shrinking to 1.5 meters. At the same time its feet shrunk into the exoskeleton, leaving behind only 2 rows of razor blades. At one glance, Fan Yuan looked like he was holding a dark golden silver-bladed, giant hiltless sword. The reinforcement Gu master was shocked. He had never thought that the chainsaw golden centipede could be used like this. The Gu masters raising Gu, refining Gu, using Gu, all 3 required deep research. Fan Yuan's method was innovative and unheard of, using his imagination to the limit. But actually, this method was not invented by Fan Yuan. 300 years later, a new demonic faction talent, the Chainsaw Mad Demon, would use the Rank 4 Chainsaw Killer Centipede, one of the advancement paths of the Rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede. But in this life, Fan Yuan using it at this point is really unprecedented. I shall let you guys have a taste. Fan Yuan smirked, using the primeval essence in his aperture and injecting them into the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of razor blades started to move violently, emitting a wild sound, causing others' heart to shiver upon hearing. Thunderwings Gu. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with determination as a pair of eerie blue thunderwings formed on his back with a crisp sound. Whoosh! The thunderwings flapped, causing Fan Yuan to shoot out like lightning. Fast! 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 The speed was so fast that the Bai clan Gu master's iris shrunk as he felt a chill. The smell of death was so close, and he shrieked as he used his strongest Gu. A thick yellow light appeared on his body. The yellow light was like armor, except that before it fully materialized, Fan Yuan had already gotten close. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes like lightning, looking like a demonic god that emerged from nightmares, killing his way into the mortal realm. His movements were violent, and he completely exerted his muscles. As they tightened up, he used the strength of 2 boars to their limit. The golden centipede-like sword waved like a golden shadow in the air. The razors rotated violently, slashing towards the Bai-clan Gu Master's waist. Crack! The yellow light armor broke under the slaughter of the chainsaw. It was never fully formed in the first place. At this moment, it scattered instantly. The razors entered the meat as if it was cutting butter, and as Fan Yuan flicked his wrist, the chopped-up meat flew all over the place along with the blood. The Gu Master's spine smashed, and his intestines were grinded to a pulp. The Bai-clan Gu Master's upper half of the body flew into the air, while his lower half remained on the spot. Plop! He stared with wide-open eyes, staring in fright at his lower half, dying in extreme fear and shock. This commotion caused the fighting among the 2 clans to stop temporarily. They all looked towards Fan Yuan, sending shocked, angered gazes. This Bai-clan Gu Master was also a rank 3 elder, and was slightly famous. But under Fan Yuan's aggressive, dominant attack, he was instantly killed. Fan Yuan's body was still blood-bathed, with the Bai-clan Gu Master's flesh still sticking to his clothes. The chainsaw golden centipede's 2 edges were still rotating violently, and with such ferocity, it caused everyone to look away. What a great Gu worm! Bai Ningbing shouted, his eyes showing insanity and excitement. Fan Yuan, you did not let me down indeed. Come battle! He shouted, his passion blazing like flames, striking towards Fan Yuan. Noisy fucker. Fan Yuan's expression was cold as ice, turning around to counterattack. Bam! The chainsaw golden centipede and the ice blade collided. With a cracking sound, the razors cut into the ice blade and caused it to shatter into pieces. In the next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede broke through the ice blade and swept across Bai Ningbing's face. Bai Ningbing's expression changed as he resolutely let go of the ice blade and retreated backwards, almost 2 meters of distance away. The chainsaw golden centipede when shrunk was only 1.5 m. Adding on Fan Yuan's right arm, there was still a little distance before it could reach Bai Ningbing. But Fan Yuan willed, and the chainsaw golden centipede suddenly extended itself. This? Bai Ningbing was dumbstruck and did not anticipate this turn of events. He was hit on the chest by the centipede's tail. Even with his ice muscles protecting his body, there was still a large cut on his body. At that instant, he felt a strong force assault him, and he was unavoidably sent flying, landing on a huge rock behind him. Blood splattered on the rock's surface, but his ice muscles soon stopped the bleeding. Bai Ningbing coughed intensely and was about to get up, but suddenly he heard a thunderous sound. The sound was right beside his ear, and an unprecedented sense of danger entered his heart. Bai Ningbing's iris shrunk as he did not even raise his head, but frantically rolled away. Bam! In the next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede descended from the sky. With its imposing aura, it struck the ground that he was at a moment ago. The razors rotated violently, and the huge rock broke into pieces. If this hit landed on my body, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing's heart chilled, and a sense of anger stemming from his indignant nature rose. Ever since his battle with Gu Yuqing Shu, he had stopped suppressing his cultivation, and let it rise naturally. Although he lost a limb, he had his complete cultivation, but was still suppressed by this rank 3 initial stage Fan Yuan. Indignant. Humiliation. Rage. Kill! He growled, his wrist turning and injecting primeval essence into the ice blade Gu, forming a brand new ice blade. Seeing Bai Ningbing come closer, Fan Yuan laughed coldly and attacked with all he had. He had obtained the black and white boar Gu, thus his strength was greater than Bai Ningbing. At this point, when waving the chainsaw golden centipede, it was as light as a tree branch. Cut, slash, hack, twist, turn, the chainsaw golden centipede rotated violently, moving as agile as a bee in Fan Yuan's hand. At times it appeared heavy like an elephant, sometimes ferocious as a tiger, and sometimes flexible like a snake. The most crucial point was, the golden centipede followed Fan Yuan's will, extending and shrinking at times, sometimes longer and sometimes shorter, sometimes straight, sometimes curly. That made it hard for Bai Ningbing to adapt, and he could barely defend himself. He cried and screamed as he retreated gradually, his body filled with injuries. His white battle robe had turned into a beggar's attire. Fan Yuan moved like a black wind, his expression cool as he displayed an extremely profound sword technique, saber art, axe and rod skills. He fused all these skills into one, turning the chainsaw golden centipede into a lethal weapon. A gu depends on who the user is. Good on you, Fan Yuan! Bai Ningbing shouted after numerous ice blades broke. He finally realized that he could not go head-on against Fan Yuan. His body was bathed in blood and the ice muscle's defense was almost broken, but this let out his immense battle passion. If close range won't do, then long range it is. Blue bird ice coffin gu. Bai Ningbing pulled some distance and spit out several times. Several flying birds flapped their wings and flew towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not fluster. With an unchanging expression, his left arm moved and the blood-colored moon blade stopped these ice birds in their tracks, causing them to explode in midair. People were normally proficient in using moon blades on only one arm, but Fan Yuan had such a rich battle experience, and even his left arm could completely shoot out moon blades without any deviation. Bai Ningbing, seeing that did not work, used the icicle gu. Icicles flew and mixed in with the blue birds to form a barrage attack. Fan Yuan's long-range attack was solely moonblade, thus he only chose to block the most dangerous ice birds. Against the icicles, he dodged some while tanking the others with his sky canopy gu. Bai Ningbing finally had a bit of an upper hand and wanted to increase his advantage, but Fan Yuan suddenly laughed coldly and shrugged his right hand, causing the chainsaw golden centipede to detach and burrow its way into the ground. This hidden threat was too much. Bai Ningbing was dumbfounded at this, scolding loudly as he quickly took steps back. Chapter 167. A fourth one? You forced my hand! Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, forming an ice blade. At the same time, he activated his swirl gu and fierce wind gu. The white ice blade storm appeared once again. At first it was just a small gust, but very quickly, the size expanded and the icy winds roared as the blizzard spread. The floor was slowly covered in hard ice, preventing the chainsaw golden centipede from emerging and attacking. This ice blade storm is a unique move of Bai Ningbing's. Evidently it showed the battle talent of the northern dark ice soul physique. This was formed by the ice blade gu, swirl gu and fierce wind gu. When used together, it created something that could attack and defend. Without two or more defense gu working together, one cannot resist it. The fierce winds roared and the ice blades froze all in its path. The white storm assaulted like a huge beast awakening, opening its mouth and devouring Fan Yuan. These three gu together form a ferocious offensive technique that can freeze all life. Even with the sky canopy gu's defense, Fan Yuan would probably be unable to block it. The storm approached, but Fan Yuan showed a look of disdain. The thunder wings behind him instantly flapped, pulling a large distance away from this ice blade storm. Times were different now. If this was the past, his movement speed would be lower than this storm, but now the storm could no longer catch up to him. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he turned his direction in midair, and flew towards the valley. The ice blade storm chased him relentlessly. Don't come here! Fuck off! Whether it was the Bai clan gu masters, or Gu Yu clan, both were scolding and shouting. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, continuing his charge. The ice blade storm had an imposing aura as it continued to chase Fan Yuan, while Bai Ningbing's laughter was heard from within. Don't think of getting any further! A Bai clan gu master blocked Fan Yuan's path. Fan Yuan's hand hooked, and from the ground a thick and long golden line jumped out and landed on his right arm, like a large sword. Buzz buzz buzz! The rampaging sound from the razors caused the Bai clan gu master's eyelids to shiver. Fan Yuan held the chainsaw golden centipede in his right hand as blood light shone in his left. He was using the blood moon gu but not shooting it. His body was covered in a white-colored armor, and thunderwings sparked behind his back. His black hair flew in the wind, and behind him there was a mountain-sized white storm. His presence was overwhelming, with his eyes emitting sharp killing intent, as if he was charging through the desert, a general with 7 victories under his belt. Stomping all his enemies into minced meat, and chopping any opponents into broken bones. Ah! The Bai clan gu master felt an impossible pressure as veins popped on his forehead, and he suddenly shouted loudly, edging himself on. But as he shouted, seeing Fan Yuan was rushing towards himself without pause, he suddenly shut up and ran away. He was scared. The fear in his heart eroded his fighting spirit. Fan Yuan did not care about him, instead rushing over towards the Thunder Crown Wolf, who was on the verge of dying. Winds blew as his charging was fearsome, and everywhere he went, gu masters avoided. The Thunder Crown Wolf forced itself to focus, turning its head towards Fan Yuan. Lightning gathered on its teeth. The myriad beast king's pride refused to let itself die so easily. Even through death will it retaliate. Fan Yuan was seemingly about to collide onto the Thunder Crown Wolf like a meteor hitting Earth, but at the last second he suddenly jerked his leg and rushed up into the sky, flying out of the valley at a steep angle. He had just flown out of the valley when an intense explosion occurred behind him. The Thunder Crown Wolf's cries fused with the sound of the Ice Blade Storm. A move like the Ice Blade Storm could be said to be Bai Ningbing's masterpiece, but it had weaknesses too. It could not be easily displayed or stopped. Of course, this storm knocking into the Thunder Crown Wolf was also due to Bai Ningbing's personality. The Thunder Crown Wolf was heavily suppressed by the White Storm. It was already going to die, but now it could resist no further. Its armor was cut into pieces and blood and flesh flew all over the place, revealing its white skeleton, which was quickly minced into bone matter. Damn it! Seeing this, the Guyu clan side all swore. The Bai clan Gu masters also showed a pained expression. With Bai Ningbing doing this, after the Thunder Crown Wolf dies there would no longer be any valuable loot left on its body. But Bai Ningbing did not mind it. Instead he rotated even faster, enjoying the feeling of devastating a myriad beast king. Gu worms turned into rays of light one after another, flying out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. These wild Gu worms had all resided in the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, using each other to work together and survive. Now that the Thunder Crown Wolf was dying, they were like crewmen on a ship, abandoning the sinking ship and escaping for their lives. Catch them! Quick, stop these Gu! The two clans shouted at once. The situation went into chaos again as clan elders attacked each other in an attempt to hinder the other. The two clan leaders could not split themselves, thus finally, only 2 or 3 clan elders with movement-type Gu managed to fly out of the valley. The wild Gu worms ran everywhere and Fan Yuan focused and observed, trying to discern them. What a pity my recon Gu is Earth Communication Eargrass, it cannot increase my vision. There is definitely a healing-type Gu on this Thunder Crown Wolf, but whether I can catch it or not, it's up to fate. This was betting purely on luck, but Fan Yuan had no choice. Recon-type Gu worm, there were all sorts of them, but right now he only had the Earth Communication Eargrass. His thunder wings spread and he rushed towards the closest Gu worm. This Gu's body was covered in a blue light, trying to fly far away. Fan Yuan rushed up, opening his hand and grabbing it. Whoosh! Its body emitted an intense electric current and assaulted Fan Yuan. Thunder wings are formed by lightning, it has speed but is not flexible. Fan Yuan groaned as he used the sky canopy Gu to endure this attack. He could forcefully grab this Gu, but he wisely chose to give up. The ability of this Gu was already exposed. It was able to use electric currents to attack enemies, so this was obviously an attack-type Gu, but Fan Yuan wanted a healing Gu instead. Fan Yuan gave up on it and approached another Gu worm. When he got close, he saw this Gu's appearance, a body that seemed to be made of light blue glass, flying in the air with a semicircle shell that had turtle shell markings. Thunder Shield Gu. This was a defensive Gu, able to form a semicircle lightning shield. Fan Yuan gave up once again, looking around and finding his third target. But at this time, a white shadow came from the valley, holding an ice blade and shouting Fan Yuan's name. Fan Yuan sighed, knowing that Lady Luck was not on his side. He could only take the best alternative, reaching and grabbing towards the Thunder Shield Gu right next to him. Thunder Shield Gu created a lightning shield, its eerie blue lightning sparking as it tried to resist Fan Yuan's hand. Fan Yuan sneered, releasing the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Suddenly the Thunder Shield Gu became tame like it died, dispersing its shield and falling towards the forest. Fan Yuan waved and grabbed it in his hand, releasing his primeval essence and instantly refining it. Stealth Scales Gu. Ripples formed all over his body as he vanished on the spot. Fan Yuan! Bai Ningbing shouted, as his eyes shone with lightning. This is the rank 3 Lightning Eye Gu, using the power of lightning to break through stealth. But it did not have see-through vision. Fan Yuan noticed this, and although he was stealthed, he could also use the forest to conceal himself. Bai Ningbing's gaze swept through the environment and angrily growled as he had no findings. Fan Yuan found a hidden spot, instantly sitting down and activating the Tusita flower, making it spit out primeval stones. Although he was rank 3, his aperture only had 42% primeval essence storage, and though he had the upper hand during the previous battle, it could not be sustained. Right now, His aperture only had a thin layer of primeval essence left, being around 3%. Goo Masters needed primeval essence to activate goo worms. Without primeval essence, Goo Masters' battle strength would drop drastically. In fact, in extreme situations, they were even worse than mortals. The primeval stones continued to shrink, the natural essence injecting into Fang Yuan's body. The primeval C in his aperture started to rise gradually. Back then, when he was rank 1 or 2 and using the primeval stone to replenish his primeval essence, it was very noticeable. But now that he was rank 3, as the Goo Master's primeval essence quality is greatly improved, more primeval stones are required and a longer time is needed to replenish it. Sounds of Goo Masters battling continued to be heard. After 8 or 9 minutes, Fang Yuan replenished the primeval essence in his aperture back to the limit. He came out of his hiding spot, discovering that 5 clan elders had died. Among them, 3 were from Guyu clan, 2 from Bai clan. Each clan elder was the clan's asset. To think that so many were sacrificed this time. Guyu Bo and the Bai clan leaders' battle was very intense. They were feeling heartache from their respective losses, thus getting more aggressive in their attacks. Other than this, there were 3 fighting groups surrounding the wild goo worms. Ordinary Goo Masters do not have the spring-autumn cicadas' help to capture wild goo worms, thus it was troublesome. To catch the goo worm, they cannot deal heavy blows. Instead, they need to gauge the strength they use. 8 to 9 goo worms had flown out of the Thunder Crown Wolf. It was not certain how many goo worms they had captured, but 3 still remained right now. The clan elders surrounded these 3 goo worms, striking as they blocked the worms while facing obstruction from the other party. This caused the scene to be at a stalemate, either side's able to gain anything. Water cage goo, trap it! A Bai clan Goo Master shouted, spitting out a water ball. The ball increased in size until it was over 2 meters, covering the goo worm completely and trapping it inside. Bam! In the next moment, a golden moon blade flew towards the water ball cage and burst it open by force. The goo worm flew away, escaping with its life. Seeing this goo worm fly away, the Bai clan Goo Master cursed. To think that a goo worm at his mercy got away just like that. The Guyu clan Goo Masters were even more furious. These goo worms were originally their battle rewards, but now that the Bai clan interfered, they could not gain anything. Bai clan scoundrels, shameless dogs, go to hell! Guyu clan, you guys are finished. Our Bai clan will definitely rise up and stomp you all to the grounds. Both sides were furious, full of hatred and madness. They had battled till their eyes turned red, and only fighting remained in their minds. Fang Yuan saw the goo worm fly away, thus he had no choice but to look at the other 2 groups. There was still a goo worm at each of their encirclement. There might be a healing goo worm, but it was unlikely. Fang Yuan knew that this world did not have things like a wish coming true, but even so he wanted to try. Just when he was about to rush up and attack, he heard a wolf's howl like a military horn, spreading out in rhythm, rising and falling in succession. Soon after, tons of lightning wolves rushed down like tide water. There was no lack to the sound of bold lightning wolves and frenzied lightning wolves, but the one that made everyone's expression change was the mountain-like giant wolf. Thunder Crown Wolf. There's a 4th Thunder Crown Wolf? The clan elders shouted as they could not keep their calm anymore. Chapter 168. Lightning Leakin. Wolf packs were on the move, rushing in like the tide. The situation turned for the worst, and the 2 clan leaders and their elders' expressions changed. Although both clans managed to resist the wolf tide, it was through a dangerous battle and were Pyrrhic victories. Now that there is a new strong wolf tide, they had no way left to resist it. At once, both clans subconsciously stopped battling. The report said there were 3 Thunder Crown Wolves, right? A clan elder screamed in panic. No, this Thunder Crown Wolf has lots of injuries, and the size of the wolf pack isn't very large either. Guyu Bo forced himself to remain calm and analyzed. Don't tell me, this is the Thunder Crown Wolf that attacked the Xiong village? A clan elder slapped his forehead as he shouted. This was very possible, and most likely the truth. The clan elders were feeling solemn as one said. The fact that they appeared here, doesn't that mean the Xiong clan already? That goddamn Xiong village, how can they be so useless? Not even able to resist a wave of wolf tide, someone scolded. But some were optimistic. You see, this Thunder Crown Wolf's forelegs are injured, the muscles have all shriveled. They followed the voice and observed, regaining some lost morale. It was true. This Thunder Crown Wolf's hind legs were developed, but its forelegs were smaller, with shrunken muscles. This caused it to only use the back legs when running, jumping forward like a kangaroo. Wait, this doesn't seem like a Thunder Crown Wolf. Bai clan leader suddenly thought of something, shivering. Lightning Leakin! Fan Yuan had an answer already. 5 tigers 1 Lamassu, 3 hounds 1 molasses, 10 wolves 1 Leakin. The Leakin was also a type of wolf, but it was far smarter than a wolf by many times, and was usually the strategist of a wolf pack. The Lightning Leakin before them seemed like a Thunder Crown Wolf in appearance, thus a Recon Gu master's confusion is very common. But it was a true blue myriad beast king, and had intelligence no less than men. This Lightning Leakin, although inferior to an ordinary Thunder Crown Wolf in terms of physical strength, had human intelligence, and was far more dangerous than a Thunder Crown Wolf. With a huge army of lightning wolves to command, it was no wonder that the Xiong clan was exterminated by them. Go! Fan Yuan spread his wings and flew into the sky. These elders here had undergone long battles, and their battle strength was greatly eroded. They could not deal with the wolf packs, and more crucially, their misgivings towards each other made it hard for the two sides to work together. Fan Yuan turned around and left. The myriad beast king was no joke. Even though there was still 2 wild goo worms flying around, he couldn't care less. He had to leave immediately, for any later and he might not have the chance. Knowing one's limits and being able to let go and give up, this is the #1 criteria to roam the world. Retreat, the wolf tide is huge, we cannot do anything to it. Get back to the village and plan our defenses. Even though the clan elders have not realized the Lightning Leakin's identity, they all had retreating thoughts. But at this time, the Lightning Leakin growled, opening its huge mouth. Its wolf fangs were sharp as a dagger, and in between, a black lump appeared out of nowhere, forming into a black ball in an instant. Pew! The black ball shot out, drawing a curved black trajectory in the air and smashing on the ground. It missed? This Thunder Crown Wolf is finished, its aiming sucks! The clan elders shouted about, but Fan Yuan flew even faster. Bam! The black ball of mist exploded, and under that intense impact, the black mist spread all over the place. The speed was faster than the eye could see. In a short moment, it covered over 100 li of radius. This is the rank 4 wolf smoke goo. Fan Yuan's heart sank. He had made the most logical response at the first moment. But the black wolf smoke spread too fast, completely enveloping him. At once he felt like he was standing in the middle of the night sky, seeing nothing but darkness. Everywhere was thick smoke, making breathing difficult, and was extremely uncomfortable. But thankfully he had the Thunderwings goo, so as long as he flew up, he could get out of the wolf smoke's range. Crack! In the next moment, a lightning bolt struck, splitting the thick black smoke apart like a thunder snake or a raging dragon, traveling over 100 li and assaulting Fan Yuan head-on. The Lightning Leakin attacked. The lightning was so fast a person could barely react to it. But at this crucial moment, Fan Yuan's battle instinct surpassed the speed of his thoughts, reacting in advance. Thunder Shield Goo! Sky Canopy Goo! A round lightning shield appeared in front of Fan Yuan, and on his body a white armor appeared as well. The raging lightning shone at an eye-piercing brightness like a heavenly dragon roaring, ramming onto the lightning shield. The shield lasted less than a second before it broke under the intense force of the lightning. The lightning landed on Fan Yuan. At that moment, even though he already shut his eyes, he still felt the light piercing through his pupils. An intense force assaulted him, causing him to fall. He was about to faint as the electric currents moved, paralyzing his muscles, almost causing him to forget to breathe. Plop, he landed on the ground. He finally only managed to regain consciousness after intense pain surged through him like waves. He endured the intense pain and numbness, and tried to get up. The Thunder Shield Goo was already dead, while the Thunderwings Goo was hit and barely held on to life. It was impossible to use anymore. The Sky Canopy Goo was injured heavily too, looking rather dispirited. After all, it was hit by such a strong electric current. The Lightning Leakin's attack emitted a rank 4 goo worm's full power. The more a goo worm advances, the bigger the difference between realms. For the attack of a rank 4 goo worm, at least 2 rank 3 goo would be needed to defend against it. However, the Lightning Shield Goo died because the previous battle had already caused it to sustain much injuries. To think that this Lightning Leakin thought so highly of me! Fan Yuan laughed bitterly, observing the surroundings. His surroundings were dark, full of thick smoke. Fan Yuan was unable to tell directions. Be careful, that Thunder Crown Wolf became smaller. It is now as small as a normal lightning wolf and is hiding among the pack. A clan elder shouted at this time from the smoke. Fan Yuan heard it, and his iris shrunk. This lightning leakin was too crafty, and very sinister. It probably wanted to eliminate all these Gu masters, and when it attacked Fan Yuan, it showed that it did not want to let a single one of them off. The surroundings quickly shone with countless wolf eyes. The sounds of their growls and the sound of the wind from wolf packs running about were all heard by Fan Yuan. Under such a dark environment, the Gu master's vision is greatly obstructed. But the wolf packs were unaffected, because they had given up on smell and gained excellent vision. I have to get out of here quickly. Who knows if I will encounter that lightning leakin? Even if I do not meet it now, just being surrounded by the wolf packs when I only have 40% primeval essence, it is insufficient to sustain my expenditure. Fan Yuan quickly considered in his heart, then he activated the earth communication ear grass. Over 10 roots grew out from his ear and extended outside. Many voices were heard. There were wolf cries, battle noises, clan elders' frantic growling, and lightning wolves' sad cries when dying. Too confusing. The earth communication ear grass range was huge, but it could not discern small details. Fan Yuan frowned, only listening to a direction with less noises. But quickly he encountered a pack of over 100 wolves. Lightning wolves ran from the black smoke, each ferocious as ever. Fan Yuan summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and activated the sky canopy Gu. The razors rotated violently and the centipede was like a large sword, cutting through the black smoke and landing on the wolves' bodies, causing a rain of blood and bones. Fan Yuan attacked like a boat trying to row uphill, eliminating his obstacles. Numerous lightning wolves died under the chainsaw golden centipede. But then the second, third. They continued to assault him. This lightning leakin is too sinister and diabolic, actually making the lightning wolves surround us from the back. Fan Yuan had been moving in one direction, and after rushing for a while, he realized the truth at once after he kept encountering lightning wolves. He battled as he retreated. After a while, he was bathed in blood. The pressure was too large, the surroundings were covered in darkness. He was unable to see anything. Wolf packs rushed in from all directions, and it was difficult for him to deal with it alone. Gyubo, what do you say? At this time, the Bai clan leader said from within the dark smoke. All right, let's work together and get out of this first. Gyubo shouted, quickly replying. This was the forced circumstance of the situation. Only through cooperation can they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, by fighting alone, they would soon expend all their primeval essence on the lightning wolves and be turned into food. That would surely be a bad ending. Howl! Fuck! In the next moment, with a wolf's cry, an intense explosion was heard and the two clan leaders shouted, no longer able to organize the clan elders. Evidently, the lightning leakin came out and did a sneak attack. It had a man's intelligence after all. Once it attacked, it was able to interfere with the two clan leaders' plan, and ruined the flow of the clan elders' resistance. Without the two clan leaders to suppress the scene, how can the clan elders work sincerely together? This was a huge question. I'm unable to go on. My primeval essence expenditure is too high. I need to borrow strength from others. After killing for a while, Fan Yuan felt exhaustion. He had the strength of 2 boars, but now he felt extremely sore all over. His primeval essence was no longer enough. He had injuries all over him, but he was forced to stop using the sky canopy Gu. The chainsaw golden centipede's body was dim, its razors already in bad shape. In a short period of time, it had killed up to 1,000 wolves, and within that number, there were bold lightning wolves as well. A few of them were harder than steel, because they had a defensive Gu. The chainsaw golden centipede was not invulnerable, and without razors, its attack strength would be greatly reduced, quickly becoming useless. Fan Yuan did not prolong any battles. He quickly moved as he fought. He relied on the earth communication ear grass to analyze the situation. Once he heard a frenzy lightning wolf's footsteps, he would change directions and try to avoid them. The frenzy lightning wolf was 1,000 beast king, he could not fight it alone. Once he was pulled into battle, he would fall into encirclement, and that would be a dead end. I'm not satisfied. From the thick smoke, a clan elder cried as his voice came to an end. From the black smoke, the wolf packs attacked, and many clan elders died by the wolf's mouths, growling in helplessness and indignance. I can't hold on much longer either. Fan Yuan felt the aura of death, but he was still calm. The more dangerous it is, the calmer his mind. His heart did not waver at all. In his previous life, he had been in worse situations. The situation right now was still not that bad. With the two clan leaders fighting the Lightning Leakin, Fan Yuan still had a chance. Oh! Fighting sounds ahead. Fan Yuan heard the noise and changed his direction. He was at his limits, so no matter if it was the Guyu clan or the Bai clan Gu masters, they were useful to him either way. Kill! 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 Far away, he heard this Gu master screaming, battling relentlessly. Fan Yuan sprinted over, and suddenly came to a stop. Bai Ning Bing. Notes: 1 li equals 500 m. Lightning Leakin. Well, to be honest, it directly translates to cunning electric. Since there's no English word for Leakin is used. Is actually a legendary wolf in China that may or may not exist. It's said to have two very short paws in front, so it rides on a normal wolf's back instead. Legendary mythical tiger that does not have an equivalent English word. So I just subbed it with Lamassu. Chapter 169. Finding a Path. Bai Ningbing's body was laden with injuries. He was breathing raggedly and looked like a mess. When Fan Yuan got there, both were stunned. Fate was indeed a mysterious thing. Just not long ago, they were still mortal enemies, wanting to kill each other. But in this moment, they had to work together for the chance to survive. Working together with Bai Ningbing? Fan Yuan's eyes shone like the abyss, evaluating. Although Bai Ningbing is bat-hit crazy, along with the fact that he also recognized his own fate, that does not mean he gave up on living. A will to live was a person's natural instinct, the most basic requirement of all. The truth is, because of Bai Ningbing's intense will to live and because he was facing an unavoidable path of destruction, he developed such a personality. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. Working together with Bai Ningbing was the best solution. But how can he ask it in a way that can convince him? Fan Yuan, to think it's actually you. Bai Ningbing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone becoming aggressive. Then die together with me. With you dying alongside me, it shall be an interesting end to my life. Interesting? Fan Yuan had a thought. Smiling lightly, he approached Bai Ningbing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked, but Fan Yuan shrugged his hand, the chainsaw centipedes swinging and killing 3 lightning wolves on the spot, sending them flying. Up till now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of razors were already greatly damaged. Its cutting strength was greatly diminished. It could only be used as a blunt object. Under the pressure of these wolves, let's have an intense life and death battle, isn't that more fun? Fan Yuan got closer to Bai Ningbing, his mouth curling into a cruel smile. Bai Ningbing's eyelids trembled, he did not expect Fan Yuan to be a greater maniac than him. But this was in tandem with his wish. If Fan Yuan's attitude had gone softer, and in order to survive Fan Yuan wanted to work together and escape, he would instead look down on Fan Yuan, even feeling humiliated and wanting to kill Fan Yuan himself. In this world, some people are like this. If you be kind to them, they will feel that you are easy to bully, and look down on you. By having a strong attitude towards them, you can gain respect instead. You really want to die? Then I'll grant your wish. Bai Ningbing squinted his eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, his steps slow as he spoke in an old and experienced tone. Humans only live for 100 years, it is as unreal as a dream that ends in an instant. What is the point of a person living in this world? No more than just being on a journey, and witnessing interesting things. Although I do not want to die, I do not fear death. I am already on my right path, I have no regrets even if I die. This was Fan Yuan's true feelings. Since the start of time itself, who could live forever? Even if it was a rank 9 Gu master. Or even Renzu himself who could only live longer, but not forever. They eventually faced destruction. So be it if one dies, what's the big deal? Even if in the next moment, Fan Yuan dies in this wolf tide, he would have no regrets. Because he had already worked hard for his goals. He had given it his all, and lived all according to his will. Being able to look beyond life and death. Only then can one live unrestrained, only then can life have true freedom. Bai Ningbing heard this, and his entire body shuddered. He kept saying he was not afraid to die, but he was still never free and at ease. Because he could not see beyond death, and was unable to let go of this life. When a person fears, he becomes a slave. Bai Ningbing himself was just a slave to life and death. However, this was not his fault, since he was still way too young. Many things needed to be experienced by themselves, only then can one gain enlightenment. But now, Fan Yuan's words gave him a new path, to go beyond the truth that he is struggling with. Witnessing interesting things. Already on your path. No regrets even if you die? Bai Ningbing muttered, then suddenly asked. Path? What's a path? Fan Yuan laughed coldly, getting closer. Everyone has their own paths, I don't have to tell you mine, and how would I know yours? In this world, many people do not have a path through their entire lifetime, while some walked on their path constantly struggling, trying to find the sanctuary within the darkness. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes suddenly shone with a blinding light. Path. That's right, I must find my path. In this moment, the excitement in his heart was impossible to be understood by others. He was like a man, bitterly searching for a girl but to no avail, yet one day he finds the correct method. Or like a treasure hunter, blocked at the last puzzle for a long time, but one day he finds the method to solve the puzzle. Or like a difficult question, thinking for years without an answer, but suddenly finding the method to solve it. Bai Ningbing had no path and couldn't find the meaning of his life, thus he felt lost. Fan Yuan cannot solve his feeling of being lost, but from the sidelines he can give him hope. Giving him a consolation to face death. As long as you are on your path, even if you die there are no regrets. Thus, death is no longer so scary. I feel that I am about to find my own path. Bai Ningbing clenched his fists, his expression becoming extremely excited. He looked towards Fan Yuan, saying meaningfully, I finally understand our difference. You are on your own path, but I am still trying to find mine. Hee hee hee. He suddenly laughed, his expression turning crazy. Fan Yuan, if you want to fight, I'm all for it. But not now. Let's work together. I have the lightning eye goo, but my vision is obstructed, only able to see 30 steps ahead. Once we escape from here, let's have a battle another day. Being able to work together with my mortal enemy, don't you find that more interesting, more fun? Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking for you to believe me. You can choose to trust me, or not. You can entrust your back to me, or you can strike at any time, and sneak an attack on me. Hee hee, it all depends on your mood. Bai Ningbing shrugged as he smiled, showing an inborn nonchalance. The thick smoke was all over, and their surroundings were lit with wolf cries. Fan Yuan's eyes narrowed as he considered Bai Ningbing's suggestion. Convincing a person is very difficult, yet very simple. The important thing is accurately understanding their thoughts. All right. Fan Yuan stretched out his hand and caressed the chainsaw golden centipede's armor, raising his head. But be on guard for my sneak attack any time. Bai Ningbing's mouth curled, smiling very deviously. A wave of air blew as the black smoke dispersed, and the broken arm's sleeves swayed in the wind. In the thick smoke, to decide the direction, it was difficult. The more narrow their vision, the more easy it is to get lost. Bai Ningbing had the lightning eye goo and could see up to 50 steps ahead. But now, it was restricted by the thick smoke, so he could see less than 30 steps ahead. However, this was already much better than Fan Yuan's normal vision. While Bai Ningbing had the lightning eye goo, he could not see the entire topography, and had no clear understanding of the situation. He could only see what was ahead of him, and at times he even ran into a wolf pack and got surrounded by them. Fan Yuan, on the other hand, had the earth communication ear grass. The smoke reduced vision, but could not block sound from being transmitted. The surroundings were noisy, and the earth communication ear grass could hear up to 200 steps away, but Fan Yuan could only move according to the noise. His vision was too narrow, only able to see a tree or a rock right in front of him. Without anything to compare to, he could not discern his direction. Cooperation. Bai Ningbing's lightning eye goo, together with Fan Yuan's earth communication ear grass. The two goo together, complementing each other, caused the situation to be easier. This is the southern side. Going this direction, we'll get to the Guyu village. Bai Ningbing's eyes glowed with lightning as he said. No, there's too many wolf packs there, we have to take a roundabout route. Fan Yuan's right ears had roots flying around. Hee hee. Then we'll go around the southeast direction, how about that? Bai Ningbing licked his lips. Fan Yuan squatted down, extending the roots into the soil and listening attentively. During that period, the lightning wolves that rushed up were all killed by Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan listened for a while, before standing up. There's an opening in the southeast direction, but we have to hurry, the opening is going to be filled. Let's charge then. Bai Ningbing said, but did not move immediately. He still had some guard against Fan Yuan. He did not dare to attack ahead and reveal his back to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed coldly, he was also full of qualms towards Bai Ningbing. Eventually, the two killed their way through shoulder to shoulder, with a distance of 5 steps between them. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to kill them. But relying on the lightning eye goo and earth communication ear grass, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing could avoid strong enemies and continue to roam, finding an opportunity to break through. The advantage of having information was unveiled here. Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan, if alone, they would be trapped by numerous wolves. But now that they worked together, they could control the initiative and started to have an easy time. After charging for a while, the path ahead of them was suddenly clear, and the bright sunlight caused both of them to squint. "We're out." Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Fan Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black veil behind him, as if a black pot had covered the entire mountain. The intense smoke continued to emit sounds of explosions and screams. Evidently the two clan leaders were still fighting the lightning Leakin. "To think that working with you is actually quite pleasant." Bai Ningbing turned his body, smiling lightly. "I feel the same way too." Fan Yuan also smiled lightly. But in the very next moment, both of their eyes shone sharply. Ice Blade Goo. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. The long ice blade cut through the air with a cold light. The thick golden centipede attacked head-on, and carried the howling of the wind. Bam! Both sides collided. The ice blade cut a wound on the golden centipede's body, but broke right after. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing both took a step back, both of their eyes emitting intense killing intent. Their temporary cooperation could not change their enemy's status. Fan Yuan's black hair danced in the wind, while Bai Ningbing's white shirt swayed. Both had too much in common. Precisely why they became natural enemies. Black iris against blue orbs, almost creating sparks in the air. Both of their killing intents slowly dispersed. "Humph, this is but a dying man. Even without me interfering, heaven will take his life. What's most important now isn't Bai Ningbing but the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Once the lightning Leakin attacks Gyu village, it's most likely game over. I have to strike before that, while I have the chance." Fan Yuan analyzed, his eyes narrowing. Bai Ningbing's eyes became even brighter, muttering, "Path. No regrets. That's right, even Renzu has to die. Humans live and die. So as long as I can live an interesting life, what harm is there even if I die?" Thinking so, his eyes glowed with an intense brilliance. "Ha! I've finally found my path, and that is to witness this world's brilliance. Fan Yuan, we will battle another day. I hope that by then, your death can bring some light into my life." Saying so, he leapt backwards continuously. After pulling apart some distance, he turned around, leaving. Although he was in a mess, his body full of injuries and his face covered in soot, with only one arm left, but his back was straight like a sword, he was no longer lost. He had found his path. In other words, he had truly become himself. Chapter 170. Can the blood of incorruptible justice be cold? Fan Yuan watched Bai Ningbing's figure walk until he was far away. Witness this world's brilliance. His two black pupils flashed with an imposing light. The Bai Ningbing who was no longer bewildered was more dangerous than before. Life and death no longer bothered him, and the closer he was to death, the more he would display the incomparable grace of the northern dark eye soul physique. However, wanting to fight me later, eh? Fan Yuan suddenly chuckled. "You are bound to be disappointed." The instant he came out of that thick smoke, Fan Yuan had decided to leave Qingmao Mountain. It would be interesting to fight with Bai Ningbing, but it was of no benefits to him. Bai Ningbing had set the definition of brilliance on Fan Yuan, and that was because he was young and his view of the world was limited to Qingmao Mountain. Fan Yuan, however, was different. In his grand plans since his rebirth, Qingmao Mountain was only a starting point. As long as the heart possessed great ambitions, one was bound to be broad-minded, not being constrained by small details with others. "It's time to leave. The lightning Leakin is more cunning and more difficult to handle than the Thunder Crown Wolf. Just with Bai Clan or Gu Yu Clan's current strength, it will be difficult to withstand its attacks. Unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide, or maybe if the two clans ally. Bai Clan and Gu Yu Clan had deep grudges against each other. They would ally if the situation came to that point, but the alliance wouldn't be sincere. Fan Yuan wasn't optimistic about this prospect. Qingmao Mountain's state will be determined by this battle. If the two clan leaders are both killed by the lightning Leakin, Qingmao Mountain will become the lightning wolves' territory. If one clan leader survives, then with the alliance, the other clan will only become cannon fodder. If the lightning leakin is killed, the two clans will definitely have to rehabilitate due to the severe casualties. The clan will tidy up its internal affairs and I will be investigated. Fan Yuan could clearly see the changes that could occur through this. This is the world of Gu, and in here an individual's strength can rule over the group. Thus, the higher the cultivation of a Gu master, the more power he has to turn the tide. No matter the Bai clan or Guyu clan or the Lightning Wolf packs, as long as another rank 4 expert appears among any of them, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. However, no matter the situation, they were all disadvantageous to Fan Yuan. It is time to leave. Although I still lack the ideal healing dew, how can one have everything he wishes for? After returning to the village, I will take the Heavenly Essence Lotus and then take out a healing goo from the clan storage before leaving immediately. Fan Yuan gave one last look behind him. The sound of intense explosions were still coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, rushing towards the Guyu village. With his status as an elder, he could forcefully open the clan storage and take out primeval stones as well as goo worms. There was unrest all around, people were frightened. It was the best time to take advantage of this situation. If this chance was let go, no matter what the battle outcome is, the general situation would be set, making it difficult to take advantage. Thunderwing's goo couldn't be used for the moment, so Fan Yuan could only run quickly through the forest. The wolf tide had ravaged everything in its path, making the once dangerous pathways peaceful and safe. Soon, Fan Yuan was able to see the Guyu village in the horizon. Who are you? Fan Yuan swiftly stopped. 2 strangers had appeared in front of him. These 2 were both wearing Gu Master's clothing. One was an elderly man. He was tall and his back was ramrod straight, giving a sense of being as steady as a mountain and as profound as a deep pool. The most eye-catching part was the copper mask that he was wearing on his face. The mask was of a plain design and gave an antique feeling. There were 3 openings on it, revealing the wearer's eyes and mouth. His eyes showed the vicissitudes of life and revealed a grand and righteous aura. His lips were pursed up, the contour in between as sharp as a blade, hinting at this man's firm willpower. The mask didn't cover his ears, exposing his graying temple hairs and revealing that this man should be of an older age. The one next to the man was a youth with eyebrows that were as upright as a sword, and eyes that were bright and shining, periodically sending out sharp glances that looked like an eagle or a tiger's. Looking at this appearance, the youth's age should be similar to Fan Yuan. However, this person's belt had a silver plate on it, carved with the character 3. So young and already a rank 3 Gu master, this showed amazing talent in cultivation. This was a young genius. However, Fan Yuan's gaze only paused a moment on this youth, before turning towards the senior. This youth had a slight dark complexion with similarly pursing lips, the entire body releasing a sharp and professional aura, definitely not someone to be underestimated. But the slightly bulging chest area along with the structure of the limbs and throat allowed Fan Yuan to instantly see through her identity as a girl. Fan Yuan would never look down on women, but compared to this heroic girl, the identity of the middle-aged man beside her would shock anyone. Tai Shuelin. Fan Yuan's mind jolted, he inwardly recalled the identity of this middle-aged man. The man was wearing a copper mask, and the square amethyst plate on his belt was carved with the character 5. He was the rank 5 Gu master, enforcer of the law, a great detective, the number 1 investigator of the southern border, divine investigator Tai Shuelin. He was impartial and merciless in upholding justice. Many demonic path cultivators had been arrested by him, and many vile characters beheaded. He was the model example of the righteous path, and had made a very high reputation for himself by solving countless cases as he traveled throughout the southern border. Little brother, please wait. Tai Shuelin cupped his hands to Fan Yuan. He had already made a name for himself for a long time and was also a rank 5 Gu master, but his attitude was polite and amiable. Seeing little brother's state of injuries and hurried appearance, did your esteemed clan leader and elders encounter trouble? He asked. Fan Yuan automatically changed his expression to that of anxiety and astonishment, while mixed within them were doubts and fear. Who are you guys? How do you know this? Right, we were chasing after a Thunder Crown Wolf, but we ran into trouble by encountering a Lightning Leakin. I am hurrying back to request reinforcements. I am Tai Shuelin, I am an ally, not your enemy. I just came from Guyu village. Little brother, you don't need to return for reinforcements. The beast tide concerns all humans, and we need to join hands to face it. This Tai shall contribute all he can. Tai Shuelin immediately took this task upon himself. Damn it, To think that I, Guyubo, will die here today. Humph, even if we die, we can't let this lightning leakin get off so easily. Guyu clan leader and Bai clan leader were full of injuries and had almost exhausted their primeval essence. Right now, they could sense the grim aura of death. The thick smoke had already dispersed. All the elders had died, and only these two clan leaders were left. The lightning leakin also didn't fare well. Its body had some deep wounds from which one could see its bones. It bared its teeth and retreated to the back of the lightning wolf packs, its eyes flashing with a sly look as it retreated from fighting in the front lines. "Come, you coward!" the Bai clan leader furiously roared. However, the lightning leakin kept on retreating backwards and then let out a howl, commanding the ordinary lightning wolves to charge towards these two rank 4 Gu masters. Cunning bastard. Guyubo and Bai clan leader looked at each other and sighed. They had prepared to make a strong counterattack before dying, but the lightning leakin had a wisdom that didn't lose out to humans and wasn't fooled. My life is over. Damn this, we are going to die in these ordinary lightning wolves' mouths. Just when these two clan leaders were becoming extremely distraught, a voice suddenly arrived from a distance. "Two leaders, hang in there for a moment." The voice echoed through the mountain forests. The two clan leaders' bodies jolted and they immediately turned to look, noticing a tall figure rushing towards them. The figure repeatedly flashed, freely moving through the wolf packs. After a few moments, the figure stood beside the two clan leaders. "You are?" the two clan leaders asked at the same time. "My name is Tai Xuelin." Gasp. The Bai clan leader drew in a long breath in shock. He was surprised, joyous, and also puzzled. Why was Tai Xuelin here? Guyubo, on the other hand, was aware of the reason as he joyfully said, "So it is Divine Investigator Tai." Just as he said this, the wolf packs charged in. A bunch of foul creatures. Tai Xueling's tongue seemed to burst with thunder, and with a low shout he willed a Gu in his aperture. Boom! A formless aura suddenly erupted, radiating and engulfing everything. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the heaven itself as it overlooked the world and saw through everything. Righteous Gu. Only a Gu master who had a righteous heart could use it. The righteous aura could weaken vile creatures. Within its range, the lower the willpower of his enemies, the more the weakening effect. Tai Xueling had once used this Gu to make a rank 4 Gu master lose his fighting strength and surrender completely. This was the supreme art of subduing enemy without fighting. Howl howl. The lightning wolves' momentum stopped. Their limbs were trembling under the pressure of this aura, and they didn't dare to move forward. Huh! The lightning leakin gave out a battle cry from the back, trying to command these lightning wolf packs. Such nerve! Tai Xueling glared and suddenly stretched out his right hand, making a grabbing motion towards the lightning leakin. Rumble. Ripples spread in the sky, and an enormous black iron hand tore the sky apart and grabbed towards the lightning leakin. Rank 5 Iron Fist Grappling Gu. The lightning leakin was cunning, but it lacked bravery. In addition to that, its body was riddled with wounds, so it didn't dare to resist this move heat-in, and instead quickly dodged. However, this black iron hand had firmly locked onto the lightning leakin, and it kept on chasing. The lightning leakin wasn't able to escape from it. Its vicious personality was stimulated. It gave a loud roar and fiercely collided against the black iron hand. The enormous hand shattered, but the lightning leakin received serious injuries. Almost all its bones were on the verge of shattering. It let out miserable whimpers but didn't dare to fight Tai Xueling again. Finally, it resentfully looked at Tai Xueling and the two clan leaders, before it tucked its tails and ran away. "It is about to escape! Quick, stop it!" the two clan leaders shouted, but Tai Xueling stood on the spot and didn't move. "Divine Investigator, please finish it." Guyubo cupped his hands and implored. Tai Xueling slightly shook his head. At this time, Fan Yuan and the young girl finally arrived. They had seen how the lightning leakin had been forced away by the iron hand. "Dad! Why did you do that? You are injured!" The young girl quickly approached Tai Xueling and stamped her feet in anger. Her reproaching tone was full of concern. "Roanan, this lightning leakin is very cunning. Chasing it away by force is the best way to deal with it." Tai Xueling spoke, when suddenly his body slightly trembled. Puff! He spurted out blood from his mouth. There was a strange, gloomy greenish color in his blood, and as the blood fell on the ground, it immediately corroded a patch of green grass, letting out an unpleasant smoke. Clearly, he had suffered serious injuries. "Dad, are you okay?" The young girl, Tai Ruonan quickly lifted her hands and tried healing Tai Xueling. No need to make a fuss about it, you know of my injuries, I will feel a lot better after letting out some blood. Tai Xueling laughed and waved his hands, refusing the treatment. Seeing this scene, the two clan leaders who had been feeling resentment just before, immediately felt embarrassed. Divine Investigator is selfless, you helped us even though you are suffering from serious injuries. We will deeply remember this favor. I have heard of Tai Xueling's great name, and today I can see that it is fully justified and worthy of admiration. We thank Divine Investigator for saving us. The two clan leaders cupped their hands one after another and expressed their thanks. Lord Divine Investigator, please honor my Bai village with your presence. This gratitude of saving my life, I will do my best to repay, the Bai clan leader said. How could Gu Yubo just watch as the Bai village tried to bring Tai Xuelin away? He knew why Tai Xuelin was here, and gave a proud smile. I know that Lord Divine Investigator is here due to Jia Fu's request and has come to investigate that murder case. Our Guyu clan will do our best to cooperate. Bai clan leader's expression changed when he heard this. Tai Xuelin said, It is so. However, the one in charge of this investigation won't be me, but my daughter Tai Ruonan. Eh? Immediately, everyone present turned to look at the young girl. Chapter 171. Inbred Demonic Nature. What, father, you want me to solve the case? The girl pointed to herself, her face in utter shock. Why, are you unwilling? Tai Xueling smiled gently. No, of course I'm willing. Tai Ruonan finally reacted, jumping in joy. Tai Xueling nodded, sighing in a complex tone. You aspire to walk the same path as me. These few years where you were by my side, you have been greatly influenced by me and learned much. An eagle can only learn to fly by itself, only then can it truly grow up. Your father is old already, my injuries cannot be cured. I cannot continue being with you as you live your life, and as the newer generations replace the old, what happens next is up to you. Father, don't give up yet, isn't there still hope for treatment? The young girl's voice trembled as she choked back tears. You and I both know that the chances are infinitely slim. People have to learn to face facts, Ruonan. Tai Xueling laughed, then turned towards Gu Yubo. Don't worry, Guyu clan leader, this daughter of mine has learnt at least 80% of my abilities. With my guidance along the way, she will not let your clan suffer any injustice. Of course. Gu Yubo quickly cupped his fist. Young heroines are on par with males. Such an elegant disposition and the child of a hero, there is no reason for me to worry. Please come to the village and let us feast upon your arrival. The dishes filled the entire table, with the fragrance overwhelming the surroundings. Clear wine was poured out from the wine jar in a straight line into Tai Xueling's cup. The wolf tide was just over, and Guyu village was in its toughest period. Large amounts of resources had been expended, causing a food shortage and lack of commodities. Many mortals would starve to death. But even so, to welcome Tai Xueling, Guyu clan still assembled this banquet. As the clan leader, Gu Yubo sat at the clan head seat, while Tai Xueling and Tai Ruonan were beside him. Other than that, Guyu Qishong, Guyu Guyen, Guyu Emochin, Guyu Yaoji, as well as Fang Yuan and the others, all being elders, were present. Before the wolf tide, Guyu clan had over a dozen clan elders. But now, only one table remained, and there were less than 10 elders. Moreover, the clan elders present were all injured to varying degrees. Especially in the case of Guyu Emochin, 2 weeks ago, when he resisted the wolf tide, he was heavily injured and had been hiding in his private room to recuperate. He was resting in bed, but when he heard about the arrival of Tai Xueling, he forced his body up and attended this banquet. But this also let him escape the crisis, while his old rival Guyu Qilian had followed the clan leader in assaulting the Thunder Crown Wolf, and was killed by the Lightning Leakin. If not for Brother Tai's help today, I might have become the Lightning Leakin's lunch already. For saving my life, I toast Brother Tai this cup. Gu Yubo stood up, holding the cup with both hands and bending his back, sincerely offering his gratitude. I was only doing what I could. Tai Xueling raised his cup, drinking the wine in one go. He had a vigilant and strict lifestyle, refusing to gamble or find prostitutes, standing by his morals and never went greedy on drinking. He had thus never been drunk. After drinking this cup, Gu Yubo looked at the people in the banquet, his eyes turning red, sighing and sitting down. Tai Xueling had seen such situations many times, and he consoled. Guyu clan leader, my condolences. As long as your clansmen still exist, The village will definitely thrive again one day. That lightning Leakin was heavily injured as well, and the lightning wolves have greatly been damaged. They will not attack for the next few years. This wolf tide has been safely endured. The wolf tide's harshest period is indeed over. For the next few months, although lightning wolves will still appear, their quantity will continue to decrease, and no large groups will be formed. The wolf packs no longer have the ability to directly charge at the village. The lightning Leakin will return to the wolf den and recuperate there, while slowly organizing the remaining wolves. Many wolves will be recalled, and many lightning wolves would die, causing the wolf pack's need for food to decrease drastically. The wolf packs would become self-sufficient, and in the next few years, they would gradually get stronger, during which new 100 Beast Kings, bold lightning wolves, 1,000 Beast Kings frenzy lightning wolves, and myriad Beast Kings thunder crown wolves would appear. At its peak, it begins to weaken, and at its weakest, it begins to prosper. Regardless of humans or wolves, they follow such a law. But although Tai Shuiling's words were right, humans are not grass or trees, they have feelings. The Guyu clan leader understood this fact much better than Tai Shuiling, but the misery and pain in his heart was unavoidable. The sacrifice was too big. Just the higher-up clan elders were already gone by at least half. As for the rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters, they had an even larger amount of casualties. The entire Guyu village's strength had fallen to rock bottom, and could no longer endure any more disasters. Why is it that you guys do not counterattack, and go wreck their den? On one side, Tai Ruonan could not understand and asked in confusion. That is because inside the wolf den, there are over dozens of groups of thunder gas worms, amounting to over 1 million of them in total. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to cause any damage to them, unless all 3 clans work together, Guyu Yaoji explained. Saying so, she suddenly snorted, staring at Fan Yuan. But this possibility is too small. Even within our clan, there are clan elders shrinking in fear, and during the wolf tide's attack, God knows where they were hiding. Saying so, all the other clan elders turned their vision towards Fan Yuan. Previously, Fan Yuan was inside the rock crack's secret cave exploring the flower wine monk's inheritance, causing him to miss the huge battle and resisting the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was being crafty and evasive, as well as being timid and fearing death. Thus, the clan elders' expression towards Fan Yuan were all full of unhappiness, disdain, and some hidden anger. Even Guyu Bo's expression was looking ugly. As the clan leader, he was most revolted by people like Fan Yuan, doing things according to their own will, mysterious and having their own little schemes. He could not feel safe with such a person around. The atmosphere at the banquet immediately transformed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change, following everyone's gaze and looking towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's young appearance had attracted the attention of Tai Ruonan, who was the same age as him. Fan Yuan drank his wine calmly. Even though everyone's gaze was on him, he acted as if he felt nothing. His expression was calm, as he already had anticipated such a situation of people finding problems with him. Things are getting troublesome, he sighed in his heart. Although worried, he was not frightened. Tai Shuiling's appearance had heavily destroyed his plans to leave. If he took the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and destroyed the foundation of the Guyu village, this would cause the Tai father and daughter to arrest him. The name of Divine Investigator is not just a myth. With his abilities and strength, as long as Tai Shuiling commences his chase, there is no possibility of failing. Even if he does not take the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his mysterious disappearance would cause the clan to investigate. As it involves Jia Jinxing's death, even the Tai father and daughter would get involved. If he left without notice, in their eyes it would be a thief trying to escape, running from his crimes. With no choice, Fan Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although everyone reprimanded him, the situation now was still not at its worst. If he left right now, that would be a panicky move, and it would cause the entire situation to worsen. Is the wine nice? Guyu Yaoji laughed sinisterly, staring at Fan Yuan. Aren't you going to explain? Fan Yuan slowly put down his cup, raising his head and looking at Guyu Yaoji's broken arm. The old are the most cunning, this is extremely true. To preserve her life, Guyu Yaoji broke her own arm, and under the name of being injured, she avoided the clan mission of entering the battlefield. This happened in Fan Yuan's previous life as well, but to think she did the same thing once again. Her act of sacrificing one limb to save her life was indeed effective. It prevented her from getting killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf and not participating in the chase, thus keeping herself alive. However, right now she was finding problems with Fan Yuan. One aspect was due to old grudges, but mostly was because she wanted to bring the attention to Fan Yuan and reduce people's attention on herself. What do you want me to explain? Explain how you broke your own limb just to preserve your miserable life? Fan Yuan sneered. What? Gu Yaoji was shocked and enraged, standing up from her seat. She stared with both eyes wide open, pointing at Fan Yuan's nose, shrilling. You little rascal! How dare you accuse me like this? This is blatant defamation, slander. How can you be so shameless? How can our Guyu clan have such a joke like you? Guyu Yaoji! Guyu Bo's expression changed, shouting. Sit down at once, we have an important guest here. How can you scream and shout freely like this? Guyu Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but on seeing Guyu Bo's dim expression, she could only swallow the words she was about to spit out. She stared angrily at Fan Yuan, sitting down reluctantly. Guyu Bo settled Jiaoji's problem, then turned to look at Fan Yuan. Elder Fan Yuan, I need an explanation. During the attack of the wolf tide, where were you? Fan Yuan. He's Fan Yuan? Tai Shueling's eyes shone with surprise. In Jia Jinxing's mysterious disappearance, Fan Yuan had played an important role. Before coming here, Tai Shueling had already gotten much intel from Jia Fu. But to think that this young elder was Fan Yuan himself. At once, Tai Shueling's heart became interested. He had solved numerous cases and could see the peculiarity from all the traces of evidence, to guess the actual fact. From everyone's expression, he could tell the truth behind Fan Yuan's sudden evasion from battle. But the truth that everyone knew was only scratching the surface. What is the utter reality? Regardless of what the truth is, Fan Yuan's answer would reveal a fragment of his inner thought. That would be very helpful in solving the case later. Sensing Tai Shueling's attention on him, Fan Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression remained the same. He looked at everyone plainly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. There's not much to explain. Since Clan Elder asked, I'll just say it out. I was extremely frightened back then. The stress accumulated during this extensive period, as well as my fear of death that had reached its limits. I could not endure it. I was cowardly and weak. I hid in a corner and no longer dared to enter the front lines. Once he said so, everyone was dumbfounded. They had expected Fan Yuan to use all sorts of excuses and reasons, and were prepared to expose his lies and criticize Fan Yuan. But to think he admitted it directly. Any kind of lie, as long as it is not true, will have loopholes. Furthermore, Tai Shueling is here. Fan Yuan's expression was calm, looking down and staring at the wine in his cup. Tai Shueling's expression turned weird. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of loathing and antipathy rose in his heart. This young man, he has an inbred demonic nature. Chapter 172. No one more suited than Fan Yuan. At the banquet, it was utter silence. Everyone was stunned, staring at Fan Yuan blankly. They had not expected him to reply like this, directly admitting it so honestly. He's too young after all, actually saying such words. Once he said that, it means his entire political career is ruined. From now on, this Fan Yuan is no threat anymore. The clan elders furiously assessed. At this point into the wolf tide, the outcome had already been decided. In the next few months, there will only be small wolf packs moving about. As the lightning leakin continues to call them back, as well as the Gu masters killing them, the lightning wolves would basically vanish completely by the end of the year. But conflicts never end. At places with people, there are interests. And where there are interests involved, there are conflicts. During the wolf tide, it is the struggle between man and wolf. But now that the toughest part of the wolf tide is over, the clan's internal struggles surface above the water, turning into internal strifes. The wolf tide assaulting the village caused many Gu masters to die. Some factions were destroyed, and the interests they once held, naturally has to be distributed. Among the Guyu clan higher-ups, there were originally many clan elders to divide the interest cake of the entire village. But now that only Fan Yuan and the other elders amounting to less than 10 remained, that cake was still whole and intact. To split this large cake among themselves, they would have to compete against one another. Political battles, although not as flashy or bloody as the wolf tide, was full of schemes, plotting and setting traps. It was difficult and harsh. At first, Fan Yuan, as the only newly advanced elder, had a strong momentum and attracted great attention. But now that he admitted his mistake, it completely ruined his political career. it was tantamount to giving up the chance to compete for this interest cake with the other clan elders. At once, Fan Yuan's threat level towards the other clan elders became much lower. Their gaze towards Fan Yuan showed that the pressure they felt towards him had reduced. At this time, clan leader Gu Yubo sighed. Since Fan Yuan himself admitted to it, as clan leader, I have to punish you for the act of running away from battle. According to the clan ancestors' rules, runaways will be stripped of their clan elder status, but the final result shall be decided by me and the other clan elders. We'll decide on your punishment after a discussion. But regardless of the result, I hope you can accept it. The others showed a weird expression. Fan Yuan nodded, not speaking, as if he had submitted to fate. Gu Yaoji broke her own arm to save her life. This was decisive and ruthless. Fan Yuan was the same, except he lost even more, giving up his clan elder status. His greatest problem now is the sudden appearance of the Tai family father and daughter. If he got involved in the political turmoil now, facing suppression from other elders, his situation would get even more dangerous. Letting go, willingness to let go, among taking and letting go, that is life. The identity of clan elder was to cultivate better, that is its only purpose to me. To pursue eternal life I walked on the demonic path, I am willing to discard my own life. What else can I not discard? Clan elder status, humph. Fan Yuan did not feel a shred of regret or annoyance. This was the wisest decision. Moreover, although there's a punishment, it would definitely be minimized. After all, there were little clan elders left, and as a rank 3 Gu master, his strength was greatly valued. The clan leader has to punish him on one end, but also needs to borrow his strength to stabilize the entire village's circumstance, thus he also needed to give in to Fan Yuan. As for the other clan elders, Fan Yuan had stepped out of this political contest, and no longer held any threat. They would not offend Fan Yuan anymore. After all, if they force Fan Yuan to retaliate, isn't it finding trouble for themselves? Although there is the clan system, but what is a system? A system is just a tool to maintain the interests of those in power. On one hand it governs and divides the interest of the lower levels, but it is also the rules that contain the higher-ups as they compete against each other. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. These matters, he was clear as day, the truth was transparent to him. The most crucial point now is the Tai family father and daughter. Fuck, they came much earlier than I had anticipated, even before the wolf tide is completely gone. Humph. But such a behavior perfectly fits Tai Xueling's hatred towards evil, and his selflessness in fighting crime. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan felt a strong pressure. Even though Tai Xueling is injured now, his battle strength was not something Fan Yuan could compete against. A starving dying camel is larger than a horse, it is this logic. I need to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the pursuit of the Tai father and daughter pair. How can I get out of this predicament? Fan Yuan was vexed. This Tai family father and daughter was not as easy to confuse as Jiafu. Moreover, Fan Yuan's cultivation was too low. Even if he had 1,001 plans, what could he do without actual strength? Rank 3 and 5, it was a world of difference. Everyone, I have something to say. At this point, the silent Guyu Emochin suddenly said. His expression was pale as he had dragged his injured body to the banquet, and he did not drink wine, only sipping tea. But what he said next shocked people to death. There's something I have to be honest about. Elder Fan Yuan did not manage to enter the battlefield, and that was due to me. What? At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Guyubo asked. Fan Yuan sent a glance over, hiding his shock. Why would this Guyu Emochin stand up for himself? During this wolf tide, the Mo faction inheritor Guyu Mo Bei had already died unfortunately. Even though the Mo faction had to the greatest of their ability, protected Mo Bei. On the battlefield, surprises were aplenty. Moreover, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger, sometimes they can't even take care of themselves, what more towards others. Guyu Emochin sighed. To speak the truth, my granddaughter Guyu Mo Yen had fallen deep in love with Elder Fan Yuan. Before this, she had come to beg me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fan Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter, thus out of selfishness, I kept Fan Yuan in my estate and knocked him out. It was only until we chased the lightning crown wolf that I let him out. Thus, everything was due to me, it is my fault. It has nothing to do with Fan Yuan. What? Oh, is that really it? The clan elders were suspicious. Guyu Emochen's words were quite a stretch, it was rather unbelievable. Love and relationship among youngsters is common. Gu Yubo nodded, staring at Fan Yuan with deep meaning, wanting to find out some clues from his expression. But Fan Yuan looked down with a calm expression. There was nothing to see. Clan leader was disappointed. The other clan elders exchanged glances, not understanding why Gu Yumo was so defensive of Fan Yuan. Him saying this in order to aid Fan Yuan, it meant that he had sacrificed his own reputation and ruined his own political prospect. Gu Yumo continued. In order to protect my reputation, Elder Fan Yuan willingly let himself suffer the injustice. But I have already erred once, how can I make a mistake once more? This is the truth. As for the punishment, I implore Lord Clan Leader to consider. I admit my mistake, and as with the rules, if my clan elder status is to be stripped, I have no objections. Clan Leader quickly waved his hand, saying, Elder Mochin has worked hard all these years. What you did was understandable. Humans are not grass or wood, how can we not have feelings? Now that our clan is greatly weakened, we need loyal and strong elders like you. But this is still your own selfishness, thus the punishment still needs to be decided. We have an important guest today, let's not talk about this now. Come, Brother Tai, I and the clan elders shall offer you a toast. Saying so, Gu Yubo stood up. The other clan elders stood up as well, raising their cups. Everyone is too kind. I still have to trouble you all later. I hope I can seek your understanding. Tai Shuiling did not put on airs, standing up and drinking his wine. In the courtyard of the Mo faction, flora and fauna were abundant. The artificial mountain had a spring flowing with crystal clear water. In the night sky, the moon hung high in the sky like a plate. The banquet had long ended. Fan Yuan sat in the cooling pavilion as he listened to the sound of the flowing water, and he placed down his teacup with a plain expression. Sitting opposite him was Gu Yumo. After the banquet was over, he had invited Fan Yuan over for a discussion. Come, have another cup of tea, this bamboo leaf clear water tea is good in eliminating hangovers. Gu Yumo laughed, pouring personally into Fan Yuan's cup. Fan Yuan's expression was calm, and on seeing the cup being filled again, he said, Indeed a good cure for hangovers. Saying so, he looked outside the pavilion, only to see that the pale white moon had radiated the grounds with its moonlight. Under the moon, the pavilion was quiet and graceful, but in the wind there were lurking shadows, showing how the Mo faction courtyard was turning from a prosperous state to a declining one. During the banquet, Fan Yuan had already understood Gu Yumo's intention. Seeing this scene, he was even more sure of himself. The Mo faction had no inheritor left. Once Gu Yumo Bei died, the entire Mo faction would lose its inheritor. Although Mo Bei still had his sister Mo Yen, the clan rules was that, since ancient times, it favored males over females, and the assets can only be inherited by a male and not female. Even if Gu Yumo Yen gets to rank 3 next time and advances to clan elder, her assets do not represent the Mo faction, but only her own. If she married anyone, this asset will be transferred to under her husband's name. If they lost their inheritor, a clan's political influence would have no prospects, and no one would join them. The Mo faction had already fallen into difficult circumstances, on the verge of breaking down. But heaven always left a way, and the Mo faction was not truly at its wit's end. There was still a sliver of hope. This hope lies in Gu Yumo Yan's hands. Although she is a female, she can marry someone. If the son-in-law marries into the Mo faction, he would have an acceptable status, and can inherit the Mo faction. Seeing that Fan Yuan had no inclination to mention it, Gu Yumo scolded this crafty lad internally, but had to speak. I wonder what Elder Fan Yuan thinks of my Mo faction. He had an unspeakable grief. Ever since his injury, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, without any chance of ever regaining rank 3. He could only rely on his Gu worm to conceal his true aura. But paper cannot cover fire. He would be exposed one day. His only inheritor had died, while he himself was rank 2 and would lose his clan elder identity. Gu Yumo needed someone who could hold the fort to sustain their faction. Back then, he had both authority and status, thus the Mo faction controlled a large amount of the interest cake. But now that the clan's factions were reorganizing themselves, he did not want any more interests. As long as he can defend what he already has, that would be the biggest victory. He pondered left and right, and the most suitable person was Fan Yuan without doubt. Chapter 173. White Form Immortal Snake. Sunset clouds are blown away as cool wind fills the air, and the jade disk spins silently in the Milky Way. Bai Ningbing looked out from the window and gazed at the night sky. A bright and sparkling moon was shining in the sky. Occasionally, wolf howls could be heard in the distance, adding some bleakness to the peaceful moonlight. In the study room, the Bai clan leader was sitting at his side with a dazed expression. Just a moment ago, Bai Ningbing told him about the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Northern Dark Eye Soul, 10 absolute aptitudes. The Bai clan leader mumbled constantly. I have already sensed that my end is nearing. My aperture is gradually unable to endure the burden. These past few years, I've truly caused you much problems. Bai Ningbing softly sighed. His expression was calm. No longer was there the abnormal, reckless, and crazed state as before. What replaced them was tranquility and peace. This tranquility and peace came from his heart. He had found his path, and was no longer perplexed by life and death. People mature over time, and the stimulation from life and death could further speed up this process. Moonlight fell down like flowing water, illuminating Bai Ningbing's fair skin. Under the flowing radiance, his 2 blue eyes shone with depth. He was like a beautiful young man from a painting, with white hair and white clothes like the immortals in the clouds, causing people to look intently. How could this happen? You were clearly a grade with 99% primeval essence when your aptitude was tested. It absolutely wasn't the Northern Dark Eye Soul. The Bai clan leader was still refusing to accept it. It was indeed so. But one day when I was cultivating, my aptitude suddenly advanced. I checked the ancient scrolls and records in the clan and found some information on this. Every 99% of grade aptitude has the possibility of advancing to 10 absolute aptitudes while cultivating. Bai Ningbing said. All 10 defy the heavens, and the heavens can't tolerate them. Even Renzu's 10 children didn't have a good end. Sai, is there really no way to salvage it? Bai clan leader felt pity and regret when he looked at the beautiful boy in front of him. He was the clan's pride and their hope to rise up in power. However, his life was already nearing its end. Despite glowing brightly, he was like a firework which could only shine splendidly for one single moment. There are no ways to evade my impending doom, but there are some ways to delay it. However, all these methods need many years to prepare, which I don't have. Bai Ningbing said all this and gave a light laugh, as if the one being discussed about was not him, but some irrelevant outsider. Don't worry. Who doesn't die? True immortality doesn't exist. As long as we live our life interestingly, it is enough. He was instead consoling the clan leader. I cannot accept this. I absolutely cannot. Damn it, my Bai clan has been suppressed by the Guyu clan for centuries. We finally found hope, but it ends up like this. No, there is still hope. Bai clan leader's voice got louder and louder till suddenly, his expression turned firm as if he had decided on something. Follow me, I will bring you to a place. He stood up and said. After a while, the bright moonlight shone upon a deep pool. This is the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. He had been led by the Bai clan leader as they went through a long secret pathway, and finally arrived here. Indeed. This is our clan's restricted area, the location of the spirit spring. You also know this, every clan's foundation is established upon a natural spirit spring, where the primeval stones produced by it will be used to provide for their cultivation. Our Bai clan can only be considered a small medium-scale clan, and only by annexing Guyu and Xiong clan as well as possessing at least 3 springs can we become a large-scale clan. Bai clan leader sighed. Then clan leader, what did you bring me here for? Bai clan leader's face revealed a complex expression, and as he turned around to look at Bai Ningbing, his expression contained some hesitation. I had originally never thought of bringing you here. However, the affairs of the world are hard to anticipate. To think you would end up possessing Northern Dark Eye Soul. Your only chance at living lies within this spring. What is in this spring? Bai Ningbing asked. A great immortal. Bai clan leader said with a deep voice. Great immortal? Bai Ningbing was flabbergasted. Great immortal is its title. It is a snake goo left by our Bai clan's first-generation ancestor. It likes cleanliness, and its food is the water of Spirit Spring. It has always been secretly living in the Spirit Spring. Bai clan leader introduced. Before the first-generation ancestor passed away, he set up a secret inheritance, and left behind this snake goo as a clue. If you can get the approval of the Great Immortal, it will open the secret inheritance for you. But if you can't receive its approval... The Bai clan leader stopped his sentence in the middle. What happens then? Bai Ningbing asked. Bai clan leader's expression turned grave and he said, It will kill you. At the same time, Guyu village. Inside the room, Tai Ruonan kept her recon goo and nodded with satisfaction. The environment here is pretty good, it's rather clean. The clean she referred to wasn't talking about the cleanliness of the room, but was pointing at the lack of surveillance. It was impossible to say that there absolutely wasn't any surveillance. After all, Tai Shuelin was rank 5, so he possessed too great of a threat. Hence, there was a necessity for some precautions. However, Guyu clan's defensive and surveillance measures were just at the right amount, and the level was quite low too, not creating any feelings of provocation and aversion. It could even be taken as excessively earnest and passionate reception, which was why Tai Ruonan gave the assessment of rather clean. Tai Shuelin slightly nodded. Ruonan, you have followed me for so long and have learned many things. However, some things can only be learned by taking actions and not just by spectating from the sides. Hence, I handed this case to you. Father, I will definitely work hard and give my best. Good. Then, let me ask you, what should your next step be? Tai Shuelin was deliberately testing her. Tai Ruonan smiled. She turned around and gazed at the moon through the window. The moon is beautiful tonight. Dad, can I have the pleasure to take you around this Guyu village? Upon hearing this, Tai Shuelin revealed a gratifying smile. When starting out on a case, it was not urgent to understand the details of the case. The first step to solve a case was to survey the surroundings. The father and daughter pair slowly walked through the streets. After resisting the most terrifying attacks of the wolf tide, Guyu clan was now in a wretched state. There were collapsed bamboo buildings and bloodstains all around. Junks were piled up all over the place, and feeble moaning sounds of crippled people could be heard from time to time. The Tai father and daughter pair walked around the village without saying any words. Fan Yuan, you bastard, fuck off! Suddenly, a loud roar came from within a courtyard. The Tai father and daughter stopped walking. After a long while, the courtyard gate opened and Fan Yuan walked out while rubbing his nose with a vague smile on his face. Hello, little brother Fan Yuan. Tai Shuelin took the initiative to send his greetings. Junior pays his respects to Lord Divine Investigator. Fan Yuan constrained his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, we are new here and don't know the place well. Is it possible for little brother to tell us a thing or two? Tai Shuelin suddenly asked. Tai Ruonan glanced at her father, but she didn't make any comments. Fan Yuan's gaze hardened. He was just about to go meet them, but this opportunity was delivered right up to him. Both of you have traveled a great distance and suffered hardships to come and solve the case. The whole village ought to help you. Please follow me. Fan Yuan spoke directly without showing the slightest evil intention, and walked in front. The spirit spring was raging like the boiling water. All of a sudden, the spring water rose up like a tidal wave. After it reached a certain height, the spirit spring scattered and splashed in all directions. A slender white snake, its whole body covered with snow-white scales, tread on the waves and revealed its elegant appearance. Its eyes were like jade, cold and indifferent. On the two sides of its head were a pair of long whiskers, floating like celestial ribbons. Rank 5 White Form Immortal Snake Gu. I pay respects to Great Immortal. Bai clan leader emotionally kneeled on the ground, and at the same time anxiously urged. Bai Ningbing, why are you not kneeling down? I will never kneel before a Gu. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted, his body standing upright and tall. Although the white form immortal snake Gu released an ethereal cold grandeur with heavy killing intent concealed within, Bai Ningbing was not the least bit afraid. His two blue pupils directly stared at its snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The spirit spring and the Bai clan leader had become insignificant background objects. Under the bright moonlight, the picturesque youngster with blue pupils and the silver-whiskered white snake gazed at each other. After a good while, the white snake suddenly gave a long cry and turned into a white rainbow, slamming into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's body jolted. The white light entered his aperture and turned into a white snake. The white snake occupied the central area of his primeval essence, and with its tyrannical attitude, all the surrounding Gu were immediately forced to the side. This situation. Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match what the clan's secret records say. According to the clan's secret records, once a Gu master obtained approval, the white form immortal snake Gu would fly with the inheritor and open the inheritance in the sky. However, the current situation was somewhat weird. The white form immortal snake Gu took the initiative to enter Bai Ningbing's aperture and didn't kill him, which should mean that it had approved of him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ningbing and fly to the sky? Could it be that the secret records were wrong? By clan leader couldn't make sense of it. Time quietly flew by. That more or less sums up everything about Guyu village. There is the underground cave, but that is a restricted area of the clan and outsiders aren't allowed entry. Fan Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and continued. It is getting late, please go and rest, you need to have the energy to investigate tomorrow, right? Ha ha ha, Elder Fan Yuan is correct. We are really thankful for Elder Fan Yuan's directions, please go and take a rest. Tai Xueleng said. In that case, I will take my leave. Fan Yuan cupped his hands before directly leaving. Tai Xueleng looked at Fan Yuan's figure with interest, and only after Fan Yuan turned into a corner did he take back his gaze. Ronan, what do you think of this Fan Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him, my intuition tells me he is covered in shadows. The young girl frowned. Tai Xueleng nodded his head. I know you have the intuition goo which strengthens your intuition, but we need definite evidence to solve a case. Just relying on intuition alone won't be convincing. Don't always depend on your intuition. I do not want you to use the intuition goo to solve this case. Yes, Father. Chapter 174. Junior Divine Investigator, Tai Xueleng said again. Now, analyze this person Fan Yuan. Father, you suspect it is Fan Yuan? Tai Ronan was stunned, but continued. He is a very logical and intelligent person, and when he introduced the village to us, every word he said was appropriate and well organized. Gasp! Tai Ronan suddenly drew in a mouthful of cold air. She frowned. I didn't notice this earlier, but after you just reminded me, I realized it. This Fan Yuan is too good at speaking. Everything he said is objectively the truth, abandoning his personal feelings. Standing at a bystander's perspective, and describing calmly. Not allowing others to find flaws in his words, thus not able to get additional clues. His words were very clean. The young girl hesitated, before using the word clean. Tai Xueleng nodded, but then shook his head. He did not abandon his feelings. Everyone has feelings, and even a cold-blooded murderer has feelings. He only concealed his personal feelings very well, and was in full control of his emotions. This lad has a demonic nature. Demonic nature? That's right, think about it. He spoke the truth during the banquet, saying he was frightened and did not dare to enter the battlefield. Tell me, if it was a normal person, would they do that? Tai Xueleng asked. Tai Ruanan shook her head. No, Gu masters put the clan's honor and their own reputation higher than their own lives. But that might not be certain, for in history there have also been many people who sacrificed their own reputation, right? That's right, but who are those people? Tai Xueleng's gaze was deep. Tai Ruanan considered before her expression changed. They were all outstanding individuals. That's correct. Throughout history, those who sacrificed their own reputations only had two aims. One was that they had a greater aim in mind, and compared to their aim, reputation is worth nothing. The other is to preserve themselves, defaming themselves to prevent suspicion. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone. Father, you are saying? You are thinking too much. I just feel that this young man is very interesting, but too bad he is only AC grade. Tai Xueleng said. The moonlight was like water on this night. Fan Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps slightly heavy but filled with determination. After interacting with Tai Xueleng earlier, he was indeed what the rumors said. This Tai Xueleng had a gaze that could see through the world, and his intelligence and wits were deep like a chasm. He swept through the southern border for tens of years, establishing his famed name. He really was an outstanding talent. Wanting to remove his suspicions in front of such a person was extremely difficult. As long as they had enough time, they would definitely discover the truth. Now is a race against time. But MO Faction's recruitment, I can make good use of it. Not long ago in the MO Faction Pavilion, Fan Yuan had given absurd demands. In return for marrying Mo Yen, he wanted 100,000 primeval stones, 10 rare Gu worms and each at least rank 3. This made Guyu Emocheng furious. He was marrying away his precious granddaughter, but Fan Yuan still had more demands. Such a shameless way to ask for gifts, and so greedy, it was really the last straw. Thus, the discussion faltered, and he chased Fan Yuan out. Fan Yuan left immediately without any inclination to stay. He knew Mo Chen's intention, thus he would definitely compromise. His absurd demands were just a way of bargaining, paying the lowest price when buying, and asking for the highest price when selling. But this matter has equal benefits and demerits. Although with more primeval stones I can feed the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my original plan to get out of the political spiral would be ruined. In tonight's banquet, Guyu Emochin sacrificed himself to salvage my political career. From then on, he might face all sorts of elder suppression. Guyu village's political situation now was, clan leader was healthy, while for the two important elders, Guyu Qilian was dead but the Qi faction was not finished yet, as inheritor Qi Qing was still alive. At the same time there was still Guyu Qizhong, an elder from the same faction. But Mo faction lost its inheritor and Mo Qin was heavily injured, falling to rank 2, unable to even keep his clan elder status. The two formerly large factions had already gone downhill. The medicine faction in contrast were mostly healing Gu masters. As supports they had little sacrifice while still keeping most of their strength, and were on the verge of rising up. Medicine faction was originally the clan leader's faction, but now it had the ability to be independent. Regardless of whether Guyu Yaoji chooses to be independent or rely on the clan elder, in order to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and merge. And the weakened Qi and Mo faction were the best targets. If they did not strike now, later on when the two factions stabilize internally it would be much more difficult. Being in the human world, many things are not up to me. Why not just let down my hair and sail away to the seas? Sailing with the winds and breaking waves as I travel 30,000 li, that is the true demonic path I take. Fan Yuan raised his head, looking at the moon as he sighed. He wanted to get away from the political spiral, but Guyu Emochin dragged him back by force. He faced pressure from all the factions, and Tai Shuileng was already starting to solve the case. On the other hand, Bai Ningbing had already regained his new arm. Like a boat traveling in the darkness with danger lurking everywhere, how was he to open up a path for himself? The next day. What? You said that the person who murdered Jia Jinxing had already been found and was killed already? Tai Ruanen felt extremely perturbed. This morning, she had woken up early and officially started to solve the case. But to think that the first information she got was that the killer had already been sentenced. That's right, the killer is a demonic Gu master. He once assassinated our clan's rising star and tried to kill the genius. Thus he was killed on the spot. A clan elder provided the information. Is that really so? Did he admit personally that he was Jia Jingxing's killer? Tai Ruanen frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Shuilin wore a copper mask as he stood like a statue. He didn't. But if it's not him, who else could it be? The clan elder shrugged. Tai Ruanen thought internally. This is all an assumption, there is no real proof. But whether it is the truth or not, this demonic Gu master has to be investigated clearly. Most likely, this is a lead that will bring us to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan raised her head abruptly. Where is he buried? I want to inspect the corpse. In a simple and torn coffin, there was a corpse within. The rotting smell assaulted noses, and clan servants and Gu masters were so disgusted that they ran far away to hide. Tai family father and daughter acted as if they were unaffected, and Tai Ruanan's eyes glowed brightly, excitedly stretching her hand and inspecting. A person's corpse has lots of traces. At times, 1 or 2 small injuries would be the evidence needed to point out the murderer. On this corpse, there were many injuries, but the person's appearance was still clear, and he was still wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruanan checked for ages, and only then did she get up with a lingering interest. Anything? Tai Shuiling asked lightly, testing her secretly. Guyu clan thinks this person is Jia Jinxing's killer, thus they kept the corpse well. There's a huge problem in this corpse, Tai Ruanan answered. He's a middle-aged man, right arm thicker than the left, both his hands have a thick callus. Seeing how his callus is distributed, they are uneven. There are many injuries on his body, numerous fatal wounds showing the intense battle he had before death. But on his body there are also a lot of hidden injuries, especially his left foot having 3 less toes. This is left behind from many years ago. Saying so, she continued deducing. He was most likely a hunter. There are many evidences his disproportional left and right side and the callus on his hands shows that he's an experienced bowman. There are many injuries made by wild beasts on his body, like claw marks and bites, showing he often fought against beasts. His clothes are not the traditional Gu master clothes, and his shoes are even more interesting, weaved from bamboo hemp grass. This kind of grass only grows near Qingmao bamboo, and Qingmao mountain only produces Qingmao bamboo. Other than that, in the surrounding mountains, there is no bamboo hemp grass. So what are you getting at? Tai Shuiling pursued. Before this person became a demonic goo master, he was a hunter. From his clothes, he was most likely a resident hunter on Qingmao Mountain. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone brightly. Why do you think he is a resident here? If it is the grass shoes, he could have killed the villagers here and worn them. Tai Shuileng rebuked. That's not it. The most special part of his clothes is the shoes, because if they were taken by force, most would not fit his size perfectly. But look at this, 2 disproportionate legs and yet the shoes fit nicely. This is made just for him. He has 3 less toes on his leg feet, thus the left grass shoe is shorter. His stump is very cleanly cut and sharp. I assume it is most likely due to stepping on a trap by mistake. Tai Ruanan said. Tai Shuileng did not deny it nor confirm it, and did not even give any criticism. Like what he said earlier, he left it to Tai Ruanan to solve the case. Tai Ruanan continued saying, with this conjecture, we can go to the surrounding hamlets and investigate. We might find more clues. Wait. Just when she was about to speak, the young girl's expression stiffened. She suddenly remembered, this Qingmao Mountain had just undergone a wolf tide calamity. Even the villages were heavily damaged, not to mention those hamlets. She knew that using this method to find out the person's identity and information bore little hope. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility for success, I must try. It was the young girl's first individual case, and she was full of drive. But half a day passed, and she returned empty-handed. This wolf tide was the largest and most horrifying one yet. So many hamlets had 0 survivors, and this brought great trouble to her investigations. This lead is gone. What are you going to do next? Tai Shuileng asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, and in her tone there was stubbornness and tenacity. No, it is not over yet. Father, you said it yourself, the true lead is often hidden more deeply, and as long as we continue to excavate, it will appear. This demonic goo master's death is strange. Firstly, why did he assault Fang Zheng? What did Fang Zheng do to offend him, causing him to assassinate him with his life, under the situation which was basically an assured death? Moreover, he is a local, but after his death, why did no one recognize him? Hearing her words, Tai Shuileng was a little surprised. Child, you have truly grown up. The divine investigator sighed, and in his tone there was contentment and gratification. Chapter 175. Increasing Pressure. You're asking me why that goo master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruanan's questioning, Fang Jing blinked innocently. If you have done something, I hope you won't conceal the truth. Because your words, even though they might seem insignificant, can have great help towards solving the case. The young girl said sincerely. Fang Jing shook his head. I'm very perplexed too. During that period, I was cultivating non-stop, so how could I attract any assassinations? But afterwards the people around me realized that this demonic goo master could have been hired by the other 2 clans, to kill a rising star like myself. You also know the rivalry between us and the Bai clan and Xiong clan. Especially the Xiong clan, they are the greatest suspects as they had once recruited demonic goo masters into their clan. Xiong clan, huh? Tai Ruanan became a little discouraged after hearing this, since the Xiong clan had already been eliminated by the wolf tide. It seems that this lead is lost as well. Suddenly, murmurs came from outside the room. Quick, look there, isn't that people from the Xiong clan? I thought the Xiong clan was exterminated, how can there be any envoys coming here? Xiong clan envoy's appearance caused a vivid discussion among the village, as people talked with one another. Soon, news came from the clan leader pavilion. Xiong clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a goo that their ancestor left behind, concealing many people at the same time, cheating death. These scumbags, retreating and avoiding battle, causing the wolf tide to come to us. These Xiong clan people may look rough and large, but their hearts are devious on the inside. Wanting to borrow the power of the wolf tide to weaken us, they are too despicable. Guyu clansmen were furious. The appearance of the Xiong clan envoy had caused the Qingmao Mountain's political distribution to undergo a complete shift. What was thought to be a 2-sided competition between Bai clan and Guyu clan in the end remained a 3-way competition. But one would understand once they thought about it. The Xiong clan had survived for hundreds of years without falling, they had their own foundations too. Which clan did not have an ancestor, and a trump card? After the Xiong clan envoy left, Guyu Bo immediately called for a clan elder meeting. These Xiong clan bastards, they really are nothing good. To think they retreated immediately. can't look down on anyone indeed. Xiong clan had always ranked behind our clan and by clan, and was the weakest among the forces on Qing Mao Mountain. But to think they had such a scheme, we have to be more careful from now on. They wanted to borrow the strength of the wolf tide to eliminate us. They nearly got us this time. If not for that lightning leakin, we might not have lost so many elders. These people deserve to die. If it wasn't for the Tai Divine Investigator appearing, 2 clan leaders might have died. We cannot let them off simply. Asking for compensation is a must. It was us and Bai clan working together to settle the problem of the lightning leakin. But to ask for compensation, we need to first discuss and formulate a sum. The clan elders spoke one after another, discussing until they had a conclusion. Guyu clan would dispatch an envoy towards the Xiong clan. They have to observe Xiong clan's remaining strength. If Xiong clan was strong, they would join forces with the Bai clan. If the Xiong clan was weak, they might send people to eliminate them and steal the spirit spring. So then, who would be suitable enough to be dispatched to Xiong clan? Gyubo looked around asking, which clan elder would shoulder this responsibility? The hall immediately became silent. The clan elders looked around at each other. No one was willing to go. The internal conflict was at its peak now, and it was the most crucial moment for the factions to divide the interest cake. If they went to the Xiong clan, their faction would be without a leader and others would make use of the opportunity. When they return, all would have been decided, so by then who would they complain to? This old one feels that, to go to the Xiong clan, someone of seniority and experience must go. It has to be someone who can hold his own. Among all of us here, only Elder Mo Chun can take on this role, Guyu Yaoji suddenly said. Guyu Mo Chun snorted, rebuking. Speaking of qualification, Lord Yaoji has much more experience than me. Especially in terms of fame, I cannot compete at all. I admit complete defeat. Going to the Xiong clan, it seems we will have to trouble Lord Yaoji after all. Elder Mo Chun is extremely right. I recommend Lord Yaoji. A clan elder stood up. I feel that Lord Mo Chun is a more suitable candidate. Another elder immediately rebuked. The scene was chaotic. Gu Yubo stood at the leader's seat, staring coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had intentions of detaching into its own force, no longer under his control. Thus he did not want to help either, and merely observed the scene. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Mo faction. The two had their respective political allies, but the current situation was that both leaders made much compromises as well as exchange of benefits. But on a whole, the medicine faction was stronger. Gu Yu Yaoji's reputation as well as the Qi faction's inclination caused this situation. Gu Yubo stared coldly, noting in his heart the factions that each individual belonged to. As the clan leader, he did not want to see his authority being reduced, and these elders were his competitors. But now he had decided to merely observe, and not strike yet. A Mo faction controls too much power and resources, and now that they have lost their inheritor, the medicine faction jumped out hurriedly and tried to attack them. Thus, the most crucial aspect of this contest is all on one person. Gu Yubo thought silently, turning his gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been sitting in his seat, not saying a word. It seems this Fang Yuan isn't very close with the Mo faction, and has not gotten a mutual agreement on interest distribution. Otherwise, he'd have helped out already. Is this my chance? Gu Yubo thought. But at this moment, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. This action attracted everyone's attention. What he said next was a shocker. Going as an envoy, this is an important matter involving the survival of our clan. I am willing to step up, bearing the responsibility of an envoy, and investigate the Xiong clan's current state for our clan. What? Fang Yuan is asking to go? What is the meaning of this? Is he really stupid or acting stupid? Isn't he afraid that when he comes back, all the interests would have been distributed away already? The clan elders all showed expressions of shock. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Xiong clan, he might be able to find a chance and instigate a conflict among the three clans. Even if he can't, this is a chance to leave. Wait. Anyone here can be the envoy but Fang Yuan alone. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruonan walked in, barging her way in. Fang Yuan turned his body to look, and his irises shrunk a little. He saw the Tai family father and daughter walk in, as well as two other people behind them. One looked just like Fang Yuan. It is indeed his brother Guyu Fangjing, while the other was Guyu Jianghe. What does Tai Divine Investigator have to enlighten us on today? Guyu Bo stood up to greet him, his tone slightly unhappy. This was a Guyu internal discussion. How could they just barge in like that? Guyu clan leader, as well as the other elders. My daughter has already investigated the identity of the demonic Gu master that once assaulted Guyu Fangjing. Tai Shuelin spoke. Oh? Is that so? That demonic Gu master, wasn't he instigated by the Xiong clan? Is there a hidden story behind this? Indeed, this demonic Gu master's true identity is a hunter from a hamlet at the base of the mountain. Only by chance did he manage to become a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er. The reason why he assaulted Guyu Fangjing is because of his brother Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruanan stared intently at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fang Jing standing at one side clenched his fist, showing rage in his eyes. What do you mean by this, young lady? Guyu Emochin said in a solemn voice. Don't tell me, Fang Yuan is the one that hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his own brother Fang Jing? Guyu Yaoji showed an excited expression. Even Guyu Bo was taken aback, as he adjusted his posture on his seat. You're all mistaken. Tai Ruanan shook her head. The truth is, Fang Yuan killed innocent people, murdering old man Wang's entire family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know that Fang Yuan had a twin brother.